Ding dong, congratulations on unlocking the Novice gift package. You have received the Wave Wind Water Gate gift package. Spiral Sphere Skill X1, Shadow Clone Skill X1, Flying Thunder God Skill X1, Tailed Beast Cloak Skill X1, Sage Mode Skill X1. From this moment forth, a legendary ninja, frog, quietly emerges within the world of spirits, astonishing the entire realm. Chen Haoran unexpectedly traverses into a fantastical world of spirits, awakening a system that allows him to acquire items from this alternate dimension, thus shattering the tranquility of this world. The wise frog utilizes the tailed beast cloak, activates Sage Mode, and unleashes the super spiral Shuriken. Snorlax transforms into the fourth form, Spring Man, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, unleashing the primal King Spear. Gyarados morphs into its Azure dragon form, unleashing the breath of the dragon. The Nightmare God activates the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, casting Tsukuyomi. One after another, spirits with power rivaling that of divine beasts emerge, leaving even the creator god Arceus in a state of stunned silence, pondering, is this truly the spirit world I have crafted? Chapter 1. An unconventional method of traversal. In Linhai City, the atmosphere at Linhai No. 1 High School is tinged with a faint golden hue as beams of bright light pierce through the white clouds, casting their glow upon every corner of this institution. The campus is nearly deserted, likely still within the confines of class time. Class 4 of the third year. Students, there are only 90 days remaining until the college entrance examination. You must seize this time to diligently review your spirit courses, gain admission to a prestigious spirit university, and become a distinguished spirit trainer. In the future, rise to prominence and protect your homeland. Do you understand? At the podium, a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, with graying hair, passionately articulates his words. Understood, teacher, responds the students in unison from their seats. By the way, starting tomorrow, we will commence the practical training course on spirits, so remember to bring your first spirit along. For those who have yet to capture a spirit, please ensure you are accompanied by a family member when purchasing your desired spirit after school. The teacher with slightly graying hair reiterates, oh yes, we will finally begin the spirit training course. Once school is over, I plan to accompany my family to purchase a spirit. I want to acquire an EV. My family has already prepared a spirit for me, and it is a Charmander. Wow, a Charmander, which can eventually evolve into a Charizard, a powerful spirit with a base stat total of 534. How enviable. As expected from the class president, having wealth makes all the difference. My family has also prepared an adorable Sandshrew for me. The students below, upon hearing the teacher's words, erupt into excited discussions. At this moment, seated in the last row of the classroom, a tall and slender student with a somewhat handsome appearance gazes out the window, lost in thought, not joining in the ruckus with his peers. He appears somewhat out of place. Haoran, what are you daydreaming about? Has your family prepared a spirit for you? If not, shall we go together to the spirit shop after school to purchase one? A round-faced classmate, slightly chubby, interrupts the boy's reverie. Oh, not yet, but that sounds good. The boy snaps back to reality, nodding in agreement. He soon falls back in his thoughts. His name is Chen Haoran, and he is not originally from this world. He was once an ordinary otaku living on Earth in the 21st century, who, on a stormy night, found himself lost in fantasies while gazing at a photo of his goddess. Just as Chen Haoran was about to liberate himself, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, and he collapsed in a peculiar posture, struck dead by the lightning. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed his mind. The ancients do not deceive me. The strong are indeed obliterated. The following day, news reports detailed how a man had perished in his dormitory while exercising, struck by lightning. Some experts claimed rapid friction of the hands can easily generate static electricity, attracting lightning. However, he could never have anticipated that he would traverse into a world where elves coexist with humans. Indeed, elves. In the 21st century, his cherished Pokémon. This realm prides itself on Pokémon trainers, where every theme revolves around these marvelous creatures. Even schools impart knowledge on Pokémon battles, and he has become one of the senior students preparing for university. He had been in this world for 3 months, yet what perplexed Chen Haoran the most was his lack of the essential golden finger that all travelers possess. This revelation dampened his once exuberant spirit. Gazing out the window, he observed delightful beauty fluttering gracefully in the air and sighed. Forget it. With the knowledge of Pokémon from my previous life, I can still carve out a niche for myself in this world. Chen Haoran patted his fair cheek to rouse his spirits, when suddenly, ding dong, the host no longer yearns for the system. System initializing. Ding dong, system successfully activated. Esteemed host, greetings. The system is at your service. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ear. What the heck? Chen Haoran's eyes widened in shock, and a loud exclamation of traditional essence escaped his lips, instantly silencing the once vibrant classroom. Both teachers and classmates turned to Chen Haoran in unison. Duh. The classroom fell into a hush. Ahem. Chen Haoran, what brings forth such utterance? What do you wish to grasp? Inquired the middle-aged teacher, his hair flecked with gray, clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Teacher, I wish to grasp the walking grass. Chen Haoran replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, it appears that Chen Haoran has a fondness for this Pokémon. Evolving it into a Venusaur would indeed be splendid. The teacher smiled faintly, expressing his delight. Very well, class. We shall dismiss early today, allowing you to prepare for capturing your first Pokémon. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Long live the teacher. Let's go off to purchase Pokémon. Soon, only a few stragglers remained in the classroom, and Chen Haoran was brimming with excitement. The darn system had finally arrived. But why must he cease thinking of the system for it to activate? Chen Haoran eagerly queried in his heart, System, what functions do you possess? Will there be divine beasts bestowed upon me from the outset? A set of stone tablet llamas, perhaps? Or maybe Rayquaza, Groudon, or Kyogre would suffice. Chapter 2. The Activation of the Golden Finger, the Novice Gift Package. Ding Dong Host. Please refrain from uttering nonsense. Chen Haoran felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he inquired, Very well, what capabilities do you possess? Ding Dong, this system enables the host to perceive all information regarding Pokémon and items. Additionally, there is a quest function. Upon completing the tasks issued by the system, the host shall receive wondrous rewards. These miraculous rewards encompass all anime, films, novels, and other second-dimensional items from the world the host previously inhabited. Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with exhilaration. The Golden Finger truly lived up to its reputation. It was simply extraordinary. Ding Dong, would the host like to claim the Novice Gift Package? Activation will yield a mysterious reward. At this moment, the system's icy voice reverberated once more, causing Chen Haoran's eyes to brighten. He immediately exclaimed, Claim it! Claim it! Ding Dong, activating the Novice Gift Package. Ding Dong, congratulations, you have obtained the Wave Wind Watergate Skill Gift Package. Ding Dong, Gift Package activation successful. Congratulations on acquiring the following skills. Rasengan Skill 1, Shadow Clone Skill 1, Flying Thunder God Skill 1, Tailed Beast Cloak Skill 1, Sage Mode Skill 1. Note, items from this system can only be used by Pokémon. In the future, the protagonist will possess a unique method to share skills with Pokémon. Rest assured, the main character will become exceedingly formidable. Chen Haoran gazed at the skill cards within the system backpack, provided by the system, swallowing hard. This was the rhythm of ascension. The Rasengan was one thing, but to have even the Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God techniques, not to mention the Tailed Beast Cloak and Sage Mode, was utterly ludicrous. If his Pokémon mastered these skills, wouldn't they transform into a Pokémon version of Wave Wind Watergate? But I adore this. Chen Haoran's smile stretched from ear to ear. The more outrageous, the better. Haoran, what has transpired with you? Your demeanor is quite unsettling, inquired his baby-faced deskmate, Zhang Yuer, as he looked at his friend Chen Haoran with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Yuer, you're still here? Chen Haoran suppressed his excitement and addressed his baby-faced classmate. His deskmate, named Zhang Yuer, was his neighbor and childhood friend. Due to his round face, Chen Haoran had affectionately nicknamed him Fishball. What's been going on with you lately? You seem rather peculiar. Hurry home. Let's head to the Pokémon shop to purchase one. All right, let us go. Chen Haoran and Zhang Yuer returned home, both residing in a modest neighborhood in the coastal city, which had seen better days. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Chen Haoran announced as he stepped through the door, spotting his parents at home. Son, you're back. The school has informed us that you are about to capture your first Pokémon, right? Here is the money your father and I have saved for you to purchase one. His parents, lacking substantial means, had managed to save 100,000 yuan. Though it may not buy the most exceptional Pokémon, it was sufficient for a decent one. His mother, beaming with joy upon seeing Chen Haoran, retrieved a silver card from her pocket and handed it to him. Chen Haoran gazed at his mother's weathered hands and wrinkled face, a lump forming in his throat. Although he was no longer the Chen Haoran of this world, he had felt the warmth of family during his few months of transmigration, and he had come to regard himself as the true Chen Haoran. He then glanced at his father, who sat on the couch, around 40 years old, with flecks of gray in his hair. Both of his parents were ordinary workers, laboring tirelessly to provide for him and his sister's education. The 100,000 yuan must have taken them a long time to save. Thank you, Mom. Chen Haoran solemnly accepted the bank card. He understood that accepting his parents' goodwill was the best response. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, he could certainly earn money in the future and provide a better life for his parents. Silly child, hurry and buy your Pokémon. Dinner will be ready when you return. His mother smiled tenderly, ruffling Chen Haoran's hair. I'll go right now. Chen Haoran and Zhang Yuer arrived on a bustling street, teeming with people and vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Most of the shops, however, were related to Pokémon. They entered a shop named Champion Pokémon Store. Just hearing the name made him feel that becoming a champion-level trainer was within reach. In this world, trainers and Pokémon had a clear hierarchy, ranging from novice to master, with levels categorized as novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, pseudo-king, king, champion, and master. Each level was further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. The novice level referred to trainers who had just turned 18 and were capturing their first Pokémon. In Huagua, there were many Pokémon trainers, but the majority were below the elite level. Elite trainers had become societal elites, while gym leader trainers were renowned figures within cities. By the time one reached the pseudo-king level, their numbers dwindled significantly, with only 10 king-level trainers in Huagua, dubbed the 10 Kings of Huagua. The champion-level trainers were even fewer, with only 2 known. As for the legendary master-level trainers, he had never even heard of them. Of course, these were the visible power levels. Chen Haoran had no idea what hidden strengths lay beneath, as he was merely an ordinary high school student. Upon entering the Pokémon shop, a variety of small Pokémon greeted them in spacious, well-lit ecosystems, joyfully frolicking about. There were lively and adorable EVs, adorably clumsy hippos, mischievous long-tailed monkeys, and well-nourished milk cans, among many others. The selection was diverse, but the prices were equally conspicuous. Chapter 3. Acquiring the first Pokémon, recalling the system's capabilities, which seemed to allow him to view Pokémon information. Chen Haoran was stirred. He immediately activated the system's function to examine a light blue Pokémon resembling a mouse, known as Nidoran. Name: Nidoran. Gender: female. Personality: cheerful. Type: poison. Ability: poison point. Base stats: 275. Level: novice, early stage. Pokémon potential: elite level. Skills: Poison Sting, beginner. Growl, beginner. Description: Nidoran, a poison-type Pokémon, is gentle and dislikes fighting, but its small horn possesses astonishing venom. Chen Haoran inhaled sharply. Indeed, all the vital information regarding the Pokémon had been laid bare, and most importantly, he could perceive the Pokémon's potential. The so-called Pokémon potential indicated the peak level each Pokémon could achieve as they grew. Without other fortuitous opportunities, this Pokémon's strength would be confined to its potential level. Therefore, in this world, Pokémon potential was of utmost importance. As for skills, each Pokémon's skills would be graded according to their proficiency, categorized as beginner, proficient, expert, perfect, and transcendent. Each level bore varying degrees of power. For instance, this Nidoran's Poison Sting skill was at the beginner level, with a power rating of 15. A beginner-level Poison Sting could only exert 80 of its full potential, yielding a damage output of 12 points. At the proficient level, a skill's power reaches 100. At the mastery level, it ascends to 120. At the perfection level, it climbs to 150. And at the divine transformation level, it achieves a remarkable power of 200. Additionally, birthing a unique skill trait that significantly enhances the efficacy of the skill. Consequently, numerous Pokémon skill training clubs have emerged throughout this realm, dedicated to assisting trainers in elevating their Pokémon's skill proficiency, thereby augmenting their combat prowess. Chen Haoran suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, realizing that the potential of Pokémon could be discerned, which felt like a golden opportunity for him. Chen Haoran mused silently. Eagerly, he began to scan the information of these Pokémon. Name: Rattata. Gender: male. Nature: timid. Type: normal. Ability: runaway. Base stats: 253. Level: beginner. Potential: intermediate. Skills: tackle, beginner. Tail whip, beginner. Description: Rattata, a rodent Pokémon, boasts 2 sharp front teeth and bites anything it sees. Name: Ponyta. Gender: female. Nature: timid. Type: Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Base stats, 410. Level, Beginner. Potential, Advanced. Skills, Tackle, Beginner. Growl, Beginner. Description, Ponyta, a fire horse Pokemon, is enveloped in blazing flames, yet does not harm those it acknowledges. After scanning through all the Pokemon at the shop, Chen Haoran was disheartened to find that their potential maxed out at the elite level. Chen Haoran, look, that Ponyta is so cool. Once it evolves into Rapidash, riding it would be incredibly stylish. The attention it would garner would be absolutely guaranteed, exclaimed Jean Yuer, brimming with excitement as he admired the surrounding Pokemon. Oh, and that Kecleon looks magnificent too. Not to mention that Rhyhorn. What a dilemma. Which Pokemon should I choose? Chen Haoran merely scoffed. The Pokemon Zhang described all possessed only elite-level potential. Being a top-tier trainer, how could he settle for such low potential for his first Pokemon? That would be a disgrace to all Transcenders. Excuse me, do you have a Pokemon you fancy? Our champion Pokemon shop guarantees top-quality products you can purchase with complete confidence. And we even offer 3 free Pokemon maintenance sessions. At that moment, a lady clad in professional attire approached, smiling warmly at the two. Chen Haoran was rendered speechless upon hearing this. Wasn't the system supposed to guarantee quality? How had they usurped it? System. Lawyer. Is there a lawyer present? How much for that Ponyta, Kecleon, and Rhyhorn? Jean Yuer inquired, pointing at the 3 Pokemon. Ah, a discerning customer. These 3 Pokemon are quite popular. The asking price is 200,000. The lady's smile widened, and she replied sweetly. 200,000? Jean Yuer gasped. His family's financial situation was similar to Chen Haoran's, with his father having only given him 100,000. Affording such Pokemon was utterly impossible. Is this all the Pokemon you have? Are there any others? Chen Haoran asked. Well, all the Pokemon are here, but we just received a batch of Pokemon eggs today. Would you like to take a chance? The lady suggested hesitantly. Gambling on eggs? Chen Haoran's eyes lit up. Indeed, this world had a gambling business for Pokemon eggs, akin to the gambling stones on Earth. Many were unaware of what Pokemon would hatch from the eggs, their qualifications, potential deficiencies, or whether they might be rotten. Each egg in this world was unique. Not every species egg sharing the same color. This uncertainty laid the groundwork for the egg gambling phenomenon. Some had spent thousands on an egg, only to hatch a powerful Pokemon with high base stats, skyrocketing to success. Others had squandered millions, hatching nothing but a Rattata, leading to their ruin. But for him, this was not a concern. He was a man who could turn the odds in his favor. A smile crept onto Chen Haoran's face. Please, lead us there. We are very interested, he said with a smile to the lady. Right this way, she replied. Chapter 4. Shiny Froakie under the guidance of the lady. Chen Haoran and Jean Yuer arrived at a warmer venue filled with tables adorned with eggs of various sizes and colors. Dear guests, these are the freshly returned Pokemon eggs, guaranteed to be lively and vibrant. We can even assist with free hatching. The lady beamed. Chen Haoran could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the system to scan the Pokemon eggs. Name, Horsia egg. Gender, female. Nature, cheerful. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Potential, elite level. Inherited skill, mist. Name, Phoeba egg. Gender, male. Nature, stubborn. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Potential, gym level. Inherited skill, mirror coat. Name, Shiny Froakie egg. Gender, male. Nature, slowpoke. Type, water. Ability, Protean. Dream ability. Potential, champion level. Inherited skill, Aura Sphere. 6th generation introduction. When Chen Haoran's gaze fell upon a blue Pokemon egg, his pupils constricted in astonishment. A Shiny Froakie. Dream ability. Champion level potential. These terms ignited a fervor within Chen Haoran. Ding. Task triggered. Capture your first Pokemon. The host must use a Pokeball to capture the first Pokemon to complete the task. Rewards include 1 Pokemon Candy, 1 Energy Cube, and 1 learning device. The system's voice echoed in Chen Haoran's ears, and his heart soared. The system was indeed a harbinger of fortune. He swallowed hard, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he scanned the remaining Pokemon eggs, discovering that the highest potential was indeed the Shiny Froakie and another Phoeba. Chen Haoran silently resolved to purchase the Froakie for himself and gift the Phoeba to Jean Yuer. Feigning curiosity, he examined one egg after another, eventually gravitating towards the Froakie egg and inquired of the lady, how much for this Pokemon egg? The lady's face lit up with a cheerful smile as she replied. Dear customer, this egg boasts a brilliant sheen and vibrant life. It costs 60,000. Is it really so expensive? And what about this one? Chen Haoran asked, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he pointed to the Phoeba egg. This one is a bit cheaper, priced at 50,000, she said, still smiling. Oh, how about you sell us both for a flat rate of 100,000? Let us make this quick. Chen Haoran feigned impatience. The lady hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced. Chen Haoran, do you have confidence in this? I've heard that when it comes to egg gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Isn't it a bit risky? Zhang Yuer whispered as he approached Chen Haoran. Can you even acquire a good Pokémon for 100,000? Ultimately, we can only procure lower-tier elves, possessing minimal potential and no promising future. Rather than settling for mediocrity, let's take a leap of faith. Chen Haoran spoke earnestly to Zhang Yuer. You're right. Let's do it. Zhang Yuer resolved, biting her lip as she accepted the water leap fish egg that Chen Haoran had offered. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran held the egg of the shimmering Froakie. The two of them completed their transaction with a swift exchange of currency. At that moment, the gambling egg venue had attracted a considerable crowd. Upon witnessing Chen Haoran and Zhang Yuer purchasing their eggs, intrigued expressions surfaced on the faces of onlookers, who began to gather around. They placed the eggs into the incubator and pressed the hatching button. This world boasted a remarkable machine designed solely for hatching Pokémon eggs, the incubator, which ingeniously infused energy directly into the eggs, accelerating the hatching process without adversely affecting the development of the creatures within. The incubator emitted a radiant glow, accompanied by the sound of cracking shells. Umitba, please, dear ancestors, let these be high-stat Pokémon, Zhang Yuer murmured anxiously, her hands trembling as she clasped them together in prayer. Moments later, the brilliance faded, unveiling 2 Pokémon before the eager crowd. One was a small frog standing upright, adorned in pale blue and white. Indeed, it was Froakie. The other, a fish-shaped creature with limbs, was the waterleap fish. Goodness, they are the rare Froakie and waterleap fish, exclaimed an onlooker. One could evolve into a Gyarados with a staggering base stat of 535, while the other could transform into a Greninja with a base stat of 530. It was evident at a glance that these 2 Pokémon possessed immense potential, perhaps even reaching elite status. Elite potential? They are destined to become societal elites. The crowd buzzed with excitement, particularly as the shimmering Froakie caught their attention. Young man, are you selling that Pokémon? I offer 200,000. Nonsense. You think 200,000 is enough? I'll give you 300,000. I'll bid 400,000. As the crowd witnessed Chen Haoran and Zhang Yuer unveil such exceptional Pokémon, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Many clamored to inquire whether the two would part with their newfound companions. However, Chen Haoran would never entertain such a notion. He simply uttered an apology before leading Zhang Yuer away, cradling their Pokémon. Left behind, the crowd sighed in disappointment, quickly realizing that the shop's eggs had been completely depleted, and the Pokémon that were hatched fell short of expectations. Little did Chen Haoran know that his actions had brought substantial profits to the champion Pokémon shop. At this moment, he and Zhang Yuer had ventured into another Pokémon store, procuring several Pokeballs and some Pokémon food. Fortunately, Chen Haoran had a few thousand remaining, otherwise, he would have left empty-handed. Chapter 5. Task Rewards. Haoran, you are incredible. Are you perhaps the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck? To hatch 2 extraordinary Pokémon is nothing short of miraculous. The waterleap fish can evolve into a Gyarados, a creature of astonishing base stats. Zhang Yuer exclaimed excitedly as they walked home, cradling the waterleap fish. In this world, due to the inability to measure a Pokémon's potential, one could only infer it based on their base stats. Generally, the higher the base stats, the greater the potential. Chen Haoran, holding the adorable Froakie, observed the little creature, which was curiously surveying its surroundings. With a smile, he remarked, a handsome man rarely suffers from ill fortune, while secretly contemplating, brother, I am now a man of fortune. This is a mere trifle. After some time, they returned home. Upon entering, Chen Haoran found his mother, Luo Cooling, had prepared dinner, while his father, Lin Jinghua, sat on the sofa engrossed in a newspaper, preferring it over his smartphone. Seeing Chen Haoran return, Lin Jinghua immediately noticed the Froakie in his arms, his eyes widening in surprise as he set down the newspaper. Isn't that a Froakie? Has the Pokémon market experienced a drastic price drop? Can such a rare creature be acquired for merely 100,000? Lin Jinghua's 3 questions revealed his inner turmoil, as he struggled to comprehend the situation. What Froakie? How on earth did you manage to acquire it? Hearing the commotion, Chen Haoran's mother rushed out of the kitchen, her gaze landing on the Froakie, leading her to exclaim in astonishment. They were fully aware that Froakies were not cheap. A Pokémon with a base stat exceeding 500 would command at least 1 million in the market. How could their son, with only 100,000 to spare, have brought home such a creature? This was precisely the source of the couple's bewilderment. Mom and Dad, I won this Froakie through a gamble on the eggs. I was incredibly fortunate. Chen Haoran replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. Gamble on eggs? Lin Jinghua and Luo Cooling exclaimed in shock. You reckless boy? Have you forgotten our neighbor, Old Wang? He lost everything due to gambling on eggs. Lin Jinghua's expression darkened as he scolded Chen Haoran. Come now. Isn't this a stroke of luck? With this Froakie, you might just become an elite Pokémon trainer. That would surely bring honor to our family. Luo Cooling interjected, her face beaming with joy. Upon hearing his wife's words, Lin Jinghua fell silent, though Chen Haoran discerned a flicker of pride in his father's eyes. Who wouldn't he wish for their child to become a societal elite, a dragon among men, or an outstanding Pokémon trainer? All right then, go call your sister down for dinner. Today is a special occasion. Lin Jinghua commanded. Old Lin, today is an exception. You may indulge in a drink. Luo Cooling added, her smile radiating happiness. Really, dear? Lin Jinghua's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly inquired. Absolutely. Go fetch the wine. Chen Haoran chuckled, finding amusement in his father's stern demeanor, which masked a softer side. He was, after all, under his wife's thumb. And don't be deceived by Luo Cooling's gentle demeanor. She was a formidable woman, and when provoked, she could be as fierce as a raging monkey. Ascending the stairs, Chen Haoran returned to his room and retrieved a Pokeball. Addressing the Froakie, he asked, Froakie, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Froakie. The little creature nodded firmly, then promptly activated the Pokeball's switch with its head, transforming into a streak of light that entered Chen Haoran's Pokeball. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have captured your first Pokémon. Task completed. You have received 1 Pokémon candy, 1 energy cube, and 1 learning device. The system's voice echoed in Chen Haoran's ears, eliciting a smile from him. He then released Froakie once more and utilized the system to scan its attribute panel. Name: Froakie, Shiny. Shiny effect. Boosts both attack stats by 10. Gender: male. Nature: laid back. Type: water. Ability: Protean. Base stats: 314. Level: beginner. Potential: champion level. Skills: pound, beginner. Bubble, beginner. Growl, beginner. Description: Froakie, the bubble frog Pokemon, can launch bubbles from its back to attack enemies while also reducing incoming damage. In this world of Pokemon, Shinies possess special enhancements, making them the ultimate aspiration for all trainers. Chen Haoran was overjoyed to discover that the dazzling effect enhanced both attack stats. Henceforth, the intelligent frog would adopt a dual-wielding style, perfectly complemented by this boost. However, as he pondered the existence of the intelligent frog, he found himself bemused. There remained countless mysteries in this world yet to be unveiled. For instance, the intelligent frog, as well as phenomena like hyperevolution and gigantification. Even legendary creatures were scarcely documented in this realm, with only a handful of mythical and legendary beings having been discovered, while the existence of exotic beasts was virtually unheard of. This peculiar aspect of the world left Chen Haoran feeling perplexed. It seemed steeped in enigma. Unable to fathom it further, he redirected his attention to the items in his backpack. Name: Pokemon Candy, common. Effect: consuming it enhances a Pokemon's level by 1, effective for novice level. Name: Energy Cube. Effect: when consumed by a Pokemon, it significantly boosts various attributes, allowing for gradual leveling up. Name: Learning Device. Effect: when placed in the system backpack, it greatly increases the experience gained by the host Pokemon after battles. These 3 items were rewards from a recently completed quest, each quite valuable. Chen Haoran promptly fed the candy to the Ribbit Bubble Frog, elevating its level from early novice to mid-novice. He then offered a few energy cubes to the Ribbit Bubble Frog, which happily devoured them, squinting its large eyes in sheer delight. These energy cubes seemed exceptionally delectable. Chapter 6. Ribbit Bubble Frog learns the Spiral Sphere and Shadow Clone Technique. Chen Haoran continued to examine the skills unlocked from the Novice Gift Pack. Name: Spiral Sphere. Attribute: Wind, Flying. Physical: Power, 100. Description: harnesses energy to form a spiral sphere that inflicts damage on foes. Name: Shadow Clone Technique. Attribute: General, Transformation, Power, none. Description: can create a certain number of clones. Physical: each possessing 30 of the original's attributes. When the clones dissipate, all data reverts to the original. Name: Flying Thunder God. Attribute: Space, Transformation, Power, none. Description: marks a spatial coordinate on an object, allowing the Pokemon to traverse these coordinates freely for instant movement. Note: this skill requires the Pokemon to reach advanced level to learn. Name: Tailed Beast Cloak. Attribute: none. Transformation, power, none. Description, after using this skill, the Pokémon can greatly enhance all attributes, speed, dual attack, dual defense, HP, and manipulate the tailed beast cloak for attacks. Note, this skill requires the Pokémon to reach intermediate level to learn. Name, Sage Mode. Attribute, nature, transformation, power, none. Description, after using this skill, the Pokémon can significantly boost all attributes, speed, dual attack, dual defense, HP, gain heightened perception, and experience a substantial increase in energy and stamina recovery speed, with all skill powers raised by 200. Note, this skill requires the Pokémon to reach advanced level to learn. Gulp. As Chen Haoran beheld these skills, he couldn't help but swallow hard. They were powerful, remarkably powerful, although they were not entirely in accordance with the original descriptions from Naruto, having been adapted by the system. They nonetheless retained their formidable essence. Particularly the shadow clone technique, often regarded as a game-changer, maintained its efficacy. When clones dissipated, their data returned to the original, which meant he could send clones to train skills and subsequently recall them, rapidly enhancing the original's skill proficiency. It was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Without hesitation, Chen Haoran bestowed the Spiral Sphere and Shadow Clone technique upon the Ribbit Bubble Frog. Regrettably, the other skills had level restrictions and would need to be utilized later. While the Ribbit Bubble Frog was still blissfully consuming its energy cubes, a sudden flash of memory illuminated Chen Haoran's mind, and he realized that he had acquired 2 new skills. He reopened the Ribbit Bubble Frog's attribute panel. Name, Ribbit Bubble Frog, Shiny. Shiny effect. Dual attack increased by 10. Gender, male. Nature, Slowpoke. Type, water. Ability, adaptability. Base stats, 314. Level, late novice. Potential, king level. Skills, amplification punch, beginner. Bubble, beginner. Spiral sphere, proficient. Shadow clone technique, proficient. Description, Ribbit Bubble Frog, a bubble frog Pokémon, can unleash bubbles from its back to attack foes, while also reducing damage taken. Chen Haoran was astonished to see that the Ribbit Bubble Frog had advanced to late novice level. The energy cubes were indeed remarkable. Moreover, the Spiral Sphere and Shadow Clone technique had achieved proficiency, evidently a testament to the quality of the system's offerings, enabling these skills to reach such heights. The Spiral Sphere, originally boasting a power of 100, escalated to an astounding 120 at the proficient level, truly terrifying. Have you ever encountered a Pokémon that mastered a skill with 120 power right after its birth? It was as if a single sphere could obliterate a small companion. Chen Haoran returned the Ribbit Bubble Frog to its Pokeball and proceeded to another room, knocking on the door and calling out, "Lin Xiaoru, come out for dinner." At that moment, the door swung open. A poised girl with a ponytail emerged, her expression devoid of emotion. She cast a brief glance at Chen Haoran before walking past him, leaving him in a state of awkwardness. The girl, Lin Xiaoru, was his younger sister, a year his junior, yet she was more of an adversary than a sibling. No, she was more of an adversary to the original Chen Haoran. Since childhood, Chen Haoran had taken pleasure in teasing his sister. What a beastly act, resulting in the original Chen Haoran having no redeeming image in her eyes. Lin Xiaoru had a better rapport with the neighbor's dog than with her brother, and she was a top student, well-versed in Pokémon knowledge, currently ranking first in her age group. Meanwhile, he was merely an underachiever, unaware even of Pikachu's abilities, which only fueled Lin Xiaoru's disdain for him. Upon traversing into this world, Chen Haoran initially felt exhilarated to have such an adorable sister. However, upon discovering the original Chen Haoran's beastly behavior, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise that soul. For the past 3 months, he had earnestly attempted to mend their fragile sibling bond, but evidently to no avail. Sighing softly, Chen Haoran stepped outside. The family of 4 gathered for dinner, during which his mother mentioned having a Ribbit Bubble Frog as her Pokémon. Lin Xiaoru's cold gaze flickered momentarily, darting a glance at Chen Haoran. As a top student, she naturally recognized the Ribbit Bubble Frog, knowing it could evolve into a Frogadier with a base stat of 530, thereby undoubtedly qualifying as an elite-level Pokémon. This revelation surprised her, though her expression quickly returned to normal as she continued to eat in silence. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Haoran and Zhang Yue arrived at school. Upon entering the classroom, they were greeted by a myriad of Pokémon. As classmates animatedly introduced their creatures, their faces alight with joy. Chapter 7. Triggering a quest. Your Pidgey is so cute. Can I pet it? Wow, look at that Sandshrew. It seems incredibly sturdy. Its defense must be remarkable. Look, how adorable is that Jigglypuff. Can it sing? Why is this oddish drooling? How amusing it is. Haha. Look, the little Charmeleon belonging to our esteemed class leader. How enviable. It has the potential to evolve into a magnificent Charizard, both powerful and strikingly handsome. The class leader hails from a prosperous family that owns a company. Acquiring a little Charmeleon is merely a trivial matter for them. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. A little Charmeleon costs a staggering 1.5 million outside. Who knows? This very Charmeleon might possess the potential of a gym-level Pokémon, which would mean our class leader could become a gym-level trainer in the future. Class leader. Don't forget your classmates when you achieve greatness. Warning, high energy ahead. I must indulge myself a little here. I won't be writing such scenes much longer. So please bear with me as I relish this moment. As Chen Haoran entered, he overheard his classmates engaged in lively discussions, the most captivating being the red, dinosaur-like Pokémon, Charmeleon. Its owner is none other than Wang Li, the class leader, who is said to come from a wealthy family. Wang Li excels academically, and, in contrast, Chen Haoran is often tardy and frequently dozes off in class, bringing down the average score. Despite Wang Li's repeated admonitions, Chen Haoran remained indifferent, which only fueled Wang Li's prideful ire. Thus, a rivalry was born. At that moment, a radiant smile adorned Wang Li's face as he reveled in the compliments from his peers. Rest assured, once I become a gym-level trainer, I will not forget my old classmates, Wang Li declared, brimming with ambition as if he were already a formidable trainer. Upon noticing Chen Haoran's arrival, he slyly remarked, Chen Haoran, how rare it is to see you today without being late. I wonder, have you managed to catch your first Pokémon yet? Surely you haven't run out of money to buy one. Chen Haoran, dismissing Wang Li's snide remarks, proceeded to his seat, inciting Wang Li's fury. How dare this academic underachiever ignore him? Wang Li, unable to tolerate such insolence, retorted, no way. You can't possibly still be without a Pokémon. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. The cheapest Pokémon out there costs at least 100,000, and with your two working-class parents, how could you afford one? His tone dripped with scorn, and his lackeys chimed in to fan the flames. Come on, Chen Haoran, we're all in this together. Just tell us how much you need, and we'll gladly donate $200. Ha, we're classmates after all. If you call the class leader brotherly, maybe he'll gift you a Magikarp. They laughed arrogantly. Mind your words. Who says Haoran doesn't have a Pokémon? His first Pokémon is a shiny Froakie. At that moment, Zhang Yuer could no longer contain herself. She stood up in anger and scolded Wang Li's sycophants. What? A shiny Froakie? Ha, you've got to be kidding. You think we're fools? Do you really believe shiny Pokémon are as common as cabbage? Zhang Yuer's declaration only elicited louder laughter from the crowd. How could Chen Haoran, from an ordinary background, possibly afford a shiny Froakie, which would cost at least 2 million? The disbelief was palpable. Just you wait. Zhang Yuer's face flushed with indignation. What if I do have one? Chen Haoran's calm voice suddenly pierced through the commotion, silencing the classroom. If you truly possess one, I'll call you Grandpa. One of Wang Li's lackeys boasted. Dream on. You think you could ever be my grandson? Chen Haoran coldly rejected. The lackey's face turned crimson with rage. Me, your grandson? How dare you insult me? Wang Li, make sure to keep your dog on a leash, or it might bite someone. Chen Haoran said nonchalantly to Wang Li. Wang Li's expression darkened at the disrespect. If you don't believe me, let us wager. If I have a shiny Froakie, you owe me 100,000. Are you in? A smirk crept across Chen Haoran's face as he regarded Wang Li with a hint of mockery. Wang Li's brow furrowed with uncertainty. Could it be that this audacious boy truly possesses a shiny Froakie? Impossible. Shiny Froakies are worth over 2 million. Chen Haoran's family could not possibly afford such a luxury. Surely, he must be bluffing, Wang Li thought, regaining his haughty demeanor. Fine. If you don't have a shiny Froakie, you must greet me respectfully as brotherly whenever you see me. It's a deal. Chen Haoran smiled faintly, initially reluctant to stoop to the level of these childish antics, preferring to remain low-key and avoid ostentation. However, just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Face-slapping challenge. As the system's host, how could he endure such humiliation? Summon your Pokémon, slap Wang Li's face, and declare, I'm your daddy. Task reward. 1 candy, beginner level, 1 energy cube. The unexpected task filled Chen Haoran with delight. Ahem, actually, I do relish a bit of showboating. Without hesitation, Chen Haoran released his Froakie. Froakie. Upon its emergence, Froakie croaked twice, announcing its presence. In an instant, the classroom fell into a stunned silence. The faces of his classmates awash with shock. Could it truly be a shiny Froakie? A gasp escaped from someone, shattering the silence. Wang Li, pay up. Transfer the money. Chen Haoran said with a subtle smile. This nearly sent Wang Li into a fit of rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet Chen Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. How delightful it is to have someone handing over money so easily. I hope to encounter more classmates like this who are both foolish and wealthy. Is that really a shiny Froakie? That is not cheap. Wasn't it said that Chen Haoran comes from a modest background? Could it be Chen Haoran is a hidden rich kid? I know where Chen Haoran lives. His parents are just ordinary workers. No way he is a hidden millionaire. Then where did he get this shiny Froakie? Who knows? Perhaps it was pure luck? Whispers rippled through the crowd, while Wang Li's expression soured. He never anticipated that this so-called poor kid actually possessed a shiny Froakie, leading not only to his financial loss, but also a significant blow to his pride, as he felt his spotlight being stolen. With a grim face, Wang Li pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 to Chen Haoran, the pain evident as he parted with his monthly allowance. However, he valued his reputation more. As Chen Haoran saw the 100,000 deposited into his account, a radiant smile spread across his face. Ding. Task. Face-slapping challenge completed. Congratulations. You have received 1 candy, beginner level, and 1 energy cube. The sound of task completion echoed in Chen Haoran's ears. The rhythmic sound of polished leather shoes echoed through the classroom, startling the students, who hastily returned to their seats. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with graying hair. Indeed, it was the homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen. Upon noticing the sprites by the students' sides, a smile graced his face as he remarked, "It seems that all of you have successfully captured your first sprites. Congratulations, students. Starting today, we will embark on our sprite training courses, striving to enhance your abilities. As you are aware, the college entrance examination comprises both theoretical and practical assessments. The former focuses on your knowledge of sprites, while the latter involves sprite battles. For the next 3 months, our teaching will prioritize sprite combat. I hope you seize this opportunity to elevate your prowess. Now, everyone, bring forth your sprites and follow me," Mr. Chen said, beaming with satisfaction as he led Chen Haoran and the others outside. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an indoor sprite battling arena. Mr. Chen addressed the students. "Who among you is brave enough to volunteer for a sprite battle?" The students fidgeted with anticipation, yet none dared raise their hands. "I'll do it," exclaimed Wang Li, lifting his right hand. "Excellent." As expected of the class leader, showing great initiative. Mr. Chen smiled before inquiring, "Is there anyone else?" Seeing Wang Li as the opponent, the other students quickly lowered their heads. Wang Li signaled his lackey, who immediately shouted, "Teacher, Chen Haoran's sprite is a shiny Froakie. Let him take the stage." This declaration captured Mr. Chen's attention, and he turned to Chen Haoran. "Oh, Chen Haoran, you shall battle against the class leader." Chen Haoran sighed, well aware that this was Wang Li's doing. Since he was intent on facing him again, Chen Haoran decided to oblige. Ding. Task triggered. Slap in the face. Wang Li's face still itches. You must awaken him once more. Strike, young one. Achieve victory in the sprite battle and boldly declare before all, "Wang Li, you are inadequate." Task rewards. 1x basic sprite candy, 1x random devil fruit. At that moment, the system's cheerful voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears, eliciting a radiant smile. "All right, teacher." He nodded at Mr. Chen before stepping onto the battlefield. While Wang Li took his position on the opposite side, they exchanged glances, Wang Li's eyes brimming with provocation. Chen Haoran regarded him as if he were a simpleton. "I will officiate this match," declared the referee. The 2 participants would engage in a one-on-one sprite battle. When one sprite lost its compatibility, the match would conclude. The battle commenced. As Mr. Chen's final words echoed, both Wang Li and Chen Haoran hurled their Pokeballs. Charmander and Froakie materialized on the field. Chen Haoran utilized the system to scan Charmander's attributes. Name, Charmander. Gender, male. Nature, cheerful. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Base stats, 309. Level, intermediate beginner. Sprite potential, elite. Learned skills, Metal Claw, novice. Scratch, novice. Ember, novice. Description, Charmander, the lizard Pokémon, has a flame at the tip of its tail that symbolizes its vitality. This Charmander was remarkably at the intermediate beginner level. Clearly, its affluent owner had provided it with ample nourishment. Moreover, it had inherited the skill Metal Claw. No wonder it exuded such confidence, for Froakie was indeed at a disadvantage. Yet with Metal Claw, it could inflict considerable damage. Charmander, use Ember. Wang Li initiated the offensive. Charmander opened its mouth, releasing a burst of embers toward Froakie. Froakie, use Bubble. Chen Haoran calmly instructed. Froakie grasped the bubble around its neck and hurled it at Charmander's ember. Upon impact, the embers were extinguished, and the bubble continued its trajectory toward Charmander. The bubble struck Charmander, causing it to yelp in pain as it collapsed to the ground. Charmander! Wong Li exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Charmander! Rise and use Metal Claw! Wong Li bellowed through gritted teeth. Charmander struggled to its feet, its claws glowing as it charged at Froakie. Froakie, employ Pound! Chen Haoran's voice rang out once more. Froakie concentrated its energy into its right fist and rushed toward Charmander. Bang! Froakie's Pound collided with Charmander's Metal Claw, producing a sharp metallic sound. Charmander's claw shattered, and its frail body was sent flying by Froakie's punch. With dazed eyes, Charmander succumbed, losing its ability to battle. The system's notification chimed in Chen Haoran's ears. Ding! Froakie wins the battle, gaining moderate experience, with learning device bonus. Wow, Chen Haoran's Froakie is impressive. The class leader's Charmander was completely outclassed. It dawned on the students that Chen Haoran was a hidden gem. No wonder he often slept in class and arrived late. He was a genius. Chen Haoran's Froakie truly shone, dispatching Charmander in just 2 moves. Many students began to admire Chen Haoran, speculating about his dating life, while others laughed, knowing Wong Li was in for a shock. With Charmander's defeat, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the students, buzzing with excitement. Charmander has lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the victor is Chen Haoran. Mr. Chen's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue as he gazed at Chen Haoran before announcing the results. I refuse to accept this. My Charmander is an intermediate beginner sprite. How could it lose to a mere frog? Wong Li roared, his expression twisted with rage. Enough, Chen Haoran. If I am not mistaken, your Froakie has reached the late beginner level, hasn't it? Mr. Chen interjected, smiling at Chen Haoran. Indeed, teacher. Chen Haoran replied without hesitation. Then, turning to the stunned Wong Li, he boldly shouted, Wong Li, you are inadequate. Wong Li suddenly felt as if someone had seized his throat, rendering him breathless. This audacious Chen Haoran had struck at his very core. Wong Li's head drooped, and he fainted on the spot. Quickly, someone help the class leader to the infirmary. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Slap in the face too. You have earned 1 sprite candy. Ding. Random devil fruit extraction in progress. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. As he watched Wong Li being carried away, Chen Haoran heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Upon discovering that he had drawn the Nika devil fruit, a look of disbelief crossed his face. What extraordinary luck is this? The most formidable devil fruit from One Piece has been bestowed upon me. Elation surged within Chen Haoran as he promptly opened his system backpack to examine the attributes of the Nika fruit. Name, Nika fruit. Effect, when consumed by a spirit. Grants various abilities of the sun god Nika. 1. Body rubberization, beginner spirit level unlocked. 2. Gear 2nd, initiated at primary spirit level. 3. Gear 3rd, activated at intermediate spirit level. 4. Gear 4th, requires mastery of Haki, unlocked at advanced spirit level. 5. Gear 5th, available at elite spirit level. Fear of seawater weakness has been eliminated. Use with confidence. Chen Haoran gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Alas, my lack of education leaves me with only a phrase that can express my awe. Truly, it is worthy of being the fruit of the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy. And Chen Haoran felt a surge of joy in his heart. Subsequently, their homeroom teacher, Chen Shu, began instructing the class on how to better command their spirits in battle. While the other students listened with rapt attention, Chen Haoran found it exceedingly dull and felt himself growing drowsy. Haoran, you're amazing. You even defeated the class president, who was so furious that he fainted. Such a relief. At that moment, Zhang Yuer approached, excitedly speaking to Chen Haoran. That incompetent, anyone could do it. Just then, Chen Shu's voice rang out once more. All right, everyone. You may now practice spirit battles freely. Chen Haoran, please come to my office for a moment. All the students turned their gazes towards Chen Haoran, who felt puzzled as to why the teacher had called for him. Ignoring the envious stares, he followed Chen Shu out of the classroom. In the teacher's office, Chen Shu and Chen Haoran sat facing each other. Chen Shu picked up a cup of water infused with goji berries, took a sip, and slowly said, Haoran, are you aware of the college entrance examination training camp? College entrance examination training camp? Chen Haoran paused momentarily, then recalled the information. The so-called training camp was a collaboration between the school and the military, designed to provide specialized training for promising students, conducted by powerful military instructors. Although the training camp was quite strict, it was also highly esteemed. Students who participated either gained admission to top-tier universities or second-tier ones. Moreover, they could even catch the military's attention and receive special approval to enter the prestigious military-affiliated Spirit University, one of the leading institutions in Huagua. Countless students yearned to gain admission to this school. Chapter 10, College entrance examination training camp. Multi-shadow clone technique unleashed. I understand, teacher. Chen Haoran nodded in agreement. Every year, our Linhai No. 1 high school has 30 spots for the training camp. However, these spots are always monopolized by the top 3 classes of seniors. We ordinary classes have never secured a single spot. Do you know why? Chen Shu continued. It seems the minimum requirement for the training camp is that spirits must reach the late novice level. Chen Haoran thought for a moment and replied. Exactly. Therefore, our school stipulates that the 30 spots must be selected from the entire senior class, and only the 30 strongest students can enter the training camp. However, there are also conditions for selection. The spirits must reach the late novice level, and you just happen to meet that criterion. At that moment, Chen Shu revealed his true intention, which was to encourage Chen Haoran to participate in the selection for the training camp. Teacher, I just want to be a lazy fish. Ding dong, task triggered. Obtain a spot in the college entrance examination training camp. As a distinguished individual of the 21st century, how could I possibly miss this opportunity to showcase my prowess? Participating in the selection and successfully securing a spot in the training camp, while basking in glory, would yield rewards. Task rewards. 1x Spirit Candy. Beginner. 1x Spirit Shiny Card. Hockey Skill Card. Just as Chen Haoran contemplated informing the teacher of his desire to be a mere slacker, the system's enthusiastic voice echoed in his ears. Chen Haoran's expression transformed as he resolutely declared, Teacher, please entrust this to me. I will surely bring honor to our class and to you. I am determined to secure a spot in the training camp, not to disappoint your earnest efforts. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback by Chen Haoran's words. Yet they brought him immense satisfaction. This kid knows how to speak. A promising future awaits. All right, I will assist you with the registration. The selection will begin tomorrow. So remember not to be late, Chen Shu said with a satisfied smile directed at Chen Haoran. Understood, teacher. After school, Chen Haoran returned home and immediately fed the spirit candy to his froggy. Due to the gift from the young prodigy Wang Li, he possessed 1 novice-level spirit candy and 1 beginner-level spirit candy, which perfectly elevated Froggy's level to that of a beginner spirit. The speed of this upgrade would astonish many. Chen Haoran then checked Froggy's attribute panel, and indeed, Froggy had learned 2 new skills, Quick Attack and Lick. Quick Attack is a priority 1 skill, which made Chen Haoran immensely pleased. He took out an energy cube to feed Froggy, who croaked happily in response. Chen Haoran then ventured out alone to a secluded hill, releasing Froggy. Froggy, use multi-shadow clone. He instructed. Ribbit. Froggy croaked twice, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing 5 clones of Froggy standing in place. Currently, due to Froggy's low level, he could summon a maximum of 5 clones, but as Froggy's strength increases, the number of clones will also expand. Froggy 1 and 2, practice your power punch. Froggy 3, practice bubble. Froggies 4 and 5, practice quick attack. Chen Haoran directed the clones to train their skills, enhancing their proficiency. Once the clones dissipate, the experience gained in skill proficiency will revert to the original Froggy. This skill is truly invincible. With that, Chen Haoran returned home, holding Froggy's original form. His sister, Lin Xiaoru, was sitting in the living room, watching the spirit broadcast program with an impassive expression. Upon noticing Chen Haoran's return, she glanced at Froggy in his arms before shifting her gaze back to the television. Completely ignoring him, Chen Haoran clearly observed the subtle change in his sister's expression when she glanced at his spirit. Though she concealed it well, he could tell that she too desired a spirit. However, since all the family's money had been allocated to him, she understood their financial difficulties and would never proactively express a wish for a spirit. In truth, spirits can be raised even if one is under 18, but they are not officially registered and thus lack legal protection. Meanwhile, all the spirits Chen Haoran had captured were officially documented and legally protected. Yet, some wealthy families purchase a spirit for their child to grow up alongside them, although the expenses are exorbitant. But do those with wealth truly care? Their primary concern is the future of their children. Thus, do you understand why the classes 1, 2, and 3 of senior year are the elite classes? It is because the students within not only excel academically, but also boast formidable spirit prowess, with the weakest reaching the late novice level. Ultimately, students in these 3 classes are either affluent or of noble lineage. They are all wealthy. Chen Haoran contemplated replenishing his stock of gambling eggs at a later time. Perhaps even gifting a sprite to his sister, which might alleviate the frigid tension that had long characterized their sibling relationship. After a night of silence, Chen Haoran awoke to the melodious chime of the system notification. Ding dong, the clone of the Guagua frog has dissipated. Ding dong, congratulations. Your Guagua frog skill enhanced punch has advanced to proficiency level. Current level, proficient. Ding dong, congratulations. Your Guagua Frog skill bubble has also ascended to proficiency level. Current level, proficient. Ding dong, congratulations. Your Guagua Frog skill quick attack has reached proficiency level. Current level, proficient. With a heart full of joy, Chen Haoran reveled in the prowess of multiple shadow clones. After finishing his breakfast, he set off for school alongside Zhang Yuer. Chapter 11. The selection tournament commences. Upon arriving at the classroom, Chen Haoran discovered that Wang Li, the so-called harbinger of fortune, was absent, evidently still grappling with the psychological preparations for the impending competition, a rather pitiable state for a man on the verge of collapse. During the second lesson, Chen Haoran was summoned by the homeroom teacher, Chen Shu, to the Pokémon battle arena, as the selection tournament for the college entrance exam training camp was about to commence. Upon entering the arena, Chen Haoran noted that it was already filled to capacity, with at least 200 participants vying for just 30 coveted spots. The competition was indeed fierce. The tournament format involved a lottery system where participants would engage in Pokémon battles. Once the final 30 contenders were determined, a challenge format would ensue, allowing defeated participants one opportunity to challenge the victors. A second defeat would result in the irrevocable loss of qualification. At the competition podium, an elderly man with streaks of silver in his hair addressed the audience through a microphone. This was none other than Zhang Guoli, the principal of Linghai No. 1 High School, a renowned figure in Linghai City known for his formidable prowess, possessing dojo-level strength, an object of admiration for countless students. Dear students, you are aware that there are only 30 spots available for this training camp, hence the necessity of this selection tournament. I urge you to showcase your utmost strength and engage in fair competition for these positions. Now, without further ado, let us proceed with the lottery. Though the old principal appeared somewhat frail, his voice resonated with vigor and clarity. Following his address, the participants commenced drawing lots. Chen Haoran drew number 10, his opponent being number 9. The battles would unfold simultaneously across 5 arenas, placing Chen Haoran in the first round. He arrived at the 5th battle arena, where he faced a tall, lanky student whose demeanor was irksome. One felt an overwhelming urge to slap him with a sandal. The battle format was set as a 1v1 Pokémon match. The first party to have their Pokémon lose the ability to battle would be declared the loser. The competition commenced with the teacher's signal, and both Chen Haoran and his opponent released their Pokeballs. The Guagua Frog materialized onto the battlefield, while the opponent's Pokémon turned out to be a Bulbasaur, a type that had a significant advantage over Chen Haoran's Guagua Frog. Quickly, Chen Haoran employed the system to scan the attributes of the Bulbasaur. Name, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Nature, timid. Type, grass poison. Ability, overgrow. Base stats, 318. Level, late beginner. Potential, elite. Skills, vine whip, beginner. Tackle, beginner. Leech seed, beginner. Description, Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon, has a seed on its back that grows alongside it. Despite the Bulbasaur's advantageous type against the Guagua Frog, Chen Haoran's Guagua Frog was a beginner-level Pokemon, making the situation seem rather one-sided. The Bulbasaur unleashed a Vine Whip attack, as its clumsy trainer hastily commanded. Vine Whip. The Bulbasaur cried, and 2 green vines shot forth from its back, aiming to strike the Guagua Frog. Use Quick Attack to interrupt it, Chen Haoran shouted. In an instant, the Guagua Frog dashed towards the Bulbasaur, colliding with it and sending it sprawling. The Bulbasaur let out a cry of distress, rolling across the ground. Utilize Enhanced Punch to finish it off, Chen Haoran commanded once more. The Guagua Frog's right fist radiated with a brilliant light as it quickly approached the still-recovering Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur dodge, the lanky student exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. However, the Guagua Frog's speed was simply too swift for the Bulbasaur to evade, resulting in a powerful punch that sent the Bulbasaur flying, its eyes spinning in disorientation as it lost the ability to battle. Bulbasaur has lost its ability to battle. Therefore, the victor is contestant number 10. The referee raised a red flag, announcing the outcome of the match. The defeated student glared at his Pokémon with frustration before carrying the Bulbasaur to the nearby Pokémon Center for treatment. The school was equipped with a specialized Pokémon healing center, capable of swiftly mending any Pokémon that wasn't severely injured. Thus, the matches continued, with the number of participants dwindling. Observing the ongoing battles from the sidelines, Chen Haoran noticed several Pokémon of remarkable potential, even spotting a girl who possessed a Dragonair, boasting the potential of a quasi-divine Pokémon. No wonder she was deemed a true gem among students. This girl, Chen Haoran recalled, was the class monitor of senior year 1. Named Shangguan Linger, an exquisite beauty with a tall, graceful figure, rumored to come from an exceptionally affluent family. She was hailed as the most promising student at Linghai No. 1 high school, and it was no surprise that she had a quasi-divine Pokémon. At last, it was time for Chen Haoran's second match, facing off against a portly opponent. Both competitors released their Pokémon simultaneously, revealing the opponent's Pokémon to be a Snorlax. Name: Snorlax. Gender: male. Nature: mischievous. Type: normal. Ability: thick fat. Base stats: 390. Level: peak beginner. Potential: dojo level. Skills: rollout, proficient. Tackle, proficient. Lick, beginner. Description: Snorlax. The glutton Pokémon can consume food equal to its own body weight in a single day. A peak beginner Snorlax with 2 proficient level skills indicated it possessed considerable strength. However, with Chen Haoran's Guagua Frog wielding the fighting type enhanced punch to counter the normal type Pokémon, the outcome seemed favorable. As the battle was poised to erupt, Chen Haoran commanded, "Guagua Frog, use enhanced punch." The Guagua Frog, with a serious expression, let out a determined cry, its right fist gathering a radiant glow as it charged towards the Snorlax. The Snorlax attempted to brace itself, activating its rollout ability, but given its clumsy physique, it was futile against the nimble Guagua Frog. The Guagua Frog's punch landed with a resounding thud, sending the Snorlax hurtling backward despite its defensive efforts. "Snorlax!" The chubby boy gasped in shock, urgently calling to his Pokémon. The chubby fellow had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Chen Haoran's Froakie, which sent the 200-pound Snorlax flying. Froakie unleashed the punch boost once more. Chen Haoran was not one to idly watch the two engage in a melodrama. Rather, he believed in relentless pursuit of victory. He commanded Froakie to strike again, and at that moment, Froakie's attack power had escalated by 1 level. The punch boost came crashing down like a hammer, delivering a fierce blow to the Snorlax. With a resounding boom, the Snorlax lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling, as it quietly rested on the cold ground. With the Snorlax rendered unable to continue, the referee announced the victor, contestant number 10. Chen Haoran's final adversary was a female competitor whose Pokémon was a peak novice Squirtle. Unfortunately for her, facing Chen Haoran, she could only mournfully clutch her Squirtle and head to the Pokémon Center for healing. Now, only the last 30 competitors remained undefeated, and Chen Haoran was among them. If he could maintain his position on the stage, he would secure a coveted spot in the college entrance training camp, allowing him to fulfill his task completely. To the defeated contestants, the referee declared, "You have one last opportunity to challenge the victors. This is your final chance. If you triumph, you may take their place. If you fail, it will be a lamentable end." The challenge commenced in earnest. The old principal, observing the victors from the podium, wore a satisfied smile. He had witnessed the entirety of the matches and had identified several promising talents. Perhaps this year's college entrance examination would see Chen High No. 1 break historical records. He was particularly intrigued by Chen Haoran, the sole student from the ordinary class who had made it into the victors group, a feat he had never anticipated. As the announcement for the next round began, the remaining 29 in the victors group were all top-tier students, all familiar with one another, while Chen Haoran stood out as the only unfamiliar face. It was evident they sought to challenge him, assuming his presence in the victors group was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, Chen Haoran found himself reluctantly accepting challenge after challenge. Fortunately, there were intervals for Pokémon recovery. Otherwise, Froakie would have been overwhelmed. Chen Haoran ultimately triumphed in all 8 consecutive matches, garnering newfound respect from those who had previously looked down upon him for being from a regular class. Even the icy gaze of Shangguan Linger held a hint of surprise. She too recognized that this Froakie exhibited an extraordinary strength. At this moment, others began to realize that Chen Haoran was no pushover. Some had already begun challenging the remaining victors, and while most victors emerged victorious, a few were eliminated. Eventually, the dust settled, confirming the selection of 30 participants for the college entrance training camp, Chen Haoran included. A smile graced Chen Haoran's face, knowing he could now complete another task. "Fellow students," the principal announced, taking the microphone once more, "the selection for the college entrance training camp has concluded. I hope you will represent Linghai No. 1 school with excellence and bring glory to our institution, as well as strive for your futures." The principal spoke with fervor, igniting determination among the students. Additionally, I have wonderful news. The 30 students who have secured spots in the training camp will have access to the Azure secret realm for 1 day. With that, the principal dropped a bombshell, igniting a frenzy among the 30 students. They are actually opening the Azure secret realm. This is our school's most precious resource. I've heard it is filled with rare treasures that can rapidly enhance a Pokémon's strength. Yes, and there are many rare Pokémon inside. We could potentially capture one with great potential. This is fantastic. The last time the Zaire secret realm opened was 3 years ago. Oh. It only opens once every 3 years. Well, naturally. The treasures inside were harvested once, so it requires time to regenerate. Indeed, you make a valid point. Excitement spread across the students' faces, and they began to whisper animatedly. Chen Haoran also displayed a hint of astonishment. He had heard of the Zaire secret realm and its vast array of valuable resources that could accelerate a Pokémon's growth. The possibility of encountering a Pokémon with exceptionally high stats filled him with anticipation. Perhaps he would finally secure his second Pokémon. Chapter 13, Shiny Card. Armed Color Hockey Ding Dong. Congratulations on completing the task, securing a spot in the college entrance training camp. Congratulations. You have received 1 Pokémon Candy, Beginner, 1 Shiny Pokémon card, and 1 Armed Color Hockey Skill card. The system's notification chimed in Chen Haoran's ears, eliciting a surge of joy as he examined the attributes of the 2 items. Name, Shiny Pokémon card. Effect, when used on a non-shiny Pokémon. It allows the Pokémon to become a shiny Pokémon, gaining special shiny effects. Name, Armed Color Hockey. Attribute, none, change, power. Description, significantly boosts a Pokémon's defense and attack, and can also enhance certain skills, increasing their power by 100. Chen Haoran gasped at the descriptions of the 2 items. The ability to transform an ordinary Pokémon into a shiny one was indeed a testament to the system's brilliance. Armed Color Hockey was equally formidable, not only augmenting defense and attack, but also amplifying certain skill powers to terrifying levels. Chen Haoran planned to feed his second Pokémon a Nika fruit and utilize Armed Color Hockey. Thus, a Luffy-esque Pokémon adventure was about to embark. Ding Dong task triggered. Capture a second Pokémon. As the host of the system, possessing only 1 Pokémon was rather embarrassing. Thus, he was instructed to capture a second Pokémon within the Zaire secret realm, with a minimum talent requirement of King level. Task rewards: 1 Pokémon Candy, Beginner, 1 Soothing Bell, and 1 Million-Ton Heavy Punch skill. The system's notification rang in Chen Haoran's ears once more, leaving him momentarily stunned. It seemed his journey into the Zaire secret realm was destined to be fruitful. After conveying this exciting news, the principal announced the dismissal of classes. Chen Haoran returned to the classroom, where his homeroom teacher, Chen Shu, entered with a beaming smile, addressing the entire class. Students, I have wonderful news to share. Our very own Chen Haoran has just defeated a student from the top-tier class, securing a precious spot in the college entrance training camp. Let's applaud and congratulate Chen Haoran for bringing honor to our class. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, a chorus of gasps erupted, followed by enthusiastic applause. The class monitor, Wang Li, who had returned at some point, wore a face of despair, wishing he had taken an extended leave. He regretted coming to school. Wow! You are amazing, Haoran. You actually secured a spot in the college entrance training camp. Just imagine, if your parents find out. They would surely throw a banquet worthy of 5-star treatment. Even the dogs in the neighborhood would be invited to feast. You must understand that any student who attends the college entrance training camp typically ends up at least in a second-tier Pokémon university, with many even getting into first-tier national key Pokémon universities. Haoran, what kind of elixir have you been consuming lately? How have you suddenly become so enlightened? Why are you so fierce? We agreed to be lazy together, Zhang Yuer exclaimed dramatically, gazing at Chen Haoran as if he were some kind of monster. Come on. I've always been formidable. I was merely laying low before, do you understand? Chen Haoran shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Yuer. Chen Haoran had now become quite the sensation at Linhai No. 1 High School, with everyone aware of the ordinary student who managed to outperform the elite class and secure a spot in the college entrance examination training camp. His homeroom teacher, Chen Shu, had even received commendation from the school leaders, who praised his adept guidance, hinting at a potential promotion in the coming semester. This delighted Chen Shu, his smile unwavering. Upon returning home after school, Chen Haoran shared the good news with his parents during dinner. His mother, Luo Cooling, nearly dropped her bowl in excitement, eagerly serving him heaping portions. That's my son. Now let's see which relatives dare to claim Haoran has poor grades and a bleak future. Her beaming smile radiated joy reminiscent of blooming flowers. Chen Haoran's father, Lin Zhenghua, rarely showed a smile, but a hint of one graced his serious face as he cautioned. Don't let this achievement inflate your ego. You must follow the officer's orders and enhance your abilities while in the camp. Chen Haoran's younger sister, Lin Xiaoru, wore an expression devoid of emotion. Being a sophomore at Linhai No. 1 High School herself, she had heard the news swirling around the school that afternoon. Initially skeptical, she was stunned when she confirmed that it was indeed her insufferable brother who had achieved this feat, What could Chen Haoran possibly be made of? After all, the newly hatched Froakie was only at the mid-level of novice strength. How could he possibly secure a spot in the training camp? The elite class boasted students whose Pokémon were all at least at the late novice stage. This left Lin Xiaoru, scratching her head in confusion. Unable to fathom how her brother managed to earn a place in the camp, she cast a sideways glance at Chen Haoran, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She yearned to know how he had achieved such a remarkable accomplishment, but felt too embarrassed to inquire, forcing herself to suppress her curiosity as she chewed her food, which suddenly seemed less appetizing than usual. Chen Haoran noticed the subtle shift in Xiaoru's demeanor, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, my proud little sister, I sense an opportunity here." Chapter 14. Entering the secret realm. The night passed without incident. The following morning unfolded like any other, with Chen Haoran receiving the system notification indicating that Froakie had gained proficiency in its skills. Last night, he had taken Froakie into the small woods again, employing the technique of multiple shadow clones to train its skills. Having just received a Pokémon candy, Froakie had leveled up, reaching the mid-level of novice strength, and now had 6 clones to aid in training, significantly accelerating their skill development. After finishing breakfast, Chen Haoran set out, while his sister, possibly wishing to avoid him, had already left for school, having eaten before he even awoke. Upon arriving at class with Zhang Yuer, Chen Haoran was met with looks of admiration from his classmates, while Zhang Yuer, standing tall and proud, assumed an air of superiority. Chen Haoran couldn't help but roll his eyes. He soon exited the classroom, as today marked the entrance into the Zaire's secret realm. After navigating through the school grounds, he finally reached the entrance of the Zaire's secret realm, located within a series of retro buildings specially constructed by the school. This area was strictly monitored by powerful trainers, essentially making it a forbidden zone for students. As Chen Haoran arrived, most others had already gathered, including the old principal and school leaders. He quickly blended into the crowd, wary of the formidable presence surrounding him. Once the last person arrived, the principal nodded to 2 teachers, who simultaneously produced 2 key-shaped objects and inserted them into a designated slot. With a series of mechanical sounds, a large circular door in the wall opened, revealing a swirling spiral portal. This was the entrance to the secret realm. The world was filled with numerous secret realms. In essence, they were countless small worlds. These realms were categorized by their danger levels: small, medium, large, gigantic, and the highest tier, forbidden realms. In small realms, the strongest Pokémon typically did not exceed the intermediate level, and their dispositions were generally gentle, posing little threat to humans. Medium realms contained Pokémon not surpassing the elite level, yet these creatures were often aggressive and prone to attacking humans. Large realms showcased Pokémon that did not exceed the quasi-champion level, while gigantic realms housed those not surpassing the champion level. As for forbidden realms, legends spoke of master-level Pokémon possessing world-destroying powers. In Huagua, there existed 4 major forbidden realms, each heavily guarded, with a risk zone extending several thousand kilometers. The terror of forbidden realms was unimaginable. Chen Haoran was uncertain if there were realms beyond the forbidden level, as such information had not been disclosed by the authorities. At that moment, the principal stepped forward, scanning the crowd. Upon noticing Chen Haoran, he paused slightly before addressing the students. "The Zaire's secret realm is now open. You may enter shortly, but heed these important points. First, do not attack your fellow students indiscriminately within. Second, although the dangers within the realm have been mitigated, unexpected incidents may still occur. Hence, should you find yourselves in life-threatening situations, utilize the alarm on your student watches. We have dedicated teachers who will respond as swiftly as possible. Third, the duration within the realm is 6 hours. When time is up, your student watches will alert you, and you must return promptly to the entrance." "Understood." The 30 students chorused in unison. "Good, proceed." One by one, the students entered the realm. The principal smiled and remarked to the other school leaders, "Let us head to the monitoring room and see what surprises these little ones will bring us." He led the way into the adjacent monitoring room, where the surveillance covered the entire Zaire's secret realm. As Chen Haoran stepped into the realm, he experienced a moment of weightlessness. Once he regained his bearings, he found himself amidst a lush forest. The azure sky above was dotted with fluffy clouds, and a few adorable Pidgeys soared freely in the air, while dense foliage rustled gently in the breeze, creating a soothing sound. Beneath the radiant sunlight, clear shadows were cast upon the ground. The air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, uplifting the spirits of those who inhaled it. "How delightful," Chen Haoran sighed as he took a deep breath. At that moment, he noticed his classmates had already ventured deeper into the forest. Some traveled in pairs, while others wandered alone. Chen Haoran chose a direction and strolled forth, ready to embark on his journey into the mystical realm. What kind of sprites might he encounter? Anticipation swelled in his heart. Chapter 15. Can shadow clones attack enemies? As Chen Haoran wandered alone in the forest, he encountered numerous sprites, including Caterpie, Beedrill, and others. Utilizing the scanning feature of his system, he discovered that these sprites possessed relatively low potential. His second sprite, however, needed to be at least of king-level potential to fulfill his mission. Thus, Chen Haoran pressed further into the forest. Along the way, he stumbled upon several spirit fruits. Name: red apple. Description: an energy-rich apple, when consumed by sprites. It can enhance their strength. Name: yellow banana. Description: an energy-rich banana. When consumed by sprites, it can enhance their strength. Feeling that their effects were akin to those of his energy cubes, Chen Haoran could not resist collecting these spirit fruits. He promptly summoned his Froakie. For the trees bearing these fruits were inhabited by several Tylo, and attempting to pick the fruits would surely provoke an attack from these sprites. He needed to drive the monkeys away first. Froakie, use amplified punch on the Tylo, Chen Haoran commanded, with focused determination. Froakie's fist radiated light as it darted towards one of the Tylo with astonishing speed. Before the Tylo could react, it was sent flying by Froakie's amplified punch, incapacitated. The remaining Tylo, enraged, screeched furiously and charged towards Froakie, tails raised in preparation for a barrage of slaps. In response, Froakie summoned multiple shadow clones. Together, they unleashed a dazzling flash. A plume of white smoke erupted around Froakie, and 6 identical Froakies emerged in unison. The Tylo stood bewildered as all 7 Froakies glimmered. Executing the flash attack, the skill of the 4 Tylo was interrupted, and they were simultaneously sent reeling. It is worth noting that the initial attributes of the clones were only 30, but with the mastery of the technique, they boasted an impressive 36 in all attributes. These Tylo were merely at the peak of novice strength, while Froakie was at the intermediate stage with a shiny boost. The damage from the 36 attribute clones was not to be underestimated. Seeing the overwhelming number of Froakies, the 4 Tylo could only squawk in dismay, casting a venomous glare at Chen Haoran before making their retreat. Chen Haoran then commanded Froakie and its clones to gather the fruits from the trees, resulting in 6 red apples and 8 yellow bananas. Chen Haoran allowed Froakie to consume them all, despite Froakie's small stature. It showed no sign of bloating after devouring such a bounty, perhaps because these spirit fruits transformed into energy, gradually converting into power to enhance the sprite's abilities. Chen Haoran mused that if he could find a few more batches of spirit fruits, Froakie might just break through to the advanced stages of the novice level. With a heart full of joy, Chen Haoran continued on his path. In the school surveillance room, the old principal gazed, astonished, at one of the monitoring screens. Turning to his colleagues, he inquired, "Am I falling behind? Can shadow clones now inflict damage on enemies?" The screen displayed Froakie employing multiple shadow clones to attack the Tylo, nearly causing the principal to tug at his beard in disbelief. Is this science? Are shadow clones somehow physical manifestations? The old principal found himself utterly perplexed. The others exchanged glances, equally baffled. Perhaps this is a technique of Chen Haoran's own invention. A physical shadow clone? One of the school leaders speculated, stroking his chin. Indeed, that seems plausible. Another chimed in. This explanation might be the only one that fits. If so, this young man is truly a combat prodigy, they remarked. To create a skill at such a novice level, his talent is astounding. They continued to praise Chen Haoran. A smile crept onto the old principal's face, nodding in agreement, clearly in favor of their sentiments. At that moment, Chen Haoran found himself in a predicament. He had not anticipated that the Tylo he had just sent fleeing would return, this time accompanied by a formidable older brother, a robust, white-furred Monferno, its expression brimming with rage. The Tylo chattered excitedly to Monferno, recounting Chen Haoran's transgressions. Upon hearing this, Monferno released 2 plumes of white steam from its nostrils, clearly infuriated, and lunged at Chen Haoran with a furious roar. Chen Haoran's lips twitched. These Tylo truly lack honor, he thought. This is outrageous. Through the system's scanning feature, he acquired the attribute panel of the imposing Monferno. Name: Monferno. Gender: male. Personality: impulsive. Type: fighting. Ability: blaze. Base stats: 455. Level: intermediate. Sprite potential: elite. Skills: Leer, skilled. Scratch, skilled. Fury swipes, skilled. Karate chop, beginner. Description: Monferno, the chimpanzee sprite, is perpetually irate. Once it fixates on a target, it will not relent until victory is achieved. An intermediate level Monferno, No wonder it commanded a cadre of followers. Listen well, Monferno, being a big brother in this era is no easy task. Best to retreat, Chen Haoran advised. However, Monferno's anger only intensified upon hearing Chen Haoran's words. It charged directly at him, ignoring the principles of fair play. Chapter 16. The extraordinary skill of multiple shadow clones. With fury in its eyes, Monferno raised its claws, ready to administer a devastating onslaught with its fury swipes. Froakie, use amplified punch, Chen Haoran urgently commanded, seeking to protect himself from this brazen attack. Although the amplified punch had a power rating of only 40, Froakie adeptly transformed its attributes to match those of the punch, significantly enhancing its damage output. Despite the fighting-type skills dealing only double damage to Monferno's fighting-type attributes, the impact remained substantial. When Froakie's amplified punch collided with Monferno's fury swipes, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Both sprites were sent flying, but Froakie only tumbled back 2 meters, while Monferno rolled several meters across the ground, effectively neutralized. Seizing the opportunity, Froakie executed multiple shadow clones once more and unleashed another amplified punch. Chen Haoran had long harbored a notion that if he used multiple shadow clones to perform an amplified punch, and each clone struck the enemy, the damage bonuses from each clone would accumulate back onto the original. After all, the system panel had clearly stated that when clones dissipate, all their data returns to the original. If possible, the skill of multiple shadow clone, Chen Haoran would directly refer to it as a divine technique. Invincible. The outcome hinges on this experiment. A flicker of excitement flashed in Chen Haoran's eyes as 7 Froakies approached the fiery monkey, raising their glowing fists and striking it with a series of resounding thuds. The fiery monkey howled in pain, its eyes ablaze with fury, smoke billowing from its body. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its powerful skill, Rampage, boasting an impressive power of 120. It charged towards the Froakie, only for them to disperse their clones. Then, they executed amplified punch once more. Chen Haoran's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly commanded the Froakie. Bang, bang, bang. The clones transformed instantaneously into a puff of white smoke, vanishing from sight. A sharp aura emanated from the Froakie, its right fist radiating a blinding light. Striking like the wind, unstoppable. With a single punch, it collided with the fiery monkey, creating a colossal sound as the creature was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing through several trees. Dazed, its eyes spun in circles, completely losing its combat capability. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with shock and, more predominantly, exhilaration. His conjecture had proven to be true. This was undoubtedly a cheat. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Haoran realized that when the Froakie retracted its clones, the attack power of the clones was transferred back to the main body, elevating the Froakie's attack to its maximum level of 6, an astonishing 4-fold increase. Thus, the fiery monkey was sent hurtling over 10 meters away. Poor creature. The fiery monkey must have been utterly devastated. Multiple shadow clone is truly remarkable. I shall henceforth deem it a divine technique. Chen Haoran shouted in his heart with fervor. The remaining long-tailed monkeys gazed at the Froakie in terror, huddling together and trembling. In high spirits, Chen Haoran paid no heed to the mischievous monkeys and continued onward with his Froakie. Meanwhile, in the school surveillance room, the old principal and several school officials were left agape, mouths agape, as if they could fit a large watermelon, staring incredulously at the footage on the screen. What were they witnessing? A mid-level elementary Pokémon had just sent a late-stage elementary Pokémon flying over 10 meters with a single punch. If not for the trees blocking the path, it might have ended up in the Arctic. Is this truly the Froakie with a physical attack base stat of 56? Surely, it cannot be the Froakie with the ability of Strongman. This shattered the traditional perceptions of the old principal and plunged them into profound existential doubt. Is this Froakie truly a frog or a bull? How could it possess such immense strength? Could it possibly be the legendary bullfrog? One of the school officials pursed his lips, uncertainly asking. The old principal found himself momentarily speechless, tugging at his hair, racking his brain to discern any explanation. Perhaps this Froakie was equipped with an item that enhances its attack, coupled with the amplified punch that elevates its attack by 1 stage. That must be the reason for its formidable strength. The old principal pondered and managed to concoct a somewhat reasonable explanation. Indeed, that is plausible, the old principal acknowledged. We can only conclude it is so. However, this student Chen Haoran is truly exceptional, not only for creating his own skills, but also for nurturing his Pokémon to such impressive heights. Truly, We are blessed at Linhai #1 High School. Yes, yes. Perhaps we have hope for the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. The other school officials chimed in joyfully, their gazes toward Chen Haoran becoming increasingly fond. The old principal's eyes were glued to Chen Haoran on the screen, unblinking, silently contemplating. Come now. Let me see what other talents you possess, Chen Haoran. Chapter 17. The kingly potential of the diligent Snorlax. Chen Haoran ventured deeper into the forest when suddenly, the resounding sound of crashing echoed in his ears, sparking a flicker of curiosity within him. Following the direction of the noise, he pressed on until a massive figure gradually came into view. To his astonishment, it was a Snorlax. Moreover, it was evidently larger than the average Snorlax, which typically stands between 2 to 1 meters. This one appeared to be at least 5 meters tall. What baffled Chen Haoran even more was that this Snorlax was not sleeping, but was instead throwing punches against a hillside. Was it training? A Snorlax training? This defies logic. Snorlaxes are notoriously lazy, eating until full and then sleeping, repeating this cycle. Is this truly the Snorlax I know? Chen Haoran found himself in a state of confusion. Subsequently, he activated the system's scanning function to obtain this Snorlax's attribute panel. Name, Snorlax. Gender, male. Nature, diligent. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Base stats, 540. Level, late mid-stage. Pokémon potential, kingly. Skills, tackle, mastery. Role, mastery. Amplified punch, mastery. Heavy slam, proficient. Description, Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon, typically requires 400 kilograms of food daily to be satisfied before sleeping. However, this particular Snorlax possesses an extraordinary desire to grow stronger. Gasp! Upon viewing this Snorlax's attributes, Chen Haoran instantly inhaled sharply. This potential is indeed kingly, and the skill proficiencies are astonishingly high, with several at mastery level. It must be training diligently every day. This Snorlax's diligence is rather extraordinary, and its strength has reached the late mid-stage level, making it a definite boss within the small secret realm. This will be my second Pokémon. Chen Haoran gazed at the Snorlax, a fervent glimmer flashing in his eyes. An adorable and diligent little chubby creature, who wouldn't love it? The Nika fruit and armament Haki shall be bestowed upon this Snorlax. Just imagining a Snorlax transforming into a springy figure in its fourth form feels utterly invincible. Ha ha ha. Chen Haoran mused inwardly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Approaching the Snorlax, Chen Haoran solemnly declared, Snorlax, accept my challenge. If you lose, you shall become my Pokémon. The training Snorlax took notice of Chen Haoran, squinting its eyes to glance at him before turning away to continue punching. Seemingly unimpressed by Chen Haoran's presence. Clearly, such a diminutive figure failed to ignite its desire to battle. Chen Haoran's lips twitched, his face displaying a look of exasperation. This hefty creature dares to look down on me. Just wait until I make you call me daddy. Come forth, Froakie. Prepare for battle. Chen Haoran hurled the Pokeball, and Froakie's figure materialized on the ground. Froakie. Upon its emergence, Froakie spotted the colossal Snorlax, turned to Chen Haoran, and croaked a few times, seemingly questioning. Big brother, do you truly expect me to take on such a giant? Chen Haoran chuckled awkwardly, replying, Froakie, believe in yourself. We can surely defeat it. Froakie's expression turned serious as it called out to Snorlax. Froakie. The Snorlax seemed to sense Froakie's fighting spirit, halting its punches and responding with a series of calls. Snorlax. It appeared to say, I accept your challenge. A flicker of excitement danced across Chen Haoran's face. Let us go. Mid-level elementary versus late mid-level. Go all out, Froakie. Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Meanwhile, in the school surveillance room, the old principal and several school leaders erupted in disbelief as they observed Chen Haoran daring to challenge a Snorlax. This Snorlax was well known to them, reigning as a dominant force in the Little Rui secret realm, boasting strength at the late intermediate level. Undoubtedly, it held the title of the realm's sovereign. What was most alarming was the Snorlax's unwavering dedication. It diligently trained its skills and physique daily, resulting in an impressive accumulation of combat experience and skill proficiency. In stark contrast, Chen Haoran possessed only a mid-level Froakie, yet he audaciously chose to challenge it, surpassing a significant level. Wasn't this akin to lighting a lantern in the restroom, seeking death? How could Chen Haoran be so reckless? Although his strength was commendable, such a blatant disregard for the odds was simply unscientific. Indeed, Chen Haoran had acted rashly this time, revealing his youthful naivety, seemingly unaware of the vastness of the world. Oh well, let this serve as a lesson for him, a way to temper his exuberance. After all, every genius requires honing. does he not? This could be an opportunity. What do you think, Principal? As the school leaders watched the surveillance footage, nearly rushing to pull Chen Haoran out, they engaged in heated discussions. The old principal, however, remained silent, a contemplative expression gracing his face as he slowly uttered, "Perhaps he might prevail? This lad cannot be confined by conventional wisdom. Let us observe." Chapter 18. Capturing the Snorlax version of Luffy at this moment. The battle between Snorlax and Froakie was on the brink of commencing. Froakie, use double team. Chen Haoran commanded. Taking the initiative, Froakie emitted a cloud of white smoke, and soon 6 identical Froakies appeared. Simultaneously, Snorlax sprang into action, its massive form barreling toward the group of Froakies. Initiating its tackle attack. Froakie, evade with quick attack. Chen Haoran calmly instructed. All Froakies executed the quick attack simultaneously, deftly avoiding Snorlax's onslaught. Now, use pound. Chen Haoran yelled. Seizing the moment, the 7 Froakies' fists glowed with brilliance as they struck fiercely against Snorlax's body. However, Snorlax merely swayed slightly, seemingly unfazed. Then, with its immense bulk, Snorlax lunged toward the group of Froakies, executing its heavy slam. Froakie, disperse the clones and dodge. Chen Haoran's voice rang out again. Just as Snorlax was about to crush the Froakies, they transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into the air, while the real Froakie utilized quick attack to evade the impending heavy slam. With a resounding crash, Snorlax's weighty form slammed into the cold ground. Froakie, now's your chance. Use spiral energy. Chen Haoran's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he shouted. Froakie's aura surged menacingly, akin to a bullfrog awakened from slumber. With an attack power quadrupled, Froakie's right hand coalesced a vibrant blue energy sphere, roughly the size of a watermelon, which swiftly appeared beside Snorlax. The spiral energy collided forcefully with Snorlax's abdomen, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the forest. The 100 power of the spiral energy, combined with its mastery level, yielded a staggering 120 power. With the added versatility trait granting a 15-fold boost, this culminated in an awe-inspiring 180 power attack from Froakie. Indeed, this was Froakie's most formidable combination move to date. Amidst the billowing smoke, a gentle breeze swept through, gradually clearing the haze. There stood Froakie, poised and serene, while Snorlax lay motionless on the freezing ground, its eyes swirling. Rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Go, Pokeball! Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tossed a Pokeball, which struck Snorlax and enveloped it in a radiant red light, drawing it inside. The ball flickered, and Chen Haoran inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. Ding! Fortunately, the light of the Pokeball transformed to yellow, signifying that he had successfully captured Snorlax. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Haoran's face as he rushed over to retrieve the Pokeball containing Snorlax. He yearned to strike a pose akin to that of a renowned Pokémon master during a capture, yet the thought felt too embarrassing, compelling him to suppress this peculiar notion. Snorlax, I shall take excellent care of you. I promise to make you the strongest Snorlax. Chen Haoran solemnly declared to the Pokeball. The Pokeball gently swayed, seemingly responding to Chen Haoran's earnest words. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, capturing your second Pokémon. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward. 1 candy, 1 soothing bell, and 1 heavy punch skill. Ding! Congratulations, your Froakie has defeated Snorlax despite the level disparity, gaining a substantial amount of experience. Learning device bonus applied. Ding! Congratulations. Your Froakie's level has increased. Current level, late intermediate. Chen Haoran's smile blossomed even more radiantly, outshining the summer blooms. He promptly fed the candy to Froakie, successfully elevating it to the pinnacle of the intermediate level, and examined the details of the remaining 2 items. Name, Soothing Bell, description, when worn by a Pokémon. It significantly enhances their affection, leading to gradual increases in intimacy thereafter. Name, Heavy Punch, type, normal, physical, power, 80, description, attacks the enemy with a powerful punch, inflicting substantial damage. The Soothing Bell would be perfect for Froakie, fostering the bond necessary for its evolution into a wise amphibian. The Heavy Punch was ideally suited for Snorlax. Chen Haoran then equipped Snorlax with the shiny Pokémon card, Nika Fruit, and Haki from his system backpack. Now, Snorlax would debut at its peak, significantly enhancing its capabilities. Chen Haoran opened Snorlax's attribute panel. Name, Snorlax, Shiny. Shiny effect. HP increased by 10. Gender, male. Nature, diligent. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Base stats, 540. Level, late intermediate. Pokémon potential, king level. Skills acquired. Tackle, mastery. Role, mastery. Pound, Mastery. Heavy Slam, Proficient. Heavy Punch, Mastery. Special Trait. Nika Fruit Mythical Form possessing unique abilities. First Stage Skills. Rubber Pistol, Power 60. Rubber Rocket, Power 80. Rubber Machine Gun, Power 80. Rubber Balloon, Transform. Second Stage Skills. Rubber Jet Pistol, Power 100. Rubber Jet Rocket, Power 120. Rubber Jet Machine Gun, Power 120. Rubber Fire Fist, Power 130. Third Stage Skills. Rubber Giant Pistol, Power 120. Rubber Giant Rocket, Power 140. Rubber Giant Battle Axe, Power 140. Rubber Giant Seal, Power 140. Fourth Stage. Not yet unlocked. Fifth Stage. Not yet unlocked. Note: all rubber skills are of the normal type. Special Skill. Armament Haki significantly enhances the defense and attack power of the spirit, and can also be used in conjunction with certain skills to increase their power by 100. Note: generally, after applying Haki to normal type skills, they can hit ghost type spirits. Introduction. Snorlax, the sleeping spirit, typically consumes 400 kilograms of food daily, only to sleep once sated. However, this particular Snorlax possesses an unusually strong desire to grow stronger. Chapter 19. Seizing the Eugen Flower, the Froakie evolves. Chen Haoran gazed silently at Snorlax's current attribute panel, utterly astounded. Incredible. Truly formidable. The shimmering effect indicated an increase in health, perfectly suited for the hefty Snorlax. It turned out that consuming the devil fruit had granted it a unique constitution, not to mention a repertoire of abilities akin to those of Monkey D. Luffy. This was an absolute boon. However, it was evident that these skills lacked any level of proficiency, seemingly fixed in place. Armament Haki, classified as a special skill, doubled the power of certain techniques. For instance, after incorporating Haki, the Gum Gum Pistol transformed into a skill with a staggering power of 120. Astonishing. The Heavyweight Punch, originally at 80 power, would soar to 160 with Haki applied. Moreover, it could even strike ghost-type spirits. How imposing. Chen Haoran mused inwardly about how many ghost-type abilities could be vanquished. Content with his findings, Chen Haoran proceeded deeper into the forest, unaware that the surveillance room at the school was on the verge of chaos. In the monitoring room, the old principal, Zhang Guoli, along with several school officials, gaped wide-eyed, astonished by the footage before them. What had they just witnessed? A Froakie at the intermediate stage had managed to obliterate a Snorlax at the late intermediate stage with a move reminiscent of Shadow Ball. Was this some sort of national joke? Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a tale. Gulyalu. At that moment, a sound, perhaps someone nervously swallowing, shattered the silence. Oh, wise principal. We are indeed dim-witted and cannot comprehend this maneuver. Might you elucidate it for us? If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would refuse to believe that a Froakie at the intermediate stage could so effortlessly dispatch a Snorlax at the late intermediate stage. I'm feeling a bit emo, and it's not even midnight yet. Have the youth today become so competitive? How are we, the older generation, to survive? The school officials collectively fell into self-deprecation, illustrating the profound impact Chen Haoran's actions had on them. Only upon hearing their remarks did the old principal shake off his astonishment. Could it be that this Froakie possesses the strength of a peak intermediate spirit? Zhang Guoli suppressed his shock and uncertainty, speaking hesitantly. Yet just yesterday, he had distinctly sensed that this Froakie was merely at the intermediate stage. Zhang Guoli, tugging at his sparse hair in frustration, added, regardless. Chen Haoran is a student of our school. I have a hunch that perhaps this time, Linhai No. 1 High School will gain renown. Huh. Are you suggesting that Chen Haoran could be the top scorer in the college entrance examination? That seems implausible. They were acutely aware that Linhai City was merely a third-tier city, while the elite high schools in the capital, the Magical City, and the Flower City had students whose spirits had been nurtured from a young age, blessed with wealth and resources. How could they possibly compete? I believe it would be remarkable if any student from Linhai No. 1 High School could rank within the top 500 in the National College Entrance Examination. Indeed. In our school's history, the best ranking we have achieved was 1,600. With millions of candidates each year, that is already commendable. Zhang Guoli's remarks astonished the other officials, sparking yet another discussion. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoli remained silent, his gaze fixated on the composed young man on the monitor, seemingly searching for answers in his countenance. As Chen Haoran advanced through the forest with Froakie, he suddenly caught a whiff of a rich floral fragrance, which piqued his interest. Following the scent, he traversed several dozen meters until he stumbled upon a breathtaking sea of blossoms, awash with vibrant colors, where a swarm of butterfree danced gracefully, resembling a fairyland. This scene left Chen Haoran utterly mesmerized. He soon noticed a luminous bud amidst the floral expanse, seemingly on the verge of blooming, surrounded by several Beedrill, circling in anticipation. Chen Haoran quickly scanned the bud's attribute panel. Name: Eugen flower. Description: a miraculous flower that, when consumed by a spirit, can rapidly enhance its strength. Such a treasure. Chen Haoran would certainly not let it slip through his fingers. He commanded Froakie to use Bubble to disperse the Beedrill, promptly instructing Froakie to chase them away. No, to drive away the bees. Having scanned the Beedrill's attributes, Chen Haoran was aware that their strength was merely at the late beginner stage, easily manageable by Froakie. Froakie, use Bubble and drive them off. Froakie leapt, launching bubbles from its neck toward the Beedrill, striking them directly in the head and obscuring their vision, eliciting their furious buzzing. Froakie, use Double Team and finish them off with the Spiral Shuriken. Upon Chen Haoran's command, a puff of white smoke enveloped Froakie, and 6 identical clones emerged. With its right hand, Froakie conjured a blue sphere and struck the Beedrill, knocking them down, leaving them incapacitated, their eyes swirling. At this moment, the Eugen flower began to unfurl, nearing full maturation. Chen Haoran approached, and as the flower blossomed completely, he plucked it and handed it to Froakie. Froakie! Froakie croaked joyfully, extending its long tongue to devour the Eugen flower whole. At that instant, after consuming the Eugen flower, Froakie's level catapulted to the early intermediate stage, and a brilliant light erupted from its body. This was the light of evolution. Chapter 20. A chance encounter with Shangwan Linger, the rubber Snorlax defeats the enemy. Seeing the radiant light emanating from Froakie, Chen Haoran realized that Froakie was about to evolve. The light surrounding Froakie's body gradually ascended, accompanied by a humming sound, until it dissipated, revealing a spirit resembling a frog in deep and light blue hues standing before Chen Haoran. This was Froakie's evolved form, the Frogadier. Having ascended to the intermediate spirit level, Frogadier could now learn the Tailed Beast Cloak skill, which Chen Haoran promptly applied. Using the system to scan, Chen Haoran acquired Frogadier's latest attribute panel. Name: Frogadier, Shiny. Shiny effect. Increases both attack stats by 10. Gender: male. Nature: Slowpoke. Type: water. Ability: adaptability. Base stats: 405. Level: early intermediate. Spirit potential: King class. Skills: Amplification Punch, proficient. Bubble, proficient. Spiral Shuriken, expert. Double Team, expert. Thunderbolt, proficient. Water Pulse, beginner. Smoke, beginner. Special skill: upon activating the Tailed Beast Cloak, significantly enhances all attributes: speed, dual attack, dual defense, HP, and allows control of the cloak for offensive maneuvers. Introduction: Frogadier, the Bubble Frog Spirit, possesses exceptional control, capable of hitting a can from 30 meters away with a pebble. Mastering 2 new skills, Water Pulse and Smoke. The Tailed Beast Cloak has finally been mastered, significantly enhancing the strength of the Froggy. Soon, I will learn Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God technique, donning a forehead protector inscribed with 4th Hokage, transforming into a veritable version of Minato Namikaze's ninja frog. Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel that there was indeed a striking resemblance between Minato and the ninja frog. It was utterly absurd. Could it be that I might one day acquire the summoning technique of the Great Toad and have the ninja frog summon a colossal toad? Wouldn't that breach the rules? After all, a giant toad resembles a spirit, doesn't it? Chen Haoran found this notion exceedingly amusing. The judges would surely be dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Boom. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring sounds erupted, accompanied by the crashing of trees. Chen Haoran turned to see clouds of dust rising from the forest ahead, trees toppling one after another. Before long, a girl came sprinting towards him with a mini-dragon, closely pursued by a serpentine creature composed entirely of rocks, the Onyx. The girl was none other than the class leader of Class 1, Shangwan Ling. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her face pale, as she dashed forward. Upon spotting Chen Haoran, she momentarily froze, then urgently shouted, "Classmate, run. This Onyx is at the peak of intermediate strength. Hurry." At that moment, Shangwan Linger bore no semblance of a goddess. She was merely a desperate soul fleeing for her life. It turned out that a girl's survival instinct could be remarkably fierce. Hearing her words, Chen Haoran merely smiled faintly, refusing to flee. Instead, he tossed out the Poke Ball containing Snorlax. "Snorlax, let us go. Your first battle upon returning to the team." A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as the enormous Snorlax appeared, exuding an aura of intimidation, ready to unleash its rubber rocket. Chen Haoran's calm voice resonated, leaving Shangwan Linger still in flight, momentarily stunned, staring at him as if he were a fool. Did he not hear what she said? The pursuing Onix was a formidable intermediate Pokémon. On the brink of advancing to the advanced tier, how could he not run and instead wish to battle? Shangguan was torn between admiring his courage and questioning his sanity. Meanwhile, Snorlax suddenly radiated a dazzling light, enveloped in a shimmering, steel-like black energy. In the next moment, its arms elongated like rubber, swiftly stretching backward before retracting with tremendous force. Utilizing this immense propulsion, Snorlax charged violently towards the Onix. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the forest as Snorlax collided with the giant Onix, sending it crashing backward. With a heavy thud, the enormous creature fell lifelessly to the cold ground, its eyes flashing golden as it succumbed to defeat. This unforeseen turn of events left Shangguan in utter disbelief. Stopping in her tracks, her delicate eyes brimmed with incredulity. How could a Snorlax have such an ability? It had dispatched a peak intermediate Onix in a single blow. Could someone please explain to her what had just transpired? Shangguan felt as though her mind was racing, her CPU straining to process the situation. Come back, Snorlax. As Chen Haoran called Snorlax back, Shangguan finally regained her composure. What on earth was that Snorlax? What kind of power does it possess? How could its arms extend so far? How did it defeat the Onix so effortlessly? Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she bombarded Chen Haoran with questions. Well, you see, I did save you. Yet not even a simple thank you was uttered. Chen Haoran replied, smiling at her. Thank you. Shangguan finally managed to say, feeling a bit embarrassed. She then pressed on. Could you please enlighten me regarding your earlier statements? Her curiosity was palpable. My Snorlax is at the peak of intermediate strength. As for the rest, that remains my secret. Chen Haoran responded slowly. The power of the rubber rocket is 80, and combined with the armament color and type advantages, it reaches a staggering 200. Do you think the Onix could withstand that? Moreover, with Snorlax's weight colliding into it, it was like a nuclear bomb. The Onix could only meet its demise right there. Chapter 21. The End of the Secret Realm. Superpowers. Shangguan chose not to press further, recognizing the implications of respecting his secret. You are the only one from the ordinary class to have made it into the college entrance training camp, aren't you? Shangguan observed Chen Haoran, piecing the puzzle together. Indeed. Chen Haoran shrugged in response. Greetings, classmate. I am Shangguan. May I ask your name? Thank you for rescuing me. Shangguan formally introduced herself. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Haoran, seemingly searching for any distinguishing traits. Hello, Shangguan. I am Chen Haoran. No need for such formality. I merely intervened when I saw injustice. Beast, release that girl. Allow me to handle this. Chen Haoran jested. Uft. Shangguan couldn't help but laugh at his words. I didn't realize you had a sense of humor, she remarked, rolling her eyes. And I didn't realize you could smile. Chen Haoran replied, taken aback by her stunning beauty. Previously, he had only seen her cold demeanor. This was the first time he witnessed her smile, leaving him astonished. Am I not human? Can I not smile? Shangguan retorted, giving him another dramatic eye roll. Okay. Chen Haoran sighed, bemused by her penchant for rolling her eyes. Ding ding ding. At that moment, both their student watches erupted in alarm, signaling that the secret realm's time had concluded and they needed to prepare for departure. Is it already time? Chen Haoran exclaimed, slightly startled. Well, what do you think? Let us head back. Shangguan turned off the alarm and began walking back. Reluctantly, Chen Haoran abandoned his quest for treasures and followed in her footsteps. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Guoli and others had been watching the spectacle of Snorlax's astonishing defeat of the Onix and were left questioning their very existence, rendered speechless in the monitoring room. Tonight was the night of the Silent Bridge. How did Snorlax become so radiant all of a sudden? How could it extend its arms? What skill had it employed? A flurry of questions raced through their minds, tormenting them. Principal, could you please explain this to us? The school leaders implored Zhang Guoli, their faces filled with anticipation. Rubbing his thinning hair, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhang Guoli's eyes. I understand now. I comprehend. The other school leaders were momentarily taken aback before eagerly inquiring. What did you figure out? Please, tell us. Yes, do share. Zhang Guoli gazed at Chen Haoran's striking silhouette, exhilarated. Chen Haoran must have awakened superpowers. The other school leaders gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, superpowers. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with shock. In this world, it was indeed possible for humans to awaken superpowers, but the chances were dishearteningly slim. 1 in 100 million might be fortunate enough to awaken such abilities. However, anyone who awakens superpowers possesses immense potential. As they mature, they invariably become the pinnacle of human strength. For instance, one of the 10 great kings of Huagua, The telekinetic King Lilith awakened her telekinetic abilities. Not only can she stand shoulder to shoulder with elves in her human form, but she can also wield telekinesis to enhance the combat prowess of elves significantly. Similarly, we have our champion-level trainer from Huagua, Longdu, who awakened his affinity with dragon-type creatures. Not only does he possess a natural affinity for dragon-type elves, but he can also amplify their strength. Born into a prestigious family of dragon-type elves, Longdu's awakened powers have allowed him to excel remarkably, becoming a quasi-king trainer at the age of 22, ascending to the rank of Dragon King among the top 10 at 25, and finally claiming the championship title at 28, establishing himself as one of the strongest trainers in Huagua. It is fair to say that Longdu's life is a legend. Chen Haoran previously wondered whether this individual might also be a time traveler or a player with extraordinary luck. To return to the main topic, it is evident that those who awaken superpowers are destined to become top-tier warriors. Given Chen Haoran's remarkable abilities, which can greatly enhance the strength of elves and even induce mutations in Snorlax's body, it is clear that his powers are extraordinary. System, you certainly have an eye for talent. As the school leaders recalled various matters concerning Chen Haoran, a light bulb moment struck them. Yes, this is the only explanation for such extraordinary occurrences. Could it be that Linhai No. 1 High School is truly on the verge of a rise? Is it possible that before our retirement, we might even produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination? Superpowers. After teaching for decades, I have encountered a student with awakened superpowers for the first time. This is indeed our fortune and the fortune of Linhai No. 1 High School. In the monitoring room, excitement radiated from everyone's faces, and joy filled the air as they envisioned Linhai No. 1 High School gaining fame far and wide. Calm down, calm down. Zhang Guoli suppressed his excitement, stroked his beard, and spoke in a trembling voice to maintain composure. Let us call Chen Haoran over. We'll find out soon enough. Chapter 22. System Superpower. Chen Haoran and Shangguan Linger emerged from the Little Ru-E secret realm, discovering that the others had already returned, with only the two of them lagging behind. Perhaps their formidable strength allowed them to venture further, thus prolonging their return. As Chen Haoran and Shangguan Linger appeared side by side, they immediately drew the attention of the crowd, who regarded Chen Haoran with curious glances. Among them, a strikingly handsome young man glared at Chen Haoran with a sullen expression, seemingly harboring a grudge against him for winning over his beloved. Chen Haoran noticed the expressions of his classmates and turned to Shangguan Linger, asking, "Why are they looking at us like that?" Shangguan Linger shot him a glance and replied, "Ignore them. They're just a bunch of bored people." With that, she joined the group. Chen Haoran shrugged and returned to the ranks. Unbeknownst to him, the handsome young man's expression darkened further upon witnessing Chen Haoran's intimate conversation with Shangguan Linger, his gaze towards Chen Haoran now imbued with a chilling intensity. Seeing the smiles on their faces, it was evident that the students had enjoyed a fruitful experience. Some had captured powerful elves, while others had encountered valuable items to enhance their elves' abilities. These were all personal fortunes. Work hard, and since you all seem tired today, we'll dismiss early. Go home and treat yourselves to a nice meal, as military personnel will arrive tomorrow to take you to the training camp for the college entrance examination. There, you will face challenges, and I hope you can persevere. The old principal, seeing that everyone was present, stepped onto the podium and addressed the crowd. "Thank you, Principal." The students below responded with delight, their faces alight with joy. "All right, you are dismissed." Zhang Guoli cast a glance at Chen Haoran, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Chen Haoran, please stay behind. I need to speak with you." The others looked at Chen Haoran in surprise, puzzled as to why the principal singled him out. Yet, one by one, they departed, leaving Chen Haoran, somewhat bewildered, alone. "Hello, Chen Haoran." Zhang Guoli and several school leaders approached with expressions of delight, causing Chen Haoran to feel a sudden tightening in his chest. Alone with several men. Could it be that the principal and other leaders had ulterior motives? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chen Haoran's brow. "Chen Haoran, there's no need to be nervous. I only have one question for you," Zhang Guoli said, smiling as he moved closer and patted Chen Haoran's shoulder. "Please, ask away, Principal." Chen Haoran replied, suddenly feeling apprehensive, swallowing hard as he spoke. "Have you awakened superpowers?" Zhang Guoli asked, his face alight with excitement. The other school leaders looked at Chen Haoran with eager anticipation. "Superpowers?" Chen Haoran was momentarily taken aback, blurting out in confusion. "Is it the abilities exhibited by your Froakie and Snorlax in the secret realm that are manifestations of your superpowers?" Principal Zhang inquired further. In that instant, Chen Haoran comprehended that the school had likely been monitoring him in the secret realm, witnessing the extraordinary abilities of his two elves. which led to the speculation of his awakening superpowers. Superpowers. Chen Haoran was well aware of this concept, and had previously pondered how to explain the various transformations of his elves, as they would inevitably be discovered. Now, he had the perfect excuse. His eyes lit up as he attributed everything to his superpower, which indeed made sense. Moreover, the system, in a certain sense, could be regarded as the superpower he had awakened. Named System Superpower. Chen Haoran feigned a shocked expression and looked at Zhang Guoli, saying, "You've discovered my secret. I have indeed awakened superpowers. I thought I was hiding it well, but I see I could not escape your keen insight, principal." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoli's joy was palpable, practically overflowing. "Wonderful. This is fantastic. Linhai No. 1 High School is about to rise. Rest assured, Chen Haoran, I will immediately help you apply for a scholarship, allowing you to focus on nurturing your elves and striving for excellent results in the college entrance examination," Zhang Guoli exclaimed, radiating enthusiasm akin to a child. "By the way, could you conveniently reveal what kind of superpower you have awakened?" Zhang Guoli asked, curiosity evident in his tone. My ability allows my elves to awaken unique powers." Chen Haoran hesitated briefly before responding. This ability perfectly explained why his Snorlax could transform into a rubber-like form and accounted for the peculiar abilities of his elves in the future, thereby enabling him to utilize the various powers bestowed by the system without reservation. "Now I understand. This ability holds boundless potential." Zhang Guoli and the other school leaders grasped the situation, realizing why Snorlax's hands could elongate and why Froaki's double team could manifest as tangible images. With the truth unveiled, their gazes towards Chen Haoran were filled with admiration. One of the school administrators brazenly inquired whether Chen Haoran had a girlfriend, suggesting that he could introduce him to his granddaughter, who had just begun her first year of junior high. This left Chen Haoran utterly flabbergasted, prompting him to hastily concoct an excuse to make his escape. Subsequently, he left the school and returned home, finding that his parents had yet to finish work. Having gotten out of class early, he decided to venture to the small hill behind the school. Chapter 23. A return to the egg betting shop. The semi-champion Cardigan dog. Upon reaching the small hill, Chen Haoran released both his Froakie and Snorlax. Froakie employed the technique of double team, now managing to create 10 clones, which significantly accelerated the proficiency of its skills. As for Snorlax, it lacked such an extraordinary ability and had to rely on its own training to improve its skill proficiency. However, Snorlax's remarkable tenacity and diligence rendered the task rather manageable. Chen Haoran encouraged Snorlax to train diligently, enhancing its skill proficiency. If he had sufficient funds, training at a skill academy would expedite the process. But with limited finances, he felt he must devise a method to earn money. As evening approached, Chen Haoran prepared to feed his companions some energy cubes, saying, "You've worked hard, Froakie and Snorlax. Enjoy your meal." The two Pokémon settled down eagerly to devour the energy cubes. Chen Haoran affectionately patted Froakie's little head and Snorlax's ample belly, reveling in the comforting sensation. He instructed the clones to continue training and headed home with Snorlax and Froakie. Upon his return, Chen Haoran found that his mother had already prepared dinner. After washing his hands, he sat down to eat, noticing an unusually lavish spread, featuring his favorite dishes. He spoke up, "Mom and Dad, I'm heading to the college entrance exam training camp tomorrow. I won't be back for a month." His mother, with teary eyes, served him braised pork, saying, "The school informed us around noon. Make sure to eat well. I've heard the food there isn't great. You must prioritize your safety and health, and don't take unnecessary risks." "All right. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. I understand." Chen Haoran reassured his mother, Luo Cooling. His father, Lin Jinghua, chimed in. "Remember to follow orders at the training camp and don't clash with the officers, understand?" Chen Haoran nodded in agreement. As for his sister, Lin Xiaoru, she was busy eating. After dinner, Chen Haoran stepped out onto the street and made his way to a lottery egg shop. Indeed, he was there to gamble on eggs. With time on his side, Chen Haoran intended to procure a promising Pokémon for his sister, one that, with proper nurturing, could significantly enhance her abilities by the time of next year's entrance exams, ensuring she could secure a place at a prestigious university. He avoided the previous champion Pokémon shop, suspecting that he had become a target of scrutiny there. Upon arriving at a shop named Fortune Favors the Bold Egg Shop, which was bustling with customers, he inferred that the quality of the Pokémon eggs must be quite good. Standing before the Pokémon display, he activated his external device, which revealed the attributes and skills of each egg before him. Name, Psyduck egg. Gender, female. Nature, cheerful. Type, water. Ability, damp. Potential, high. Inherited skill, hypnosis. Name, Pidgey egg. Gender, male. Nature, carefree. Type, flying. Ability, keen eye. Potential, high. Inherited skill, air/name, cardigan dog egg. Gender, female. Nature, cheerful. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate. Potential, semi-champion. Inherited skill, morning sun. Each Pokemon egg awaited Chen Haoran's discerning eye like a young girl yearning for admiration. At last, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, a red and gray egg caught his attention. It was the rare cardigan dog egg, a highly sought-after Pokemon that evolved into the swift and powerful Arcanine, boasting a base stat total of 555 and semi-champion potential, a remarkable find indeed. Moreover, the loyalty of this dog made it an ideal companion for his sister. Chen Haoran purchased it for 50,000, opting not to hatch it on-site but instead spending an additional 2,000 on an incubator to bring it home. Upon arriving home, his mother, upon seeing the incubator containing the egg, exclaimed in surprise, "Son, how did you acquire another Pokemon egg? Was it from gambling again?" Lin Jingwa's expression darkened, suspecting his son had developed a gambling addiction. "Where did you get the money? Have you become obsessed with betting?" Unaware of their concerns, Chen Haoran quickly replied, "Mom, Dad, this money is from a scholarship I applied for at school. I bought this egg for my sister, with her upcoming entrance exams next year. It's about time she had a Pokemon." Upon hearing this, their expressions softened, and Chen Haoran felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that the principal's promise of a scholarship provided a valid excuse. "What kind of Pokemon is in that egg? Hurry and hatch it. Xiaoru, come out. Your brother bought you a Pokemon egg." His mother hastily called for Lin Xiaoru. Lin Xiaoru looked at her brother with a puzzled expression, thinking, "Did he really buy me a Pokemon? I hope it's not a Rattata egg." "Xiaoru, press this button on the incubator to hatch it." Chen Haoran handed the incubator to her. Although she was reluctant, the presence of their parents made it difficult for her to refuse, and she cast a glance at Chen Haoran before pressing the hatching button. Let us see what kind of Pokemon emerges. Chapter 24. Preparing to depart. The love-struck king of scallions. As the light from the incubator faded, a charming little dog emerged before Chen Haoran and the others. "Cardigan dog?" Lin Xiaoru gasped in disbelief upon seeing the fluffy puppy. Lin Jingwa and Luo Cooling were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Son, is this the cardigan dog that evolves into Arcanine?" Luo Cooling asked incredulously. "Indeed, Mom." Chen Haoran replied with a gentle smile. "Arcanine is an incredibly powerful Pokemon with a base stat of over 200,000. Your luck is simply astounding," Luo Cooling exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Jingwa could only stare at the adorable cardigan dog, lost for words, while Lin Xiaoru stood frozen, awestruck. "Is this really my Pokemon? Once it evolves, it will have a base stat of 555, such a high value. Its potential must be at least gym level. This is going to be my first Pokemon. Am I dreaming?" Lin Xiaoru felt as though she were ensconced in a dream. In her dreams, she had often envisioned possessing a rare Pokemon. She had fantasized countless times that her first Pokemon might be a Caterpie or perhaps a Oddish. Never had she imagined that she would come to own an adorable dog Pokemon, a Rockruff, coveted by many. The happiness arrived so unexpectedly that it left her momentarily breathless. "Why are you still standing there, silly sister? Quickly embrace your first Pokemon," Chen Haoran reminded Lin Xiaoru, who was still frozen in awe. The Rockruff, a Pokemon renowned for its loyalty, would choose its first human companion to be its owner for life. Oh. Lin Xiaoru snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the incubator, gently lifting the Rockruff into her arms. She didn't even register Chen Haoran's affectionate address. "Woof woof." The Rockruff joyfully yipped, happily licking Lin Xiaoru's cheek. "Oh, that tickles." "Ha ha." She laughed, prompting a flicker of satisfaction in Chen Haoran's expression. It had been a long time since he had seen his sister smile. It felt wonderful. Their parents exchanged glances, witnessing Lin Xiaoru's joyful countenance alongside Chen Haoran, and a glimmer of contentment passed between them. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Haoran awoke to the relentless ringing of the alarm clock. As he washed up and sat down for breakfast, he was astonished to find his sister, who rarely appeared in the mornings, also present. Chen Haoran felt a swell of pride. It seemed his gift of the Rockruff had not been in vain. His sister's senses appeared to be improving. Just then, their mother's voice called out, "Son, hurry up and eat. I've allowed your sister to take the day off to take the Rockruff for a checkup and buy some dog food." Chen Haoran thought to himself, "So, she wasn't waiting specifically for me to eat breakfast." He couldn't help but smirk, feeling somewhat exasperated. During breakfast, their mother continued to remind Chen Haoran to study diligently at the training camp. After sweating through her admonishments, he finally set off for school. Upon arriving at school, Lin Haoran noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance, including a military bus and a large vehicle. Several imposing men in military uniforms were conversing with Principal Zhongguoli. One man, appearing to be in his 30s, had piercing eyes that sparkled with determination and wore a friendly smile. Clad in camouflage, with the insignia of a captain gleaming in the sunlight, Lin Haoran felt a twinge of respect. Regardless of the world, soldiers of Huaguo were always deserving of admiration. He quietly approached Shangguan Ling, the only person he was acquainted with among the crowd, and greeted her casually. "Good morning, Shangguan classmate." "Good morning." Shangguan Ling did not dismiss him, which relieved Lin Haoran, as he would have felt quite awkward otherwise. The other students exchanged incredulous glances, wondering how this ordinary classmate had managed to befriend someone as affluent and beautiful as Shangguan Ling, and their expressions morphed into amused curiosity as they scrutinized Lin Haoran and another handsome young man nearby. The handsome young man beside Shangguan Ling, with a scowling countenance, directed a challenging gaze at Lin Haoran. "Who are you? How well do you know Shangguan Ling? Don't try to get close." Lin Haoran blinked in surprise at the young man. "Well, aren't you quite the dashing fellow? Just a smidge less appealing than I am," he thought to himself, feeling inexplicably competitive. "What does it matter to you who I am? Are you implying that Shangguan classmate belongs to you? I can speak to her if I wish." Lin Haoran retorted, unwilling to be polite to someone who clearly idolized Shangguan Ling. He detested such sycophants, having once idolized his own goddess in a past life, only to end up heartbroken. The handsome young man's expression darkened with fury as he prepared to retaliate, but Shangguan Ling interrupted him, her voice icy. "Wang Sikong, I'm not particularly familiar with you, so please don't attempt to ingratiate yourself." "Haha, did you hear that? Shangguan classmate just told you to back off. You should take your leave." Lin Haoran chuckled mockingly, his tone laced with disdain. Shangguan Ling shot Lin Haoran an exasperated glare, while Wang Sikong's face contorted in anger, as if he had just consumed something vile. Chapter 25, Arrival at the Destination. Bashi Kadilo Wang Sikong's countenance was stormy as he glared at Lin Haoran, pondering in disbelief how this ordinary classmate dared to speak to him in such a manner. He hailed from one of the top 10 enterprises in Linhai City, the Wang Group, boasting a fortune of over $1 billion. People typically fawned over him. Even the teachers at school dared not raise their voices in his presence. Yet here was this ordinary boy speaking so brazenly. He was utterly oblivious to the danger he was courting. However, recognizing a potential connection to Shangguan Ling, Wang Sikong felt a tinge of apprehension. While others may not know her identity, he was well aware that if he could win her favor, his family's fortunes would soar. Linhai City would no longer be his limit, though he had pursued Shangguan Ling for some time. She remained indifferent and often seemed to detest him. This left Wang Sikong feeling frustrated, resorting to the role of a sycophant. "Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with Shangguan classmate?" Wang Sikong coldly inquired, still hoping to uncover Lin Haoran's true identity. "Ding dong. Task triggered. I am your father." As the system's host, Lin Haoran realized he had the right to flaunt himself. This arrogant individual was utterly detestable, and while the host could tolerate it, the system could not. The host's response of "I am your father" would complete the task. Task reward. One of Snorlax's skills will increase in proficiency by 1 level. Just as Lin Haoran was about to speak, the system's icy voice rang in his ears, causing his lips to twitch. This system was rather ridiculous. Such words in a public setting would be most uncouth, unless the reward is enhanced with an additional skill. Ding dong. Task reward amended to. Both of Snorlax's skill proficiency levels will increase by 1. Lin Haoran was taken aback. The system had actually agreed. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. Clearing his throat, he glanced at Wang Sikong and boldly declared, "I am your father." Wang Sikong. Audience members, Shangguan Ling, snicker aside from Shangguan Ling, who burst into laughter. The others stood agape, their mouths wide enough to fit a large watermelon. Incredible. In that moment, incredible was the only word that could encapsulate their feelings. Wang Sikong's face had darkened to an unprecedented degree, his eyes aflame with fury. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Ding dong. Congratulations. Snorlax's heavy slam skill level has risen to perfect. Ding dong. Congratulations. Snorlax's body slam skill level has risen to perfect. As the system notifications rang in Lin Haoran's ears, he felt a surge of joy. Bring on more tasks. I am willing to bear all the sins. Just as Lin Haoran reveled in his triumph, Wang Sikong was seething, preparing to retaliate, when Principal Zhongguoli's booming voice cut through the tension. "Students, allow me to introduce Captain Xiozhe, who will be your chief instructor for this training camp." You must obey Captain Shio's orders without question. Is that clear? Understood. The students chorused in unison. Good. I wish you all the best. Now let us board the bus. Thus, a group of individuals embarked on a bus journey from the school, heading northward. Gazing at the path to strength, they proceeded with steady determination. After 2 hours of travel, the bus finally reached its destination, resembling a small military camp, complete with towering walls and soldiers standing guard. As the bus entered, a building came into view. Alongside numerous soldiers engaged in physical training and Pokémon instruction, the bus halted in front of a structure, and Chen Haoran and his companions disembarked with their luggage. At that moment, Instructor Chiyoze stood in the open area, glanced at his watch, and called out to the crowd. This building will serve as your dormitory. The females will occupy the second floor, while the males will be on the first. You have 3 minutes to put away your belongings. Assemble here in 3 minutes. Latecomers will run 10 laps. With Instructor Chiyoze's command, everyone hurriedly raced to secure their dormitory spots. Chen Haoran was no exception. He dashed to the nearest room and discovered that the dormitory was approximately 50 square meters, containing 4 bunk beds, each with a desk underneath, along with a bathroom. He casually chose a bed and placed his luggage there, and soon, the remaining 3 beds were claimed. Chen Haoran glanced at his new roommates. One was a plump individual with a fair complexion, another wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of refinement, and the last was a robust figure, brimming with muscles. Chen Haoran's lips twitched slightly. What a peculiar combination. For the next month, he would be sharing a living space with these 3. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping outside to gather in the open area. Before long, everyone had assembled. Instructor Chiyoze, with an impassive expression, surveyed the group and spoke. As your principal has informed you, my name is Chiyoze, and I will be responsible for your training over the next month. There is but one requirement: absolute obedience to orders. Can you comply? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Everyone, left face, follow me. The students followed Instructor Chiyoze as he led them to a Pokémon battle arena. He cast a glance over the group and said nonchalantly, Now, I require a battle to gauge your abilities. Only then can I tailor your training accordingly. Come forth, Bisharp. With that, a Pokémon clad in gray and white armor appeared before them, exuding an intimidating aura that caused the crowd to momentarily lose their breath. Gazing enviously at this formidable creature, Bisharp was a notably rare Pokémon, exceedingly handsome, and the object of many a trainer's dreams. Chapter 26, Team Battle. Froakie takes the stage upon witnessing the fearsome Bisharp. Chen Haoran's eyes gleamed with interest as he accessed its attribute panel. Name, Bisharp. Gender, male. Nature, careless. Type, steel. Rock. Ability, defiant. Base stats, 530. Level, mid-high. Potential, gym level. Skills, head smash, master. Harden, master. Metal claw, proficient. Protect, proficient. Rock slide, proficient. Iron tail, proficient. Iron defense, proficient. Heavy slam, proficient. Description: Bisharp, the blade Pokémon, is territorial and will mercilessly attack anyone who dares to disrupt its domain. With Bisharp at an advanced mid-stage, a spark of combat enthusiasm flickered in Chen Haoran's eyes, pondering the potential clash with his Snorlax. Ding-dong task triggered: defeat Bisharp. As a modern-day man of the 21st century, how could he let such an opportunity for showmanship slip by? Defeating Bisharp in front of everyone would allow him to fulfill the task. Task reward: 1 intermediate Pokémon candy, 1 mythical fruit of the demon. At that moment, the delightful voice of the system echoed in Chen Haoran's ears. Upon seeing the rewards, he couldn't help but salivate, gazing at Bisharp as if it were a delicious slice of cake. Instructor Chiyoze observed the envious looks of the crowd and calmly stated, Summon your Pokémon and launch your strongest attacks against mine. I wish to ascertain the true prowess of the top students from Linghai No. 1 High School. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was this the rhythm of a team battle against a boss? Such an exceptional opportunity prompted them to release their Pokeballs, instantly summoning 30 Pokémon to the arena. Among them, 1 Pokémon stood out distinctly: Chen Haoran's Froakie, a rare shiny Pokémon that captured everyone's attention the moment it made its entrance. Even Instructor Chiyoze's eyes reflected a glimmer of surprise. This Froakie appeared to be well-trained and possessed commendable strength. Chen Haoran refrained from releasing his Snorlax for a reason. Typical attacks against Bisharp would inflict a mere 14 damage, proving to be quite a formidable challenge. Thus, he opted for his agile Froakie. Chen Haoran briefly surveyed the Pokémon of his classmates and noted that the highest level among them belonged to Shangguan Linger Stradini, currently at the early mid-stage. It seemed she had reaped considerable rewards from their recent expedition in the Zaire secret realm. The other students were mostly at the initial mid or late stages. This was already the most outstanding cohort from Linghai No. 1 High School. Come now, unleash your full strength, Instructor Chiu Zhe spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone issued attack commands to their Pokémon. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Machop, execute Low Kick. Rhydon, use Stomp. An array of skills bombarded Bisharp. Yet Chen Haoran remained composed and did not issue a command. Bisharp, use Iron Defense, Instructor Chiu Zhe stated without changing his expression. With a roar, Bisharp unleashed a silver glow, activating the Iron Defense skill, which elevated its physical defense by 2 stages. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and collisions filled the air. Yet Bisharp stood resolutely in place, unyielding. Even the fighting-type moves, which were 4 times effective against it, dealt minimal damage due to its level and the Iron Defense skill. Wow. Witnessing Bisharp sustain only a few scratches, the crowd gasped in disbelief. However, this only ignited their competitive spirit, urging them to continue their barrage of attacks. Bisharp, use Heavy Slam, Instructor Chiu Zhe commanded coldly. Bisharp charged forward, barreling through the Pokémon's attacks. Roar! A multitude of Pokémon were sent flying, emitting cries of pain as they lost their fighting capability. Soon, only a handful of the strongest Pokémon remained, including Shangwan Linger's mid-stage Dratini. But it too would not last long. The one faring the best was Chen Haoran's Froakie, which adeptly evaded the lumbering attacks of Bisharp with its agility. Chen Haoran, why aren't you attacking? Shangwan Linger urged him anxiously. She knew Chen Haoran's capabilities. Even a peak mid-stage Onyx had fallen to this Snorlax's might. This Froakie should be no weaker. Don't place your hopes on such a person, mocked Wang Xikong from the side. What can this trash do even if he does act? Son, stop shouting. Don't worry, I will take action, Chen Haoran replied with a smile. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Xikong. Froakie, use Double Team. With a resounding croak, the Froakie emitted a cry, and a plume of white smoke enveloped its surroundings, instantaneously manifesting 10 clones of itself. In unison, all the Froakies unleashed their amplified punch. Chen Haoran's command resonated once more, as the fists of the Froakies glowed with radiant energy, launching toward the Boskage. The sound of collisions echoed fiercely, causing the Boskage to stagger back several steps. Yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. The fighting-type skill inflicted quadruple damage on the Boskage. The amplified punch, with a base power of 40, augmented by a 15-fold increase, culminated in an impressive 60 power, which, when multiplied by 4, resulted in a staggering 240 power attack. Had it not been for the significant level discrepancy between the Froakie and the Boskage, this blow might have incapacitated the formidable opponent. The Boskage let out an enraged roar. This spectacle left its classmates utterly astounded. Could this Froakie truly be so fearsome? It had managed to injure a Boskage? Although the damage was minimal, the Boskage's defenses were simply too formidable. Chapter 27. The Invincible Froakie. This caught the attention of Instructor Chiu Zhe, who realized that this young man was indeed extraordinary. A dog that bites does not bark. With a single strike, he had harmed his own Boskage. And it appeared that the clones had even been capable of striking the Boskage. What could possibly be happening? Did the shadow clones possess physical form? A flicker of intrigue crossed Chiu Zhe's eyes as he commanded the Boskage. Boskage, use Metal Claw against the Froakie. With a furious roar, the Boskage's right paw ignited with white energy as it charged toward the Froakie. Froakie, dispel the clones. Once more, unleash the amplified punch. Chen Haoran's voice resonated, as the surrounding clones dissipated into wisps of smoke. The Froakie's core exuded an aura of terror, its eyes flashing red as it concentrated energy into its right fist. With a triumphant croak, it surged toward the Boskage's metal claw. This left everyone momentarily speechless. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? To challenge such a powerful Boskage in a contest of strength? Was he out of his mind? The onlookers believed Chen Haoran had lost his senses, except for Shangwan Linger, who furrowed her brow, fixated on the impending clash of the two Pokémon. Instructor Chiu Zhe, too, sensed something amiss. What was the source of the Froakie's suddenly unleashed formidable energy? In that instant, the Froakie's amplified punch collided with the Boskage's metal claw. An explosive sound reverberated throughout the training ground, as the colossal Boskage was sent flying as if struck by a truck, skidding several meters and leaving long scratches on the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion, rendered incapable of battle. It was the Boskage that had fallen. Meanwhile, the Froakie stood resolutely at the center of the arena, resembling an invincible warrior. The training ground fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Surrounding classmates and instructors gazed in shock at the scene, their thoughts collectively echoing. What on earth just transpired? How could this be possible? I am not well versed in this. Can someone explain what just happened? I wish to know. And have you noticed the aura emanating from this Froakie? It appears to have reached the mid-level of the intermediate stage, surpassing even Shangwan's Pokémon in power. So terrifying. Yet even at the mid-level of the intermediate stage, it should be impossible for it to obliterate a high-level Boskage with a single blow, right? The classmates erupted into animated discussions, disbelief etched on their faces. Shangwan Linger maintained a stoic expression, though her eyes betrayed her astonishment. While she had suspected the Froakie to be extraordinary, witnessing it vanquish a high-level Pokémon in a single strike filled her with awe. Chen Haoran, is this truly your full strength, or do you still hold back? Shangwan Linger scrutinized Chen Haoran, who wore a smile, deep in thought. At that moment, the most incensed individual was Wang Xikong, muttering curses, furious that this fellow was so formidable. He glared at Chen Haoran, as though he wished to consume him whole. Instructor Chiyoze regarded Chen Haoran with the eyes of one beholding a monster, fully aware of his Boskage's defensive capabilities, especially after it had employed the Iron Defense skill, bolstering its defense. Even with the use of Amplified Punch, it should not have been possible to annihilate the Boskage in one hit. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired. Chiyoze found himself deeply intrigued by Chen Haoran. Regardless of the circumstances, a high school student capable of defeating a high-level Pokémon was bound to gain entry into a prestigious university. With just a month of training here, he might even vie for the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination against the elite students of the capital. To have nurtured a top scorer would be no trivial achievement. A surge of excitement welled up within Chiyoze. Ahem. Silence, he commanded, producing a Pokeball to withdraw the incapacitated Boskage, then bellowed at the crowd. Instantly, the atmosphere turned still. To be honest, apart from a few individuals, I am quite disappointed with the performance of the rest. Chiyoze's gaze swept over Chen Haoran, Shangwan Linger, and the others before turning to the remaining students, declaring, now, all of you, run 10 laps around the field. Remember, while the strength of Pokémon is crucial, the trainer's physical condition is equally vital. If a trainer lacks physical fitness, they will fail to earn the respect of powerful Pokémon and may encounter various adversities. Furthermore, in the wild, nefarious Pokémon or trainers often prefer to attack trainers directly. So you must prioritize your physical conditioning. From now on, every morning, 10 laps around the field in formation. Let us see who runs slowly. Those who do will go without lunch. Thus, under Instructor Chiyoze's rigorous training regimen, by the end of the day, everyone except Chen Haoran felt utterly exhausted. This left Chen Haoran puzzled, sensing that his physical condition was somewhat extraordinary, prompting him to inquire about it with the system. Ding. As the host of this system, how could your physique be that of a 3-second man? Following the system's modifications, the host's physical condition will improve alongside the Pokémon's levels. Impressive. System. Basic operations are crucial. Kneel in awe. Chen Haoran. Chapter 28. Strict Training. Enhancing Pokémon strength that evening, in the dormitory, after finishing their showers. Chen Haoran's 3 roommates lay on their beds like exhausted dogs, unable to contain their complaints. The plump one, weary but animated, remarked, the entrance exam training camp truly lives up to its reputation. I nearly couldn't endure today. This chubby fellow was named Hao, a member of Class 1. Indeed, I feel as though I could ascend to the heavens. I miss my mother and long to return home, exclaimed a tall, lanky roommate with glasses, shedding a solitary tear as he stared blankly at the ceiling. His name was Chen Haoran, also a student of Class 1. Even I, who regularly exercises, feel drained. I commend you all for your perseverance, chimed in the burly roommate, equally fatigued. He was known as Zhang Dali, a student from Class 2. By the way, Haoran, why do you seem unbothered? He inquired. Is your physique exceptionally good? It's one thing to have a powerful Pokémon that can defeat the instructor's Boskage, but to maintain such fitness, it's quite disheartening for us. Haoran, you must be some sort of silver spoon. The trio teased, glancing at Chen Haoran, who appeared remarkably relaxed. After spending a day together, the 4 had grown familiar with one another. You all seem to have exercised insufficiently. I, on the other hand, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats daily, followed by a 25-kilometer run. Would you not agree that I am quite formidable? Chen Haoran remarked with a beaming smile directed at the trio. Upon hearing this, Hao and Chen Haoran gasped in astonishment, recognizing Chen Haoran's remarkable self-discipline, something they believed they could never achieve. It was no wonder Chen Haoran possessed such an impressive physique. I feel that my exercise regimen is not any less than yours. Zhang Dali scratched his head, perplexed. You surely do not maintain such a routine every day, do you? I have been consistent for 2.5 years. Chen Haoran boasted without hesitation. Ah, that explains it. Chen Haoran, I truly admire you. From now on, I shall learn from you and strive to maintain my commitment, Zhang Dali declared with an expression of reverence, silently resolving to engage in daily exercise in hopes of catching up to Chen Haoran. Let us retire for the night. After all, a dog's life is precious. The night passed without incident. At 6 a.m. the following day, after breakfast, they gathered to commence their grueling physical training. Of course, training their Pokémon was equally essential. Instructor Chiozei, a man of genuine expertise, had devised personalized training opportunities for each Pokémon overnight. For instance, the training for Chen Haoran's Charmeleon involved enhancing its flame-throwing abilities to enable quicker fire releases, along with physical training that required Charmeleon to run with weighted gear. As for Chen Haoran's Froakie, perhaps due to its exceptional strength, Instructor Chiozei focused on its reflexes, speed, and physical prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haoran had Froakie engage in multiple shadow clone training, rapidly increasing its skill proficiency. Meanwhile, Snorlax was diligently training. Its regimen focused on endurance, resilience, and strength. As it struggled under the burden of heavy weights, the diligence and tenacity displayed by Snorlax astonished Instructor Chiozei, who had not anticipated such spirited dedication from a Pokémon of its nature, thereby amplifying his hopes for Chen Haoran's potential. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Everyone's physical fitness had improved significantly. Even the contrasting duo in Chen Haoran's dormitory saw one shed over 10 pounds, though he still remained quite portly. Qinsho had noticeably developed some muscle, though the fair complexion he once had given way to a darker hue. The Pokémon's strengths had also seen remarkable advancements. Chen Haoran's Froakie had reached the late intermediate stage, while Snorlax had achieved the peak of the intermediate stage, teetering on the brink of becoming a high-level Pokémon. This was indeed formidable. It was worth noting that last year's National College Entrance Examination champion's Pokémon was merely at the high-level strength. After these days of intense training, Froakie's skill proficiency had skyrocketed, and it had even learned new abilities. Name: Froakie, Shiny. Shiny effect. Increases both attack and special attack by 10. Gender: male. Nature: relaxed. Type: water. Ability: torrent. Base stats: 405. Level: late intermediate stage. Potential: champion level. Learn skills: amplified punch, expert. Bubble, expert. Hydro pump, expert. Multiple shadow clone, expert. Quick attack, expert. Water pulse, expert. Smoke screen, proficient. Knock off, proficient. Special skill: upon activating its beast cloak, it significantly enhances all attributes: speed, attack, special attack, defense, special defense, HP, and can manipulate the cloak for attacks. Description: Froakie, the Bubble Frog Pokémon, has exceptional control. Capable of hitting a can placed 30 meters away with a pebble. This was Froakie's latest attribute panel, with nearly all skills enhanced to the expert level, an achievement beyond the imagination of others. Even if they were to train at specialized Pokémon skill facilities, such feats were unattainable. Generally, for a Pokémon skills to reach the expert level, it would take years, perhaps 1, 2, or even several years. Of course, there are exceptions for prodigies. Those born with a golden key, who might employ unique methods to enhance their Pokémon's skill potency. For instance, a champion-level Pokémon personally teaching another Pokémon skills could expedite skill proficiency. As for Snorlax, its attribute panel had undergone significant changes. Name: Snorlax, Shiny. Shiny effect. HP increased by 10. Gender: male. Nature: diligent. Type: normal. Ability: thick fat. Base stats: 540. Level: peak intermediate. Potential: champion level. Learn skills: tackle, expert. Rollout, expert. Amplified punch, expert. Body slam, perfect. Heavy slam, perfect. Instant amnesia, beginner. Gradual breakthrough, beginner. Special physique, Nika form of the mythical fruit. With unique skills: skill tier 1. Omitted, skill tier 2. Omitted, skill tier 3. Omitted, tier 4. Not unlocked, tier 5. Not unlocked. Note: all rubber type skills are normal type. Special skill: Armament Haki significantly enhances the Pokémon's defense and attack, and can be used in conjunction with certain skills to increase their power by 100. Note: normal type skills, when augmented with Haki, can strike ghost-type Pokémon. Having reached the peak of the intermediate stage, Snorlax had also mastered 2 new skills: Instant Amnesia, which can instantly elevate its special defense by 2 levels, and Gradual Breakthrough, which inflicts 70 damage while ignoring the opponent's changes. Chen Haoran nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his two Pokémon were growing stronger, and this was merely the beginning. Once they attained high-level status, Froakie would learn Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God techniques, while Snorlax would unlock its 4th and 5th tiers. That would indeed be terrifying. Chen Haoran envisioned the formidable post-bond evolution of his Froakie, executing a Hydro Punch against Groudon, a kick against Kyogre, all while keeping Rayquaza tucked under his arm. At this moment, on the training ground, the students of the preparatory class stood in perfect formation, akin to a battalion of disciplined soldiers. Instructor Chiyoze stood before them, surveying the crowd before addressing them. Congratulations on completing your physical training. The students erupted with joy, shouting in unison, "Hooray! This is fantastic! Long live, long live, long live!" Oh, we've finally made it through. It was truly beyond human capability. Their excitement was palpable, with burly men shedding tears and delicate women gasping for breath. Some students even embraced each other in exhilaration, reflecting the grueling nature of the past 10 days of training. Thankfully, they had all persevered. Yet, a new round of challenges was about to commence. As the cheers subsided, Instructor Chiyoze's ominous voice cut through the air once more, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. A soft gulp echoed, reverberating loudly amidst the stillness, transforming the jubilant expressions on their faces into sheer terror as they gazed at their formidable instructor. The upcoming 10 days of training would be titled Wilderness Survival. I will place you in a forest teeming with wild Pokémon, all of which are notoriously temperamental. You are to survive there for 10 days. Of course, I will graciously provide you with a survival kit containing essential items such as a knife, a lighter, Yunnan Baiyao, bandages, and Pokémon medicine, Instructor Chiyoze stated, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the group. All right, grab the survival packs and prepare to board the vehicle. The group, filled with despair and resignation, hurriedly rushed to collect their survival packs and boarded the pirate vehicle. Thus, a new round of trials was about to commence. Soon, the military bus arrived in the midst of a dense jungle, and everyone disembarked. Instructor Chiyoze addressed the group. Remember, in the face of imminent danger, you must activate your student watches. I will dispatch personnel to rescue you at the fastest speed possible, but this also signifies your elimination, allowing you to return to the warmth of your school. With that, the simulation of wilderness survival officially commenced. After Instructor Chiyoze and the other soldiers drove away, 30 individuals remained, momentarily stunned. Chen Haoran was the first to shoulder his survival pack and venture into the forest, followed closely by the other 3 members of his dormitory. After all, there was no rule against forming a team, right? They weren't foolish. Clinging to Chen Haoran was undoubtedly the wise choice. Haoran, wait for me. Me too. The others exchanged glances, and ultimately, they all formed a team based on their dormitory as they stepped into the forest. A new adventure was on the horizon. As Chen Haoran boldly entered the forest, he encountered his first obstacle, a fiery monkey, a Pokémon he had a peculiar connection with. The last time he had been in the Zaire secret realm, he had faced a fiery monkey, and it had been a small leader. Name: Fiery Monkey. Gender: male. Personality: impulsive. Type: fighting. Ability: enthusiasm. Base stats: 455. Level: early intermediate. Pokémon potential: elite. Skills: glare, expert. Claw, expert. Scratching frenzy, expert. Barehanded strike, novice. Description: the fiery monkey, a pig monkey Pokémon, is perpetually enraged. Once it sets its sights on you, it will not rest until you are defeated. Chapter 30. Mythical Fruit of the Beast. Gyarados. Upon seeing the fiery monkey, Chen Haoran suddenly recalled his victory over Boss Ghidorah, feeling a surge of pride. I haven't claimed my reward yet, he exclaimed inwardly, realizing he had nearly allowed the system to swallow his reward whole. System, where's my reward? Chen Haoran roared in his mind. Ding dong, you have been discovered. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task. Defeat Boss Ghidorah. You have received 1 Pokémon candy and the fish fruit, a mythical beast fruit in the form of the Azure Dragon. The long-awaited reward had finally arrived, and it was none other than the fish fruit, a mythical beast fruit in the form of the Azure Dragon. What incredible fortune! Kaido-sensei's devil fruit not only grants an indestructible physique, but also allows the user to transform into a dragon, wielding control over fire, wind, thunder, and clouds. In dragon form, the user can unleash fiery breath capable of incinerating structures, and their roars can summon thunderous storms, creating powerful gusts of wind that generate devastating tornadoes. They can produce flame clouds to serve as platforms for aerial movement, and anything enveloped by these clouds falls under their control. Chen Haoran recalled Kaido-sensei's multitude of abilities, often hailed as the strongest creature on the surface. The fish dragon? Isn't this the devil fruit specifically suited for Magikarp and Gyarados? Chen Haoran instantly resolved the fruit's future owner, though encountering a high-quality Magikarp or Gyarados would not be an easy feat for now. It would have to be kept in reserve. If he could not find one, it could be fed to other Pokémon. Chen Haoran then decided to give the Pokémon candy he had just acquired to his Froakie. As Snorlax was already at the pinnacle of the intermediate level and needed higher-grade Pokémon candy to break through. After consuming the candy, Froakie's strength reached the pinnacle of the intermediate level, just a step away from evolving into a Greninja, ready to learn Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. Top scorer in the college entrance examination? Chen Haoran felt as though victory was already within his grasp. His heart swelled with enthusiasm, and he even found the fiery monkey somewhat endearing. Thus, Chen Haoran resolved to allow it to leave peacefully. Come forth, Froakie. Use your hydro pump. He swiftly threw Froakie's Pokeball. Froakie. Froakie made a dashing entrance, gathering a blue energy sphere in its hands. In a flash, Froakie zipped past, striking the fiery monkey before it could react, sending it spinning through the air, landing heavily on the ground with its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. Haoran is amazing. Froakie is invincible, cheered the three dorm mates who had caught up, showering him with compliments. Chen Haoran rolled his eyes. What are you doing here? He inquired. Haoran, I believe that out here, we boys should learn to band together for our protection. Right, it's too dangerous out here, especially for handsome boys like us. They insisted. There's strength in numbers. Let us stick together since the instructor didn't say we couldn't form a team. Chen Haoran shot a glance at the shameless trio, who were clearly trying to hitch a ride on his coattails. However, he didn't refuse them. After all, they were dorm mates, and teaming up had its benefits. They could look out for one another. Thus, the four from the dormitory began their life in the forest. That night, Chen Haoran found a cave near a small river to serve as their base. Froakie soon emerged from the river, proudly holding two fish, not Pokémon, in its hands and another in its mouth, as if seeking praise, and approached Chen Haoran, who was tending the fire. Upon seeing the fish Froakie had caught, Chen Haoran's eyes lit up. He patted Froakie's head and praised. Well done, Froakie. We'll have a feast tonight. Froakie squinted its eyes in delight, relishing Chen Haoran's affection. Chen Haoran cleaned the fish, skewered them, and placed them over the fire. Snorlax sat quietly, watching with drool trickling from its mouth. Meanwhile, the other three returned, bringing some wild fruits that could serve as dessert. Haoran, your fish smells amazing, exclaimed the plump Haosho, his eyes gleaming as he approached. Just wait, it'll smell even better once I add the seasoning, Chen Haoran replied with a slight smile. On Earth, grilled fish was a must-try for food lovers, and he had developed a knack for grilling fish, which had become a beloved skill of his. As the fish turned golden, Chen Haoran sprinkled the remaining spices, releasing an intoxicating aroma that wafted through the air. The three, along with Froakie and Snorlax, couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes fixated on the golden grilled fish, sparkling with hunger like wolves that had not eaten for days. Unbeknownst to them, the delicious scent drifted along the gentle breeze towards the riverbank, where a long blue figure stealthily approached, drawn by the alluring fragrance. Emerging from the water was a fearsome Pokémon face, adorned with three horns, large eyes, and fish fins on either side, with an enormous mouth that was quite intimidating. It was none other than a Gyarados. Froakie was the first to sense the impending danger, letting out a couple of warning cries before swiftly preparing for battle. Eyes fixated on the Gyarados in the river. Wait, holy cow, it's a Gyarados? Run, run. I've heard Gyarados is notoriously aggressive and attacks humans on sight. The trio shouted in alarm, hastily retreating. Wait, a Gyarados? Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not exactly the Gyarados he desired? He could only hope its potential was not too low. Chapter 31. Triggering the quest to capture Gyarados. Name, Gyarados. Gender, male. Personality, loneliness averse. Type, water. Flying, ability, overconfidence. Base stats, 540. Level, intermediate peak. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, tackle, expert level. Glare, proficient level. Bite, proficient level. Ice Fang, proficient level. Crunch, novice level. Waterfall, novice level. Saltwater, novice level. Description: Gyarados, a fearsome Pokémon, is the evolved form of Magikarp, capable of unleashing destructive beams from its mouth that can incinerate anything in its path. Ding Dong quest triggered. Capture Gyarados and assist it in its transformation into a dragon. Legend has it, fish leap over the dragon gate, transforming into dragons. However, a carp that jumps over a waterfall merely becomes a pseudo-dragon, Gyarados. Achieving true draconic form has always been the ultimate aspiration of every Magikarp. Feed Gyarados the dragon fruit of the illusory beast type, specifically the Azure dragon form, to aid its transformation into a genuine dragon. Young one, let the world witness the majestic transformation of Gyarados into a dragon. Quest rewards: 1 Pokémon potential capsule. 1 Ice Punch skill card. Having just reviewed Gyarados' attribute panel, the system's fervent voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears. Another quest activated. How splendid! Upon examining the attributes of this Gyarados, Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled. It possessed champion-level potential. Overjoyed, Chen Haoran reflected on the impressive base stat of 540 for Gyarados, which assuredly indicated substantial potential. Typically, the lowest potential would be gym leader level, with higher tiers reaching sub-champion status. To his astonishment, he discovered a Gyarados with champion-level potential hidden in plain sight. If other instructors like Chiyoze were to learn of this, they would surely feel a pang of regret, unaware that such a powerful Pokémon had been living under their noses all along, for they could not perceive its potential. Once again, fortune smiled upon him. Chen Haoran reveled in his good luck. Truly, the early bird is not as fortunate as the one who stumbles upon fortune. Just as he happened to possess a dragon fruit of the illusory beast type, he unexpectedly encountered Gyarados. Could it be that he was the fabled protagonist? Chen Haoran felt a surge of pride within himself. Furthermore, this Gyarados bore the ability Overconfidence, which delighted Chen Haoran even more. While other abilities might be more practical in the hands of others, for someone of his caliber, Overconfidence was far more suitable. Could it be that feeding Magikarp the dragon fruit of the illusory beast type truly enables its transformation into a dragon? Chen Haoran pondered as he read the quest issued by the system. At that moment, Gyarados was already poised for action. Roar! Gyarados bellowed at the crowd before soaring through the air towards Chen Haoran. Frogadier, use knockoff to bring Gyarados down. Chen Haoran commanded without hesitation. The fact that Gyarados had a flying type left him somewhat speechless. Frogadier's most powerful move, Spiral Force, was of the flying type. The others were water and fighting types, which did not counter Gyarados effectively. Only knockoff would serve to subdue Gyarados and bring it crashing to the ground. Gugwa. Frogadier swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Gyarados with force. A resounding thud echoed as Gyarados was struck hard, letting out a painful roar. The skill knockoff, with a base power of 50, combined with Frogadier's nimble ability, escalated its power to 75. Moreover, given the 2x effectiveness against Gyarados, the total damage reached an impressive 150. This was no jest. Roar! Gyarados opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of water, utilizing salt water. Base power 60. Frogadier, with a flash of agility, evaded the attack. Then, executing another knockoff, Chen Haoran's voice rang out once more. Frogadier darted like lightning, avoiding Gyarados' salt water assault and reappearing at Gyarados' side, where it hurled another stone with tremendous force. Roar! Poor Gyarados, still struggling to regain its footing, was sent tumbling once more, lying on the ground, its breath faint, completely devoid of the bravado it had exhibited upon its entrance. Frogadier prepared to deliver a final Spiral Force to finish it off. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haoran commanded Frogadier to execute a decisive blow. Frogadier unleashed the Spiral Force, striking Gyarados' form, rendering it utterly incapacitated, its eyes swirling dizzily, like a salted fish awaiting slaughter. Go, Pokeball! Chen Haoran tossed the Pokeball, and with a delightful chime, the brilliant light from the ball faded, emitting a crisp sound. Unsurprisingly, Gyarados was successfully captured by Chen Haoran. He approached to retrieve Gyarados' Pokeball, and his companions exclaimed, "Haoran, you're incredible. Frogadier is so cool. Go, Frogadier!" The trio of dorm mates erupted in praise upon witnessing Chen Haoran's triumph over Gyarados. Zhang Dali's admiration was almost overflowing. He was utterly captivated by Chen Haoran's prowess. Congratulations, Haoran, on capturing yet another formidable Pokémon. This Gyarados' potential must be at least gym leader level, right? No, I believe it's at least sub-champion level. Indeed, that's a reasonable assessment. Hao Shou and Qin Shou chimed in, offering their congratulations. Chen Haoran smiled faintly at their remarks. Gym leader level. Sub-champion level. Such narrow-mindedness. My friends, this is a Gyarados with champion-level potential. However, Chen Haoran refrained from debating with them, merely smiling subtly. I believe it's at least champion-level potential. I have faith in Haoran. Zhang Dali expressed his dissenting opinion. Chen Haoran was taken aback. This fellow, usually so muscle-headed, was surprisingly astute today. Champion-level potential? How could that be? Pokémon with champion-level potential are exceedingly rare. How could one possibly appear in this military-controlled forest? Exactly. While Gyarados' base stats are high, the likelihood of it achieving champion-level potential is exceedingly slim. Haosho and Qinsho responded, shaking their heads in disbelief. Chapter 32. Transformation into a dragon after Chen Haoran captured Gyarados. A brief tranquility enveloped the group as they settled down once more, joyfully savoring the delicious grilled fish. Chen Haoran released Gyarados, and the trio, Frogadier, Snorlax, and Gyarados, displayed expressions of bliss as they relished the mouth-watering grilled fish. The river was teeming with fish, and with Frogadier and Gyarados present, they could easily catch them. Half an hour later, the group and their Pokémon reclined contentedly on the grass, patting their full bellies, having feasted to their heart's content. Haoran, I truly admire you. Not only are your Pokémon so powerful, but your grilled fish is also incredibly delicious. You are remarkable. Qinsho exclaimed after a hearty burp, expressing his envy. Indeed, the most detestable thing is that you are also so handsome. And you have such a close relationship with our class leader, Shangwanlinger. What a pinnacle of life. The chubby Haosho, patting his round belly, sought to flatter Chen Haoran, having consumed the most food just moments ago. Come on, don't be so sour. Being with Haoran is the way to go. He will undoubtedly become the strongest trainer in our country, ascending to the champion throne. Zhang Dali's honest face revealed a hint of pride, as if knowing Chen Haoran was a tremendous honor. Huh, Dali, I never realized you could flatter so well, and your compliments are quite resounding. Haha, nevertheless, I too believe Haoran will undoubtedly become an extraordinary trainer in the future. At the appointed time, the trainers of our nation, who live well and strive for national glory, would triumph over their adversaries and win the hearts of beautiful maidens, jested Haosho and Qinsho, eliciting a smile from Zhang Dali. Chen Haoran, however, merely smiled faintly, gazing quietly at the starry sky. The future? Who can say? For now, it suffices to live well in the present. The cheerful banter among the group gradually faded into tranquility as the night blurred into obscurity, leaving only the sounds of snoring and the chirping of insects. A night of silence ensued, and under the protection of Chen Haoran's 3 powerful Pokémon, the group slept soundly and peacefully. Upon waking, they enjoyed the wild fruits brought back by the Frogadier. As for the Pokémon, Chen Haoran also offered them energy cubes to consume, which included those for Haosho's companions. Haosho's Pokémon were a Squirtle and a Nidorino, both at the pinnacle of their initial stage, while Qinsho's Pokémon were a Bulbasaur and a Totodile, equally at the same peak. Zhang Dali's Pokémon were a Machop and a Machop, also at the initial stage's zenith, with plenty of energy cubes remaining, and given that they contained substantial energy. Even the notoriously gluttonous Snorlax could only consume 8 before feeling satiated, meaning they didn't require many energy cubes. After breakfast, Chen Haoran suggested they explore the surrounding forest, taking along Frogadier, Snorlax, and Gyarados. Following the river, he arrived at a waterfall where Gyarados seemed inexplicably exhilarated, diving into the water and swimming upstream to leap to the waterfall's summit, recalling the unwavering determination it had as a Magikarp to evolve into a dragon. Yet, despite its transformation, it remained but a pseudo-dragon, lacking the true attributes of a dragon. How could it ever be deemed a dragon? While the evolution of Magikarp could be considered successful, it could also be viewed as a failure. Even with the subsequent emergence of Mega Evolution, transforming into a Mega Gyarados, it still lacked the dragon attribute. Tragic and lamentable. Chen Haoran observed Gyarados repeatedly surging up the waterfall, a flicker of sympathy gleaming in his eyes. Gyarados, he called out. Hearing its master summon it, Gyarados leapt forward, hovering before Chen Haoran, tilting its head as if to inquire, "What do you need?" Chen Haoran extended his hand to gently stroke Gyarados' head, speaking slowly. "I can sense the deep yearning within you to become a true dragon. Today, allow me to assist you in achieving that transformation." A mysterious glint flashed in Chen Haoran's eyes as he regarded Gyarados with solemnity. Upon hearing Chen Haoran's words, Gyarados' pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, it felt a roar emanating from the depths of its very genes, howling and clamoring for transformation into a true dragon. Chen Haoran retrieved a peculiar fruit from his system's backpack, presenting it before Gyarados. Upon seeing the fruit, a stirring surged from within Gyarados' genetic core, urging it to consume it without delay. Without hesitation, Gyarados swallowed the fish fruit, a devil fruit reminiscent of the Azure dragon. In that moment, Gyarados felt a mysterious power surging within, coursing through its body and reshaping it. The pain was intense, excruciating. Gyarados let out a pained howl, its form plunging into the river, its blue silhouette thrashing amidst the waters, creating massive waves that sent other creatures scurrying away in fright. Gyarados had to endure. If it could hold on, it would become a true dragon, no longer a mere pretender. Remember your dreams from the days of being a Magikarp. Recall the cries from the depths of your soul. You must succeed, Chen Haoran shouted from the riverbank, encouraging Gyarados, who writhed in agony. Though its eyes were bloodshot, they now reflected an unwavering determination. I will endure. I must endure. For myself. And for my master. Gyarados roared once more, and then a brilliant light erupted from its body. Its form began to elongate. Sharp claws sprouting from beneath, scales of azure dragon skin appearing gradually. 3 horns atop its head transformed into 2, extending backward into long dragon-like horns. With a resonant sound, the azure light dissipated, and the river erupted, revealing a long, azure figure before Chen Haoran. Chapter 33. The Abnormal Attributes of Gyarados, Champion Level Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Capture Gyarados and assist its transformation into a dragon. Congratulations on receiving rewards. 1 Pokémon Potential Capsule, 1 Ice Punch skill card. At that moment, Chen Haoran stood in astonishment before the transformed Gyarados. The system's triumphant notification jolted him back to reality, yet his eyes still shimmered with uncontainable shock. The Gyarados before him resembled a dragon-like version of Kaido, albeit smaller in size. While a typical Gyarados measures 6 meters in length, Chen Haoran estimated this new Gyarados to be at least 8 meters long, its 4 dragon claws emanating fiery clouds as it floated in the air. Its azure scales glimmered coldly in the sunlight, attesting to their formidable hardness. Chen Haoran hastily scanned Gyarados' attribute panel. Name, Gyarados. Gender, male. Nature, lonely. Type, water, flying. Dragon, ability, overconfidence. Base stats, 540. Level, early advanced. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, tackle, master. Glare, proficient. Bite, proficient. Ice Fang, proficient. Crunch, beginner. Waterfall, beginner. Water gun, beginner. Dragon dance, beginner. Aqua tail, beginner. Special skills, 1. Flame cloud. Transformation, allows for aerial movement by grasping the flame clouds created. It can also enable nearby objects to float. 2. Heat breath. Fire, special, power 150, unleashes a powerful breath of heat that incinerates all. 3. Bad wind. Flying, physical, power 140, spews sharp wind blades to slice enemies into pieces. 4. Thunderstrike. Electric, special, power 150, summons thunderclouds to unleash terrifying lightning, delivering devastating blows to foes. 5. Dragon scale. Dragon, transformation, envelopes itself in hard scales for protection, permanently boosting Gyarados' defenses by 2 levels. 6. Thunder Dragon Claw. Dragon, physical, power 150, infuses its claws with electric power to inflict catastrophic damage on adversaries. 7. Fire Dragon Torch. Dragon, physical, power 150, envelopes itself in flames, charging at enemies for devastating damage. Description: a special Gyarados transformed through the Azure Dragon Fruit, becoming a true member of the Dragon Tribe, possessing incredible power. Chen Haoran gasped as he beheld Gyarados' attributes, his pupils dilating in shock. This is utterly outrageous. It possesses the attributes of water, flying, and dragon simultaneously, its power having broken through to the early advanced stage, with potential reaching the champion level. Additionally, it boasts 7 formidable special skills. Chen Haoran's heart raced with excitement. The Gyarados had truly reached the pinnacle of its potential upon debut. Indeed, it was no surprise that it was the fruit of Kaido's Azure Dragon, exuding unparalleled dominance. Yet, Chen Haoran found himself puzzled. Despite his Snorlax having consumed the Nika fruit, why had its potential not seen any enhancement? Surely, the Nika fruit could not be inferior to the Azure Dragon fruit. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Snorlax's 5th-tier Nika form had yet to be unlocked? This seemed to be the most plausible explanation, as otherwise it was utterly incomprehensible. What astonished Chen Haoran further was that his Gyarados possessed 3 types of attributes simultaneously. This was indeed remarkable. Though he recalled that the Silver Companion Beast and the Alpaca could theoretically harness all 18 attributes. Thus, having 3 attributes for his Gyarados did not seem excessively extravagant. However, despite this diversity, Gyarados still faced a double weakness against Dragon, Ice, Rock, and Fairy types, and its damage output against other types would be limited. Nevertheless, he felt reassured knowing that Gyarados possessed the Dragon Scale armor skill, which permanently elevated its defenses by 2 levels, effectively compensating for its vulnerabilities. Deep down, Chen Haoran acknowledged that if Gyarados were to battle against Snorlax or Frogadier, it would likely not emerge victorious. Gyarados was still lacking one crucial element imparted by Kaido, intimidation. Frogadier wielded the formidable multi-shadow clone technique and benefited from the tailed beast Cloak, while Snorlax combined its armament Haki with rubber skills, which rendered their abilities far superior to those of Gyarados. It was only when Gyarados mastered armament Haki that the scales would truly balance. Of course, by that time, Frogadier might have already learned Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God. What a pity. Frog Brother would always remain Frog Brother. With a mighty roar, Gyarados leaned close to Chen Haoran, gently rubbing its massive head against his cheek, evidently expressing gratitude. Chen Haoran erupted into laughter, tickled by the gesture, and reached out to caress Gyarados' head, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Gyarados. You have become a true dragon. I look forward to our future endeavors together." Gyarados nodded enthusiastically and let out a roar, as if to assure Chen Haoran, "Fear not. I shall protect you henceforth." Chen Haoran smiled faintly, subsequently returning Gyarados to its pokeball, but a twinge of concern crept into his mind. Would this drastically transformed Gyarados attract unwanted attention for dissection and research? Though he could attribute its awakening of ancient dragon lineage to his supernatural abilities. And with the protection of the Pokémon League, it was unlikely that anyone would dare approach him directly with ill intentions. It seemed imperative to elevate his influence, ensuring that the Pokémon League would regard him with greater importance, thereby deterring any nefarious individuals from taking action against him. This was essential for safeguarding both his Pokémon and himself. He resolved to secure the top spot in the upcoming college entrance examination. Chen Haoran was acutely aware that there existed malevolent secret organizations in this world, such as the notorious Pokémon Hunter Organization and the Pokémon Secrets Organization. Chapter 34. The Villainous Organization, Frog Brother Champion Level. The Pokémon Hunter Organization specialized in capturing rare Pokémon for profit, targeting both wild and owned Pokémon. As long as a lucrative offer was on the table, the Pokémon Secrets Organization, shrouded in mystery, engaged in the dissection and study of Pokémon, with a mission to uncover their secrets, often violating the laws governing human-Pokémon coexistence, thus incurring the wrath of the Pokémon League. An even more grotesque organization existed, known as the Symbiotic Society. Its members were essentially deranged, having transcended their humanity. They transplanted various parts or organs of Pokémon onto themselves, achieving a symbiosis where human and Pokémon identities melded into one, a truly sinister reality. Chen Haoran had once witnessed a member of the Symbiotic Society slain by the Pokémon League. On television, this individual bore the wings of a Beedrill and possessed dual stingers, with a long, sharp appendage protruding from their rear. The image remained vividly etched in Chen Haoran's mind. Every world harbors a shadowy side, an immutable law of existence. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, Chen Haoran recognized that now was not the time for such musings. As long as he continued to grow stronger, any conspiracies would crumble before absolute power. The paramount objective was to secure the top position in the college entrance examination, augment his influence, and earn the respect of the Pokémon League to ensure greater protection for himself. Ding Dong mission triggered. National College Entrance Examination top scorer. As a host of the system, how could he miss the chance to showcase his prowess? Achieving the top scorer in this national examination would fulfill the mission. Ding Dong mission reward. Dragon Fire Destruction Magic Skill Card X1. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode Skill Card X1. Pokemon Potential Capsule X1. As Chen Haoran contemplated these matters, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Useless system, eavesdropping on my thoughts." Chen Haoran gritted his teeth in indignation. "Ding Dong, your thoughts are sordid and depraved. It's better not to listen." Chen Haoran. "Nevertheless, I shall accept the mission. The rewards include skills from Natsu, the protagonist of Fairy Tail. This is a formidable dragon slaying magic. Fire Dragon. Old Charizard. Is that you?" Chen Haoran sensed this magic was tailor-made for Charizard, and there seemed to be a resemblance between Old Charizard and the Fire Dragon King from Fairy Tail. Perhaps they were even distant relatives. Oh right. He had just completed a mission, rewarding him with a Pokemon Potential Capsule and an Ice Punch skill card. Chen Haoran suddenly recalled that he had yet to inspect his rewards and promptly opened his system backpack. Name, Pokemon Potential Capsule. Description, using this capsule can elevate a Pokemon's potential by 1 level, not exceeding Master level. Name, Ice Punch. Attribute, Ice. Type, Physical. Power, 75. Description, attacks the enemy with a fist imbued with frigid energy, with a 10 chance to freeze the target. Gasping at the potential capsule's effects, Chen Haoran inhaled sharply. What a magnificent item. Indeed, system products are invariably top tier. Without hesitation, he administered the Pokemon Potential Capsule to Frogadier, elevating its king-level potential to champion level. He also allowed Frogadier to learn Ice Punch, expanding its offensive repertoire. Frogadier's potential and strength had been further enhanced. This world also possessed skill learning devices, though they were not inexpensive, especially for practical or powerful skills. The prices soared to exorbitant heights. When he became wealthy, he would purchase a skill learning device or two for Frogadier, vastly broadening its offensive capabilities. Coupled with the ability to change forms freely, wouldn't it be a cinch to defeat opponents one after another? Chen Haoran then took a stroll around the vicinity, releasing Snorlax, Gyarados, and Frogadier. Snorlax and Gyarados resumed their skill training, while Frogadier naturally activated its cheat, Multi-Shadow Clone. Following this, Chen Haoran returned home with Frogadier in its original form. In the ensuing days, Chen Haoran maintained a routine of rigorous Pokémon training and resting in the cave. He encountered some reckless and aggressive Pokémon, yet they all succumbed to Frogadier's prowess. Influenced by Chen Haoran, Hao and his companions also trained diligently, transforming their outdoor survival experiences into a leisurely retreat. Not everyone possesses the ability to revel in the wild, and at this moment, Wang Xikong, accompanied by 3 sycophants, found themselves relentlessly pursued by a Kintoro, boasting formidable mid-level peak strength. Wang Xikong wished fervently for an extra pair of legs. "Wang Xiao, wait for me. I can barely keep up," one of the sycophants shouted, visibly lagging several meters behind. Yet, Wang Xikong pushed himself harder, wishing his legs could transform into wheels. He had cursed this Kintoro in his mind countless times. His strongest spirit had only reached the mid-level stage, while his lackluster subordinates were merely at the pinnacle of the novice level. After being mercilessly slaughtered by the Kintoro, there was no choice but to flee. Although he could press the student watch for help, it would mean a shameful exit from the training camp. Returning to school with his pride shattered? Wang Xikong would not allow that. Therefore, he ran for dear life, knowing that his dignity was paramount. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. A person and a spirit emerged not far away. Upon closer inspection, Wang Xikong exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't that Chen Haoran?" In a moment of inspiration, he called out to his trailing sycophants, "Quick, lure the Kintoro over to Chen Haoran." The sycophants, understanding the cue, immediately exerted themselves to lead the Kintoro in Chen Haoran's direction. Chapter 35, Wilderness Survival concludes. Quack, quack. Water Frog suddenly croaked, swiftly turning around. Following the frog's gaze, Chen Haoran spotted several individuals being chased by the Kintoro, heading straight towards him. He instantly recognized the foremost figure as the obsequious Wang Xikong. Understanding the scheme, Chen Haoran realized this was a diversion attempt. The lad may not be unattractive, but his heart was quite dark. A cursory glance revealed that the approaching Kintoro was indeed a mid-level peak threat. Such a degree of calamity seemed rather excessive. Moreover, Chen Haoran had previously defeated the high-level spirit Boscoleto, commanded by Instructor Chioza. It appeared Wang Xikong aimed to use him to dispatch the Kintoro. Chen Haoran flashed a radiant smile at Wang Xikong and waved. Witnessing Chen Haoran's response, Wang Xikong and his companions erupted in joy. "Wang Xiao, look! Chen Haoran is such a fool, smiling at us. Haha, could he possibly be that dim-witted? Doesn't he realize we've led the Kintoro right to him? How can this simpleton compete with Wang Xiao for class monitor? Truly a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." The 3 sycophants, panting heavily yet dutifully, continued their praise, demonstrating unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of their lives. Wang Xikong wore a wicked smirk. The fool was of no concern. However, just as the quartet anticipated Chen Haoran's assistance, he and Frog turned and leapt away, disappearing into the thicket, leaving the 4 utterly bewildered. Wang Xikong, sycophants, this seems to deviate a bit from the expected course. Why isn't he playing by the rules? It turns out the real jesters were themselves. Wang Xiao, slow down. Wait for me. Whoa, I want to go home. The Kintoro is catching up to me. Help. 10 days swiftly passed, and the students returned to the assembly point, all bearing a common trait: disheveled appearances. Their clothes were tattered, hair unkempt, resembling wild men from the forest. Even Shangwan Linger appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having endured tough times. Wang Xikong stood a few meters away from her, looking grim, as his odor was unbearable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the forest, capturing everyone's attention, as they observed others in a similar state of disarray, realizing their own plight was not insurmountable. Out from the jungle emerged Chen Haoran and his companions, laughing and chatting. "Haoran, the fish you grilled could sustain me for 10 days without tiring. It's simply delectable. Indeed, I even devoured the bones. Crisp as can be. Soon we'll return. When will I get to savor Haoran's grilled fish again?" Hao and his companions sported toothpicks made from bamboo, appearing as though they had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast, their bellies round and glistening with grease, their attire pristine. As if they had been on a vacation. How did you all transform into this? Haha. Haoshu stepped forward and, upon seeing his former classmates' beggar-like state, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. In an instant, countless resentful and furious glares were directed at the rotund Haoshu, launching a fierce mental assault. I'm sorry. Brothers. I truly didn't mean to laugh at you. I just couldn't help it. Haoshu quickly apologized, covering his mouth. Yet the mirth in his eyes was almost overflowing. Haoshu, about that grilled fish you mentioned, is there any left? Gulp. I want some too. I've been living off wild fruits for 10 days, and I've been running to the bathroom for just as long. I've successfully lost weight. I haven't eaten in 2 days. The spirits here are too powerful, nearly leading to my demise, and I still wanted to venture out for food. The bones are crispy. Gulp. I really want to eat. Are you sure you're not on vacation? The surrounding students looked at the quartet with envy, quickly surrounding them to beg for grilled fish. Hey, don't come over. You all stink. The plump boy quickly covered his nose, expressing disdain towards the crowd. His words pierced their hearts like sharp daggers. Why must he bring up that? However, they truly did reek. Wang Xikong cast a hateful glare at Chen Haoran from the sidelines. That day, he had been thoroughly duped by Chen Haoran, ultimately falling into a pile of spirit excrement to escape disaster. In all his life, he had never endured such humiliation, recalling the nauseating stench. Wang Xikong couldn't help but retch again. He had long since harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chen Haoran. Once home, he would investigate Chen Haoran's background. If he were merely an ordinary person, he would make Chen Haoran pay a steep price. Wang Xikong vowed fiercely within himself, let you revel for a few more days. At that moment, several military vehicles finally rolled in, and a few soldiers disembarked, led by their demonic instructor, Chiyoza. Chapter 36. Snorlax in four-dimensional mode. Instructor Chiyoza stepped out of the vehicle, sweeping his gaze over the group. His eyes lingered slightly on Chen Haoran before he spoke. Congratulations on completing your wilderness survival training. This experience will be invaluable as you strive to become true trainers and will give you an edge in the upcoming college entrance examinations. All present, gather and board the vehicle. Thus, the wilderness survival exercise concluded successfully. For these privileged youths, the experience had been excruciating yet immensely rewarding, imparting lessons that money could not buy. For Chen Haoran, this wilderness survival was equally fulfilling, having tamed the Gyarados and assisted it in fulfilling its long-held aspiration to transform. Both Gyarados and Godhood had successfully transcended to champion level, and the training over these past days had induced profound transformations in his 3 spirits, particularly Godhood, who exhibited extraordinary prowess daily. The multiple shadow clones now numbered up to 15, an astonishing feat, with skill proficiency skyrocketing. Name, Frogadier, Shiny. Shiny effect. Increases both attack and special attack by 10. Gender, male. Nature, relaxed. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Base stats, 405. Level, intermediate peak. Pokemon potential, champion level. Learn moves, amplifying punch, perfect level. Bubble, expert level. Spiral Shuriken, expert level. Multi-shadow clone, expert level. Quick attack, perfect level. Water pulse, expert level. Smoke screen, proficient level. Knock off, expert level. Special skill, upon activation of its beast cloak, significantly enhances all of its attributes, speed, attack, special attack, defense, special defense, HP, and allows manipulation of the beast cloak for offensive maneuvers. Description, Frogadier, the bubble frog Pokemon, possesses remarkable control, capable of hitting a can from 30 meters away with a pebble. After 10 days of relentless effort, Frogadier has successfully elevated its proficiency in the 2 most practical moves, amplifying punch and quick attack, to the perfect level. Such prowess is truly terrifying. Is this the joy of hard work? The bliss of relentless effort? With the perfect level amplifying punch and quick attack, their power has reached 60. When combined with Frogadier's torrent ability, the power escalates to 80. Chen Haoran is immensely satisfied, considering that if it learns Sage Mode, the skill's power will further augment. Meanwhile, Snorlax has also seen improvement after days of intensive training. Its unwavering discipline evokes a sense of tenderness in Chen Haoran. Snorlax is imbued with a fierce determination to grow stronger. Chen Haoran speculates that something significant must have transpired in the past to catalyze such a transformation in Snorlax's demeanor. Currently, Snorlax's attribute panel reads, Name, Snorlax, Shiny. Shiny effect. HP increased by 10. Gender, male. Nature, diligent. Type, normal. Ability, Thick fat. Base stats, 540. Level, advanced early stage. Pokemon potential, elite level. Learn moves, tackle, expert level. Rollout, expert level. Amplifying punch, expert level. Body slam, perfect level. Heavy slam, perfect level. Amnesia, proficient level. Breakthrough, proficient level. Rest, beginner level. Belly drum, beginner level. Special physique. Mythical fruit Nika form with special skills. Tier 1 skills. Omitted, Tier 2 skills. Omitted, Tier 3 skills. Omitted, Tier 4. Elastic human form. Skill Rubber King Fist. Physical, Power 320. Serpent form. Skill Rubber-Eyed King Cobra. Physical, Power 300. Guaranteed hit. Note: the power of Tier 4 skills is already boosted by Haki. Tier 5. Not yet unlocked. Note: all rubber skills are of the normal type. Special skill. Armed Haki significantly enhances the Pokemon's defense and attack, and can be used in conjunction with certain moves to increase their power by 100. Note: normal type moves enhanced by Haki can hit ghost type Pokemon. Description: omitted, Snorlax's strength has finally transcended the advanced early stage, mastering the moves Rest and Belly Drum. The latter allows it to have its HP, directly elevating its physical attack by 6 levels, an exceedingly formidable skill. Coupled with its substantial HP and the defensive boost from Armed Haki, Snorlax becomes a veritable powerhouse. After using Belly Drum, Snorlax unlocks Tier 4, unleashing the devastating Rubber King Fist. Upon advancing to an elite Pokemon, Snorlax indeed activates Tier 4 mode, albeit with only 2 skills, but their potency is immense. The Elastic Human and Serpent forms each possess a skill. While the Rubber King Fist boasts slightly greater power, the Cobra's guaranteed hit effect is undeniably formidable. Who wouldn't love a 300 power guaranteed hit skill? Snorlax has undoubtedly undergone an epic enhancement. Chen Haoran feels that even elite Pokemon would be obliterated by a single punch from Snorlax. He is filled with joy. Gyarados' strength has not undergone significant changes, yet it has improved the levels of Crunch and Aqua Tail to proficient level. Furthermore, having recently mastered Dragon Dance, Gyarados' prowess cannot be underestimated. Dragon Dance, a coveted skill for all Dragon-type Pokemon, elevates both physical attack and speed by 1 stage upon use. It is an incredibly potent skill. The market price for the Dragon Dance TM exceeds 5 million, an indication of its rarity. As Chen Haoran gazes out of the car window at the evening glow, the Pidgeys take flight amidst the setting sun, the road stretching into the distance. The sunset and evening breeze, along with his Pokemon, evoke a sense of contentment within him, and a smile graces his lips. It's time to return. Chapter 37. The Pokemon battle commences upon returning to the dormitory. The first order of business is to rush to the restroom for a shower. Then, they head to the dining hall for a hearty meal. The past 10 days in the wilderness have been nothing short of a nightmare, and they seek to compensate for every grievance endured during that time. The devilish Chiozei has surprisingly granted them half a day off to recuperate before commencing the final training tomorrow. The group relishes this rare half-day of leisure before retiring for the night, eager to make the most of their time and rest well. A night passes in silence. At 7 a.m., on the Pokemon battlefield, Chen Haoran and his companions stand tall. Instructor Chiozei maintains his usual poker face, observing them with a calm demeanor before speaking. First, I would like to congratulate you all for persevering to this day. Frankly, you possess more grit than I anticipated. I initially guessed that by today at least half of you would be eliminated, yet only 5 have been. The remaining 25 of you deserve my commendation. Chiozei's voice booms, and his words bring faint smiles to some students' faces. However, do not rejoice too soon. Chiozei's tone shifts abruptly, causing the flicker of joy in their hearts to extinguish as they await his next words with solemn expressions. The final training of the camp begins now, Pokemon battles. This training aims to hone your ability to command Pokemon, to control the flow of battle, and to adapt to changing circumstances. Each day, I will assign different instructors as your opponents, engaging you in battles against various Pokemon. After 10 days, a formal Pokemon battle assessment will take place. Failure results in expulsion from the training camp. The victors will represent our #1 training camp in battles against other camps. Those who triumph in the training camp Pokemon competition will be rewarded with generous prizes from both the military and the educational institution. Exceptional individuals may even receive direct recruitment from the Military Industrial Pokemon University. This means you can bypass the college entrance examination and enter our nation's best first-tier university. Furthermore, numerous benefits and privileges await. Instructor Chiozei revealed the subsequent training plan, along with a monumental announcement. This sparked a brilliant light in the eyes of the crowd, igniting their excitement. Why do they strive so hard? ISNT it to gain admission to a first-tier Pokémon university? Now, the opportunity lies before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? Ding-dong task triggered. Complete the training camp assessment. As promising youths of the 21st century, how could they be thwarted by a training camp assessment? Complete the assessment in the most impressive manner possible to fulfill the task. Task reward. Designated skill proficiency level increased by 1. Pokémon Candy, Advanced, X1. At this moment, the system's rousing voice resonates in Chen Haoran's ears, and a new task emerges. Chen Haoran readily accepted the challenge, glancing at the reward with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Could it be that he was about to unlock his first divine-level skill? The thought sent a thrill through him. His Froakie possessed 2 perfect-level skills, and should it ascend another tier, it would attain the legendary divine-level skill. Even Chen Haoran had only heard tales of such skills. He had never witnessed one firsthand. It was said that divine-level skills could not simply be achieved through practice. The most crucial element was the Pokémon's innate understanding. Only when a Pokémon comprehended the essence of a skill could it genuinely evolve into a divine technique, endowed with extraordinary power, transcending the ordinary. Chen Haoran felt a surge of anticipation within. Instructor Chiyoze noticed the excitement in the eyes of the crowd and slowly interjected, as I've said before. Do not rejoice too soon. First, you must succeed in our training camp's assessment to qualify for representing training camp number 1. Everyone, prepare for the Pokémon battle practice. With the command from Instructor Chiyoze, the group dispersed, each student paired with an instructor for their battles. Chen Haoran was matched against a rather tall instructor with dark skin, a muscular figure that exuded strength, a veritable Hulk. The burly instructor smiled at Chen Haoran, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. Chen Haoran returned the smile and nodded in respect. The instructor spoke, "You are Chen Haoran, correct? I will be responsible for your Pokémon battle training today. Let us begin." With that, the instructor tossed a Pokeball, and a Beedrill materialized on the field, its 3 venomous stingers glinting ominously in the sunlight. Buzzing, Chen Haoran's gaze fell upon Beedrill's attribute panel. Name: Beedrill. Gender: male. Personality: cheerful. Type: bug poison. Ability: swarm. Base stats: 395. Level: mid-late stage. Pokémon potential: elite. Skills: Twin Needle proficient. Fury attack: proficient. Rage: beginner. Pursuit: beginner. Focus energy: beginner. Description: Beedrill, a poison bee Pokémon, is the evolved form of Kakuna, known for its ability to inflict repeated stabs with its stingers. For a mid-late stage Beedrill, this would pose a challenge for others. Yet Chen Haoran felt it was rather underestimated. Without further ado, he released his own Pokeball, summoning a gleaming Froakie onto the field. Froakie, with its inherently disdainful gaze. Froakie exuded an aura of contempt. The battle commenced. Chapter 38. Double Kill. Intimidating Arbok Froakie unleashed a rock throw. Chen Haoran initiated the attack, and with a swift motion, Froakie picked up a stone and hurled it at Beedrill with force. Beedrill dodged. The burly instructor's pupils constricted. This Froakie's speed was astonishing. He urgently commanded Beedrill to evade. Yet the stone flew like a bullet, striking Beedrill before it could react, sending it crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost consciousness. How could this be? The instructor was taken aback, witnessing his Beedrill fall in a single blow, a look of shock gracing his face. Your Froakie's strength has reached the pinnacle of mid-level. Chen Haoran smiled slightly, replying, "Indeed, instructor. It's not just a matter of level. Froakie has mastered Rock Throw and has the advantage of type effectiveness against Beedrill's frail form. It's no surprise it was knocked out so swiftly. Underestimated you," the instructor said, recalling Beedrill. "Come forth, Pidgeotto." The instructor sent forth a Pidgeotto. Name: Pidgeotto. Gender: male. Personality: careless. Type: normal flying. Ability: keen eye. Base stats: 442. Level: mid-pinnacle stage. Pokémon potential: elite. Skills: Screech, proficient. Peck, proficient. Quick attack, proficient. Agility: beginner. Pursuit: beginner. Fury attack: beginner. Description: Pidgeotto, a bird Pokémon, is the evolved form of Pidgey, known for its ferocity and long beak capable of delivering fatal blows. Once again, a flying-type Pokémon emerged. Although it was at the pinnacle of mid-level, Chen Haoran found it rather unimpressive. With a hint of boredom, Chen Haoran contemplated the battle. This level of opponent failed to pique his interest. The burly instructor took the initiative, directing Pidgeotto to use quick attack. Pidgeotto, it screeched, launching itself in a flash of white light toward Froakie. Froakie dodged. It then countered with Rock Throw. Froakie's reflexes and speed were remarkable. It effortlessly leaped to evade Pidgeotto's assault, swiftly seizing another stone to hurl at the airborne bird. Unsurprisingly, Pidgeotto met the same fate as Beedrill, falling instantly. Hiss. The instructor drew in a sharp breath, astonished as he regarded Chen Haoran. Your proficiency with rock throw is impressive. You managed to take down my Pidgeotto despite it not being a same-type move. Chen Haoran smiled. Yes, instructor. My Froakie enjoys targeting aerial foes. Hence the mastery of rock throw. The burly instructor was taken aback, exclaiming, Mastery? My Pokémon fell without shame. But now, the real battle begins. Quickly regaining his composure, the instructor summoned another Pokémon. Arbok, come forth. A purple, serpent-like Pokémon appeared on the field, its forked tongue flickering menacingly among sharp fangs, emanating a terrifying aura. Froakie's eyes narrowed instinctively, feeling its strength diminish. Chen Haoran immediately recognized that this Arbok likely possessed the Intimidate ability. Name: Arbok, gender, female, personality, bold, type, poison, ability, Intimidate, base stats, 448, level, early high stage, Pokémon potential, elite, skills, bite, proficient, wrap, proficient, poison sting, proficient, acid, beginner. Thunder Fong, beginner, Ice Fong, beginner, glare, beginner. Description: Arbok, a cobra Pokémon, is the evolved form of awakens, known for its ferocity and venomous bite. Indeed, it was an Arbok with the Intimidate ability, and its strength had reached the high tier. This promised to be an interesting challenge. A smile crept onto Chen Haoran's lips as he commanded Froakie to utilize Water Pulse. Taking the initiative, Chen Haoran declared, Froakie. Froakie rapidly concentrated, forming a sphere of water energy, which it launched at Arbok. Acid. The burly instructor shouted, gaining confidence, his tone noticeably calmer. He thought to himself, finally, I can reclaim some dignity. To have been defeated by a mere student, losing 2 Pokémon. How embarrassing. I must win this battle to restore my pride. Little did he know, when he was assigned to face Chen Haoran, his fate had already been sealed. From that moment forth, Camp No. 1 welcomed a sorrowful warrior, a once ambitious heart now dulled. Yet, that is a tale for another time. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where the water pulse of Froakie collided with the corrosive liquid of Abomasnow, emitting fierce white smoke accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. The 2 attacks were swiftly neutralized. Abomasnow unleashed its signature move, Glare. The burly instructor, now on edge, addressed Abomasnow. Chen Haoran understood the intricacies of this move, knowing it could inflict a paralyzing effect on the opponent. If Froakie were to succumb to paralysis, it would spell disaster. However, this was merely a game, and the stakes were not life and death. Chen Haoran recognized that Glare was essentially a psychological tactic, employing the fear induced by Abomasnow's markings to ensnare foes in a state of paralysis. Knowing the cause meant there was a solution. Froakie, use smokescreen. Chen Haoran's voice rang out with urgency. Chapter 39. The brazen instructor Froakie exhaled a cloud of black smoke, enveloping itself in a shroud of obscurity. With its target obscured, Abomasnow's glare became ineffective. What an unexpected turn of events. This kid possesses remarkable adaptability. Is today the day I, Old Wong, face defeat? The instructor mused, his heart racing. But he was mistaken to think Froakie could not be located. Abomasnow was, after all, a serpent, utilizing its keen senses. Abomasnow honed in on Froakie's position and prepared to strike with Thunder Fong. The instructor's composure began to unravel as he shouted at Abomasnow. Hiss. Abomasnow continuously flicked its tongue, using scent and thermal imaging to pinpoint Froakie's location. Its eyes glinted with cold ferocity as it opened its maw, crackling with electricity, and lunged towards the direction of the smoke. As the black smoke began to dissipate, Abomasnow's Thunder Fong clamped down on Froakie, an impressive strike. The instructor's heart soared with pride at the sight. However, his jubilation was short-lived as Froakie transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing before their eyes. What the? The instructor exclaimed, shocked. Froakie, unleash Spiral. Chen Haoran's voice came forth, and, unbeknownst to them, Froakie had already positioned itself behind Abomasnow, conjuring a swirling blue orb of energy that struck Abomasnow with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, Abomasnow was sent sprawling, struggling on the ground. Abomasnow, hold firm. Use Glare. The instructor urged, his gaze fixed on Abomasnow. Hiss. Abomasnow rose once more, preparing to employ Glare again, hoping to paralyze Froakie and regain the upper hand. Froakie, finish it. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and before Abomasnow could react, it felt a powerful force collide with its body. In an instant, it lay dazed, its eyes swirling. Resting on the cold ground, the instructor stared, incredulous. An intimidating Abomasnow, a formidable foe, had been bested by a mere intermediate Pokémon. Heat crept to his face, embarrassment washing over him. If only Chen Haoran's Froakie had triumphed over Instructor Chio's advanced Pokémon, the esteemed boss Corlados, perhaps he wouldn't feel so humiliated. Clearing his throat, the instructor feigned nonchalance, addressing Chen Haoran. Well done, Chen Haoran. Your tactical clarity and adaptability are commendable. Despite the flush of embarrassment, he continued. But this is merely the beginning. I believe you have even greater potential to uncover. Come, let us continue the battle. With that, he brazenly released another Pokeball, and a yellow Pokemon adorned with lightning patterns emerged, the Electabuzz. Electabuzz, known for its potential to evolve into the formidable Electivire, boasted impressive capabilities. Yet, Chen Haoran noticed that in this world, Electabuzz was regarded as the final evolutionary form, evidently lacking knowledge of its evolution into Electivire. This ignorance was not surprising, as the evolution process was indeed demanding, requiring an Electorizer to facilitate the transformation. Once he entered university, perhaps he could publish a paper on Electabuzz evolution. Discoveries of unknown Pokémon or evolutionary paths are highly esteemed in this world, and scholars of Pokémon hold significant societal status. Should he pursue a path as a Pokémon scholar, he would undoubtedly receive heightened protection from the Pokémon League. Knowledge, irrespective of the realm, is priceless. The more the League valued him, the safer he and his family would be. Chen Haoran was not paranoid. He simply understood that darkness always lurked in the world, waiting to envelop the unsuspecting. He resolved to be prepared for the worst. As he regarded the imposing Electabuzz, he activated the system scan, which revealed the Pokémon's attributes before him. Name, Electabuzz. Gender, male. Nature, cheerful. Type, electric. Ability, static. Base stats, 490. Level, advanced late stage. Potential, gym leader level. Known moves, Thunder Shock, expert. Quick attack, expert. Electro Ball, expert. Thunder Punch, beginner. Swift, beginner. Tackle, beginner. Description, Electabuzz, an electric-type Pokémon, has a fondness for electricity, often found near power plants. Chen Haoran regarded the instructor with a mix of incredulity and disdain. What a shameless display. Not only does he wield a Pokémon that counters my Froakie, but it is also at a higher level. Chen Haoran's mouth twitched in disbelief as he observed the instructor. Sensing the intensity of Chen Haoran's gaze, the instructor's face flushed, and he awkwardly declared, Chen Haoran, what I am teaching you today is how to effectively utilize type advantages and level superiority to vanquish your foes. Despite the brazen nature of his statement, there was a kernel of truth to it. Oh, instructor, if you are so merciless, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chen Haoran thought, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Let the battle commence. Chapter 40. Is your Froakie a bullfrog? At this moment, the instructor brimmed with confidence, his eyes gleaming with pride. If I lose again, I shall wash my hair while standing on my head tonight. He vowed fiercely. The battle began. Electabuzz unleashed a thunder shock. With a commanding shout, the instructor directed, Electabuzz, attack. The Pokémon roared, unleashing a bolt of yellow lightning towards Froakie. Froakie, evade with quick attack. Chen Haoran instructed calmly. Though the speed of the thunder shock was remarkable, Froakie's quick attack proved even swifter, allowing it to dodge effortlessly and reposition itself beside Electabuzz as the attack missed entirely. Froakie, use double team. Chen Haoran commanded before launching into an amplified punch. Chen Haoran's voice reverberated once more, and in an instant, a thick white smoke billowed around the Godhood, revealing a dozen of these creatures that encircled the electrode. Their right fists glimmered with a radiant white light, launching a coordinated assault towards the electrode. The electrode evaded with a swift electric dash. The burly instructor mimicked Chen Haoran, employing the same evasion technique, all the while contemplating that among the Godhood, only one was the true form, while the others were mere illusory duplicates without substance. Although the electrode appeared surrounded, these illusions posed no hindrance to its movement. Choosing a direction, the electrode executed an electric dash, charging towards one of the Godhood. A resounding crash echoed as the electrode collided with its target, resulting in a burst of white smoke as the Godhood's form dissipated. However, the electrode was also sent reeling, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. What on earth? Is my luck so poor that I've struck the real one? The burly instructor cursed inwardly, unable to contain his frustration. Yet, something was amiss. Why did the true form vanish into smoke? But no one answered his queries. On the battlefield, the remaining Godhood unleashed their enhanced punches upon the electrode. Boom, boom, boom. The electrode found itself under a relentless barrage, forced to cower in defeat. In its few remaining moments of clarity, it pondered, Why does being struck by these shadow clones hurt so much? Use Thunder Punch. The burly instructor urgently commanded the electrode. Enraged, the electrode raised its right fist, crackling with electricity, and fiercely shattered two of the Godhood's shadow forms, causing them to retreat. Chen Haoran's voice echoed softly, and all shadow forms of the Godhood transformed into dissipating white smoke, leaving only one that leaped back, creating distance from the electrode. At this moment, the remaining Godhood exuded an ominous aura, its pressure akin to a torrential river, bearing down upon the battlefield. The burly instructor's pupils constricted sharply. Something was amiss with this Godhood. How had its presence suddenly become so formidable? Godhood, finish it with Spiral Shuriken. Chen Haoran's voice resonated calmly, yet it stirred a tempest within the burly instructor's heart. Finish off my electrode. In your dreams. Electrode, take it down with Thunder Punch. He bellowed angrily. Let us see who defeats whom. The burly instructor, now consumed by rage, prepared for a direct confrontation. The clash of the Godhood's Spiral Shuriken and the electrode's Thunder Punch erupted into a colossal explosion that reverberated throughout the battlefield, stunning onlookers into silence as they paused their battles to witness the spectacle. What in the world? Isn't that the arena for Chen Haoran's Pokémon battles? Why is there an explosion? Is that the self-detonation of a double-gas Pokémon? Students marveled at Chen Haoran's prowess, astonished that a mere ordinary student could create such a ruckus. The surrounding students whispered amongst themselves, while other instructors, equally curious, halted their activities to observe. As smoke billowed across the battlefield, Chen Haoran stood silently, his expression inscrutable. A gust of wind swept through, gradually clearing the haze to reveal the two Pokémon. The Godhood stood firm, while the electrode lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling in confusion. Gasp! The surrounding instructors inhaled sharply. Disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld the scene. Isn't that old Wong's ace Pokémon, the electrode? How could it be defeated by a student? They were incredulous. Old Wong's electrode is a high-tier Pokémon. How could it fall to a student? Did old Wong underestimate him, or intentionally let it happen? This is absurd. Are high school students this strong now? The students I battled were average at best. I had them under control. The instructors gathered, unable to fathom the outcome. Yet, the most bewildered of all was the burly instructor, old Wong, whose eyes widened like saucers as he stared at the fallen electrode, astonishment written all over his face. Gulp. Old Wong could not help but swallow hard, shock evident as he turned to Chen Haoran and stammered, "Is your Godhood a bullfrog?" Chapter 41. The assessment begins. Chiozei takes action in response to old Wong's incredulity. Chen Haoran stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied earnestly, "It should be. Kuniyashi frog." Old Wong. The onlookers, what butterfly? Yame butterfly? The absurdity of it all caused a flurry of bewilderment. Regardless, this battle concluded with Chen Haoran's Godhood triumphing in a spectacular 1v4 finish. Chen Haoran's reputation soared within training camp number 1, becoming a household name among both students and instructors, who were all aware of the legendary Godhood. In the days that followed, each day saw an instructor falling victim to Chen Haoran's prowess. His name echoed louder than that of Instructor Chiozei, causing instructors to steer clear of him. Thus, after 10 days of Pokémon battle practice, the time had finally come to an end. The students rejoiced, and the instructors were even more elated. They were finally free from being Chen Haoran's adversaries. A wave of relief washed over them as they mourned their battered pride, piecing together their self-esteem that Chen Haoran had shattered. On the morning of the final day at training camp number 1, 25 students stood in perfect formation on the battlefield, now exuding a newfound maturity and strength, their expressions resolute as they gazed ahead. On the platform, all instructors from training camp number 1 stood on either side, their dark circles revealing the toll of their recent encounters with Chen Haoran. Instructor Chiozei, donned in military attire, stood upright at the center of the platform, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the students below. A fleeting, inscrutable expression crossed his face as he glanced at Chen Haoran. This young man had turned the training camp upside down over the past 10 days, with every instructor lamenting to him about Chen Haoran's relentless prowess, claiming he was inhuman, and that his Godhood was anything but a mere frog. Chiozei's ears had nearly gone deaf from their complaints. Truly, he was someone worth investing in. Students, Chiozei declared solemnly from the platform, the training for Pokémon battles has concluded. The extent of your knowledge, growth, and understanding is something I trust you are all aware of. Our high-stakes training camp session is also nearing its end. You have all fulfilled your tasks. However, today marks the day of the training camp assessment. Although it is termed an assessment, It is essentially a selection process for the Pokémon competition. He continued. Those who fail will have to return home, while those who succeed will represent training camp number 1 in competition against other camps. The benefits of winning have been outlined before, so I shall not reiterate them. The assessment officially commences now. With instructor Chiyo Zay's stirring words, the high-stakes training camp assessment was set into motion. This assessment would follow the structure of a Pokémon battle, featuring 3v3 matchups. Each student would face off against an instructor. But this time, each instructor's Pokémon would be at least of intermediate level, ensuring that the competition would be fierce and devoid of leniency. In the initial stages, the majority of individuals possessed only intermediate-level capabilities, with only a select few reaching the latter stages of the same tier. Thus, this assessment was destined to be brutal. The 25 students stood in opposition to 25 instructors, and while the students exhibited signs of anxiety, only Chen Haoran's expression bore an unusual peculiarity. To his astonishment, his opponent was none other than Chief Instructor Chiyo Zay. How could he possibly contend with such an esteemed figure? Was this a personal vendetta against him? Chen Haoran had initially hoped to breeze through the assessment, complete the task, and bask in the rewards without much effort. Now, it seemed, that would not be so simple. Internally, he was filled with exasperation, his face reflecting a constipated expression. Ahem, Chief Instructor Chiyo, why must you be my opponent? Chen Haoran feigned confusion, unable to resist the question. Do you lack self-awareness? Chiyo Zay shot him a disdainful glance, and replied coolly. Given that even his own subordinates had been rendered self-conscious by Chen Haoran, there was little inclination to engage him as an adversary. Yet, he was genuinely curious to gauge the limits of Chen Haoran's abilities. Upon hearing Chiyo Zay's words, Chen Haoran's face broke into an awkward smile. This is truly not my fault, instructor. I merely wish to learn from my superiors. But it seems they have rather fragile egos. Chiyo Zay's lips twitched slightly. With your tactics, even the most resilient would be shattered, wouldn't they? A fully grown man. A legitimate instructor, bested by a mere high school student. This would leave a lifelong scar. Enough chatter, unleash your true strength. Otherwise, you shall fail this assessment, Chiyo Zay stated, fixing his gaze on Chen Haoran with an expression of calm authority. Begin the match. Come forth, Venusaur. Chiyo Zay released a Pokeball, summoning a large green toad adorned with flowers on its back, the formidable Venusaur. Chen Haoran swiftly scanned its attributes. Name, Venusaur. Gender, male. Nature, careless. Type, grass poison. Ability, overgrow. Base stats, 525. Level, intermediate. Potential, gym leader level. Skills, vine whip, expert. Growth, expert. Petal dance, expert. Seed bomb, expert. Leaf storm, expert. Poison powder, beginner. Sleep powder, beginner. Seed flare, beginner. Description, Venusaur, the seed Pokemon, evolved from Bulbasaur. Enjoys basking in sunlight to photosynthesize. Chapter 42, Snorlax vs. Venusaur. Chen Haoran gasped upon witnessing the skills of Venusaur. Its strength was formidable. Moreover, being a grass type, it had an advantage over his own Froakie. Let us see how my hefty Snorlax measures up. He threw out a Pokeball, and a stout blue Pokemon appeared on the field. Another shiny Pokemon. Chiyo Zay's expression hardened, his mind racing. This kid is incredibly lucky to possess not one, but 2 shiny Pokemon. I have yet to encounter a single one. Chiyo Zay cursed inwardly while maintaining a composed facade, noting that Snorlax's aura indicated it had reached early intermediate strength. After 10 days of rigorous training, Snorlax's skill levels had indeed improved. Name, Snorlax, shiny. Shiny effect. HP increased by 10. Gender, male. Nature, diligent. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Base stats, 540. Level, early intermediate. Potential, champion level. Skills, tackle, master. Rollout, master. Amplified punch, master. Heavy slam, perfect. Giga impact, perfect. Amnesia, expert. Body slam, expert. Rest, expert. Belly drum, expert. Special trait, mythical Zoan fruit Nika form with special skills, omitted. Although his level hadn't increased, both rest and belly drum had reached the expert level. Changes in skill levels do not necessarily enhance power, but higher levels allow for quicker skill execution. It is said that at the divine transformation level, skills can be activated instinctively, even negating their side effects. For instance, upon reaching the divine transformation level, the rest skill could restore energy and alleviate ailments without inducing sleep. Such is the terrifying nature of skills at this level, an aspiration for every trainer and Pokemon. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. Chiyo Zay wasted no time and commanded his Pokemon to attack. Venusaur, with a mighty roar, Venusaur unleashed a barrage of seeds towards Snorlax. Snorlax, use Rebound. Chen Haoran barked out the command. Snorlax inhaled deeply, puffing up its belly into a large balloon. Boom, boom, boom. The seeds collided against Snorlax's rubbery abdomen, rebounding back towards Venusaur. What kind of skill is this? Chiozei pondered, his mind racing. Yet he swiftly directed Venusaur, use Leaf Storm to knock those seeds down. With precision, Venusaur summoned a flurry of leaf-shaped blades that struck down the rebounding seeds. Boom. The seeds and blades clashed violently, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Snorlax, release your air. Chen Haoran's voice rang out once more. Snorlax exhaled, returning to its original form, and its right fist became enveloped in a layer of black, steel-like energy, rapidly elongating as it swung towards Venusaur. What? Chiozei's pupils dilated, nearly popping out of his eyes. What kind of divine Snorlax is this? I could tolerate the inflated belly, but now its arms are elongating too? This is beyond comprehension. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Snorlax's powerful punch struck Venusaur squarely on the head. Bang! A resounding collision echoed as Venusaur emitted a cry of pain, its massive form being pushed back several steps. The sheer force of Snorlax's attack was evident. With a base power of 60, combined with type advantage and the enhancement from the armament Haki, the total damage soared to 150. Indeed, that was painful. Furthermore, the armament Haki layered upon the fist not only amplified the attack, but also raised defensive capabilities by 2 levels. Thus, with an attack power of 2 and a skill power of 150, if Venusaur weren't so resilient, that strike would have been fatal. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. Though Chiozei was filled with questions, now was not the time for contemplation. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, he commanded Venusaur. Venusaur released a volley of seeds from its flower, aiming for Snorlax's bulging belly. Snorlax, activate armament Haki. Chen Haoran's voice rang out, unfazed as the rhythm of the battle shifted in his favor. He awaited the moment Venusaur would reveal a weakness to deliver a decisive blow. Snorlax, with a thunderous roar, Snorlax's rotund belly became enveloped in a steel-like black substance. The parasitic seeds of the Bulbasaur clung to its surface, but unexpectedly, they failed to take hold. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Haoran's eyes. Although his gamble was somewhat precarious, he had indeed wagered correctly. The concept of Haki in one piece represents one of the apex energy systems, exhibiting formidable effects. Within the anime, there has not been a single instance where a combatant has pierced through an armored Haki. Thus, Chen Haoran speculated that mere plant seeds could not possibly breach the defenses provided by Haki. Caught in contemplation, Chen Haoran was indeed correct. This exemplifies the distinction between the realms of reality and gaming, wherein all possibilities exist. It is time to unleash your imaginative prowess. Chapter 43. What on earth is this skill? Chiozei's mouth twitched violently, cursing under his breath. What on earth is this ridiculous skill? This boy is extraordinarily peculiar. Can we not engage in a proper Pokémon battle? A smirk curved upon Chen Haoran's lips as he called out to Snorlax. Snorlax, deal with it. Use armored rubber jet pistol. Hissing sounds erupted as white steam billowed from Snorlax's body, its entire form flushed crimson. This was the second form of the Nika fruit. Snorlax let out a low growl, its right fist enveloped in armored Haki, extending at high velocity toward Bulbasaur, moving with the swiftness of a bullet. No one anticipated that the corpulent Snorlax could strike with such rapidity. Chiozei's heart raced as he urgently shouted to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Bulbasaur, panting slightly, emitted a low roar, unleashing several leaf blades that soared towards Snorlax's rubber fist. However, Snorlax's Haki-imbued rubber fist deflected the leaf blades with the sound of sharp metallic clinks. Subsequently, Snorlax's fist slammed into Bulbasaur's head with a resounding thud, sending the massive creature flying several meters away, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Bulbasaur was defeated. Return, Bulbasaur. Chiozei's expression grew serious as he recalled his Pokémon, fixating intently on Chen Haoran. He produced another Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it, declaring, "Come forth, Teddiursa." As the light dissipated, a bear Pokémon adorned in brown fur, with a yellow circle on its belly, materialized on the battlefield. The shorter fur on its shoulders indicated it was a male Teddiursa. Name, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Nature, bold. Type, normal. Ability, guts. Base stats, 500. Level, late advanced. Pokémon potential, near champion level. Skills, claw, proficient. Arm thrust, proficient. Glare, proficient. Critical hit, proficient. Takedown, proficient. Lick, beginner. Desire, beginner. Fury swipes, beginner. Description, Teddiursa, a winter Pokémon, is the evolved form of Cubchoo, adept at climbing trees. Anger it, and you shall find no refuge. Indeed, it was a male Teddiursa, and its level had reached the late advanced stage. Upon witnessing this Teddiursa, Chen Haoran recalled the Pokémon compendium from his textbooks. The evolution form, Ursaring, had yet to be discovered, as it only indicated that Teddiursa was the final form. Ursaring's base stats reached a staggering 550 points, making it formidable. It was no wonder that this Teddiursa's potential was deemed near champion level. However, the conditions for Teddiursa's evolution into Ursaring were rather stringent, requiring a full moon night and a use of a peak block. The absence of this evolution form was understandable. Once he entered university, this would serve as a stepping stone toward becoming a Pokémon scholar. Shockingly, a freshman at a certain university had uncovered that Teddiursa could evolve. Meanwhile, the battle between Snorlax and Teddiursa commenced in earnest. Snorlax, we strike first. Maintain your second form, and use armored rubber jet pistol. Chen Haoran commanded, seizing the initiative. Teddiursa dodged, and then unleashed a critical hit. At that moment, Chiozei's voice echoed, Snorlax, cover your defenses with Haki. Snorlax's arms swiftly extended, launching a rapid punch toward Teddiursa, akin to a bullet being fired. Teddiursa, glaring with fierce eyes, was not slow either, narrowly evading Snorlax's attack. After all, it was 2 levels higher than Snorlax, boasting superior speed, strength, and defense. Suddenly, Teddiursa found itself beside Snorlax and executed a critical hit, a skill described in the game as infallible, indeed catching Chen Haoran off guard. Snorlax, activate your armored Haki. Chen Haoran's voice rang out calmly. Since dodging is futile, brace for impact. Instantly, a layer of iron-hard black energy enveloped Snorlax's belly. As Teddiursa's attack struck, they produced sounds reminiscent of metal colliding, with the Haki enhancing Snorlax's defenses by 2 levels. The critical hit, though a dark-type skill with a power of 60, was not particularly effective against Snorlax, causing it to merely sway without suffering significant harm. What is this black energy? Chiozei cursed inwardly, realizing that Snorlax seemed to wield a power that could augment both offense and defense. What on earth was this? Had this boy developed a new skill? Questions flooded Chiozei's mind, but the battle was ever-changing, leaving no time for contemplation. Chen Haoran's voice resounded once more, Snorlax. Unleash Mountain Press. Snorlax bellowed, its massive form crashing down upon Teddiursa. Not good. Chiozei's gaze sharpened. At such close range, Teddiursa had no time to evade and could only brace itself. Teddiursa, use arm thrust. Chiozei quickly devised a counter-strategy, believing that Teddiursa's arm thrust, with a power of 100 and a fighting-type advantage, could shatter Snorlax's mountain press. We can win, Chiozei thought to himself. Chapter 44, The Giant's Press. Shocking the audience with a plan in place, Chiozei was convinced that Teddiursa's arm thrust could indeed break Snorlax's mountain press. Snorlax, inhaled deeply. Expand. Chen Haoran's voice rang out again, and in an instant, Snorlax inhaled a vast amount of air, inflating to a staggering height of 5 meters. Chiozei stared in disbelief at the giant Snorlax before him, its mouth agape wide enough to fit a watermelon. How could this be played out? How could one possibly fight such a colossal creature? What the hell? Chiozei raged inwardly. Snorlax, draped in Haki, resembled an ancient giant, while Teddiursa stood a mere 1.8 meters tall, dwarfed by the imposing 5-meter Snorlax. Teddiursa's legs quaked in fear as it struck Snorlax's abdomen with its arm thrust, akin to a pebble colliding against a mountain. The towering Snorlax's mountain press bore down upon Teddiursa. Combo move, Giant's Press. Activate. This was Chen Haoran's inaugural use of a combination skill formed from the rubber fruit and Pokémon abilities, and its power appeared to be truly terrifying. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the formidable Snorlax pinned the circular bear beneath its weight. A cloud of dust erupted, startling the onlookers in the battleground, who gaped in disbelief at the sight of such a colossal Snorlax, nearly causing their jaws to drop. Even the Pokémon battle came to a halt, as all eyes fixated on the duel between Chiozei and Chen Haoran. Is this really a Snorlax? Surely, it can't be real. It stands as tall as several stories. Has this Snorlax ascended to divinity? Chen Haoran must be pulling our legs. The students buzzed with astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. The assessment must continue, however. The instructor, despite his curiosity, maintained discipline, chastising the crowd. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the Snorlax reverted to its original form, revealing a vast crater in the ground, within which the circular bear lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling and a mysterious liquid oozing from its mouth. Return, circular bear, Chiozei exclaimed, still taken aback, recalling the bear and turning his gaze towards Chen Haoran. May I inquire, Chen Haoran, what exactly is the nature of your Snorlax? The abnormality of this Snorlax had surpassed his comprehension. Could it be a technologically modified Pokémon? This notion was not entirely unfounded. During a covert mission abroad aimed at dismantling an evil organization, he encountered a member wielding a Charizard capable of unleashing electric-type skills. The cost had been steep, and upon its defeat, Chiozei discovered that the Charizard had undergone a horrific procedure where the electric organs of a Jolteon were transplanted into its body, thus granting it the ability to generate electricity. However, such experiments had an exceedingly low success rate, requiring around 50 Charizards and Jolteons to yield a single successful specimen, and the Charizard's lifespan was drastically reduced to a mere few years. This inhumane experimentation, which violated the ethical laws of Pokémon, had garnered international condemnation, leading to military crackdowns. Since that battle, the evil organization had seemingly vanished from the world, possibly having dissipated entirely or lurking in the shadows. A weight of concern settled in Chiozei's mind as he addressed Chen Haoran. Instructor, you are unaware? Has the principal not informed you? Chen Haoran, having anticipated such a question, feigned ignorance. The principal? I'm afraid I am in the dark. He has shared nothing with me. A flicker of doubt crossed Chiozei's face as he pondered the revelation. I see. In truth, I have awakened a superpower. My ability allows me to bestow unique capabilities upon my Pokémon. Chen Haoran continued, unperturbed, spinning his tail with a straight face as if it were genuine. Superpower. Chiozei gasped, suddenly enlightened. This revelation made perfect sense. The earlier Froakie had transformed into this extraordinary Snorlax, thanks to Chen Haoran's superpower, which had awakened its unique abilities. A sense of relief washed over Chiozei. He was not concerned about Chen Haoran's honesty, as he could easily verify it with the principal of Linhai First High School and investigate Chen Haoran's background. If this truly was an awakened superpower, Chen Haoran's potential would soar, making his admission into the military-industrial Pokémon University a foregone conclusion. Chiozei's gaze towards Chen Haoran now held a glimmer of delight. Who could possibly contend with me for the first place in this training camp Pokémon competition? Chiozei mused contentedly. Every year, Linhai City hosted a training camp Pokémon competition, and although he was from the esteemed #1 training camp, their performance had not been particularly stellar. The city boasted 5 public high schools and 2 private ones, with the latter consistently securing the top 2 positions in the annual competitions. Wealthy families naturally opted for private schools, regardless of the exorbitant tuition fees, as their children were less concerned about such trivial costs. Consequently, the 2 private high schools dominated the leaderboard, while the public schools merely vied for 3rd place, with the remainder receiving no accolades. The more Chiozei observed Chen Haoran, the more he appreciated him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran found himself bewildered by Chiozei's unexpected grin. What was happening? Why was the instructor smirking? Cough, cough. Chiozei, you still have one final Pokémon, don't you? Chen Haoran could not help but remind him. Indeed, this is my last Pokémon. Come forth, Steelix. Chiozei suppressed his thoughts and hurled a Pokeball, summoning a massive serpent-like Pokémon resembling Steel, which emerged onto the battlefield. It was none other than Steelix, extending at least 9 meters in length, even larger than Chen Haoran's Gyarados. Name, Steelix. Gender, male. Personality, careless. Type, Steel. Ground, ability, Rock Head. Base stats, 510. Level, Elite Intermediate. Potential, near champion level. Skills, Tackle, Master level. Harden, Proficient level. Thunder Fong, Proficient level. Ice Fong, Proficient level. Fire Fong, Proficient level. Rock Slide, Beginner level. Stealth Rock, Beginner level. Euroball, Beginner level. Iron Tail, Dig, Bite. Description, Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokémon, is the evolved form of Onyx, with a body even harder than steel, living underground for extended periods. Chen Haoran's lips twitched in disbelief. This is absurd. This is blatant bullying. How can an elite-level Pokémon be unleashed against a mere high school student? Where are the laws of fairness? Chen Haoran silently cursed Chiozei repeatedly in his mind. Noticing Chen Haoran's incredulous gaze, Chiozei felt a flush creep to his cheeks. Indeed, it was somewhat unfair. However, as the chief instructor, he could not afford to lose face. Having already been bested twice, a 3rd defeat would be utterly humiliating. He was also curious to discover Chen Haoran's limits. Cough, cough. Chen Haoran, it's not that I wish to trouble you. If you manage to defeat my Steelix, I will personally reward you with 20,000 yuan. What do you say? Chiozei proposed enticingly. Chen Haoran scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chiozei. Instructor Chiao, are you insulting my integrity? Do you think I am so easily swayed by money? Chiaoze was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of shame. He had not expected such admirable character from this young man. How embarrassing for him as an instructor. Unless you increase the stakes. At least 30,000. Lin Haoran's voice rang out again. Chiaoze's heart raced, his eyelids twitching as he struggled to maintain composure. Spitting on the ground. He shot a sidelong glance at Lin Haoran. Why did you spit? Oh, nothing. Just recalling something unpleasant. Ah, so about that 30,000. Very well. Defeat my Steelix first. With their conversation concluded, an unevenly matched battle was poised to commence. In this instance, Chiaoze displayed a modicum of restraint, refraining from seizing the initiative. Naturally, Lin Haoran was not one to hold back. He was poised to unleash the full might of his Snorlax, eager to ascertain the true extent of its formidable power. Snorlax. Engage in Mode 4. Spring Snorlax. Lin Haoran's voice, tinged with excitement, echoed. Upon receiving Lin Haoran's command, Snorlax let out a thunderous roar. Enveloped in the aura of armament Haki. Instantly, it inhaled deeply, inflating its muscles, and a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped its entire form. With a resounding whoosh, a gust of wind dispersed the smoke, revealing a towering figure of 3 meters in height, its limbs adorned with the same aura, mysterious patterns winding around its midsection, and its eyes shadowed by a dark ring. Spring Snorlax had made its grand entrance. With wide, determined eyes, Snorlax fixed its gaze on the opposing Steelix, emitting a fierce roar as if challenging it to a battle of true warriors. In response, Steelix let out a furious growl, and a flicker of astonishment crossed Chiaoze's eyes. Was this the genuine prowess of the awakened Snorlax? Indeed, it was astonishingly strong. Go for it, Spring Snorlax. Lin Haoran had just utilized the system to scan Snorlax's current attributes, discovering that its physical attack had surged by 3 levels, while its defense and speed had each increased by 2 levels. This must be the hidden effect of Mode 4. Such terror. If it were merely the armament Haki enhancing its power, the boost would only be by 2 levels, yet it had escalated so dramatically. Spring Snorlax. Unleash the Rubber King Punch. Lin Haoran commanded. Snorlax roared in response, its enormous fist compressing rapidly before rebounding with incredible speed. The air crackled with explosive energy as the fearsome punch created shockwaves, resonating with thunderous booms. Chiaoze's eyes widened. The attack speed was astonishingly fast, and its power formidable. Steelix, with its velocity, could scarcely evade. It had no choice but to endure the onslaught. Come on, I refuse to believe my elite-level Steelix cannot withstand your strike. Chiaoze bellowed at his Steelix. Steelix responded with a colossal roar, its lengthy tail glinting as it collided with Snorlax's Rubber King Punch. A massive wave of energy surged outward, whipping up gales of wind and clouds of dust, resembling a missile explosion. This intense exchange of blows left the other evaluators in stunned silence. What in the world was happening? Chapter 46. The Terrifying Battle. The burrowing, old sick snake, the surrounding Pokémon were captivated by the spectacle unfolding on the battlefield, as the scene resembled a missile bombardment orchestrated by a mere high school student. Was this truly the work of a high schooler? It was utterly astonishing. What caliber of battle was this? It must reach the elite level of Pokémon combat. Elite level? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that Lin Haoran's Pokémon has attained the elite level? Absolutely impossible. You must have been blinded by ignorance. Lin Haoran is simply an average student from a regular class, lucky enough to stumble upon a remarkable Pokémon. How arrogant. Perhaps he has resorted to some illicit substances to exploit his Pokémon's potential. Indeed, that could very well be the case. It all makes sense now. No wonder this average student could outclass us. It explains everything. Whispers of dissent filled the air as some classmates, unable to tolerate Lin Haoran stealing the limelight, began to speak ill of him. One such individual was a lackey of Wang Xikong, eager to tarnish Lin Haoran's reputation and curry favor with his master. Wang Xikong cast a glance of approval at him, igniting a fervor within the lackey, who redoubled his efforts to discredit Lin Haoran, presenting arguments that garnered the agreement of several other students. What nonsense are you lot spouting? Can your Pokémon consume performance-enhancing drugs for 10 consecutive days? Can we not discern whether or not they have ingested such substances? What side effects are manifesting on his Pokémon? Is it so difficult to concede that others may be strong? How pathetic you all are, claiming to be the top students of Lehigh No. 1 High School. Some instructors, unable to contain their disdain any longer, were equally frustrated with such self-important, presumptuous individuals. Despite enduring relentless challenges from Lin Haoran's Pokémon over the past 10 days, they had come to respect Lin Haoran's strength. Upon hearing disparaging remarks directed at Chen Haoran, their expressions darkened ominously. The Pokémon assessment continues. Do you believe we have been too lenient? Barked Instructor Wong to his fellow instructors. Subsequently, the intensity of the instructor's assaults escalated dramatically, overwhelming the students. Everyone directed their ire at the instigator of the ruckus, their glares filled with rage. Damn it, we'll make him pay for this. The lackey, drenched in sweat, looked helplessly toward Wang Xikong, who showed no sign of concern. The lackey realized he was utterly doomed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Chen Haoran and Instructor Chiozei, the thick smoke finally dissipated, revealing Spring Snorlax and Steelix before their eyes. Snorlax was unscathed, while Steelix bore severe wounds, with cracks marring its rocky exterior. Chiozei's gaze sharpened, his heart racing with disbelief. Steelix, renowned for its physical defense, boasted an astounding base value of 200. Its rocky form was harder than diamond, and it was an elite-level Steelix. Yet now, it had been dealt a grievous blow by a single punch from a high-level Pokémon. How could this not leave Chiozei utterly astounded? Chen Haoran's lips curled into a faint smile. Although he was aware of the tremendous power of the Mode 4 Rubber King Punch, witnessing its terrifying effectiveness firsthand was still a source of delight. Snorlax's Rubber King Punch boasted a staggering power of 320, bolstered by its type advantage to reach an apocalyptic 480. Such devastation. Moreover, Snorlax's attack power was enhanced in its third state. The magnitude of this attack was truly unimaginable. Snorlax, press the advantage. Use the million-ton heavy punch. Chen Haoran commanded, urging Snorlax to capitalize on its momentum. With incredible speed, Snorlax bounded forward, propelled by its remarkable rubber-like resilience. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been impossible to believe that such a rotund creature could possess such swiftness. Snorlax's massive black energy fist glowed with a brilliant light, poised to strike Steelix. In a desperate bid, Steelix utilized its dig ability to evade the oncoming assault. Chiozei swiftly commanded the steel snake, which promptly burrowed into the ground, successfully evading the colossal punch of the Spring Snorlax. One must commend Instructor Chiozei for his quick reflexes, as he adeptly transformed the situation from light to shadow with the digging technique. Now, the Snorlax was in the light, while the steel snake lurked in the shadows, marking a subtle shift in the dynamics of the battle. Chen Haoran and the Snorlax remained vigilant, attuned to the movements of the ground, aware that the steel snake could emerge at any moment to strike. Chen Haoran pondered to himself, wishing for the power of observation Haki to locate the steel snake's position. Steel snake, use Euroball. Chiozei's command echoed once more, and Chen Haoran felt the tremors beneath his feet, signaling the steel snake's imminent arrival. Snorlax, be ready to dodge, he urged. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted from the ground behind the Snorlax, as the steel snake coiled itself and transformed into a massive Euroball, crashing into the Snorlax with a resounding boom. The impact sent the Snorlax flying, leaving a long skid mark upon the earth. The Snorlax let out a roar that was a mixture of fury and pain. Steadying itself, it rose again, panting heavily, clearly affected by the recent assault. Had it not been for the increase in its physical defense by 2 levels, it would have struggled against such a powerful move. Steel snake, retreat to the hole. Chiozei commanded again, preparing for the next strike. Chen Haoran cast a sidelong glance at Instructor Chiozei and remarked with a stoic expression, from now on, you should call your steel snake burrowing Old Six instead. Chiozei, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, how can you say such a thing, Chen Haoran? I am merely employing a sound strategy. Clearly, Chiozei was not one to be easily provoked. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Haoran's eyes flickered with a glimmer of determination as he spoke calmly. Chapter 47. Mission accomplished. Abundant rewards. Upon hearing Chen Haoran's words, Chiozei's heart sank. Could it be that this young man held a trump card? He mused inwardly, that's impossible. It was absurd that he, a seasoned instructor, felt a twinge of paranoia instilled by a high school student. No wonder his fellow instructors were all withdrawn. This kid was a true anomaly. Chiozei's lips quivered slightly, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran's eyes glimmered with resolve as he addressed the Snorlax. Snorlax, assume Serpent Man form. He then commanded the creature to utilize the Rubber King Cobra technique inside the burrow. As Chen Haoran spoke, steam began to billow from the Snorlax, shrouding it in a veil of white smoke. Its massive form gradually condensed, the bloated belly vanishing, revealing rippling muscles adorned with mysterious patterns, like a white dragon coiling around it. As the steam dissipated, a new figure emerged, a 2-meter-tall Snorlax with a muscular physique, no longer resembling the rotund creature it once was. This was a new entity altogether. Serpent Man Snorlax had arrived. The serpent man Snorlax exuded a terrifying aura, unleashing a ferocious roar that sent waves of intimidation rippling outward. Chiozei, nearly grinding his teeth in disbelief, gasped in shock. Is that really a Snorlax? So slender and muscular. This is beyond comprehension. His eyes widened in disbelief as this transformation shattered his preconceived notions of the typically plump Pokémon. As Chiozei swallowed hard, still reeling from the shock, the serpent man Snorlax was already poised to attack. With blinding speed, it unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling with explosive force. Moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, an apparition of the Rubber King Cobra materialized above its fists, resembling an ancient beast baring its fangs in anticipation of a deadly strike. With no time to waste, Chiozei's instincts kicked in as he yelled, "Steel Snake! Come out now!" However, before the Steel Snake could react, a thunderous crash erupted from the burrow below. A colossal explosion resonated from the earth, sending the Steel Snake soaring from its hiding place, crashing heavily onto the ground, its eyes swirling, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. In this encounter, Chen Haoran and the Serpent Man Snorlax emerged victorious, albeit with considerable effort, as the Snorlax had expended its full might. This battle provided Chen Haoran with valuable insights into the true prowess of the Snorlax, revealing that while it could contend with mid-tier elite Pokémon, the later stages would pose a significant challenge unless it faced a favorable matchup. With Chiozei's final Pokémon defeated, the training camp assessment concluded, and Chen Haoran had successfully passed. Chiozei stood in place, staring at the incapacitated Steel Snake, a smile slowly creeping across his face. He retrieved a Pokeball and returned the Steel Snake, saying, "Rest well, Steel Snake. You performed admirably." He then approached Chen Haoran, standing before him with a congratulatory tone. "Congratulations, Chen Haoran. You have successfully passed the assessment." Chen Haoran smiled upon hearing this, and a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. "Congratulations on completing the mission, training camp assessment. You have earned the reward, an increase of 1 level in the proficiency of a designated skill and 1 advanced Pokémon candy." The task was finally accomplished. Now, Froggy could advance to a higher tier Pokémon and acquire a divine level skill. Chen Haoran's heart brimmed with excitement at the thought of a divine level skill, an illustrious rank that even the strongest champions might not possess. And soon, his Froggy would acquire one. With this thought in mind, a radiant smile blossomed on Chen Haoran's face, akin to a sunflower basking in the sun. Regarding the instructor's generous support, "What about the 30,000? Chen Haoran chuckled, making an unmistakable gesture. Chiozei, bewildered, responded, "What 30,000? Chen Haoran, what are you talking about? Now, let us return and prepare to announce the list of successful candidates." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Chen Haoran in a state of disarray, gazing in astonishment at the retreating figure, not unlike a dog chasing after its tail. "Dog Chiozei, you deceitful scoundrel." On the training ground, the assessments for all participants had concluded, with a mix of sorrow, joy, and anger among the crowd. Chiozei, maintaining a stoic expression, surveyed the assembly and announced, "The training camp assessment has come to a definitive close, and the results are disappointing. Out of 25 participants, only 5 have passed the assessment, while 20 have been eliminated. I shall now declare the names of those who have succeeded: Chen Haoran, Shangwan Linger, Wang Sikong, Shuebo, and Wang Xingxiu. Those who passed the assessment, please remain. The rest are dismissed. Please gather your belongings, as arrangements will be made to return you to your respective schools." Thus, from the original 30 participants, only the final 5 remained. Chapter 48. Wang Xingxiu, the Scyther. Chen Haoran stood on the playground with 4 others. Chen Haoran gazed at Chiozei with the eyes of a spurned lover, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Chiozei on the platform disregarded Chen Haoran's gaze and spoke nonchalantly. "Tomorrow, you will have a day to rest and adjust to your optimal state. The day after tomorrow, you will depart to represent our No. 1 training camp in the Linhai City Training Camp's Pokémon competition. I hope you will showcase your utmost abilities and stand out in this contest. For yourselves, for our training camp, and for the honor of your school. Do you understand?" Chiozei's voice resonated powerfully, exuding the aura of a fierce beast, causing a slight change in the expressions of the group, who immediately responded in unison. "Understood." Chen Haoran shot a disdainful glance at Chiozei, internally cursing him as a scoundrel. Chiozei continued to ignore Chen Haoran's gaze and departed with the other instructors, leaving Chen Haoran and the others behind. "Chen Haoran, I heard you defeated Instructor Chiozei. That's impressive." At that moment, a bespectacled male student approached, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chen Haoran. Chen Haoran turned to face this student, recognizing him as Shuebo, a member of Class 2. The rest, including Shangwan Linger, Wang Tiango, and Wang Xingxiong, were all from Class 1. Lin Haoran humbly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Oh, it was merely Instructor Chiu being lenient. Humph. Some people still possess a modicum of self-awareness. Don't think that just because you captured a stronger Pokémon through sheer luck, you can become arrogant. Remember, there are always greater heights and more formidable opponents." At that moment, a curly-haired male student interjected with a mocking tone. Lin Haoran directed his gaze towards this individual. Knowing him to be Wang Xingxiong, rumored to be the cousin of Wang Xikong, coming from a wealthy family, Lin Haoran pondered why these affluent individuals would choose to attend public schools instead of private institutions. Was it merely to flaunt their superiority? Lin Haoran cast a disinterested glance at Wang Xingxiong and remarked, "Why does it smell so sour? And the barking is quite bothersome." Shangwan Linger couldn't help but laugh. Rolling her eyes at Lin Haoran, who still had a sharp tongue, Shuebo stifled his laughter, secretly giving Lin Haoran a thumbs up, filled with admiration for him. "You think your words hold weight? If you're a man, let us have a Pokémon battle. If you lose, shout here that you're a dog. Do you dare?" Wang Xingxiong declared angrily to Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran looked at this fool incredulously. Did he not witness the battle between himself and that scoundrel Chiu? How could he have the audacity to challenge him? Surely, Liang Jingru would not provide him such courage. Ding dong, task activated. Teach Wang Xingxiong a lesson. This fellow seems to question the strength of your other Pokémon. How can you tolerate that? Crush his pride and teach him a lesson. Task rewards. Self-encouragement learning device X1. High-level Pokémon candy X1. At the same moment, the cold voice of the system rang in Lin Haoran's ears, brightening his spirits. He adored these charming task-giving moments. But what if you lose? Lin Haoran feigned indifference as he inquired. "If I lose, I'll give you $100,000. Wang Xingxiong shouted, his voice filled with anger. "All right. Given your enthusiasm, I accept." The light in Lin Haoran's eyes brightened, and his earlier gloom dissipated instantly as he responded with a smile. "However, I have one condition. You cannot use your Snorlax." Wang Xingxiong suddenly changed his tone and declared to Lin Haoran. "Deal." Lin Haoran agreed without hesitation, realizing the intention behind this condition, to restrict his Snorlax. The poor Snorlax had barely had a chance to show off once before being benched. "Snorlax, what did I do wrong?" Lin Haoran glanced at Wang Xingxiong with a perplexed expression. This kid had some intellect, albeit limited. Did he really think that Lin Haoran had only one Pokémon capable of battle? He was still too young. In the Pokémon battle arena, Lin Haoran stood opposite Wang Xingxiong. The battle would be conducted in a 2v2 format, concluding when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Wang Xingxiong wore a smug expression, thinking to himself, "My cousin warned me to be cautious of this kid. He fell for the bait so easily. With no Snorlax, what could he possibly use to fight me?" Wang Xingxiong cast a disdainful glance at Lin Haoran before throwing out his Pokeball. "Come forth, Scyther." A flash of light revealed a green Pokémon with sharp scythe-like arms, appearing in the arena. The Scyther crossed its blades and let out a fierce cry. Its piercing eyes fixated on Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran promptly activated the system's scanning function. Name, Scyther, gender, male, nature, frank, type, bug, flying, ability, technician, base stat total, 500, level, mid-intermediate, Pokémon potential, gym level, skills, glare, proficient, quick attack, proficient, fury cutter, proficient, wing attack, beginner, double team, beginner, focus energy, beginner, dual chop, beginner, cut, beginner. Description, Scyther, a mantis Pokémon, possesses sharp scythes capable of slicing through steel, a born warrior. To Lin Haoran's surprise, it was indeed a Scyther, and with the technician ability to boot. Scyther was a relatively rare Pokémon, boasting a striking appearance that many boys flaunted to impress cute girls. However, the world remained oblivious to the fact that Scyther could evolve into the even more impressive Scizor, or the somewhat less attractive Heracross. Moreover, Scizor could mega-evolve, becoming immensely powerful. Yet, this world had yet to discover these evolutionary forms. Lin Haoran mentally noted this down, planning to use it for future reference. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Lin Haoran retrieved a Pokeball. "Come forth, Frogadier. You're the one." Chapter 49. Frogadier's entrance was met with a thunderous roar, and it shone brilliantly as it made its appearance. Guagua. The dead fish-eyed Frogadier glanced at the Scyther opposite, curling its lip in disdain. Its demeanor mirrored that of Lin Haoran. Indeed, like Master, like Pokémon. The Scyther, incensed by Frogadier's contemptuous expression, let out an angry cry, its sides glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight. "Humph. Scyther, Fury Cutter." Wang Xingxiong sneered, promptly issuing the attack order to his Scyther. The scyther growled lowly, its sides glowing with white light as it charged towards Frogadier with powerful strides, its eyes glinting with icy determination, intent on cleaving the wretched frog in two. Chen Haoran wore a subtle smile, leisurely commanding, "Frogadier, use water gun." Gua gua. Upon hearing the command, Frogadier stomped its foot against the ground, shattering the surface, and casually picked up a stone, hurling it at the charging scyther. With a resounding thud, the stone hurtled forth like a bullet. The mantis, attempting to intercept, found its speed woefully inadequate. It could hardly discern the stone's trajectory before being struck directly. The impact sent the mantis careening through the air, crashing heavily onto the frigid ground, its eyes swirling in confusion, rendered incapable of further combat. How could this be possible? Wang Xingxiong's pupils constricted in disbelief as he let out a furious roar. In the audience, Shangguan Linger, Wang Xixing, and Shuebo wore expressions of varying intensity. Shangguan Linger remained calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome, while Wang Xixing's countenance darkened, his face clouded with displeasure. Shuebo, however, was brimming with excitement. Exclaiming loudly, "Chen Haoran is incredible. Gage is simply too powerful. 666, 6666. He resembled a fervent fan cheering for his idol. Chen Haoran exhibited no surprise. His gauge was inherently at a higher level than the mantis, and the move Rockfall was a rock-type attack, possessing a quadruple advantage over the mantis, combined with its ability to switch freely, yielding a staggering 360 power. Was it not inevitable that he would dispatch such a fragile opponent in an instant? Wang Xingxiong's demeanor soured as he withdrew the mantis, grimly tossing out his final pokeball. "Come forth, Electivire." As the light faded, a yellow creature resembling a woolly sheep materialized in the arena. Indeed, it was Electivire. Name: Electivire. Gender: male. Personality: careless. Type: electric. Ability: static. Base stats: 510. Level: mid-tier. Potential: gym level. Skills: tackle, proficient. Shock, proficient. Dragon Pulse, proficient. Thunder Wave, beginner. Cotton Spore, beginner. Charge, beginner. Electro Ball, beginner. Thunder Punch, Fire Punch. Description: Electivire, the lamp Pokemon, is the evolved form of the fluffy sheep, with a red bead on its tail that glows, serving as a beacon for lost travelers. This mid-tier Electivire had a type advantage against Gage and was indeed a formidable Pokemon, capable of Mega Evolution in the future, boasting both electric and dragon types as special attack artillery. Yet, Wang Xingxiong's Electivire was far from impressive. Chen Haoran found it utterly dull, with such lackluster strength. It dared to bark in his presence. What a gift of fortune! Suddenly, Chen Haoran recalled his class leader, Wang Li. Another Wang. Could they be from the same family? What a benevolent soul! Ha ha ha! He mused maliciously. At that moment, Wang Xingxiong had already issued his attack command. Electivire. Use Thunder Wave. The Electivire let out a low growl, preparing to unleash an electric wave to thwart Gage's swift movements. If the Thunder Wave struck true, it would leave Gage immobilized, an easy target for the Electivire. Chen Haoran's voice rang out calmly. "Gage, use Quick Attack." Before the Electivire could execute its Thunder Wave, Gage unleashed a perfect Quick Attack, striking like lightning. The electric wave was interrupted as the Electivire was sent flying, crashing to the ground. "Electivire, get up. Use Electro Ball." Wang Xingxiong's complexion turned mildly pale as he urgently called out to his Pokemon. "Gage, finish it." Another Quick Attack. Chen Haoran's command echoed once more. The poor Electivire, as it attempted to execute its skill, was once again interrupted by Gage's Quick Attack, its body flung back helplessly, rendered incapable of further battle. Gage's Quick Attack was executed with perfect proficiency, reaching a power level of 60, enhanced by its ability to switch freely, totaling 90 power. Twice executing Quick Attack was more than enough to deal with the Electivire. "This is impossible. How is your Gage so strong? Is it a high-level Pokemon?" Wang Xingxiong was still overwhelmed with disbelief, unable to accept that both of his Pokemon had been swiftly defeated by Chen Haoran in mere seconds. "Stop with the useless chatter and transfer the money. I'm serious. Don't try to weasel out of this. I have it all recorded." Chen Haoran brandished his phone, indicating that he indeed had proof, urging Wang Xingxiong to comply. Ever since being duped by the swindler Chiozei, Chen Haoran had become wise, learning to record evidence in advance, holding irrefutable proof. Who would dare cross him now? He would expose them. Recalling how Chiozei had conned him out of 30,000 yuan, Chen Haoran felt a pang of anguish. Chapter 50. Gage's Evolution. Frogadier Wang Xingxiong's face darkened like the depths of despair, his eyes ablaze with fury. He begrudgingly pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Chen Haoran. then fled in disgrace, feeling utterly humiliated. Chen Haoran gazed at the balance on his phone, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He found a certain charm in Wang Xingxiong's hasty retreat. Indeed, it was the allure of wealth. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task, teaching Wang Xingxiong a lesson. Congratulations on receiving rewards, self-motivation learning device, Pokémon candy. The system notification chimed in his ears, bestowing yet another wave of rewards, bringing him immense comfort. Chen Haoran, you are truly remarkable. I never expected you to possess such a powerful Pokémon aside from Snorlax. Wang Xingxiong has truly lost both his lady and his soldiers. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Shangwan Linger and Shuebo approached, with Shuebo expressing his excitement. Oh, it was merely luck, Chen Haoran humbly replied, then glanced at Shangwan Linger, inquiring, Shangwan, did you need something from me? Shangwan Linger's melodious voice rang out. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Her expression was earnest as she addressed Chen Haoran. Oh, why is that? Chen Haoran inquired, taken aback. I want to see how great the disparity between us truly is, Shangwan Linger replied candidly. She understood that she was not Chen Haoran's match, yet she yearned for the opportunity to battle him once. Even if Chen Haoran were a towering mountain, she would confront her inner weaknesses, gaze unwaveringly at the mountain, and strive to overcome it step by step. A flicker of determination shone in her eyes. Observing the resolve in Shangwan Linger's gaze, Chen Haoran turned to leave, his voice softly echoing. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let it be so. As Shangwan Linger stood on the playground, a gentle breeze tousled her long, silky hair, yet it could not conceal the exquisite smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Haoran discovered it had become desolate. Zhang Dali and the others had already returned to school. Now, he found himself utterly alone in the dormitory. Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Spotting a sheet of white paper on the table, with a pen resting atop it, Chen Haoran picked it up. The note read, Haoran, we have left ahead of you. We will await your triumphant return at school, and you must secure the first place in the training camp Pokémon competition to bring glory to our dormitory. We shall pray at home, and surely the deities will bless you. We entrust our dormitory's final hope to you. Go for it. You are the best. By the way, if you encounter any beautiful girls at the competition, remember to snag their WeChat for me. I'll treat you to skewers when you return. Your most adorable roommates, Hao Shou, Qin Shou, Zhang Dali. As Chen Haoran read the note, a warm smile spread across his face. Wait for my return. In the dormitory, he summoned Gage, reaching out to stroke its small head, affectionately saying, Gage, I have something special for you. The Frogadier croaked twice at Chen Haoran, its large eyes gazing intently at him, seemingly inquiring, what delightful treasure do you possess? Chen Haoran responded with a gentle smile, producing a candy meant for Pokémon and offering it to the Frogadier. The frog's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly devoured the candy, well aware that such a treat would enhance its strength. Delicious. Upon consuming the candy, a radiant glow enveloped the Frogadier, and Chen Haoran recognized it as the light of evolution. The Frogadier was about to undergo its transformation into a Greninja. A wave of exhilaration surged through Chen Haoran as he realized that this moment marked a significant milestone in their shared journey, heralding the birth of a legendary ninja frog. Amidst the brilliance, the silhouette of the Frogadier began to ascend in height, and with a resounding sound, a sleek Greninja, cloaked in black and standing at an impressive 18 meters tall, adorned with a red tongue wrapped around its neck, materialized before Chen Haoran. This was indeed the evolved form of Frogadier, Greninja. While the average Greninja stands at 15 meters, Chen Haoran's Greninja had reached an astonishing height of 18 meters. Could this extraordinary stature be attributed to its shiny nature? Nevertheless, the added height only enhanced its charm. Chen Haoran felt immense satisfaction in his heart, exclaiming, Congratulations, my dear Frogadier. A smile illuminated his face as he addressed the Greninja. The Greninja emitted a croak, extending its fist toward Chen Haoran. In a moment of profound understanding, Chen Haoran mirrored the gesture, and their fists met in a playful collision. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the connection between Chen Haoran and Greninja. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Haoran felt his heartbeat quicken, an overwhelming surge of power bubbling within him, igniting a fervent excitement throughout his being. Suddenly, just as swiftly as the power had arrived, it dissipated, and Chen Haoran sensed the world around him returning to normal. Huh? Greninja echoed with a puzzled sound, clearly having experienced a similar sensation. Chen Haoran, still slightly shaken, gazed at the bewildered Greninja and murmured, What just transpired? What exactly happened? A flash of inspiration struck Chen Haoran, And he blurted out, could it be the Bond evolution of Greninja? A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. In the animated series, the unique Bond evolution between Ash and Greninja was nothing short of spectacular. Furthermore, it was incredibly powerful, making Greninja one of Chen Haoran's favorite Pokémon. Yet, moments ago, it had seemed like a failure. Had their bond not yet reached the requisite level? Please guide me well, Greninja, Chen Haoran said to his newly evolved Pokémon. Subsequently, he bestowed upon Greninja the long-preserved Sage Mode skill card and the Flying Thunder God skill card from his system backpack. He also granted Greninja the self-encouragement skill he had just received, along with another piece of candy, elevating its strength to an advanced mid-tier level. With bated breath, Chen Haoran opened Greninja's attribute panel, revealing a transformation of monumental proportions. Chapter 51, Flying Thunder God Greninja. Divine level skills, name, Greninja, Shiny, Shiny effect, dual attack increase of 10, gender, male, nature, careful, type, water, dark, ability, adaptability, base stats, 530, level, advanced mid-tier, Pokemon potential, champion level, skills, amplification punch, perfect, bubble, expert, spiral shuriken, expert, multiple shadow clone, expert, quick attack, perfect, water pulse, expert, ice punch, expert, smoke, proficient, water shuriken, expert, shadow sneak, beginner, tackle, beginner, critical hit, beginner, self-encouragement, beginner. Special skills. 1. Tailed Beast Cloak, upon activation, significantly enhances all attributes, speed, dual attack, dual defense, HP, and allows manipulation of the cloak for attacks. 2. Sage Mode, upon activation, greatly boosts all attributes, speed, dual attack, dual defense, HP, and transforms ordinary skills into Sage techniques, increasing their power by 100, converting them into Sage type. Note: Sage type is a special attribute that deals 125 damage to 18 types, while dual-type Pokémon inflict 15 times damage. 3. Flying Thunder God technique allows the engraving of special spatial coordinates on any surface. Coordinates possess a permanent existence, enabling Greninja to travel through space via these coordinates. Description: Greninja, the ninja Pokémon, is no ordinary frog. It embodies the spirit of the fourth Hokage, forever entwined with its legacy. Chen Haoran stared, awestruck, at the attribute panel of his newly evolved Greninja. He could not suppress a gulp, the sound echoing unnaturally in the quiet dorm room. Is this Sage Mode? Is this the Flying Thunder God? A look of astonishment shone in Chen Haoran's eyes as he noted the multitude of newly acquired skills by Greninja, all remarkably practical. Water Shuriken and Shadow Sneak were both Priority 1 skills, supplemented by Quick Attack, making for a total of 3 priority skills, truly deserving of its title as the Fast Frog. The Tackle skill served as a defensive measure against enemy attacks, while Critical Hit was a strong attack skill native to Greninja, demonstrating impressive versatility. The Self-Encouragement skill awarded today elevated its dual attack by 1 level. Although it may not compare to more aggressive skills like Dragon Dance or Swords Dance in the realm of games or anime, it would undoubtedly suit Greninja perfectly, especially with its multiple shadow clone skill. Once activated, it would directly enhance its dual attack by 6. Who would dare to challenge such power? As for Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God skill, their potential was staggering. Activating Sage Mode would amplify all attributes, doubling the power of skills while converting their attributes to Sage type. The Sage type skills were exceptionally formidable, countering all types, even inflicting 125 damage, truly a sight to behold. Though the Flying Thunder God may lack offensive power, Chen Haoran perceived it as a divine skill. By merely leaving behind spatial coordinates, he could instantly traverse any distance. Moreover, in the anime, it could facilitate the transport of allies through space. Chen Haoran could now traverse the world at will, easily evading any malevolent organizations he might encounter. In combat, the implications of the Flying Thunder God were immense. Imagine the sheer terror of infinite teleportation. It could be regarded as the ultimate support skill. Greninja, leave a spatial coordinate here in the dormitory, Chen Haoran urged, suppressing his excitement. Greninja nodded, casually etching a black frog emblem onto the wall. Chen Haoran, perplexed, remarked, "What is this peculiar spatial coordinate? Why is it a frog design?" He was at a loss for words. Recalling that the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God marking was an enigma, yet here it appeared as a whimsical frog illustration. Ribbit. The frog brother shook his head and cast a disdainful glance at Chen Haoran, croaking twice as if to say, "This is the unique mark of the frog brother. You wouldn't understand." Chen Haoran helplessly accepted this reality, thinking that if it was adorable, then let it be adorable. as long as it works. He then claimed the final reward from the system, an increase of 1 level for any Pokémon skill, which meant that the Frog Brother was about to acquire a legendary transformation level skill. Currently, the Frog Brother possessed only 2 perfect level skills, Amplify Punch and Quick Attack. Due to my self-encouragement skill, the Amplify Punch would gradually fade from the limelight, so Chen Haoran decided to bestow this opportunity upon the Quick Attack skill. With a firm resolve, Chen Haoran immediately upgraded the Frog Brother's Quick Attack by 1 level, elevating it to transformation level. Ding dong! Congratulations! Your Pokémon, Greninja, has comprehended the essence of Quick Attack. Ding dong! Congratulations! Greninja's Quick Attack has been upgraded to transformation level. As the system notifications sounded, Chen Haoran promptly opened the skill description for Quick Attack. The skill now gleamed with a resplendent golden aura, signifying its prestigious status. Truly, it was deserving of its transformation level classification, exuding an undeniable aura of excellence. Skill name: Quick Attack. Type: Normal. Power: 80. Original power: 40. Transformation level upgrade: 200. Priority: 2. Special effect: after using this skill, speed increases by 2 levels, non-stackable. Description: the transcendent Quick Attack has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Upon reviewing the attributes of Quick Attack, Chen Haoran gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Truly astounding. The power had surged to 80 points, and the priority had risen from its original 1 to 2, now rivaling the speed of divine swiftness. Moreover, it boasted an additional special effect. After executing Quick Attack, the Pokémon's speed would increase by 2 levels. One could only describe this as monstrous. Was this what a transformation level skill entailed? Terrifying indeed. Chapter 52. Battling Shangwan Linger and Leaf EV. The current Greninja could be likened to a bird gun exchanged for a cannon. It had undergone a complete metamorphosis. With full force unleashed, Chen Haoran was uncertain just how far the Frog Brother's strength had escalated. He contemplated testing its prowess against an alpaca someday. That alpaca, let us see if you can withstand my might. The night passed in silence. Today, Chen Haoran remarkably awoke at 8 a.m. After completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, he made his way to the Pokémon Battle Arena, where he discovered Shangwan Linger and that rascal Shuebo had already arrived. Upon seeing Chen Haoran, Shuebo's eyes lit up, and he greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning, Chen Haoran. Good morning, Shuebo. Chen Haoran replied with a smile. He then turned to Shangwan Linger and remarked, You're quite early as well, Shangwan. Shangwan Linger nodded slightly, gazing at Chen Haoran as she said, Morning. Let us begin. Chen Haoran chuckled softly at her eagerness, saying, I didn't expect you to be so impatient, Shangwan. Let us get started, shall we? Shuebo, would you kindly officiate? Okay, leave it to me. Shuebo patted his chest confidently. Ding dong. Task triggered. Defeat Shangwan Linger. As the self-proclaimed king of pomp, how could he not show off before a beautiful lady? By showcasing splendid battle techniques and triumphing over Shangwan Linger, he could complete the task. Task reward: 1 superior Pokémon candy, 1 substitute technique skill card. At that moment, Chen Haoran heard the system's gentle voice, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Standing opposite Shangwan Linger, a gentle breeze stirred the dust around them. Shangwan Linger's gaze was filled with determination as the match commenced. The battle would utilize a 3v3 Pokémon format. The match would end when all Pokémon on one side lost their combat capabilities. With Shuebo's command, both trainers simultaneously released their Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Go, Frog Brother. Come forth, Leaf EV. On the field appeared a black Greninja and a charming Pokémon adorned with leaf-like ears and tail, Leaf EV, one of Eevee's evolutions. In this world, Eevee was indeed a rare Pokémon, and its adorable appearance was particularly favored by young women. An Eevee could command a market value of at least 1 million, and one would need to spend over $1 million on a leaf stone to evolve it into Leaf EV. Truly, it was no surprise that a wealthy heir was present. Speaking of EV, this world had unveiled Fire EV, Water EV, Thunder EV, Leaf EV, and Ice EV, yet the evolutions of Sun EV, Moon EV, and Fairy EV remained undiscovered. Chen Haoran could not help but feel anxious for the Pokémon scholars of this world. Why were they so lackadaisical? Chen Haoran silently grumbled, and then utilized the system to scan Leaf EV's attribute panel. Name: Leaf EV. Gender: female. Nature: cheerful. Type: grass. Ability: Leaf Guard. Base stats: 525. Level: intermediate late stage. Pokémon potential: near champion level. Skills: Quick Attack, proficient. Tackle, proficient. Takedown, proficient. Growl, proficient. Quick Attack, proficient. Leech Seed, beginner. Magical Leaf, Beginner. Charm. Beginner. Description: Leaf Eevee, a new green Pokémon, is one of Eevee's evolutions. Surrounded by refreshing air. At the intermediate late stage with near champion level potential, Leaf Eevee was the highest level Pokémon in training camp number 1, aside from Chen Haoran himself. It was no wonder that she was the leader of the elite class, recognized by school authorities as the most promising student to enter the top 500 nationwide. Greninja? Shuebo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chen Haoran release Greninja. What the heck? Just yesterday, it was a Froakie, and today it has evolved into Greninja? Chen Haoran, you're too monstrous. Have you been taking steroids? Can I have some too? Chen Haoran rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're supposed to be the referee, not a spectator. Can you be a bit more professional? Shangwan Linger, observing the imposing black Greninja towering at 18 meters, gasped in surprise. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness. The Froakie had been formidable. The evolution into Greninja undoubtedly made it even stronger. But so what? With resolve, Shangwan Linger commanded Leaf Eevee to attack. Leaf Eevee used Charm. Her crisp and melodious voice rang out. The Charm skill, with priority 1, was intended to reduce the enemy's attack power, a strategic move to gain an upper hand against Greninja. Chapter 53. Perfectly executed. Haxorus yet. A mere priority 1 charm skill was as futile as brandishing a large sword before Guanyu. Chen Haoran's calm voice resonated. Greninja, use quick attack. As Chen Haoran's words fell, Greninja's form vanished from sight. Leaf Eevee and Shangwan Linger had yet to react, and in an instant, it seemed as though a black lightning bolt had surged past. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Leaf Eevee emitted a pained cry, its body hurled away, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, its eyes swirling as it lost the ability to battle. Shangwan Linger and Shuebo exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their expressions. How is this possible? Quick attack defeated Leaf Eevee in an instant? Shuebo's throat felt dry as he struggled to swallow, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shangwan Linger found it hard to believe, yet the reality before her was undeniable. The aura emanating from the Greninja suggested it possessed strength at the early stages of advanced rank. Yet it was inconceivable that a mere 40-power quick attack could obliterate her Eevee, unless, of course, this Greninja had mastered the move, possibly even reaching an expert level. Shangwan Linger pondered silently. Referee, what are you daydreaming about? Chen Haoran, observing the dazed Shuebo, couldn't help but remind him. Oh yes. Eevee has lost its fighting capability. Please, Shangwan Linger, substitute with your next Pokémon. Shuebo snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as he addressed Shangwan Ling. Return, Eevee. Rest well, you've done splendidly. Shangwan Linger withdrew Eevee into its Pokeball, speaking gently to it. She then produced her second Pokeball, tossing it into the arena. Come forth, Haxorus. In a flash of light, a long-bodied Pokémon, resplendent in blue and white, with a pair of small wings on its head, emerged onto the battlefield. It was none other than the evolved form of Dratini, Haxorus. This creature had the potential to evolve into the legendary Dragonite, renowned for its beauty and grandeur. Name, Haxorus. Gender, female. Nature, cheerful. Type, dragon. Ability, Marvel Scales, Dream Ability. Base stats, 420. Level, intermediate peak. Potential, champion level. Moves, Glare, competent. Dragon Dance, competent. Extreme Speed, competent. Hurricane, competent. Dragon Tail, beginner. Agility, beginner. Aqua Tail, beginner. Thunder Wave, beginner. Dragon Rage, beginner. Thunderbolt, beginner. Description: Haxorus, a dragon Pokémon. Evolves from Dratini and resides in seas or lakes. Despite lacking wings, it can still soar through the skies. This was the very Pokémon Chen Haoran had witnessed Shangwan Linger battle with at school, though at that time, it was still a Dratini. Now, it had evolved into a Haxorus. With its champion-level potential and the dream ability of Marvel Scales, it had inherited Dragon Dance and Extreme Speed, along with the powerful Thunderbolt move, likely acquired through a skill-learning device. Thunderbolt was a formidable move, with a market value exceeding 1 million, pricier than some Pokémon themselves. This Haxorus was simply flawless. With boundless potential, once it reached champion level, it would undoubtedly be one of the elite among its peers. Truly impressive. Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Haxorus, unleash Thunderbolt. Shangwan Linger's voice resonated once more. Haxorus let out a low cheer. A yellow lightning bolt crackling forth from its throat, like a serpent of electricity, sizzling as it shot towards Greninja, which narrowly evaded. In response, Greninja executed Ice Punch. Chen Haoran remained unfazed, instructing Greninja. In an instant, Greninja's form flickered, effortlessly dodging Haxorus's thunderbolt. Its speed was astonishing. Having enhanced its velocity by 2 levels after using Quick Attack, the sudden appearance of Greninja caused Shangguanlinger's pupils to constrict. Is Greninja's speed truly that extraordinary? At that moment, Greninja's right fist coalesced with a chilling blue glow, signifying the Ice-type move that was doubly effective against Haxorus. Ice Punch. Should Haxorus take this hit, it would either be gravely injured or worse. In a moment of urgency, Shangguanlinger quickly ordered, Haxorus, use extreme speed to evade. Hax. At the critical juncture. As Greninja was about to strike Haxorus's figure moved with blinding speed, successfully dodging the Ice Punch attack. Well done, Shangguan! Shuebo exclaimed from the referee's seat, unable to contain his excitement, earning a disapproving glare from Chen Haoran. Haxorus, use extreme speed to attack Greninja. Shangguanlinger's voice carried a note of fervor, as if she had regained a modicum of confidence, her tone growing more assertive. Chen Haoran smiled slightly, addressing Greninja. Greninja, let's use Quick Attack. Haxorus surged forward, enveloped in a white glow, charging at Greninja, which responded with its own flicker of electricity. The two collided with a resounding crash, sending Haxorus hurtling backward. Pain etched across its countenance. What? Shangguanlinger gasped, astonished at how Quick Attack, renowned for its speed, could be countered by Greninja's Quick Attack. Moreover, its power seemed to surpass her expectations, leaving her mind buzzing with confusion. Greninja, finish it with Ice Punch. Seizing the moment while Haxorus was still recovering, Chen Haoran commanded. Greninja let out a low growl, its form flashing as it closed in on Haxorus, its right fist imbued with a piercingly cold light, striking fiercely at Haxorus, which was unable to evade in time. The impact reverberated as Haxorus cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground, having lost its fighting capability. Haxorus! Shangguanlinger exclaimed in alarm. Haxorus has lost its fighting capability. Please replace it with your next Pokémon. Shuebo wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing Shangguanling. Chen Haoran's Greninja is far too formidable. Even watching from the sidelines, I feel an overwhelming pressure. Shangguanlinger's complexion paled slightly as she recalled the injured Haxorus into its Pokeball. You did wonderfully, Haxorus. Rest well. She murmured softly as she cradled the Pokeball. Subsequently, she presented her final Pokeball, declaring to Chen Haoran, Chen Haoran, you are strong, but I shall not concede. This is my final Pokémon. Come forth, Shinado. In a brilliant flash of light, a beautiful Pokémon with a green head and a flowing white gown appeared on the battlefield. The beloved Shinado. Name, Shinado. Gender, female. Nature, reserved. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, synchronize. Base stats, 518. Level, early advanced. Potential, champion level. Moves, psychic, competent. Mystical fire, competent. Shadow clone, competent. Misty terrain, beginner. Charm voice, beginner. Agility, beginner. Hypnosis, beginner. Draining kiss, beginner. Teleport, competent. Illusion beam, beginner. Thunderbolt, beginner. Reflect, beginner. Calm mind, beginner. Description, Shinado. The Embrace Pokémon evolves from Kirlia and is said to possess the ability to sense the thoughts of humans and Pokémon. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Shangguanlinger harbored such a formidable Shinado. An early advanced Pokémon with champion-level potential and an array of skills almost too numerous to count. Indeed, one should never underestimate the offspring of the affluent. Shinado, use Calm Mind. Shangguanlinger commanded with a serious expression. Sha! Shinado called softly, enveloped in a pink glow, boosting its special attack and special defense by 1 stage. Greninja, use Shadow Sneak. Chen Haoran's voice gradually resonated, as the form of the Greninja beneath him surged rapidly towards the Shinado, morphing into a shadowy figure that aimed to strike. Shinado emitted an unusual sound, its body swaying as it braced itself against the unexpected shadow assault. However, it successfully executed the skill meditation, enhancing its special attack and special defense by 1 stage. Well done, Shinado. Use Drain Kiss. Shangguanlinger promptly commanded. Shinado's lips glowed with a pink luminescence, releasing an energy shaped like lips towards Greninja. Drain Kiss. Being a fairy-type move, not only dealt double damage to Greninja, but also restored half of the inflicted damage as HP. Chapter 55. Task accomplished. Substitute technique. Chen Haoran's expression remained unchanged as he addressed Greninja. Greninja, Water Pulse. Greninja formed a circular shape with its hands, gathering a water blue energy orb. Manifesting the skill, Water Pulse. With a swift motion, Greninja launched the Water Pulse, which collided with Shinado's Drain Kiss, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent vapor billowing into the air. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Lin Haoran's voice rang out again as Greninja rapidly conjured several water energy shurikens, hurling them at Minato. The Water Shuriken, being Greninja's signature priority move, flew at an astonishing speed akin to a bullet. Yet, Minato instantaneously teleported away. A sudden burst of purple light enveloped Minato, causing its form to vanish in an instant, only to reappear behind Greninja. This teleportation, an astonishingly powerful skill, proved ineffective in the game, but in the real world, it was nothing short of miraculous. It could even evade priority moves, resembling the Flying Thunder God technique. Though the Flying Thunder God allowed for long-distance travel, while teleportation was limited to the visible range without requiring spatial coordinates. Nevertheless, teleportation required a fraction of a second to activate. Unlike the instantaneous nature of the Flying Thunder God, this was the primary distinction between the two skills. Minato Thunderbolt! Shangwan Linger exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement, as if victory was at hand. Minato emitted a cry, unleashing a surge of yellow lightning towards Greninja. Greninja, Flying Thunder God. Spiral Shuriken. Lin Haoran's face betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly instructed Greninja. Just as Shinato's Thunderbolt was about to strike Greninja, Greninja's form vanished, reappearing behind Minato. In a mere heartbeat, it unleashed a swirling blue energy orb upon Minato. The sequence unfolding in the blink of an eye, leaving Shangwan Linger and Minato utterly unprepared. The activation of teleportation requires time. Yet the Flying Thunder God is instantaneous. Such is its absurdity. Even with a mere 0.001 seconds available, if Greninja's reaction is swift enough, it can initiate the Flying Thunder God transfer. Boom. Shinato's frail form was sent hurtling away by Greninja's Spiral Shuriken, crashing heavily to the ground. Its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon Shinato's back, a faint black frog emblem flickered, a remnant of the initial shadow strike Greninja had executed, discreetly leaving behind a mark of the Flying Thunder God. Thus, Greninja was able to appear behind Minato in an instant. How did your Greninja suddenly appear behind Minato? Could it be that your Greninja can teleport too? Shangwan Linger exclaimed, her face a canvas of shock, her mouth agape as she gazed at Lin Haoran. Haha. Classmate Shangwan, there's much you don't know. You've lost. Lin Haoran replied with a slight smile, turning to the astonished Shuebo, whose jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Hey, referee, can you announce the result of the match now? Upon hearing Lin Haoran call him, Shuebo snapped back to reality. Minato has lost its ability to battle. As all three of classmate Shangwan's Pokémon have been defeated, the victor is classmate Lin Haoran. Shuebo forcibly suppressed his astonishment as he announced the result. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Lin Haoran's mind, bringing a radiant smile to his face. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task. Defeat Shangwan Linger. Thank you for your reward. Skill card A1 for substitute technique. And 1 high-grade Pokémon candy. Classmate Lin Haoran, your Greninja is incredibly impressive and has now become a high-level Pokémon. Truly remarkable. Our training camp's Pokémon competition is secured. Shuebo exclaimed excitedly as he approached Lin Haoran. This time, I lost, but I will definitely win next time. Shangwan Linger said, recalling Minato and approaching Lin Haoran, her gaze fixed upon him. Although she felt a pang of unwillingness, she resolved in her heart to pursue Lin Haoran's footsteps. Okay. I welcome you to challenge me anytime. Lin Haoran responded with a gentle smile directed at Shangwan Linger. Chapter 56. Level Up, Learning Substitute Technique. After the Pokémon battle concluded, Lin Haoran, along with Shangwan Linger and Shuebo, headed to breakfast. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they discovered Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong also having their meal. The moment the two spotted Lin Haoran and his companions, their expressions darkened. Wang Xikong, upon seeing Lin Haoran alongside Shangwan Linger, gritted his teeth in hatred, glaring at Lin Haoran as if he wished to devour him. If he weren't outmatched, he would have certainly taught Lin Haoran a harsh lesson. Instantly losing their appetite, the two shot Lin Haoran a fierce glare before leaving. Ha. Classmate Lin Haoran, look at their pitiful expressions. They're clearly afraid of you. Shuebo chuckled as he watched the two retreat. Just a lot of talk. They can't even silence your mouth with their eating. Lin Haoran shot Shuebo a sidelong glance. You better be careful. Wang Xikong's family wields considerable influence in Linhai City, and it's rumored they are involved in some shady dealings. Shangwan Linger remarked, taking a bite of a bun while glancing at Lin Haoran. Thank you for the reminder, classmate Shangwan. Lin Haoran paused slightly at her words, then smiled back at her. On the surface, they certainly wouldn't dare to act against me. I'm not overly concerned about their schemes. What I dread is Wang Xikong resorting to unsportsmanlike conduct and causing trouble for my family. That shouldn't happen, right? Chen Haoran mused inwardly. Just in case. He thought it prudent to leave a flying thunder god coordinate with his parents and sister. If that scoundrel chose to disregard the rules, he would not hesitate to respond with ruthlessness. A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen Haoran's eyes. Subsequently, the trio proceeded to the training camp's skill training room, where they engaged in skill training, preparing for the upcoming Pokémon competition. Every bit of strength gained was invaluable. Greninja entered a mode of extraordinary training, summoning 30 shadow clones to enhance its skill proficiency. Snorlax also diligently honed its abilities, while Chen Haoran opted to keep Gyarados under wraps, concerned that its drastic appearance might attract unnecessary attention from dark organizations or ill-intentioned individuals. Chen Haoran reflected on the reward he had received today, the substitute technique. He opened his system backpack to examine its attributes. Name, substitute technique. Type, normal. Power, none. Description, after use. The Pokémon can switch positions with surrounding objects and transform nearby objects to resemble itself. Without hesitation, Haoran had his Greninja learn it. In his backpack, there was also a Pokémon candy, while Snorlax and Gyarados were both at early advanced levels, and Greninja was at mid-advanced. As Greninja was his primary partner, it was only fitting that he fed it the candy, right? Convincing himself, Haoran gave the candy to Greninja, elevating its strength to the late advanced stage. Thus, the three spent the day in the skill training room, and after an evening meal, they returned to their dorms. Lying on his bed, Haoran observed Greninja at the computer desk, intently watching a television series titled Ninja Frog. Haoran glanced at Greninja and said, "Keep it down, Greninja, I'm trying to sleep." Greninja responded softly, lowering the volume. Ever since it fortuitously discovered the show, it had become enamored, incessantly pestering Haoran to watch it. Truly a Pokémon with an obsession. "I'm off to bed, don't stay up too late." The night passed without further incident. At 8 a.m., Haoran arrived at the rendezvous point, where the others had gathered, including that scoundrel Chiozei. Upon Haoran's return, Chiozei cast a fleeting glance at him and addressed the group of 5. "You are all about to represent our training camp number 1, your school, and most importantly, yourselves, in the Pokémon competition at Linhai City. This competition features the strongest senior students in Linhai City. You must unleash your full potential in battle and leave no regrets. Do you understand?" "Understood," the other 4 exclaimed excitedly. Chiozei's words were infectious, stirring a flicker of excitement in Haoran. However, upon recalling the 30,000 he was deceived out of, the flame of enthusiasm was promptly extinguished, replaced by a disdainful glance directed at Chiozei. Their eyes met, and Chiozei's lips twitched slightly. This boy certainly held grudges. "It's just 30,000. Why should I pay you back?" Haha, Chiozei mused to himself, reveling in his mischievousness. "All right, let us board the bus and set off." The journey proceeded smoothly as Haoran and his companions boarded the military bus, which gradually made its way along the road. After an hour of tedium, they finally arrived at their destination, a site reminiscent of a military fortress, with imposing characters adorning the entrance. Linhai City Military Base. The walls were constructed of steel, exuding a sense of weightiness. The bus was halted, and Chiozei presented his credentials. The soldier at the gate saluted him before granting passage. The bus slowly entered the military base, where rows of soldiers patrolled, and powerful Pokémon trained vigorously on the grounds, exuding vitality and fervor. After a few minutes, the bus came to a stop beside a massive building, labeled Pokémon Battle Arena. Chiozei led Haoran and the others off the bus and into the structure. Inside was an expansive plaza, at least several football fields in size. Haoran noticed many individuals had already gathered, all under the guidance of a military instructor accompanied by several youths in training attire, likely participants from other training camps. However, Haoran keenly observed that clusters of people had formed on either side of the plaza, subtly dividing into 2 factions, which piqued his curiosity. "Over here, old Chio." Suddenly, a voice called out, and Haoran focused his gaze to see a towering figure, a robust man standing 2 meters tall, waving at Chiozei. "Follow me." Chiozei nodded to the giant and turned to his companions, leading them over to the imposing figure. "Old Chio, it's been a while. How's it going? Any promising recruits this year?" the burly instructor asked, playfully thumping Chiozei with a fist the size of a sandbag. Thankfully, trainers usually possessed robust physiques. Otherwise, one might worry about being knocked over. Chiozei replied nonchalantly, "They're okay. Nothing special." He then inquired, "What about you, Lija? Your trainees from training camp now?" "Two seem promising." "Promising? Not really. They're about the same as last year. Our public school training camp is once again going to be crushed," the burly instructor sighed. He was Li Zhe, the head instructor for training camp number 2, a comrade of Chiozei and a close acquaintance. And I must tell you, Wulong High School has produced a genius this year. I hear he has already attained advanced Pokémon strength. Looks like training camp now. 6 is set to take first place again. Li Zhe leaned closer to Chiozei, his expression filled with distress. Wulong High School, the most prestigious private high school in Linhai City, was indeed responsible for training camp number 6, which had consistently secured first place for 3 consecutive years. Now boasting yet another prodigy, no wonder Li Zhe was perturbed. Oh, that is impressive. A slight smile curved the corners of Chiozei's mouth as he feigned a troubled demeanor. Old Chio, something seems off with you. Li Zhe eyed Chiozei suspiciously, his gaze piercing. What is off? Don't be ridiculous. Chiozei quickly suppressed his delight, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Li Zhe. Oh, I know you too well. You're unusually confident this year. Do you have an ace up your sleeve? Let us see who it is. Li Zhe glared at Chiozei, clearly annoyed, before turning his attention to Haoran and his companions. Oldly, don't get too worked up. Come. Let us talk over here. Chiozei swiftly intervened, pulling Li Zhe aside for a private conversation. With the instructors preoccupied, the students from training camp now, 2 struck up casual conversations with Haoran and the others, all eager to make introductions. Naturally, Haoran discerned their true intentions. They were keen to meet Shangwan Ling as evidenced by their eagerness. Haoran couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, little flirt. At that moment, a voice blared through a microphone. Attention, attention. All personnel. Assemble in your training camp formations. On the podium stood a man in his 30s, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding authority, clad in military attire. The insignia on his shoulder, a dark green epaulet adorned with 2 golden stripes and a star, revealed his rank as a major. As soon as he spoke, all instructors quickly ushered their trainees into orderly formations across the plaza. The participants divided into 7 lines, representing each training camp. Haoran stood in the first line, his expression composed as he silently regarded the major on the platform, concealing his thoughts. Chapter 58, Competition Rules. Mission Trigger. The major's sharp gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke slowly. First, welcome to the Linheim military base. Today, you will engage in a Pokémon competition here. All participants will fight for the honor of your school and training camp. You represent the finest young generation of Linhai City, and you are the pride of our city. Therefore, I implore you to unleash your full potential and engage in a spectacular Pokémon battle. Come now, let your school shine, and let me witness the fruits of your month-long training. All together, about face, march in unison. The impassioned words of the major stirred the spirits of the crowd, igniting a fervor within them. Everyone was brimming with determination, sharpening their skills in anticipation of showcasing their talents and vying for tremendous glory. The entire assembly of 7 teams followed the major into an arena reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, with towering walls and a sunken central platform surrounded by tiered seating. At the center lay a colossal battlefield for Pokémon battles. Even now, many spectators were already seated in the prominent viewing area, and Lin Haoran instantly recognized the figure of his school's principal, Zhang Guoli, among other school leaders. As for the others, they were surely principals and officials from other high schools. The principals were engrossed in animated discussions. Principal Li, I've heard your school has produced a prodigy this year. Surely, the top spot in the training camp's Pokémon competition will belong to you, remarked a principal of advanced years, adorned with a green hat, to a portly man of about 50 beside him. Oh, let us not be too hasty. Perhaps other public schools have their own talents as well, replied the rotund man, feigning humility, though the radiant smile on his face betrayed his true feelings, as he was clearly confident that his school would secure a 4th consecutive championship. The 2 were the principals of rival private high schools. The green-hatted one was Wang Baoqiang, principal of Lingxi High School, while the portly one was Li Xian, principal of Wulong High School. Principal Li, you are far too modest. Huh, unless the sun rises in the west, that is highly unlikely, Wang Baoqiang scoffed, casting a glance at the 5 public school principals nearby, erupting into laughter. The expression on the public high school principals darkened. They seethed with anger, wishing to confront the detestable Wang. Watch your tongue, you green-hatted fool. Don't celebrate too soon, or you might find yourself in dire straits, shouted an irate elder principal, rising to point an accusing finger at Wang Baoqiang. Ha ha ha, Principal Hua, you worry too much. Rest assured, we shall leave you no opportunities, Wang Baoqiang retorted, unfazed, continuing to laugh. You infuriate me. Principal Hua, his face flushed with rage, prepared to confront Wang, but the other public school principals quickly restrained him. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoli remained composed, seated calmly without uttering a word. Old Zhang, something seems amiss. Is there a remarkable talent emerging from your school this year? Inquired one principal, observing Zhang Guoli's demeanor with curiosity. Just wait and see. This year's training camp Pokémon competition rankings are about to be reshuffled, Zhang Guoli replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the competition roster was finalized, drawn by the instructors from various training camps. Teams with matching numbers would face each other, with each training camp fielding 5 participants. Chen Haoran realized this was the reason for the previous selection process, which had declared only 5 students fit to participate. The rules stipulated that each training camp would send forth 1 contender, with 3 Pokémon per participant. When all Pokémon from one side were rendered incapable of battle, the next contender would step up, continuing until all 5 participants from a training camp had lost their Pokémon, thus determining the victor. As Chen Haoran contemplated the rules, he understood that this would be a protracted contest unless he were the first to take the stage. Could he possibly annihilate the opposing team single-handedly? A cunning thought crossed his mind. Ding Dong task activated. Achieve victory in the training camp competition. As a seasoned master of showmanship, how could I let such an opportunity slip away? Decimate the other training camp teams to secure first place and complete the task. Task rewards. Wind release. Rasengan Shuriken skill card X1. Armament Haki skill card X1. Observation Haki X1. Just then, the system's triumphant voice echoed in Chen Haoran's ears. Chapter 59. The battle commences, the last stand. Chen Haoran, upon witnessing such bountiful rewards, understood that it was time to showcase his prowess. A surge of boundless energy coursed through him. I must apologize, everyone. This competition will surely be claimed by me, Lin, he declared, a beautiful smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, the first match commenced, pitting Linhai 4th High School against Wulong High School. The instructors and leaders from Linhai 4th were visibly dismayed, as if they had stepped in dog excrement, for they had drawn the strongest opponent in the very first round. As anticipated, Wulong High School, with only 3 participants, effortlessly defeated all 5 Pokémon from Linhai 4th, claiming victory in the opening match. The second match featured Linhai 2nd High School versus Linhai 5th High School. This contest proved to be prolonged as both teams showcased similar strengths, resulting in a back-and-forth battle. Ultimately, Linhai 2nd narrowly triumphed, securing victory in the second match. Finally, it was time for Chen Haoran's school to compete, yet their opponent was the formidable Lingxi High School, ranked 2nd in strength. Match 3, Linhai 1st High School versus Lingxi High School. In the audience, Wang Baoqiang, adorned with his green hat, beamed with delight upon seeing Linhai 1st High School as the opponent. He turned to Zhang Guoli with a smirk, stating, my apologies, Principal Zhang. What a stroke of luck to face you this year. I'll have someone inform my students to take it easy on you. We wouldn't want you to lose too embarrassingly, would we? What do you think, Principal Zhang? Wang Baoqiang's eyes glinted with mockery as he feigned benevolence. Observing Zhang Guoli's calm demeanor, he felt an unexpected unease. Normally, Zhang Guoli would be incensed by such taunts. But today he remained eerily tranquil. Could it be that Linhai 1st had cultivated an extraordinary student this year? Impossible. I've done my research. Aside from the young daughter of the Shangwan family, none of the others pose a threat. Wang Baoqiang mused inwardly. Don't boast too much, lest you be struck down. Zhang Guoli replied, his expression unperturbed, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Baoqiang, akin to viewing a mere jester. We shall see who gets struck down. Wang Baoqiang retorted coldly. Meanwhile, the match between Linhai 1st High School and Lingxi High School commenced. Qiuzhe sent Wang Shengxiong into battle first, while Lingxi High School countered with a male student whose Pokémon were slightly stronger than Wang's. Ultimately, Wang Shengxiong managed to exchange 3 of his Pokémon for 2 of the opponents. Qiuzhe then called upon Shuebo, who faced the last Pokémon of the opposing student. Although this Pokémon was formidable and managed to take down one of Shuebo's, he ultimately triumphed over it with his second Pokémon. Lingxi High School then sent forth their second contender, whose strength was even greater, easily defeating Shuebo with a single Pokémon. The third contestant to take the stage was Wang Sikong. Although he exhibited the qualities of a sycophant, he possessed considerable skill, having dispatched his opponent's 2 Pokémon at the cost of his own 2. However, when the third student from Lingxi High School entered the fray, Wang Xizong's final Pokémon was vanquished, and his adversary had yet to suffer any losses. As the fourth participant, Qiuzhe sent Shangwan Linger into battle. Ultimately, Shangwan Linger managed to replace her opponent's 2 Pokémon with her Leaf EV and Haxorus. In a final, powerful assault, her Shinado defeated the last Pokémon of her opponent. Lingxi High School deployed yet another student, and Shangwan Linger Shinado, still brimming with formidable strength, once again triumphed over two more of the opposing Pokémon, only to succumb to exhaustion against the last one. However, the terrifying prowess of Shangwan Linger Shinado nearly caused Lingxi High School to falter dramatically. Wang Baoqiang in the audience broke into a cold sweat, astonished by the might of Shangwan Linger's Pokémon. Fortunately, it was defeated, otherwise they would have been in serious trouble. Wang Baoqiang wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and chuckled at Zhang Guoli, saying, "Ha ha, Principal Zhang. Your Shangwan Linger has also fallen. What do you have left to contend with us? You have done remarkably well, forcing our fourth student into action. That is commendable. After all, last year, our team of 3 bested your 5 students, huh?" Wang Baoqiang spoke with a tone of delight, seemingly confident of victory. Zhang Guoli's smile widened as he turned to Wang Baoqiang and remarked, "Principal Wang, the real spectacle has only just begun. Open your eyes wide and witness how your confidence is about to be shattered." Upon hearing Zhang Guoli's words, Wang Baoqiang's expression darkened. "Very well. I shall see what tactics your Linhai No. 1 high school has left. I shall not take your pleasantries lightly," he retorted coldly. At that moment, several military personnel approached from the audience, including the earlier mentioned major, accompanied by several aides. They approached the principals and expressed their apologies. "My apologies, esteemed principals. There were urgent matters at the base that required my attention, causing my late arrival." Upon recognizing the newcomers, the principals immediately rose to their feet and addressed the major with warmth. "Ah, Major Gu, you need not be so formal. It is quite all right. Indeed, we must prioritize important matters. I hope nothing unfortunate has occurred." Major Gu promptly took a seat, responding, "No trouble at all. The base alarm malfunctioned due to an anomaly, but it has since been resolved." "That is good to hear. You have worked hard, Major Gu. This is a military base. Who would dare act recklessly here? It would be tantamount to courting death, haha," Wang Baoqiang added. "Indeed, perhaps it was merely a malfunction in the alarm system," Major Gu concurred. Observing the situation on the battlefield, he turned to Zhang Guoli and Wang Baoqiang, saying, "Principals Zhang and Wang, it seems fate has intertwined your paths once more this year. I wonder if Principal Zhang will finally achieve retribution this time, huh?" "Major Gu, spare us your jest. Principal Zhang has but 1 student remaining, while my Lingxi High School still has 2 left. Moreover, the strongest of Linhai No. 1 High School, Shangwan Linger, has already been defeated. What could he possibly use to contend with me?" Wang Baoqiang replied with a mocking smile. "Oh, shall Linhai No. 1 High School once again face defeat at the hands of Lingxi High School this year?" Major Gu remarked as he surveyed the remaining participants on both sides. "Humph. Principal Wang, I warned you. The more jubilant you feel now, the harder the slap to your face will be later," Zhang Guoli quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Baoqiang. "It seems Principal Zhang has a trump card. Let us wait and see." A flicker of a smile graced Major Gu's face as he spoke jovially. Meanwhile, deep beneath the military base, a shadow lurked in secrecy, enveloped in dark energy. Its form a sinister purple-black, with blood-red eyes reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell, easily evoking the image of a certain Pokémon, Jinghost. At that moment, the figure seemed to be in conversation. "Leader, I have infiltrated the military base. I await your command." "Oh, it appears the anti-detection device developed by our organization has proven somewhat effective. Remain in place and await my orders." "Humph, what country? I shall make you pay a bitter price. We shall announce to the world that our coexistence society has returned. And we return with an overwhelming vendetta. The nations that previously participated in the siege against our organization shall pay dearly for their transgressions." Ha ha ha. The underground plunged back into darkness, the voice fading away, leaving behind only a pair of blood-red eyes, filled with a cruel ferocity. He was no longer truly human, for he was a symbiotic entity with Pokémon. At last, it was Chen Haoran's turn to step into the limelight. He strolled leisurely onto the battlefield, facing an opponent who, though less handsome than himself, stood with only a single Pokémon left, a peak intermediate-level Duckbull Fire Beast. The young man regarded Chen Haoran and said nonchalantly, "Hurry up. I have to get back for lunch." His tone dripped with mockery, as if he planned to take down Chen Haoran effortlessly, believing that with Shangwan Linger defeated, nothing could obstruct his path to glory. In response, Chen Haoran flashed a radiant smile and replied, "Very well, then I shall escort you back for your meal. Come forth. Frogadier, let us send him home for lunch." A rumble of thunder echoed through the sky as a shadowy figure materialized on the battlefield, the shiny Greninja. The shiny Greninja fixed its lifeless eyes upon the Duckbull Fire Beast, exuding an air of disdain. "A shiny Pokémon. Impressive, old Zhang. I never expected your student to possess a shiny Greninja." This could prove interesting, murmured the spectators, who began to whisper among themselves. Major Gu, upon witnessing the shiny Greninja, displayed a fleeting hint of surprise, albeit only a momentary one, as shiny Pokémon, while exceedingly rare, do exist. Humph, no wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have a shiny Greninja, the young man retorted, jealousy etched across his face as he glared at Chen Haoran. But what does shiny matter? Strength is what truly counts. Use Flame Burst, commanded the young man, channeling his jealousy into determination. The Duckbull Fire Beast let out a growl, unleashing a torrent of searing flames toward Greninja. Dodge it. Use Water Shuriken, Chen Haoran instructed calmly. With a graceful leap, shiny Greninja effortlessly evaded the incoming flames, swiftly conjuring 5 water energy shurikens that it launched at the Duckbull Fire Beast. The foe, taken by surprise, was struck by the rapid barrage of shurikens. With a series of impact sounds, the Duckbull Fire Beast tumbled backward, its eyes swirling as it lost the will to fight. How is this possible? The man across from him finally came to his senses, staring incredulously at the incapacitated Duckbull Fire Beast, disbelief etched across his face. Despite the water type's advantage over his Duckbull Fire Beast, it was expected that the power of the Water Shuriken would not be that formidable. How could it have defeated his mid-level pinnacle Duckbull Fire Beast with a single strike? The Duckbull Fire Beast was rendered incapable of battle. Please send out the next contestant from training camp number 7. The referee, with a glint of astonishment in his eyes, proclaimed loudly, while the man across from him could only leave the stage in disgrace. Hiss, this Greninja is no ordinary foe. Its strength must be at least at the early stages of high rank. Furthermore, the proficiency of the Water Shuriken might not be low, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to take down the Duckbull Fire Beast in one blow. Principal Zhang was truly full of surprises. Could it be that this lad is your ace? The principals in the audience exchanged glances, revealing hints of surprise as they conversed. Zhang Guoli wore a satisfied smile, feeling quite proud, and thought to himself, Humph, is that all? The stakes are low. Chen Haoran hasn't even warmed up yet. Meanwhile, Wang Baoqiang's face was as dark as coal. His side was now left with only one remaining contestant, and the situation was becoming precarious. At that moment, the final contestant from the opposing side finally took the stage, a tall figure with long hair, exuding an effeminate air. The effeminate contestant glanced at Chen Haoran and said nonchalantly, Indeed, your Linhai No. 1 high school has performed admirably this year. I didn't expect I would have to step in myself. Apologies for the wait. Allow me to bring this farce to an end. The effeminate one indeed had a voice that was androgynous, making it impossible to discern whether male or female. Chen Haoran was left speechless by such pretentious words. Could he truly outshine the display of arrogance? Rolling his eyes, he refrained from speaking, thinking to himself that soon, this individual would be calling him daddy. There was indeed a fee for such ostentation before him. Come forth, Youngera. The effeminate contestant released his first Pokémon, and with a flash of light, a creature appeared, entirely yellow, clad in gray armor, resembling a weasel, wielding a spoon. It was the bothersome psychic-type Pokémon, Youngera. Name, Youngera. Gender, male. Nature, careless. Type, psychic. Ability, synchronize. Base stats, 400. Level, mid-level pinnacle. Pokémon potential, near king level. Skills, psychic, proficient. Miracle Eye, proficient. Confusion Ray, proficient. Reflect, beginner. Psycho Cut, beginner. Teleport, beginner. Meditate, beginner. Description, Youngera, the psychic Pokémon, is the evolved form of Casey, possessing formidable psychic abilities. Chapter 62. Are you certain this flash isn't a quick attack? Chen Haoran, initially bewildered, wondered if this was an affront to his Greninja. Did he not realize that psychic types were ineffective against Greninja? But when Chen Haoran saw that Youngera had learned the skill Miracle Eye, he immediately understood. Miracle Eye enables moves that are normally ineffective against dark types to hit, transforming their damage into normal. The match began, with the referee's command. The first battle officially commenced. Youngera used Miracle Eye. The effeminate contestant immediately commanded Youngera, Greninja, use Shadow Sneak. Chen Haoran also issued a command to Greninja. Greninja. Youngera let out a low growl, its eyes glowing with pink light. At that moment, a shadow had silently emerged behind Youngera, crashing into its back. Greninja. In order not to interrupt its Miracle Eye ability, Youngera endured the impact of the Shadow Sneak attack. Otherwise, it could have used Teleport to evade. Youngera cried out in pain, clearly feeling the substantial damage from a doubly effective attack. However, it failed to notice that its back had already been marked with the death mark of love by Greninja. Youngera, use Psycho Cut. The effeminate voice rang out again as Yungara summoned a surge of pink energy to rapidly form an energy blade, launching it towards Greninja. Greninja flash. Lin Haoran's expression remained calm as he uttered, Greninja. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, Greninja evaded the psycho cut. With incredible speed, it charged directly at Yungara, resembling a bolt of black lightning, its velocity so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Yungara was sent flying, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. Poor Yungara, unable to even initiate teleport, was swiftly defeated, which truly caught everyone off guard. How could it be so fast? The effeminate contestant had lost the confidence he had moments earlier, his brow furrowed, confusion evident in his eyes. Yungara has lost its ability to battle. Please send out the next Pokémon. The referee, wiping the sweat from his forehead, announced. Hiss, the audience gasped in astonishment, being gym-level trainers. They understood just how outrageous Greninja's flash speed was. Was it truly flash? Surely it couldn't be quick attack? This was absurd, truly absurd. When did flash become so incredibly swift? It was indeed puzzling, almost rivaling quick attack. The principals regarded Greninja with expressions of bewilderment, as if searching for something unusual about it. Even Major Gu Yan beside them displayed a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, he finally felt a hint of interest in Lin Haoran, thinking that perhaps this year they had indeed encountered a promising talent. Major Gu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he said softly, Come forth, mischievous Thunderball. The effeminate one summoned his second Pokémon, a round creature, white on top and red on the bottom, looking quite comical. Name, Mischievous Thunderball. Gender, male. Nature, timid. Type, electric. Ability, static. Base stats, 490. Level, early high rank. Pokémon potential, near king level. Skills, Thunder Shock, proficient. Tackle, proficient. Quick attack, proficient. Charge beam, beginner. Swift, beginner. Electro Ball, beginner. Self-destruct, beginner. Light screen. Description, Mischievous Thunderball, the ball Pokémon, is the evolved form of the electric sphere. A Pokémon that explodes when stimulated. With the early high-rank Mischievous Thunderball and possessing electric-type skills. The most troublesome was the self-destruct move, a skill with a power of 200, not to be taken lightly. It could very well explode in your face, leaving you no chance of survival. Mischievous Thunderball, use quick attack. The effeminate contestant initiated the attack, instructing Mischievous Thunderball to charge at Greninja. Greninja, evade. Lin Haoran smirked, commanding Greninja. With the special effect of Water Pulse at the god level of Flash, Greninja's speed was now at a state of 2. The speed of his Greninja was already fast, and now it was even faster, truly absurd. With a swift movement, Greninja dodged the electric collision of Mischievous Thunderball. The silhouette of Greninja emerged on the right side of the mischievous electrode. Swiftly, it formed a circular gesture with its hands, and a cerulean orb of energy coalesced between its palms before being hurled towards Electrode. In a fleeting moment, not exceeding a second, the aqueous shockwave struck Electrode with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding explosion. The Electrode emitted a pained cry, its countenance reflecting despair, as a look of determination flickered across the face of its trainer, who shouted, Electrode, self-destruct. A hint of danger flashed in Electrode's eyes as it erupted in a brilliant blaze of light. A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the Pokémon battlefield, engulfing the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, reminiscent of hundreds of pounds of explosives detonating. Excellent. Well done, exclaimed Wang Baoqian from the audience, unable to contain his excitement as he rose to his feet. He then turned to Zhang Guoli with a smile and said, Ha ha, Principal Zhang. This Greninja must be your ace, right? It's incredibly powerful, but alas, at such a close range, it stands no chance against Electrode's self-destruction. Ha ha, this match is ours. His laughter was filled with elation, as the tension in his heart finally eased. Zhang Guoli's expression shifted slightly. Could this kid have miscalculated? No need to worry, he still has a formidable Snorlax, he thought to himself. As the smoke gradually dissipated, two figures came into view, the charred and incapacitated Electrode, and a seemingly unscathed Greninja, its eyes blank like those of a dead fish, positioned in front of Lin Haoran. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Pokémon battle arena, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. How can this be possible? How is your Greninja completely unharmed? The trainer of Electrode, now thoroughly flustered, gaped incredulously at Lin Haoran. A subtle smile graced Lin Haoran's lips as he replied nonchalantly. Perhaps your Electrode was not quite up to the task. Its explosion lacked power. In truth, Lin Haoran had underestimated the self-destruct's potency. nearly falling victim to his own ignorance. He had not anticipated such a monumental explosion in the real world. Fortunately, he had prepared for the worst. Earlier, out of fear for his own safety, he had instructed Greninja to leave a frog-shaped imprint in his palm, as a contingency plan to summon it back swiftly if needed. As the electrode detonated, Chen Haoran commanded Greninja to use its agility to teleport to his side, and employed the move Mat Block to lift the ground and shield himself from the explosive aftermath, narrowly escaping the blast. Mat Block could absorb one attack from an opponent, akin to a defensive maneuver. However, this was reality. Could Mat Block withstand an explosion at the epicenter? One could only assume, and Chen Haoran realized once again that game data did not always translate to reality. How can this be? How is Greninja unscathed from such proximity to the explosion? This defies logic. Principal Wong exclaimed, turning to the other principals in disbelief. You must explain this, Principal Zhang. Major Gu, what are your thoughts? The other principals, upon witnessing the spectacle, could no longer remain seated, their eyes wide with astonishment. Zhang Guoli wiped the sweat from his brow, a flash of shock crossing his face as he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Humph, sit down. Let us not get carried away." The other principals glared at Zhang, their eyes like saucers, wishing to reprimand him. Meanwhile, Major Gu furrowed his brow. Equally baffled by Greninja's feat, a smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at Chen Haoran, murmuring, "Interesting. So this is Chen Haoran?" Chapter 64, The Chishi Bird. The match concludes. Electrode is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon. The referee, his face blackened by smoke, announced sternly to the flustered trainer. Upon hearing the referee's words, the trainer swallowed hard, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. The psychological pressure exerted by Chen Haoran's Greninja was immense. After 2 battles, it felt as if Greninja was merely toying with him, not taking the match seriously at all. If it was this strong while playing around, what would happen if it were to engage earnestly? Amidst his spiraling thoughts, the referee reminded him, "Please send out your next Pokémon within 2 minutes, or you will forfeit." The trainer snapped back to reality, recalling Electrode and tossing out his final Pokeball. "Come forth, Chishi Bird." In a flash of light, a bluebird Pokémon adorned with clouds materialized in the air. Name: Chishi Bird. Gender: female. Nature: slow. Type: dragon. Flying. Ability: natural recovery. Base stats: 490. Level: early advanced. Potential: pseudo champion level. Known moves: Dragon Breath, Expert. Sing, Expert. Peck, Expert. Dragon Pulse, Beginner. Misty Guard, Beginner. Cotton Guard, Beginner. Screech, Beginner. White Mist. Description: Chishi Bird, the humming Pokémon, is the evolved form of Cotton Bird, known for singing melodiously amidst cotton clouds. Goodness. A dragon-type trader bird. Chen Haoran recalled a reference from his previous life, as he remembered that Chishi Bird evolves into a dragon fairy type. The Pokémon world is indeed a unique one. The match begins. With the referee's command, the trainer of Electrode seized the initiative and shouted at the airborne Chishi Bird. Chishi Bird, use Dragon Pulse. Launching straight into a powerful move, Chishi Bird emitted a melodious cry, channeling a surge of energy that manifested as a dragon-shaped wave of energy aimed at Greninja on the ground. Water Pulse. Chen Haoran's voice rang out calmly as Greninja conjured a cerulean orb of energy, countering the Dragon Pulse. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending plumes of water vapor into the air. Enough of this, Chen Haoran declared, as Greninja flashed with electricity and readied itself to unleash Ice Punch. He found the battle rather tedious, perceiving it as mere practice, yet he bore the weight of pressures beyond his years. Meanwhile, the trainer of Chishi Bird was already sweating profusely, visibly engulfed in a state of extreme tension. Upon hearing Chen Haoran's command, his eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Quick, use Cotton Guard." Just as his command escaped his lips, Chishi Bird attempted to execute Cotton Guard, but the sound of Greninja's call caught its attention. In its peripheral vision, it observed Greninja, cloaked in darkness, its eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, as it coalesced a bone-chilling frost in its right fist, preparing to strike. With a thunderous crash, the 7 Stars Bluebird was sent soaring by the powerful strike of Chen Haoran's Greninja, its body still enveloped in a chilling aura. Struck by the Ice Punch, which it was 4 times weak against, the 7 Stars Bluebird collapsed onto the icy ground, its eyes swirling in disorientation, utterly incapacitated. This marked the conclusion of the battle. Chen Haoran's Greninja triumphed with overwhelming force, decisively defeating the final student from Lingxi High School and securing victory in this contest. With the 7 Stars Bluebird rendered unable to fight, the victory was awarded to Camp No. 1, as all Pokémon from Camp Number 7 had succumbed in battle. The referee raised a red flag, announcing the results with fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 65, The Final Showdown, Chen Haoran vs. Yin Huaya. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause as Chen Haoran gracefully descended from the battlefield, all eyes upon him. Among the spectators, Zhang Guoli and the leaders from the first high school wore flushed expressions, barely able to contain their excitement. Their hands nearly sore from clapping. Zhang Guoli could not suppress his grin, glancing at the grim-faced Wang Baoqiang and exclaiming, "Ha, Principal Wang, what were you saying at the beginning? I told you not to celebrate too soon. Now, your face must be stinging from this defeat. Oh, how it must hurt." Zhang Guoli felt an immense sense of relief. He had harbored this resentment for years, and finally, he was able to let it out. What a delightful reprieve. Wang Baoqiang, upon hearing Zhang Guoli's words, darkened further, resembling a piece of charred coal. "Congratulations, Principal Zhang. This young man possesses the potential of a champion. Now, it remains uncertain who will claim the first prize. The situation is perilous for Wulong High School, as an unexpected contender has emerged." The other principals congratulated him, reasoning that since they were all public schools, it was preferable for the first prize to remain with Linghai No. 1 rather than fall to a private institution. Li Xian, the principal of Wulong High School, wore a slightly grave expression. This student had one remarkably strong Pokémon, and what if the remaining two were equally formidable? If that were the case, Wulong High's team could be in jeopardy. Major Gu Yan's admiration for Chen Haoran intensified, if he was not mistaken. This Greninja possessed potential on par with that of a champion. What a promising talent. "Young man, show me your true abilities, should you prove your worth. I would not hesitate to grant you a special qualification," Major Gu Yan murmured, fixated on the slender figure of Chen Haoran. Returning to the seating area for Camp No. 1, Chen Haoran wore a relaxed expression as he approached. Schweb Bo, bubbling with excitement, dashed over, exclaiming, "Chen Haoran, your Greninja is incredible, single-handedly taking down 3 opponents. That pompous fool was utterly defeated. Congratulations," said Su Gaining, a smile gracing her face as she addressed Chen Haoran. "Let us keep it low-key." Chen Haoran waved his hand nonchalantly, attempting to maintain an air of modesty. Chiozei wore a satisfied smirk, declaring, "This year, the first place is firmly in the grasp of Camp No. 1. Wang Xikong and Wang Shengxiong exchanged glances, jealousy flickering in their eyes. They turned their lips in disdain, finding Chen Haoran's arrogance more irksome than if he had defeated them outright. In the subsequent matches, no more dark horses emerged. Thus, the teams representing Wulong High School's Camp No. 6 and Linghai No. 1's Camp No. 1 faced off in the anticipated final showdown. Wulong High School versus Linghai No. 1. The strength of Wulong High's team proved formidable, as Schweb Bo, Wang Xikong, and Wang Shengxiong managed to eliminate 2 opponents from the opposing team. Ultimately, Su Gaining unleashed her full potential, defeating 1 opponent and perishing alongside the 4th adversary, leaving both training camps with only 1 combatant remaining. The final battle was upon them, and an air of silence enveloped the audience as they focused intently on this decisive confrontation. One was a genius youth from Wulong High School, and the other an emerging dark horse, who would emerge victorious. The enormous glass windows of the Pokémon battle arena slowly opened, revealing a cerulean sky. Radiant sunlight streamed down, illuminating the entire battlefield. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, 2 figures ascended to the arena. Representing Linghai No. 1, Camp No. 1, Chen Haoran. Representing Wulong High School, Camp No. 6, Yin Huaya. The 2 locked eyes, a glimmer of battle intent evident in their gazes, as the clash was poised to commence. Chapter 66, The Emergence of Gyarados. A staggering revelation. Yin Huaya, with a cherubic face and clear eyes, regarded Chen Haoran and spoke earnestly. "Chen Haoran, your Greninja is truly impressive. I have long awaited the chance to battle you, and I am filled with anticipation. Let us all give our utmost, and leave no regrets." His sincerity elicited a smile from Chen Haoran, who nodded in agreement. "Then let us begin, Yin Huaya. May we relish this match." From Chiozei, Chen Haoran learned that Yin Huaya was hailed as the strongest 3rd-year student in Linghai City, wielding a dragon-type ace Pokémon, Axa Dragon. The battle commenced, and both sides were instructed to send forth their first Pokémon. "Come forth, Leafeon. Arise, Gyarados." Simultaneously, Yin Huaya summoned an electric-type Leafeon, while Chen Haoran unleashed a colossal Gyarados. Markedly different in appearance from a typical one, spanning over 8 meters in length, adorned with dual horns, its body covered in glistening azure scales, with 4 sharp claws beneath its belly. Surrounding smoke and mist enveloped the Gyarados, reminiscent of an ancient dragon, exuding power and authority. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados unleashed a wave of draconic might that swept across the arena. The winds howled, and the clouds above gradually obscured the sun, casting shadows over the battlefield, while flashes of lightning danced within the clouds. The atmosphere crackled with energy as Gyarados made its entrance, causing an uproar among the spectators, who gaped in astonishment at the sight of this magnificent creature. This is Gyarados. You must be joking. It resembles Gyarados. But why does it have claws and horns? Could it be an evolved form? That's impossible. The official word states that Gyarados is the final form. What on earth is this Pokémon? Has it awakened an ancient bloodline? Could it be akin to Champion Long Dew's Dragonite, also having awakened ancestral powers? In the audience, the principals and school leaders stared wide-eyed at the astonishing Gyarados, engaged in fervent discussions regarding their interpretations. Zhongguoli, unable to contain himself any longer, demanded, "What is the story behind your student-esque Gyarados? Has it truly awakened an ancient bloodline?" At this query, all eyes turned to Zhongguoli, awaiting his response. Internally, Zhongguoli seethed. How should I know? I was unaware that this boy had captured Gyarados. Yet he maintained a facade of calm, stating, "Given the circumstances, I see no reason to conceal the truth any longer. I have already submitted Chen Haoran's information to the authorities. My esteemed student, Chen Haoran, has awakened psychic abilities. His powers enable his Pokémon to manifest unique capabilities with immense potential. Both his Greninja and this Gyarados have awakened extraordinary abilities. This Gyarados and our champion Long Dew should possess similar strengths. The awakening of an ancient bloodline." Zhongguoli's face radiated a triumphant smile, although tinged with his own conjectures. He felt that his guesses were remarkably close to the truth. The awakening of superpowers, the resurgence of ancient bloodlines. The surrounding individuals immediately gasped in astonishment, their voices brimming with shock. Even Major Gu Yan, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a slight narrowing of his pupils, revealing the turmoil brewing within him. This was due to the rarity of humans awakening superpowers. Moreover, any individual fortunate enough to awaken such abilities, provided they did not meet an untimely demise, had an overwhelming probability of becoming a formidable force. Champions like Long Dew and the Super King Lilith were prime examples. Thus, the nation placed immense importance on those who awakened superpowers. If one passed the superpower assessment, they would be classified as a key protected individual, with powerful guardians assigned for their protection. If Chen Haoran truly had awakened superpowers, his future would be unfathomable. Chapter 67. Rayquaza vs. Gyarados. Terrifying heat wave. How could you, Zhongguoli, conceal the existence of such an extraordinary student from us for so long? This is utterly outrageous. Other principals exclaimed, filled with envy and resentment, practically wishing to strangle Zhongguoli for his audacity in withholding such information until now. The audience erupted into chaos, for Chen Haoran had the audacity to unleash his Gyarados. Knowing that Principal Zhang had informed the authorities, and that Chen Haoran's awakening had already been registered with the state, soon, he would be classified as a key protected individual, and there would be no fear of anyone attempting to harm him or capture his Pokémon for dissection, at least not in plain sight. In this world, the government of Huagua held immense regard for talent, a fact Chen Haoran was well aware of. Furthermore, even in the worst-case scenario where someone attempted to capture him, his frog brother possessed the extraordinary skill of Flying Thunder God, which meant that unless someone wielded spatial powers like Palkia, who could possibly catch him in this vast world? This was the source of Chen Haoran's confidence. As he gazed at the Rayquaza before him, a brief glimpse of its attribute panel flashed through his mind. Name: Rayquaza. Gender: male. Personality: oblivious. Type: electric. Ability: static. Base stats: 525. Level: mid-high. Pokémon potential: near champion level. Skills: Quick Star, expert. Body Slam, expert. Tackle, expert. Thunder Wave, beginner. Electromagnetic Wave, beginner. Round, beginner. Thunder Fong, beginner. Electroweb, Thunderbolt. Description: Rayquaza, the electric Pokémon, is one of the evolutions of EV, thriving in thunderous weather, gathering electricity whenever its mood shifts. A mid-high level, near champion Rayquaza. Chen Haoran understood perfectly that the match was officially underway. With a commanding shout from the referee, the first battle began. Opponent Yin Wuyo, upon seeing the massive Gyarados, momentarily displayed a flicker of shock before instructing Rayquaza. Rayquaza, use Thunderbolt. Yin Wuyo seized the initiative, launching a powerful move right from the outset. With Gyarados possessing water, flying, and dragon types, it was doubly weak to the attack, making Thunderbolt immensely powerful. EV. Rayquaza cried out, unleashing a surge of electricity, a thick bolt of lightning aimed at the colossal Gyarados. Gyarados conjured up a cloud of smoke in the air, soaring to evade the attack. Then, amidst the clouds, it executed Dragon Dance. Chen Haoran's voice resonated from behind Gyarados. Roar! Gyarados let out a low growl, and in the void, numerous clouds appeared, allowing it to rise above Rayquaza's Thunderbolt attack. Then, amidst the smoke, it twisted its body, activating Dragon Dance. Gyarados' speed and attack rose by 1 level. What kind of ridiculous smoke is this? Yin Wuyo internally scoffed, realizing that many of Rayquaza's skills had become ineffective against Gyarados, which now held an absolute advantage. Yin Wuyo shouted again, Rayquaza, keep it up. Use Thunderbolt. With no other options, given Rayquaza's current skills, Thunderbolt was the only effective attack against the airborne Gyarados. Gyarados, Heat Wave. Chen Haoran's voice rang out coolly. The Gyarados opened its gaping maw, releasing a torrent of immense heat akin to molten lava, directed at Rayquaza's Thunderbolt. Boom. Gyarados' Heat Wave, like a fire dragon, obliterated the Thunderbolt, continuing its assault towards the Rayquaza on the ground. Rayquaza was directly struck by the heat wave, the searing flames eliciting a cry of agony from it. Gyarados. Yin Wuyo's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated the sheer power of Gyarados' attack, which even scattered the Thunderbolt into mere sparks. How could they possibly continue like this? Chen Haoran's lips curled into a slight smirk. A 150 power heat wave was not something ordinary skills could compare to. Did my teacher Kaido have no sense of pride? Chapter 68. The Abnormal Physique. Dragon Claw. Chen Haoran commanded Gyarados. Use Bad Wind to finish it. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a furious roar, spewing forth dozens of azure blades of wind, aimed at the panting Rayquaza below. Rayquaza, quickly evade. Yin Wuyo's face darkened, urging Rayquaza to employ evasive maneuvers. However, faced with the dense barrage of wind blades, the injured Rayquaza could only dodge a few, with many blades striking true, resulting in its immediate incapacitation. Rayquaza has lost its ability to battle. Please send in your next Pokémon, the referee said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he raised his flag, addressing Yin Wuyo loudly. Yin Wuyo took a deep breath, recalling Rayquaza, and tossing out another Pokeball. Come forth, Crobat. With a flash of light, a Pokémon with a purple body and 4 wings appeared in the air. Crobat. Name, Crobat. Gender, male. Personality, cheerful. Type, flying. Poison, ability, inner focus, base stats, 535, level, mid-high. Pokémon potential, near champion level, skills, cross poison, expert, supersonic, expert, bite, expert, absorb, beginner, wing attack, beginner, air slash, beginner. Quick star, beginner, toxic fong, leech life. Description, Crobat, the bat Pokémon, is an evolution of Zubat, known for its nocturnal habits and possessing teeth that harbor the coronavirus. Yin Wuyo seized the initiative once more, commanding Crobat in the air. Crobat, use supersonic. Crobat let out a low growl, opening its mouth wide to unleash waves of supersonic, which could potentially confuse its target. Realizing it could not win in a direct confrontation, Yin Wuyo resorted to trickery. Chen Haoran remained unfazed, instructing Gyarados. Gyarados, create smoke to block it. Roar. Gyarados let out a roar, instantly conjuring a vast cloud of smoke before it. The supersonic could not penetrate through, proving the effectiveness of Kaido's Dragon Cloud technique. Damn it, Yin Wuyo cursed inwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he realized just how incomprehensibly powerful Gyarados truly was. Crobat swooped in, ready to unleash its toxic fong. The Chatterbat, with its astounding swiftness, swiftly maneuvered through the swirling mists and positioned itself behind the Gyarados. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, and bit down fiercely on the Gyarados' body, thinking, if only the Gyarados were poisoned, it could be ground to dust. Upon witnessing the Chatterbat latch onto the Gyarados, Yin Wuyo's face illuminated with a flicker of delight, secretly contemplating his victory. However, before he could complete his thoughts, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Yin Wuyo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. How could this be? The Chatterbat's formidable teeth met the Gyarados' scales, which were as hard as iron, and to its astonishment, its proud fangs shattered upon impact. The Chatterbat emitted a cry of anguish, its face contorted in pain, filled with confusion as it pondered what it had done wrong to endure such torment. Tears welled in its eyes, as if on the brink of weeping. Thunderclaw Gyarados, Chen Haoran proclaimed, a smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the Gyarados. With its draconic scales, how could such tiny teeth hope to breach the Gyarados' defenses? Even Luffy's 4th gear could merely rouse Kaido from his stupor. With a thunderous roar, the Gyarados summoned a claw enveloped in crackling lightning, striking with ferocity. The air erupted with the sound of thunder as the formidable Thunderclaw descended upon the unsuspecting Chatterbat. Chapter 69. The final Pokémon, Double-Axe Dragon at such a close distance. The Chatterbat, now toothless, could not evade the brunt of the Gyarados' Thunderclaw. It was struck with tremendous force, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater amidst the billowing smoke. The Chatterbat lay dazed, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin Weo's second Pokémon fell to the Gyarados. And with the Chatterbat rendered incapable of battle, the referee raised the flag and addressed Yin Weo. His complexion paled slightly as he recalled the Chatterbat, retrieving his final Pokeball. He looked at Chen Haoran and said, "You are indeed formidable. This is my last Pokémon, and even if I cannot defeat you, I shall battle alongside my Pokémon until the final moment." A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. "Indeed, you are strong. Let us engage in this final contest without regrets." Chen Haoran nodded in agreement, acknowledging the purity of Yin Weo's heart, which was worthy of respect. "Come forth, my strongest Pokémon, Double-Axe Dragon." Yin Weo hurled his last Pokeball into the arena, and an imposing figure emerged, a towering 18-meter creature clad in a rugged, armored shell, with two axe-like blades adorning its visage. It was none other than Yin Weo's strongest Pokémon, Double-Axe Dragon. With a thunderous roar, the Double-Axe Dragon unleashed its might, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Chen Haoran's eyes gleamed as he inspected the Double-Axe Dragon's attributes. Name, Double-Axe Dragon. Gender, male. Nature, brave. Type, dragon. Ability, intimidate. Base stats, 540. Level, late high tier. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, grab, expert. Glare, expert. Dragon Rage, expert. Outrage, beginner. Pursuit, beginner. Double Slash, beginner. Dragon Claw, beginner. Dragon Dance, expert. Dragon Pulse. Description: the Double-Axe Dragon, an evolution of the Axe-Toothed Dragon, possesses a strong territorial instinct and will fiercely attack any Pokémon that encroaches upon its domain. Chen Haoran regarded the Double-Axe Dragon with a hint of astonishment. Champion level potential. With its late high-tier strength and Dragon-type attributes, it was indeed rare to encounter a student in Linhai, a third-tier city, possessing such formidable potential. It was no wonder Yin Weo was heralded as the mightiest high school student of Linhai No. 1, if it weren't for his own extraordinary talents. This individual would undoubtedly sweep through the competition and claim the championship. Alas, today, even dragons must bow before Lin. As the match commenced, the referee announced the start, prompting Yin Weo to take the initiative. He commanded the Double-Axe Dragon, Double-Axe Dragon, Dragon Dance. With a mighty roar, the Double-Axe Dragon began an unfamiliar dance. While Chen Haoran's voice rang out, Gyarados, Ice Fong. The Gyarados, perched upon the clouds, opened its gaping maw, conjuring two icy, piercing fangs, and lunged toward the grounded Double-Axe Dragon. At that moment, the Double-Axe Dragon had completed its dance, radiating a crimson glow. The effects of Dragon Dance heightened its speed and attack, while the Double-Axe Dragon's Intimidate ability further amplified its prowess by 25. Double-Axe Dragon, Double Slash, Defend. Yin Weo shouted with fervor. With a resounding roar, the Double-Axe Dragon's axe-like blades glowed with white energy as it charged toward the descending Gyarados. Chapter 70. The Final Strike. The climax, a symphony of metallic clashing, resonated as the Double-Axe Dragon collided with the Gyarados. Its body skidded across the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Though the Double-Axe Dragon was of late high-tier strength, the Gyarados had previously invoked Dragon-type moves, boosting its own prowess significantly. With its immense size, the Gyarados' strength was nothing short of terrifying. In a clash of power, the Double-Axe Dragon found itself at a disadvantage. "Now utilize Dragon Claw," Yin Weo commanded, waving his hand with resolve. "Thunderclaw Gyarados." Chen Haoran echoed promptly, as both dragon Pokémon surged with incredible energy. A white energy claw formed on the Double-Axe Dragon, while the Gyarados' claw crackled with tempestuous lightning. The two claws met with a cataclysmic force, resulting in a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, and a figure was sent hurtling through the air. It was Yin Weo's Double-Axe Dragon. The Gyarados' 150-power Thunderclaw was devastatingly powerful, shattering the Double-Axe Dragon's defenses. It crashed to the ground, but struggled to rise once more. "Double-Axe Dragon, hold strong. Use your final move to determine the victor," Yin Weo urged, gripping his hands tightly, a look of determination in his eyes. Chen Haoran's gaze shimmered with fervor as he called out, "Gyarados, unleash your final strike." Inferno Dragon Fire. The double-axe dragon and the Gyarados roared in unison. The double-axe dragon erupted in a crimson glow, its eyes turning blood-red as it surged forward like a streak of red light. Simultaneously, the Gyarados ignited in a blazing inferno, enveloped in flames. As a colossal fire dragon ascended into the sky, the fiery dragon collided with the double-axe dragon in a blinding flash. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the Pokémon arena, sending shockwaves of energy cascading in all directions, clouds of smoke billowing forth, and debris scattering like the aftermath of a missile detonation. The tempest howled, and dust danced through the air. Every soul within the venue held their breath, eyes wide and round, fixated on the battlefield, as if attempting to pierce the dense veil of smoke. Gradually, the haze began to dissipate, revealing two shadowy figures within, the dual-axe dragon and the Gyarados. The two dragons stood defiantly against one another, a gentle breeze stirring up clouds of dust. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the dual-axe dragon collapsed heavily onto the frigid ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Ultimately, the dual-axe dragon succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Gyarados, losing its fighting capabilities. All 5 Pokémon from Training Camp Number 6 had fallen, thus declaring Training Camp Number 1 the ultimate victor. The referee swallowed hard, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed the final results in a booming voice. As his words resonated through the air, the audience and competitors alike finally reacted, erupting into a thunderous cheer and applause. Zhang Guoli and the school leaders in the stands were flushed with excitement, their hands sore from clapping, while Principal Li Xin and the leaders from Wulong High School wore expressions as grim as if they had swallowed something foul, arriving in high spirits only to depart in disgrace. Major Guyan gazed at the tall figure in the arena, his face reflecting deep admiration. With Chen Haoran's displayed prowess and potential, he had undoubtedly met the criteria for special admission to the Military Industrial College of Pokémon. This young man is a latent dragon. On the battlefield, Yin Wuya collected his dual-axe dragon and approached Chen Haoran. His gaze locked onto Lin as he spoke. Chen Haoran, I concede. You are formidable, but I assure you, I shall not be defeated next time. A stiff smile broke across Yin Wuya's face as he extended his right hand. Chen Haoran returned a faint smile and firmly shook Yin Wuya's hand, replying, You are strong as well, but I too will not lose next time. The two exchanged smiles, their hands clasped. This is the essence of Pokémon battles. This is the allure of Pokémon combat. Passion, friendship, bonds, and fervor. One day, the world shall shine. Chapter 71, Mission Triggered, Survive. Chen Haoran returned to his team, where Shuebo had already rushed over, embracing him tightly and exclaiming, Chen Haoran, you were incredible. I adore you. I'm so exhilarated. My blood is boiling. In his excitement, Shuebo attempted to kiss Chen Haoran, only to be met with a swift slap that sent him off to play with polar bears in the Arctic. Chen Haoran performed admirably. Xiaozhe, rarely displaying a smile, patted Chen Haoran on the shoulder, to which Chen Haoran responded with a vacant stare, fixating on Xiaozhe and saying, 30,000. Xiaozhe's smile instantly froze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This brat is utterly unappealing. Why does he hold such a grudge? Xiaozhe cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Shangwan Linger approached, congratulating Chen Haoran. Congratulations on your victory. Chen Haoran, upon hearing this, smiled and said, What are you talking about? It's not just my achievement, it's ours. We are a collective, and this glory belongs to us all. He glanced at Wang Xikong, Wang Xingxiong, and Shuebo, displaying a radiant smile. Xiaozhe, observing from the side, couldn't he help but smirk. This kid has a broader vision than me. Wang Xikong was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, while Wang Xingxiong wore an expression of disdain, disapproving of Chen Haoran's pretentiousness and scoffing coldly. However, this kid certainly has a way with words. Tears welled in Shuebo's eyes, moved to the point of crying. Shangwan Linger's gaze flickered with a peculiar light, and she offered a faint smile, softly stating, Chen Haoran is right. All right, let us gather. It's time to claim our rewards. Xiaozhe declared, leading the way out. Chen Haoran and the others exchanged glances, marching alongside him, closely following Xiaozhe. 20 meters beneath the battlefield, a shadow flickered with a blood-red glow. Suddenly, the figure opened its blood-red eyes and murmured, The time is nearly upon us. The leader spoke wisely. To bring a nation to its knees, one must eliminate the younger generation. I revel in slaying geniuses. Ha ha. Echoing through the darkness, a chilling, sinister laughter sent shivers down the spine. In the plaza, all 7 training camps were assembled. On the podium, 7 high school principals sat, with Major Guyan positioned in the center, surrounded by rows of soldiers. The tense, solemn atmosphere rendered the students below unable to breathe freely. Chen Haoran remained unfazed, for he had weathered many storms in his previous life. He smirked, standing idly, bored. At that moment, the system's excited voice rang in Chen Haoran's ear. Ding dong, mission triggered. Survive. The forces of the evil organization are about to strike. You, a man determined to be the king of pressure, cannot afford to perish here. Fight, young man. Survive this assault to complete the mission. Mission rewards: 3 Nightmare Stones of Darkrai, God of Nightmares, 1 Wood Bloodline Limit, including skill version, 1 high-level Pokemon candy, 5 energy block cans. Chen Haoran's pupils constricted sharply, his first thought being, impossible. This place is considered the safest in Linhai City, equipped with formidable weapons and an advanced warning system. Moreover, with Major Guyan and the principals of 7 schools present, all of whom are gym-level trainers, who would dare to come here seeking death? Yet Chen Haoran knew the system would not deceive him or trigger missions recklessly. Thus, this was indeed genuine. He swallowed hard, his mind racing for solutions. First, rush up to Major Guyan and the principals to inform them of an impending attack on the military base? Chen Haoran felt certain he would be swiftly dismissed, possibly sent off to a mental institution. Even if they believed him, how could he explain his knowledge of the impending assault? The first option was out. Second, call Frogadier to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. This would be the safest approach. But what of the students here? Shangwan Linger, Shuebo, Yanwuya, and others. Flashes of their faces raced through Chen Haoran's mind, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Chapter 72, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Danger Approaches. There remains a chance. A dangerous glimmer sparked in Chen Haoran's eyes, akin to a reckless gambler. He stood at the back of the team, discreetly summoning Frogadier, who seemed to sense Chen Haoran's weighty heart, gazing intently at him with its frog-like eyes, nodding in understanding. I'm counting on you, Frogadier, Chen Haoran murmured softly. Frogadier nodded, its form vanishing as though it had never existed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haoran sought to calm himself. What's wrong? Shangwan Linger noticed Chen Haoran's unusual demeanor, turning to him with a puzzled expression. Nothing, Chen Haoran replied, forcing a stiff smile. It's all fine. Shangwan Linger shot him a skeptical glance, but chose not to press further. At that moment, Major Guyan had already stood up on the podium, scanning the crowd before declaring. The Pokemon competition of this training camp has concluded successfully. You have awakened within me the fiery passion of youth, the profound bond with the spirits. What an exhilarating contest. Now, I hereby declare that the champions of this training camp's Pokemon competition are the representatives from Linhai No. 1 High School, Camp No. 1. Congratulations to them. As the stirring words of the venerable Gu Yin resonated through the air, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, their faces alight with radiant smiles. Yet, Chen Haoran wore a grave expression. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task, achieving victory in the training camp competition. Rewards received. Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken Skill Card X1, Armament Haki Skill Card X1, Observation Haki X1. At that moment, the voice of the system rang in Chen Haoran's ears, and a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. It had finally arrived. He promptly opened the system backpack to inspect the Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken Skill Card. Name: Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. Attribute: Flight, Wind. Type: Special. Power: 180. Description: a formidable wind release technique that compresses energy to its utmost. Possessing tremendous cutting power, with significant physical toll, usable a maximum of 3 times daily. A skill with a power of 180. Chen Haoran's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a glimmer of joy in his gaze. Just in time. Although it could only be used 3 times a day, it was more than sufficient. Chen Haoran immediately assigned this skill to his Greninja, while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Just moments ago, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, as though something ominous was about to transpire. Here it comes. Suddenly, Chen Haoran's pupils glimmered with a silvery light, his heart racing like a roaring train. While everyone continued to applaud and laugh, an ear-splitting alarm blared throughout the military base. Beep beep beep. Warning. Unknown Pokemon invasion detected. Warning. Unknown Pokemon invasion detected. Warning. Unknown Pokemon invasion detected. The entire military base was illuminated by blinding red lights, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. At that moment, several shadowy figures shot up from the ground of the square, revealing 6 Jengars and a humanoid creature enveloped in dark mist, boasting a pair of blood-red eyes. Gagagagaga. Despair, little ones. Welcome to hell. The shadowy figure cackled menacingly in the air, swiftly coalescing a massive shadow ball, its diameter reaching at least 5 meters. The terrifying power loomed like a natural disaster. As fierce winds whipped up and the sky darkened, the colossal shadow ball was hurled directly toward the spot where the 7 camp students stood. You dare! Guyen, witnessing this scene from the podium, had eyes bloodshot with fury, resembling an enraged lion. Chapter 73. Tailed Beast Sage Mode Greninja emerges. However, this all transpired too abruptly. Guyen and the principals had no time to release their Pokémon. The terrifying black energy ball, akin to a black hole, was poised to claim the lives of all the students on the field. The faces of all the students were filled with terror of death, fear, despair, regret. An intricate tapestry of emotions was vividly displayed at this moment, akin to a circus performer changing masks. Standing at the back row, Chen Haoran's pupils sparkled with an astonishing brilliance, the winds howling, the ground trembling, as stones shattered and dust swirled. Greninja! Chen Haoran gritted his teeth, raising his right hand and bellowing into the void. In an instant, a black figure radiating a crimson glow appeared before Chen Haoran. It was Greninja. Tailed Beast Cloak activated. Sage Mode engaged. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. Chen Haoran's fierce visage, his silvery pupils, roared amidst the tempest. Greninja let out a low growl. Golden energy surging throughout its body, forming a golden cloak adorned with mysterious patterns that enveloped Greninja entirely. Its pupils transformed into slitted orbs, exuding a terrifying aura that surged like a torrential river. Subsequently, another force surged within Greninja, its pupils morphing into a cross shape, deep black shadows appearing around its eyes. Tailed Beast Sage Mode activated. At that moment, the aura emanating from Greninja became overwhelmingly terrifying, as the surrounding air elevated into wisps of white smoke, swirling around the Tailed Beast Sage Mode Greninja, adding an ethereal quality. Greninja opened its tightly shut eyes, revealing cross-shaped pupils that flashed with an astonishing cold gleam, rapidly gathering energy in its hands. A massive energy Rasengan began to spin rapidly in the air, and windmill-shaped wings emerged around the energy sphere, whirring loudly. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. This terrifying power blew away nearby figures, including Shangwan Linger, several meters back. Their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the now unrecognizable golden silhouette of Greninja, bewildered by the unfolding events. Go. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasengan Shuriken. Chen Haoran's pupils sparkled with silver light as he shouted decisively to Greninja. This strike would wager everything. Tailed Beast Sage Mode Greninja let out a roar. Its right hand wielding the massive Rasengan Shuriken, hurled it upward toward the descending shadow ball, which resembled a black hole. In a heartbeat, Greninja executed the Tailed Beast Sage Mode, and within less than a second, it gathered the Rasengan Shuriken. Everyone felt as if an incredibly formidable Pokémon had appeared on the field in an instant, subsequently gathering an astonishingly oppressive skill, colliding with the massive shadow ball in midair. Under the incredulous gazes of all, as the shadow ball collided with the Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken, time and space seemed to come to a standstill. With all eyes fixated on these two skills in the sky, crack! A slicing sound echoed as the gigantic shadow ball was cleaved in two like an apple by the Rasengan Shuriken. A violent explosion ensued. Boom boom. A series of intense detonations reverberated throughout the military base, akin to an atomic bomb explosion, birthing a colossal mushroom cloud. No, this is impossible. The shadowy figure in the air, witnessing its massive shadow ball being sliced in half, displayed a look of utter shock in its blood-red eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, as though witnessing an ant shaking a colossal elephant. Incredible. Chapter 74. A full power strike that shocks the entire arena. In that moment, everyone present was left utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, their minds buzzing. Even Gu Yin and several principals who had already released their Pokémon stood frozen, as if their throats were choked by an unseen force, unable to utter a word, their faces painted with astonishment. The figure shrouded in black mist exuded an aura that undoubtedly possessed gym-level strength. Yet what had they just witnessed? A high school student's Pokémon had effortlessly cleaved the ultimate technique of a gym-level adversary in twain. This may very well be the most hilarious joke of the century. You thought that was an apple, didn't you? How audacious of you to slice it open, just as the crowd stood in utter shock. A shuriken resembling the scythe of death, the spiraling ball, cleaved through the shadowy sphere, instantly launching itself towards the man enveloped in dark energy, hovering in the air. A sound resonated, as if slicing through the very fabric of space itself. The ultimate move of the Greninja Toad, the wind release, spiraling ball Shuriken, completely engulfed the man cloaked in malevolent mist. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. He felt every cell in his body being severed. His entire form consumed by this terrifying technique until nothing remained, reduced to dust carried away by the wind. From the moment the man made his grand entrance to his total annihilation, merely 15 seconds had elapsed. A formidable gym-level powerhouse had come and gone with astonishing swiftness. Were it not for the 6 powerful Jengars still soaring in the air, the crowd might never have known that such a person had ever existed. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Pokémon battle arena. A profound stillness reigned. Gulp. Someone, unable to restrain themselves, swallowed hard, shattering the silence. Hiss. The sound of collective gasps filled the air. The quickest to react was Guyen, who, suppressing his astonishment, addressed the crowd. Everyone, eliminate the invading Pokémon immediately. Ensure the safety of the students. With Guyen's commanding voice echoing, the crowd snapped back to reality, summoning forth their Pokémon. Some rushed to protect the petrified students below, while others launched a full-scale assault on the 6 Jengars. The disoriented Jengars, despite their gym-level prowess, were swiftly dispatched by Major Guyen and the combined might of 7 headmasters' Pokémon. Only then did the chaos begin to subside. Major Guyen, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, began to assess the aftermath, gazing at the Pokémon battle arena now reduced to ruins due to the explosion. His expression was grim. He never dreamed he would face such a horrific assault. Strictly speaking, this was a failure on his part. At his military base, he had failed to detect the enemy's incursion, which almost resulted in the demise of the most talented students in Lehigh City. What catastrophic consequences could have ensued? The thought made Guyen break into a cold sweat, his back soaked. Fortunately, this terrifying attack had only resulted in injuries to 15 students, with no fatalities. And the individual who thwarted this bloodbath was, astonishingly, a high school senior. As Guyen pondered this, his gaze shifted to the black Greninja Toad, and then to the slender figure nearby, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "A champion's potential." At that moment, Chen Haoran, panting heavily, approached Frog Brother and inquired, "Are you all right, Greninja Toad?" The Greninja Toad, having reverted from its tail beast cloak and sage mode, revealed its original form. It struggled to kneel on one knee, breathless. That previous terrifying strike had drained every ounce of its energy, making it difficult to even stand. Hearing Chen Haoran's voice, the Greninja Toad emitted a low croak, seemingly assuring Chen Haoran that it was fine. "Thank you for your hard work, Greninja Toad," Chen Haoran said, his eyes slightly reddening as he gently embraced the Greninja Toad. The Greninja Toad slightly shook its head, then closed its eyes, succumbing to slumber, utterly exhausted. Yet it felt all of it was worth it, as long as its master was safe. In the final moments of its unconsciousness, the last thought of the Greninja Toad was, "Sleep well." Chen Haoran whispered softly while holding the Greninja Toad tightly. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a shy sun, and a beam of golden sunlight slanted down upon the boy and the frog, enveloping them in a glorious golden aura. In that instant, it felt as if time had frozen eternally. One boy, one frog. Chapter 75. The Return, the honor on a military bus. Moving at a leisurely pace, Chen Haoran sat quietly, gazing out at the scenery. Also aboard were Shangguan Linger, Xue Bo, Wang Xikong, Wang Xingxiong, and other companions, along with Principal Zhang Guoli and several other school officials. They were proactively escorting Chen Haoran and the others back, concerned about the possibility of another enemy attack following this terrifying incident, which had left them deeply worried. It was a narrow escape for such an extraordinary talent, nearly extinguished before they could even cherish it. Zhang Guoli was still somewhat shaken, casting admiring glances at Chen Haoran that nearly overflowed with appreciation. An advanced trainer had, with a single move, dispatched a gym-level powerhouse. How astonishing was that? In all his life, Zhang Guoli had never encountered such an incredible individual. Not even the current champion, Long Du. Was that golden figure by Chen Haoran truly Frog Brother? It was utterly formidable and strikingly handsome. To have obliterated such a powerful foe in one fell swoop was simply remarkable. Seated beside Chen Haoran, Xue Bo had now unequivocally become a devoted fan, his eyes brimming with fervor as he excitedly exclaimed, "You're incredible, Chen Haoran." In the rear, Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of admiration. They had been with Chen Haoran at that moment, and when they witnessed that massive shadowy sphere akin to a black hole, they had nearly lost control of themselves, fear flooding their minds, rendering their bodies paralyzed. They could hardly breathe, let alone escape. Yet when they saw Chen Haoran summon Ninja Toad, transforming into a golden silhouette, and effortlessly slice through that enormous shadowy sphere as if it were mere tofu, vanquishing the enemy, they felt as though they had witnessed a divine being, a blinding light. At that moment, any jealousy or resentment they held towards Chen Haoran evaporated, replaced solely by deep respect. Some individuals are destined to become figures of admiration for others. Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong reflected on their past actions towards Chen Haoran, a hint of self-mockery crossing their faces. In the face of death, their previous petty rivalries seemed utterly ridiculous. Shangguan Lingner fixed her gaze intently on Chen Haoran's profile, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, yet she said nothing, simply observing him in silence, lost in thought. Chen Haoran, jolted from his reverie by Shui Bo's words, managed a faint smile, replying, "I was just lucky, nothing more." At that moment, Zhang Guoli shot a stern look at Shui Bo, interrupting him. "You, boy, only know how to flatter. Can't you see that Chen Haoran is in a weakened state? Let him rest." Then, turning to Chen Haoran with a broad smile, he continued, "Chen Haoran, take it easy. Rest assured, I'm here. You have nothing to worry about." Chen Haoran smiled faintly, responding to Zhang Guoli, "Principal, I'm fine, just need a bit of rest." Zhang Guoli nodded. Addressing the others, this sudden attack was indeed unexpected and perilous, nearly putting you all in danger. His tone grew somber, clearly filled with self-reproach for not adequately protecting his students. Fortunately, Chen Haoran remained calm under pressure, defusing the crisis and saving dozens of lives. "On behalf of those students, I want to express my gratitude." Zhang Guoli's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he offered a slight bow to Chen Haoran. Seeing this, Chen Haoran immediately stood to assist Zhang Guoli, saying, "Principal, please don't be like this. It makes me feel embarrassed. I was merely acting in self-defense. So let us not dwell on it." The admiration in Zhang Guoli's eyes deepened as he patted Chen Haoran's shoulder, stating, "You're a good child. Some matters do not require extensive elaboration. They are best kept within the heart. Due to the unforeseen incident, the awards ceremony has been cancelled, and the accolades will be distributed through the school, which will present them to you at a later date. Furthermore, Major Gu Yin has informed me that in light of the thwarted terrorist attack, student Chen Haoran's contributions have been monumental, and he will petition the state for Chen Haoran to receive a second-class individual merit award. This is an extraordinary honor. I hope everyone will strive to learn from Chen Haoran. Let us all applaud to encourage him," Zhang Guoli declared, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face as he addressed the crowd. The others erupted into warm, sincere applause, and the group chatted and laughed as the bus drove further away. The sun began to set, slowly sinking beneath the clouds, casting a crimson hue across the western sky. The golden twilight reflected on the crystal-clear river, shimmering with waves of golden light. Meanwhile, the journey of life had only just commenced for them. Chapter 76, The Nightmare Stone. Divine Beast Chen Haoran had returned home, where his mother greeted him with a flurry of warmth and care, her joy palpable. With a beaming smile, Chen Haoran answered her inquiries and shared the news of his school's victory in the competition. His mother was so elated she nearly leapt with joy, while his father, rarely showing such emotions, displayed a rare smile and immediately decided to prepare a grand feast to celebrate. As for the terrorist attack, Chen Haoran chose not to mention it. The old principal had already informed everyone that, in order to avoid unnecessary panic, news of the incident would be kept under wraps. Thus, apart from the military base and Chen Haoran and a few others, no one else would be informed of the attack. As the family enjoyed their dinner, sharing stories from the training camp, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony, although his sister still maintained her aloof demeanor. That night, Chen Haoran lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the day's events. Fortunately, he had earlier instructed his Koga Ninja Frog to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, then employed the multiple shadow clone technique for self-encouragement, which boosted his dual attack to level 6. After teleporting back using the Flying Thunder God, he activated the Tailed Beast Cloak in Sage mode. Chen Haoran had previously utilized these two skills in secret and discovered that the Tailed Beast Cloak enhanced all attributes by 3 levels, while Sage mode did the same, breaking the maximum cap of level 6. This meant that Koga Ninja Frog's attack power had skyrocketed to a terrifying level 12, a 6-fold increase in dual attack power. Such power was staggering. When combined with the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken's base power of 180, its effectiveness soared by an additional 100 upon transforming into Sage Art, culminating in an astonishing 450 power for the Sage Art wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. This formidable skill was indeed a pinnacle strike. However, it was also due to the overconfidence of that man. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated in a single blow by Greninja Frog. For he was a formidable gym leader. Ultimately, luck played a role too. This terrorist attack served as a stark warning to Chen Haoran. This world was far more perilous than Earth. He needed to become stronger, and a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Subsequently, Chen Haoran addressed the system in his mind. Is the system still playing dead? Quickly, grant me my rewards. At that moment, the system's somewhat reluctant voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task. Survive. Congratulations. You have received the following rewards. 3 Nightmare Stones of Darkrai, God of Nightmares. 1 Bloodline Limit of the Wood, including skill version. 1 Rare Candy, Advanced. And 5 Energy Cube Cans. Upon seeing the plethora of items in his system backpack, Chen Haoran's spirits lifted instantly. Among them were the Haki skill card for armament and the Haki skill card for observation. Without hesitation, he allocated the armament Haki to his Gyarados and, after pondering for a moment, decided to give the observation Haki to his Snorlax. Name, Observation Haki. Attribute, General. Type, Transformation. Power, None. Description, when used, the Pokémon's senses become heightened, enabling it to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby creatures. It can also be utilized to predict and evade danger. There was also a rare candy in the backpack, which Chen Haoran fed to Snorlax, elevating it to mid-advanced level. Now, the levels of his 3 Pokémon were as follows: Frog Brother, Advanced Late Stage; Snorlax, Advanced Mid Stage; Gyarados, Advanced Early Stage. As a high school senior, this was indeed an extraordinary level of strength. Aside from some super-rich second-generation heirs who had been inundated with resources from a young age, this could be considered top-tier strength. Chen Haoran directed his gaze towards the Nightmare Stone, intrigued by its connection to the God of Nightmares, convinced it was a valuable item. He examined its attribute panel. Name, Nightmare Stone of Darkrai. Description, upon use, it can summon and receive assistance from the Nightmare God Darkrai once. Chen Haoran gasped at the simplicity of the description, his eyes flashing with barely contained excitement. This was remarkable. The divine beasts of this world were not akin to those in games. They possessed the cataclysmic power to annihilate the very heavens and earth. Even the legendary birds, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno, could effortlessly devastate a city. Chen Haoran recalled a foreign news report of a colossal black bird engulfed in crimson flames that single-handedly obliterated a small nation. While others may not have recognized the name of this divine beast, Chen Haoran knew it was Moltres, Galar. This revealed the terrifying power of the divine beasts in this world. Now that he possessed 3 Nightmare Stones, did that not imply he had 3 opportunities to showcase his prowess and preserve his life? He was now a person under the protection of divine beasts. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Haoran as he mused. Who dares provoke me, Lin? I shall ensure they understand the meaning of cruelty. Chapter 77. The Twin Kings. Reporting at the military base in Lehigh City, within a spacious office, Major Gu Yan sat at his desk while an officer reported, Major, the base's early warning system has been thoroughly checked, and there are no issues. It appears that the enemy must have employed some means to obscure our warning signals, allowing them to infiltrate our ranks undetected. Tap, tap, tap. Major Gu Yan's fingers rhythmically drummed on the desk, his expression unyielding as he regarded the reporting officer. Continue the investigation. If we do not swiftly ascertain how they managed to disable our warning signals, there will inevitably be another attack. Understood, Major. The officer saluted respectfully before exiting. Gu Yan then activated a virtual display screen and dialed a number. In the capital, at the Pokémon Military Industrial University, 2 elderly gentlemen were engaged in conversation within a traditional Chinese office. One, an older man with graying hair and a goat-like beard, wore a grim expression, clearly irate as he spoke. Old Gu, have you received the news? During the training camp competition in 3rd and 4th tier cities, over a dozen military bases were simultaneously attacked, resulting in severe casualties. The other elder, balding and Mediterranean in appearance, responded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I have received word. It has been preliminarily confirmed that this is retaliation from that despicable organization, the Symbiosis Society. Years have passed unexpectedly, and this nefarious organization has resurfaced once more. The old man with a goatee, filled with indignation, declared, the centipede, though dead, does not wither. If anyone else were present, they would instantly recognize that these 2 elderly gentlemen were indeed 2 of the 10 elite trainers from the esteemed realm of Huagua. They held the prestigious titles of presidents of the Pokémon Tsinghua University and the Pokémon Military Engineering University, respectively. The goateed elder, known as Zhao Guoqiang, a master of the flying type and the president of Pokémon Tsinghua University, and the balding elder, named Gu Ming, a master of the steel type and the president of Pokémon Military Engineering University, were both illustrious figures capable of shaking the very foundations of Huagua with a mere lift of their feet. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Gu Ming's private communicator suddenly chimed. He glanced at the caller ID and accepted the video call, illuminating the void with a screen that revealed none other than Major Gu Yan. Old man, I have 2 matters to report, Gu Yan stated, looking at Gu Ming. Due to the angle, he did not notice Zhao Guoqiang's presence, thus speaking casually as Gu Ming was, after all, his father. Has the Symbiosis Society also attacked your military base? Just tell me the casualty count. Gu Ming's expression darkened as he directly inquired. Gu Yan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected his father to receive the news so swiftly. He nodded and replied, yes. Casualties, 0. Oh, another 0 casualty, What did you say the casualty count was? Gu Ming suddenly came to a realization, lifting his gaze to question Gu Yan. Zhao Guoqiang, too, was slightly taken aback, directing his attention to Gu Yan on the screen. I said the casualty count is 0. Gu Yan reiterated emphatically. You brat, do you possess such abilities? Could it be you foresaw this attack? Gu Ming gazed at Gu Yan with astonishment, his tone laced with skepticism. Gu Yan's skills were commendable. Yet in the face of such an unexpected assault, unless he had prepared in advance, casualties were inevitable. The attackers were brainwashed zealots from the Symbiosis Society, willing to drag others down with them even in death. Observing his father's expression, Gu Yan felt a pang of indignation. How dismissive could one be? Feeling as though he had been dealt a critical blow, he spoke with exasperation. This is the second matter I wish to report. This act of terror was thwarted by a high school senior named Chen Haoran, who eliminated a gym-level expert and resolved the crisis, saving dozens of students. I formally recommend Chen Haoran for a personal second-class merit award in recognition of his valor. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Gu Ming could not help but dig at his ear, uncertainly questioning. A high school senior took down a gym-level expert? Gu Yan, have you spent too long in Lehigh? And has your mind gone awry? Or has your audacity grown to the point of attempting to deceive your own father? Gu Yan, feeling the weight of the moment, retorted. I swear, I am not lying. How could I possibly fabricate this? Just watch the recorded footage, and you will see for yourself. With that, he ended the video call. This insolent boy, Gu Ming fumed, a few more strands of his already scant hair falling out in frustration. When he returns next time, I shall give him a lesson. His face was a stormy shade of blue as he glared. Ha ha ha, perhaps Gu Yan is indeed telling the truth. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, observing his old friend's vexation. Yet, he could tell by the tone of Zhao's voice that he was merely jesting. Although they had long been friends, the rivalry between their prestigious institutions inevitably fostered competition. Well then, let us see. Gu Ming scoffed, clicking on the recorded video. The scene unfolded in an expansive plaza where a man enveloped in dark energy appeared, accompanied by 6 Jengars. The dark figure swiftly condensed a massive shadow ball and hurled it toward the frightened students below, the tremendous pressure fracturing the ground and causing the students to kneel in terror. However, one student stood resolutely against the gale, and suddenly, a black Greninja materialized. In an instant, the Greninja was enveloped by a golden wind cloak, conjuring a colossal windmill-shaped attack that collided with the incoming shadow ball. To everyone's astonishment, the windmill attack sliced through the shadow ball as if it were mere tofu, ultimately consuming the dark figure entirely, leaving no trace behind. The footage concluded, plunging the office into an eerie silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. The 2 masters exchanged glances, both taken aback by the shock reflected in each other's eyes. After a full 10 seconds, a glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in Zhao Guoqiang's eyes as he rose to his feet, addressing Gu Ming. Old Gu, it has suddenly dawned upon me that my wife is calling me home for dinner. I believe this is where our discussion ends for today. I must take my leave. As he spoke, he attempted to stride toward the exit. Suddenly, a large hand firmly grasped Zhao Guoqiang's shoulder. Gu Ming, with piercing eyes, declared, Old Zhao, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Today, you shall not pass through that door. Zhao Guoqiang's lips twitched slightly as he feigned confusion. What thoughts? Old Gu, you are overthinking this. I genuinely wish to return home for dinner. My wife is waiting for me. Humph. Gu Ming snorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Guoqiang. Continue your charade. I tell you, this individual shall belong to the Pokémon Military Engineering University. Realizing Gu Ming had seen through his intentions, Zhao Guoqiang ceased his pretense and retorted with a cold snort. What do you mean he will belong to your Military Engineering University? This lad has a nose and 2 eyes. It is evident he is fated to be with me. He shall belong to the Pokémon Tsinghua University. Gu Ming's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Zhao Guoqiang. Old Zhao, do not overstep your bounds. The prodigy at the top of the Hidden Dragon list has already been specially recruited to your institution. Do you still dare to vie for this one? Do you not have any shame? I spit. Zhao Guoqiang's demeanor darkened further as he shot back. Humph. What about that second prodigy on the Hidden Dragon list from Modu who was specially recruited by you? Let us not speak of trivialities. We both know the truth. Regardless, this Chen Haoran, I shall claim him. Upon hearing Zhao Guoqiang's proclamation, Gu Ming's face flushed with fury. It seemed this old rascal was hell-bent on competing for this talent. Gu Ming berated himself for doubting his son and revealing the footage before Zhao Guoqiang. Had he kept it to himself, he could have easily devised a plan to bring Chen Haoran to the Military Engineering University. Now, however, he had unwittingly acquired a formidable rival. Gu Ming's expression was as sour as if he had consumed something unpleasant. You, Zhao Guoqiang, are indeed pushing your luck. Very well, let it be a contest of skill. Chapter 79. The restrictions of divine beasts within Huaxia. Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, shrouded in dense fog, a small island occasionally flickered into view. On this dimly lit isle, a massive steel base loomed like a primordial beast. Within its shadowy depths, a figure cloaked in darkness knelt before a grand altar, reverently bowing and intoning, "O mighty lord of the divine bird, our forces have plunged Huaxia into a state of chaos, and they remain unaware of our counter-warning devices. Thus, we may continue to sow discord and eliminate their so-called geniuses." Suddenly, thick black smoke billowed from the altar, igniting into a roaring flame. A massive blackbird, enveloped in crimson fire, ascended slowly, the terrifying heat melting the ground beneath. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the subterranean realm. "Excellent. It has been 10 years since I battled that old relic of Huaxia. I fled, severely injured, yet I inflicted grave wounds upon him as well. He should be nearing his end, perhaps even dead by now. Ha ha ha. Now that my injuries have nearly healed, it is time to avenge these 10 years of resentment." A chilling laugh reverberated through the underground expanse, celebrating the return of the divine bird. A tremendous screech resounded across the small island as the colossal black bird, surrounded by flames, took to the skies. The ominous clouds above the island evaporated instantly, the entire sky appearing as though it were ablaze. With a powerful flap of its wings, the massive creature vanished into the ether, soaring eastward at an astonishing speed. In no time, it reached the skies above Huaxia, its terrifying velocity unmatched. The bird's blood-red eyes glimmered with deep-seated hatred as it prepared to dive toward Huaxia's territory when, suddenly, a ripple disturbed the fabric of space. Moonlight flickered as a luminescent fairy, shrouded in the glow of the moon, materialized near the black bird, blocking its path. A human stood atop the fairy's head, their murky yet keen eyes gazing coolly at the colossal avian. An ancient voice resonated softly, within the borders of Huaxia. Divine beasts are forbidden to roam. At Chen Haoran's home, that night, a thunderous sound awakened him from sleep. Rushing to the window, he gazed upward, spotting a massive red light erupting from the clouds, only to dissipate moments later. "System, what is happening?" Chen Haoran inquired mentally, yet the system remained silent. He sighed, returning to bed, suddenly recalling his fierce battle with the Greninja frog that day. He felt an extraordinary power surging within him, a sensation both wondrous and peculiar. It seemed as though he and the frog had fused into one. Could this be a bond evolution with Frog Brother? However, Frog Brother had not evolved into the wise frog at that time. Once again, Chen Haoran posed this question to the system. "Ding dong. Congratulations. In the face of life and death, you have awakened your superpower." The system's voice echoed softly in his ear. "What? I really awakened a superpower? What kind of superpower is it? Is it impressive?" Chen Haoran excitedly queried the system. "Do not be overly excited. You have only achieved a preliminary awakening, not a full one. After a basic diagnosis, your superpower is, what is it?" Chen Haoran pressed eagerly. "Dog system. So now you have mastered the art of suspense as well?" He grumbled. "Ding dong. Host has insulted the system. The system refuses to answer." Chen Haoran exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 80. Superpower, Sacred Bond. Reward ultimately. After employing his ultimate technique, the charm skill, Chen Haoran finally learned the name of his awakened superpower, Sacred Bond. This was the designation given by the system. Upon full awakening, the awakened individual and their spirit would reach a state of spiritual unity, bestowing incredible power upon the trainer and spirit, enabling them to undergo sacred evolution. This would transcend the original boundaries of the spirit, reaching another level. Lin Haoran inhaled sharply, unable to suppress a gulp. This was truly extraordinary. Could it be akin to Ash's bond evolution with the Koga Ninja frog? Your sacred bond surpasses his in grandeur. The system replied coldly. The system is remarkable. Lin Haoran shamelessly praised the system, though regrettably, he had only achieved a preliminary awakening, which would merely enhance his spirit's skill potency. Only upon complete awakening could his spirit undergo sacred evolution. That night, Lin Haoran, brimming with excitement, drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Haoran headed to school with Fishball. It had been a month since Fishball had seen Lin Haoran, and she appeared very excited, clinging to his leg as he dragged her along to school. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Haoran was met with curious glances from his classmates, their expressions akin to those of envious sea turtles returning from overseas study. After all, Lin Haoran was a prodigy returning from training camp, destined for at least a second-tier university, if not a first-tier one, while they would be fortunate to secure admission to a third-tier university. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Shu, entered and, upon seeing Lin Haoran, beamed with a radiant smile akin to a blossoming flower, addressing the class. All students, assemble on the playground. We will hold an awards ceremony. At this proclamation, the students erupted into chatter. An awards ceremony? What award is this? Did they discover my good deed of helping an elderly woman across the street? Are they giving me a Good Samaritan award? Nonsense. As they bantered, they made their way outside. Chen Shu approached Lin Haoran, smiling, and said, "Congratulations, Lin Haoran. You have secured first place in this training camp competition. Truly, you are a remarkable young talent. I am proud to have taught you." "Thank you, teacher. It is all due to your guidance," Lin Haoran replied with a smile, his flattery bringing immense satisfaction to Chen Shu's heart. The three of them chatted merrily as they made their way to the playground. At Lin Hai No, one high school's playground, students had already gathered in droves. A long red banner hung above the podium, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Lin Hai No, one high school for achieving first place in the training camp spirit competition." Below it, another banner read, "Participants, Lin Haoran, Shangwan Linger, Xue Bo, Wang Sikong, Wang Xingxiong." Realization dawned upon the crowd regarding the nature of the awards ceremony, and shock rippled through them. Every year, Lin Hai No, one high school merely participated in the training camp competition. This year, they had unexpectedly claimed first place. Was the sun rising in the west? Students below expressed their astonishment, fervently discussing, "Our school is incredible. We actually won first place. Unbelievable. Has Wulong High School and Lingxi High School run out of talent this year? I think it's all thanks to Shangwan Linger. She must have single-handedly defeated 5 opponents. Truly, she is the class leader. My wife. You can eat dirt." As the chatter continued, Zhang Guoli appeared on the podium with a microphone, announcing, "Good morning, students. I believe you are all aware of the content of this award ceremony. Indeed, Lin Hai No. 1 High School has won first place in this year's training camp spirit competition. Our participating students are Lin Haoran, Shangwan Linger, Xue Bo, Wang Sikong, and Wang Xingxiong. Let us invite these 5 students to the stage and give them a warm round of applause." Zhang Guoli's face was radiant with a smile as he passionately proclaimed, and the audience erupted into a fervent applause. Lin Haoran and his companions gradually ascended the podium. In Chapter 81, Generous Rewards, the Kings Make Their Entrance. Lin Haoran and his 4 companions stood in a line on the stage, while thousands of students in the playground gazed at them with envy. Zhang Guoli addressed the 5 with a grin, saying, "Congratulations on securing first place in this competition. Each of you will receive a reward of 2 million. 2 Pokémon skill learning devices, a bailing fruit, and an opportunity to enter the military's Pokémon protection zone to capture a Pokémon." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. The rewards were astonishingly generous. The Pokémon skill learning devices start at a price of at least 500,000, with some powerful skills costing hundreds of thousands to millions. The bailing fruit was an exceptionally rare treasure that could unconditionally elevate a Pokémon's level by 1, provided it was consumed for the first time. However, the most coveted prize was undoubtedly the last one, the chance to enter the military's Pokémon protection zone to capture a Pokémon. The Pokémon within these zones possessed exceptionally high base stats and immense potential. Even with wealth, one could not simply enter to capture Pokémon. This reward from the military was indeed a testament to their sincerity. Lin Haoran's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. He felt as though he had struck gold. He was immensely pleased, believing he had barely exerted himself to win this competition. It felt almost like a freebie. Just as Lin Haoran and his companions joyfully accepted the rewards handed to them by Zhang Guoli, a sudden tempest arose in the air, followed by a thunderous roar. Two dark figures plummeted from the sky with astonishing speed. Boom. The figures landed directly on the podium, sending a powerful gust of wind cascading outward. Chen Haoran instinctively raised his hands to shield his eyes, and the scene left everyone in shock, unsure of what was unfolding. Was it a terrorist attack? Yet the school's alarm had not sounded. As the crowd gradually managed to open their eyes, they beheld two elderly men and two terrifyingly strong Pokémon on stage. One was a creature of fiery red with a white belly, resembling a western dragon, while the other boasted a body of steel with limbs as robust as iron. Adorned with an X-shaped mark on its head, it was none other than the immensely popular Charizard and Metagross. The appearance of these two Pokémon instantly caused a stir. Wow, it's Charizard and Metagross. They're so magnificent. I wish I could have one. I want to ride Charizard. Metagross is so cool, and its base stats are 600 points. It's incredibly powerful. I've heard you can't even buy such Pokémon with money. Hey, those two old men look somewhat familiar. Huh. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Whoa. It's King Zhao and King Gu, the students, who had been captivated by the beauty of Charizard and Metagross, were suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue upon recognizing the two elderly figures, erupting into gasps of astonishment. The Kings. I can't believe I'm seeing the Kings in person. The Kings have come to our school. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, their gazes filled with admiration for the two figures on the podium. Zhang Guoli's face darkened, his expression resembling that of a storm cloud. He was furious, intent on confronting whoever dared to brazenly ride Pokémon into his school. As the gust subsided, Zhang Guoli stormed forward, his voice booming. Who are you to act so recklessly in my school? However, upon getting a good look at their faces, a jolt of disbelief coursed through him. King Zhao. King Gu. Zhang Guoli swallowed hard, his expression shifting to one of forced delight as he approached them, exclaiming, King Zhao, King Gu, what brings you here? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have organized a grand welcome ceremony for your arrival. Indeed, the visitors were Gu Ming and Zhao Guoqiang. The two had been bickering, unwilling to let Chen Haoran, a talent of great promise, slip away, and had rushed from the capital overnight solely to recruit him. Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming nodded at Zhang Guoli, their gazes sweeping over the five on stage. When they spotted Chen Haoran, who appeared utterly bewildered, their eyes lit up as they hastily approached him. In Chapter 82, for the sake of dreams, refusing the kings, to the astonishment of the crowd, the renowned king-level trainers urgently made their way to Chen Haoran, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. They eagerly exclaimed, You must be Chen Haoran. Hello, I am Zhao Guoqiang, the president of Tsinghua University, the flying-type king among the top 10 in Huaguo, and I am Gu Ming, the president of the Military Industry University, the steel-type king among the top 10. Still in a daze, Chen Haoran suddenly realized why they looked familiar. They were indeed the top 10 kings of Huaguo. But why were these esteemed figures seeking him out? Chen Haoran swallowed hard and inquired, King Zhao, King Gu, hello? What brings you here? They replied, We have come to extend a special invitation for you to join our universities. You won't need to take the college entrance examination. You can enroll directly. Additionally, all expenses will be waived, and you will receive a scholarship of 5 million each year. You will enjoy all the benefits as a top-tier student. Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming spoke nervously, awaiting Chen Haoran's response. A special invitation? Chen Haoran suddenly understood. His outstanding performance in the training camp had likely caught the attention of these prestigious institutions, prompting them to extend an invitation. He was taken aback that two venerable leaders had come personally. It was indeed an overwhelming honor. Chen Haoran swallowed again, feeling torn. While he yearned for the special invitation, he also had a system task to fulfill, to become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. His heart ached, and his mind raced as he formulated a response. King Zhao, King Gu, I'm sorry, but I wish to participate in the college entrance examination. Since I was a child, I have dreamed of becoming the top scorer. I hope you can understand. This dream has always encouraged me to move forward. Surely, you wouldn't want me to be someone who abandons their dreams, would you? A tear welled in Chen Haoran's eye, presenting himself as a sincere and earnest dreamer. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was left speechless, including Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming, who were equally astonished. Chen Haoran had actually turned down the special invitation from the two kings. Was the world going mad? The opportunity to ascend to greatness lay before him, yet he had rejected it? What nonsense about dreams! The expressions of his peers, including Shangguan Linger and Xue Bo, reflected disbelief. And even Zhang Guoli was nearly dropped his jaw in shock, his eyes wide in astonishment, unable to utter a word. Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming were utterly flabbergasted. They never anticipated that Chen Haoran would refuse them. After all, they were kings. Look at us again. We are indeed kings. Could you not grant us this favor? Chen Haoran, my dear fellow, have you not given this matter a moment's thought? Indeed, while dreams may hold great value, love pales in comparison, yet a special invitation is far more enticing. Yes, indeed, it is exceedingly alluring. Those who have received such special invitations sing their praises. Gu Ming and Zhao Guoqiang, unwavering in their resolve, continued to persuade Chen Haoran. Gu Tianwang and Zhao Tianwang, I sincerely apologize. However, I still hope to remain steadfast in my dreams, Chen Haoran proclaimed. His expression earnest. He offered them the promise of future consideration, ensuring they would be well fed with hope. Seeing Chen Haoran's unwavering demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed the faces of Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming. Exchanging glances, they produced an antique business card and handed it to Chen Haoran, stating, "Since you have your own aspirations, we shall not hinder you. This is our personal card. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require anything. Remember, when it comes time to fill out your college applications, be sure to consider our esteemed military university. And do not forget to apply to Tsinghua University." Chen Haoran observed the two titans bickering once more, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Are they truly the lofty kings they claim to be? Accepting their cards, he replied, "Thank you, esteemed Tianwangs. Rest assured, I will give it due consideration." Zhao Guoqiang and Gu Ming nodded with smiles, the latter assuring Chen Haoran, "By the way, regarding your second-class merit, do not worry. I will ensure it is processed, though it may take some time. Await my good news." Chen Haoran smiled faintly, responding, "I appreciate your assistance, Gu Tianwang." Chapter 83. Chen Haoran's rise to fame as the two titans departed. They took nothing of Chen Haoran's, but left behind a promise of prosperity. However, the news of Chen Haoran's special invitation from the esteemed leaders of the military university and Tsinghua University spread like wildfire, making headlines in the Limhai news. Unsurprisingly, Chen Haoran too gained notoriety, becoming the subject of admiration in every household in Limhai. Look at Chen Haoran, invited personally by the two titans, and what of you? The green caterpillar was left to ponder its fate, lamenting that it should have been pinned to the wall. In a fleeting moment, Chen Haoran's legend echoed throughout Limhai. Meanwhile, our protagonist was on his way home, delighting in the sight of 2 million in his bank account, accompanied by 2 skill learning devices and a unique item. Strangely, he found himself burdened by a round-faced companion, none other than Yuan. "Do you remember, Chen Haoran? When we were young, you wore my underwear. It was I who hid you when your father scolded you. And when you were chased by the wild dog, I saved you. Now that you've made it big, do not forget me." Yuan clung to Chen Haoran's leg, reminiscing. "Get lost. You've got it all wrong. Have some dignity." Chen Haoran shot a glance at Yuan, then shifted his gaze to the skill learning devices, discovering they were none other than Flamethrower and Thunderbolt. What a remarkable gift. Chen Haoran was somewhat taken aback. These skills were not inexpensive, with a market value exceeding 1.5 million. It seemed the military wished to express gratitude for his heroic deeds, splurging generously. Elated, Chen Haoran noted that both skills could be learned by his Gyarados, yet he felt they were unnecessary, as Gyarados already possessed fire and electric-type moves with a power of 150. For now, he decided to hold on to them, contemplating their potential use in future captures. As for the unique item, he decided to use it on Gyarados, elevating its level to an advanced mid-tier. Lastly, there was the pass. Indeed, it was a pass for the military's Pokémon Protection Zone. Zhang Guoli had arranged for Chen Haoran and his companions to have a day off the following day to venture into the Protection Zone to capture a Pokémon, promising to send someone to escort them. Chen Haoran eagerly anticipated the creatures he might encounter there. As for what Pokémon he aimed to capture, he glanced at the bloodline of wood in his backpack, already formulating plans. Upon arriving home, Chen Haoran was taken aback to find the house brimming with visitors, relatives, neighbors, and acquaintances packed the space to the brim. The most absurd sight was the few who squatted atop tables, while others clung to the windows. Chen Haoran's eyelids twitched in disbelief. The crowd, initially engaged in animated conversation with his parents, surged toward him as if they were ravenous wolves spotting a lamb. Haoran has returned. He has made something of himself, being sought after by the Titans. Haoran, when you achieve greatness, do not forget us. I once held you in my arms as a child. A wave of relatives rushed toward Chen Haoran, showering him with affection, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and slightly violated. Tears of regret welled in his eyes as he pondered who might have claimed his first kiss, a great aunt, a neighbor, or a clumsy uncle. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Haoran remained in a daze. During dinner, his father, unusually merry after indulging in a bit of wine, wore a beaming smile. His mother was equally ecstatic, showering Chen Haoran with affection while cooing, "Truly, you are my pride." His younger sister regarded him with curious eyes, which made Chen Haoran think, "Sister, do not misinterpret this." Life was indeed wonderful. After the meal, Chen Haoran reclined on his bed, the glow of his computer illuminating the room as a black Pokémon watched a web series. A smile graced Chen Haoran's lips as he instructed, "Frog brother, turn off the lights. Time for sleep. Tomorrow, we venture to capture a Pokémon." Chapter 84, The Pokémon Protection Zone and the Emergence of a Mysterious Organization. The night passed without incident. In the morning, just after finishing breakfast, the school vehicle arrived at Chen Haoran's doorstep, accompanied by 4 others, including Shangwan Linger. After bidding farewell to his parents, Chen Haoran boarded the vehicle. "Good morning, everyone." Chen Haoran greeted his companions as he settled into a seat. "Good morning." "Hello, Chen Haoran." They responded warmly, their respect for him evident, especially from Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong, who now appeared like obedient children in his presence. "What Pokémon do you plan to capture this time, Haoran?" Shuebo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Well, I think I'll aim for a grass-type Pokémon," Chen Haoran replied after a moment's contemplation. "Grass-type?" The group exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. After all, grass types were not particularly popular, given their numerous weaknesses. "What about you all?" Chen Haoran asked with a subtle smile, redirecting the conversation. "As for me, I'm hoping to capture a Charmander. Imagine how cool it would be once it evolves into a Charizard," Shuebo exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. "I want to capture a Magikarp and see if it can awaken an ancient bloodline like your Gyarados," Wang Xingxiong declared, his pride evident, prompting a slight twitch at Chen Haoran's lips. What a naive child. "Brother, that was just a joke," he thought. However, if it could evolve into a Gyarados, that would indeed be formidable. "My words, any Pokémon will do, the higher the base stats, the better," Wang Xikong mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, as a young master, his standards were remarkably lofty. "As long as it looks good, that's all that matters," Shangwan Linger remarked coolly, yet this fellow turned out to be a connoisseur of beauty. Or perhaps it was just a matter of wealth leading to caprice. Chen Haoran secretly scoffed to himself as the group chatted merrily while the vehicle gently glided into a Pokémon reserve. Upon reaching a checkpoint, several soldiers barred Chen Haoran and his companions' passage. After presenting their passes, the soldiers confirmed their authenticity and allowed them entry. Once inside the Pokémon reserve, the group dispersed, each heading towards the area where they hoped to capture their desired Pokémon. Due to their differing attributes, the locations varied. Chen Haoran, accompanied by his Frogadier, walked along a narrow path with lush lawns on either side, where a myriad of rare Pokémon frolicked joyfully. The sun shone brilliantly amidst a sky dotted with fluffy clouds, and swarms of butterfree danced gracefully in the air. Adorable Oddish played merrily on the grass, creating a veritable paradise for all Pokémon. Chen Haoran took out the map handed to him by the soldier and chose a direction to continue his quest, traversing the expansive meadows and scaling hills. They finally arrived at the edge of a forest, where Chen Haoran's target resided. Indeed, Chen Haoran's goal was the grass-type Pokémon, Trico. Initially, Chen Haoran had to choose between a Kingler and Trico, but the memory of Ash's Sceptile, elegantly wielding a stick in its mouth, lingered in his mind. How striking it was. Moreover, the Mega Evolution of Sceptile was even more impressive. What legends would a dazzling Mega Sceptile, mastering with techniques and Sage Mode, leave in this world? Chen Haoran smiled faintly, leading Frogadier into the woods. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, 2 figures leaped agilely among the trees, clad in black trench coats, with a conspicuous emblazoned on their backs. One of them spoke. "Ice Phoenix, how did you manage that? How could you bypass the warning system and enter here?" The woman, known as Ice Phoenix, possessed azure hair and an angelic visage, though her expression was frigid and devoid of emotion. Without turning, she coldly replied, "Do not inquire into matters you shouldn't know. Simply focus on completing the tasks assigned by the organization." "Oh dear, how fierce." The man with long hair, his eyes resembling dead fish, cast a lecherous glance at Ice Phoenix's curvaceous figure, unable to suppress a lick of his lips. "So what is our task this time?" Though the man was somewhat deranged, his agility matched that of a monkey as he leaped through the trees, curiosity evident in his voice. "Capture all the Trico living here," Ice Phoenix replied icily. "Oh dear, the organization's appetite grows ever larger. But I like it." Chapter 85, Fierce Battle, One-Eyed Trico. At this moment, Chen Haoran remained oblivious to the fact that the Trico in this forest was also being targeted. He and Frogadier ventured deeper into the dense woods. Suddenly, Frogadier's ears perked up, seemingly alerted to something. It softly called out and tugged at Chen Haoran's clothing. Intrigued, Chen Haoran followed Frogadier in a particular direction. As they navigated through the thick underbrush, their view gradually opened up. Crash! A cacophony of battle sounds and Pokémon cries echoed from nearby. Chen Haoran pushed aside the thick foliage and beheld an open space not far ahead, where a lizard-like Pokémon, predominantly green with a red belly and adorned with a long leaf atop its head, was commanding several Trico to assault a severely injured Trico. This particular Trico was unique. It had lost one eye, a long scar marking its face, leaving it with a single eye. Yet, Chen Haoran could see an unwavering determination in its gaze. A spirit unwilling to yield. Despite being surrounded by 5 Trico, the one-eyed Trico, although battered, continued to grit its teeth and fight, its eyes filled with resolute defiance. The commanding forest lizard looked down upon the one-eyed Trico with derision, taunting it. The one-eyed Trico, undaunted, steadfastly returned the glare, clearly refusing to submit to the forest lizard. Furious, the forest lizard signaled for its minions to intensify their assault on the one-eyed Trico. Chen Haoran, witnessing this scene, felt a spark of determination and activated his scanning system to assess the attributes of the forest lizard and the Trico. To his astonishment, the forest lizard's potential ranked at the champion level, leaving Chen Haoran somewhat bewildered. When had there been so many high-potential Pokémon around? Upon arriving, he encountered one, while the other Trico exhibited either elite or gym-level potential, with the one-eyed Trico possessing a near-champion level potential. Name: Trico. Gender: male. Nature: serious. Type: grass. Ability: Overgrow. Base stats: 320. Level: Peak beginner. Potential: near champion level. Skills: Pound, proficient. Leer, proficient. Absorb, proficient. Quick attack, beginner. Mega Drain, beginner. Dragon Breath, beginner. Grass Whistle, beginner. Description: Trico, the wood gecko Pokémon, can climb walls by hooking its small claws and uses its sturdy tail to slap enemies. Just as Chen Haoran was lost in thought, the one-eyed Trico emitted a pained cry, its small body flung aside, landing near Chen Haoran. Gritting its teeth, it struggled to rise. But its injuries were too severe to allow it to stand. Time and again it fell, yet it persisted in attempting to stand. That's enough, Trico. You've done wonderfully. At that moment, a voice reached the one-eyed Trico's ears. It laboriously turned its head to see a young boy walking towards it against the sunlight, holding a Pokémon healing spray. This boy was, of course, Chen Haoran. He scooped up the severely injured Trico, removed the spray's cap, and aimed it at the Trico. Initially, the one-eyed Trico had intended to struggle, but suddenly it felt the pain receding, its wounds gradually healing. A glimmer of understanding flickered in its eye, recognizing that this human bore no ill will. The forest lizard, witnessing Chen Haoran's intervention, let out an enraged bellow, glaring at Chen Haoran as if to say, "Foolish human. Mind your own business." Chen Haoran remained silent, casting a calm glance at the forest lizard. In his heart, he believed that a Pokémon's sense of justice outweighed all else. Potential? Strength? Apologies, but whether this forest lizard possessed champion-level potential or not, Chen Haoran would never choose it as a companion. Although the reason behind the forest lizard's alliance with other tree guardians to bully this particular guardian remains a mystery, Chen Haoran felt a surge of discontent within him. The forest lizard, noticing that this human was disregarding its presence, immediately erupted with fury, launching an attack against Chen Haoran. Chapter 86. The Potent Great Preservation Pill. Taming the Tree Guardian Ding-Dong task triggered. Defeat the forest lizard. In broad daylight, it is utterly unacceptable for this despicable forest lizard to bully a disabled guardian. Is there no justice? A thorough beating of the forest lizard will suffice to complete the task. Task rewards: 1 potent Great Preservation Pill, 1 intermediate fairy candy. At that moment, Chen Haoran heard the system's furious voice echo in his ears. The frog brother has been entrusted to you. Strike with all your might. Chen Haoran's voice turned icy, and his Greninja instantly positioned itself in front of him, blocking the forest lizard's path. This forest lizard was merely at the late intermediate level. The frog brother could easily overpower it. Seeing its path obstructed, the forest lizard furiously opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of energy seeds aimed directly at Greninja. Executing its signature move, Seed Bomb. Unperturbed, Greninja observed the incoming energy seeds, its right hand pulsating with energy as a cerulean orb formed in its palm, quietly materializing a water pulse. With a decisive thrust, it countered the forest lizard's seed bomb. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, obliterating the forest lizard's seed bombs. Just as the forest lizard contemplated another assault, a dark figure materialized before it. The forest lizard's eyes widened in shock as it beheld a striking ice-blue fist expanding before it. Boom! The forest lizard was sent flying, its body convulsing before it succumbed to unconsciousness. The remaining tree guardians, witnessing their leader's defeat, let out a piercing scream and hurriedly rushed to the forest lizard's side, lifting it and fleeing swiftly. At least they displayed some loyalty, knowing to carry their leader away. Ding dong, congratulations. You have completed the task. Defeat the forest lizard. Congratulations. You have received the following rewards. 1 potent great preservation pill, 1 fairy candy. Once more, the system's voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears. He opened his system backpack to examine the attributes of the great preservation pill. Name, potent great preservation pill. Description, a remarkably nourishing pill when consumed by a Pokémon. It can elevate its potential by 1 level. Note, effective only for Pokémon below the champion level. Chen Haoran's heart swelled with joy. The system indeed had a knack for catering to his needs. It was as if this pill was custom-made for this tenacious tree guardian. Refocusing his gaze on the one-eyed tree guardian, Chen Haoran declared, I see potential in you. Will you join me as a partner? I can grant you the strength to grow, to never be bullied again, and to explore the magnificent world beyond, together reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Do you accept? A serious expression crossed Chen Haoran's face as he earnestly addressed the tree guardian in his arms. Chen Haoran had expertly honed his persuasion skills, achieving a mastery that struck at the very core of the guardian's heart. Strength, power, no longer bullied. The outside world, the pinnacle of the world. Each enticing proposition resonated deeply within the innocent tree guardian, leaving its cheeks flushed and breath quickened. Its large, bright eyes gazed at Chen Haoran, flickering with uncertainty before gradually solidifying into determination. With a sudden leap, the tree guardian stood defiantly before Chen Haoran, its single eye ablaze with combat spirit, clearly signaling, if you can defeat me, I shall accompany you. A smile graced Chen Haoran's lips as he replied, very well. You shan't regret this decision. Frog brother, let's go. Greninja stood resolutely before Chen Haoran, eyeing the tree guardian with intent. With a resounding cry, the tree guardian transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards Greninja with its signature move, Quick Attack. However, attempting to employ such a tactic against Greninja was akin to brandishing a sword before a martial arts master. Greninja seemed to possess an innate ability to predict the tree guardian's movements, effortlessly extending its right hand to intercept the attack. The tree guardian's small head was adorned with a multitude of question marks. Greninja, utilize the stun move. Chen Haoran's calm voice commanded. Greninja, expressionless, extended its hand in a slicing motion, striking the tree guardian's head with precision. Bang! The guardian's eyes widened in shock, rolling back as it lost consciousness. Go, Pokeball! Chen Haoran swiftly tossed a Pokeball, capturing the tree guardian within. Chapter 87. The Bloodline Limit of Wood. Forest Lizard Ding. The Pokeball's light ceased to flicker as Chen Haoran officially captured his 4th Pokemon, the Tree Guardian. He approached, retrieved the Pokeball, and released the Tree Guardian, subsequently offering it an energy cube. The Guardian cautiously took a bite, its eyes sparkling with delight as it devoured the cube eagerly. Energy cubes were indeed a treasured delicacy beloved by all Pokemon. As Chen Haoran gently patted the Guardian's head, he noticed the remnants of its injuries and the loss of one eye, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. What had this child endured in its youth? Yet, all that was behind it now. From this moment forth, no one shall bully you. I, Chen Haoran, vow it. His warm hand enveloped the tree guardian's head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. While savoring the energy cube, the tree guardian seemed to sense something, turning to gaze at Chen Haoran, where it found sincerity, warmth, and sunlight. Slowly, the darkness within its heart began to dissipate. Chen Haoran then administered the potent Great Preservation Pill to the tree guardian, elevating its potential to champion level. This is for you, a delectable treat. Chen Haoran procured the fairy candy he had just acquired from his system backpack, offering it to the tree guardian. Without hesitation, it consumed the candy. In that instant, a blinding white light enveloped the tree guardian, signaling evolution. The guardian's form gradually expanded within the radiance, reaching a height of 1 meter, with long leaves sprouting from its head, tail, and wrists. As the white light dissipated, a dashing forest lizard emerged before Chen Haoran. With a triumphant cry, the evolved forest lizard could not contain its excitement, exuding an air of authority. Chen Haoran's expression softened into a smile, and he accessed his system backpack to bestow upon the forest lizard the bloodline limit of wood. The forest lizard suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its body, transforming its very essence. A radiant green energy enveloped it, and astonishingly, the forest lizard underwent a second metamorphosis, growing from a mere height of 1 meter to an impressive 15 meters. With a mighty roar, it unleashed its formidable strength in all directions, causing the ground to erupt with an abundance of flora that rapidly blossomed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant flowers. Chen Haoran swiftly accessed the attributes panel of the forest lizard. Name, forest lizard. Gender, male. Personality, serious. Type, grass. Ability, wood physique. The forest lizard can recover its stamina and wounds through sunlight. Base stats, 405. Level, mid-level. Potential, champion level. Skills, slam, expert. Glare, expert. Absorb, expert. Quick attack, beginner. Super absorb, beginner. Dragon breath, beginner. Grassland, beginner. Multi-cut, beginner. Leaf blade, beginner. Agility, beginner. Special bloodline, wood bloodline limit. Skill 1, wood clone technique. Capable of creating wooden clones with 30 of its original attributes, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Skill 2, wood dragon technique. Physical, grass. Power 140 channels energy into the seeds of trees, summoning a colossal wood dragon to attack or ensnare foes, siphoning their vitality and energy in the process. Skill 3, wood shield technique. Transformation constructs a wooden shield resembling a fearsome grinning face to defend against opponents' attacks. Skill 4, wood secret technique. Tree realm descent, not yet unlocked. Skill 5, wood floral realm descent, not yet unlocked. Skill 6, wood golem technique, not yet unlocked. Skill 7, sage art, wood technique. True thousand hands transformation, not yet unlocked, requires mastery of sage mode. Description: the forest lizard, a Lin lizard Pokémon, is the evolved form of the wood gecko, having acquired tremendous strength through an extremely compatible bloodline transformation. Upon observing the attributes panel of the forest lizard, Chen Haoran's pupils narrowed in astonishment. "Wow!" he exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Chapter 88. The Pokémon Hunter Organization. A fierce battle. Chen Haoran was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of the transformation experienced by the forest lizard after merging with the wood bloodline limit, which had even altered its ability to the wood physique. The capacity to restore its stamina and injuries through sunlight was a tremendous enhancement, far surpassing its previous prowess, with its potential elevated from king level to champion level. Moreover, it now possessed a remarkable array of 7 skills, all reminiscent of the original Hokage's legendary techniques. Yet, a perplexing question lingered in Chen Haoran's mind. How had the forest lizard's ability changed? Could it truly be attributed to the description indicating a profound compatibility with the wood bloodline limit? If so, he would have to exercise caution in the future and ensure he sought out attributes that harmonized with one another. "Congratulations, forest lizard. You have grown stronger," Chen Haoran said, affectionately stroking the forest lizard, which now reached nearly to his chin. The forest lizard nodded appreciatively, fully aware that this newfound strength was a gift from its master, its eyes brimming with gratitude. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from afar, followed by a furious roar, causing Chen Haoran to pause momentarily and glance upwards. In the distance, a thick cloud of dust billowed from the forest, and the forest lizard's eyes widened in alarm. With a serious expression, it called out to Chen Haoran and dashed toward the source of the commotion. Recognizing the urgency in the forest lizard's gaze, Chen Haoran quickly followed, accompanied by his Greninja frog. Deep within the forest, beside a colossal tree, a man and a woman commanded their Pokémon as they battled against a green creature resembling a lizard, distinguished by its long tail adorned with a large leaf, the evolved form of the forest lizard, the Lizard King. This Lizard King appeared visibly aged, suggesting it had seen many seasons. The massive tree was home to numerous wood geckos, cowering in fear, while the elder Lizard King stood valiantly before them, defending its kin against the onslaught of 2 powerful Pokémon belonging to the mysterious duo. Ice Phoenix and the Perverse Man. Ice Phoenix commanded a Marshadao, while the Perverse Man wielded a Weezing. Both of their Pokémon were of elite caliber, and while the Lizard King also possessed elite strength, its age and the 1 versus 2 scenario placed it at a distinct disadvantage. Sustaining numerous injuries, it gasped for breath, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth and persevered, understanding that its downfall would spell doom for its brethren. As Chen Haoran and the forest lizard approached the great tree, they witnessed the fierce struggle between the Lizard King and the 2 opposing Pokémon. Upon spotting the letter L emblazoned on the attacker's clothing, Chen Haoran's heart sank. This was the emblem of the Pokémon Hunter Organization, a nefarious group dedicated to capturing and selling Pokémon, and a primary target for law enforcement in China. Without hesitation, Chen Haoran pressed the alarm button concealed in his pocket, a device given to him by a soldier, designed to summon aid in perilous situations. As the alarm blared across the area, the sudden commotion left the 2 Pokémon hunters momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Ice Phoenix exclaimed, her complexion darkening as she turned to the perverse man. Curse it. Why did the alarm sound? Hurry. We must finish off this old fool quickly and capture these wood geckos. The perverse man's expression shifted, his jovial demeanor vanishing as he nodded in agreement. He immediately unleashed another Pokémon, a formidable elite-level Gloom. Gloom, use Poison Sting. With a wicked grin, Gloom unleashed a barrage of toxic needles upon the Lizard King, who was entangled in combat with the other two Pokémon. The Lizard King, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as the poisoned projectiles hurtled toward it, its murky eyes reflecting a glint of unwillingness. Is this the end? Wood shield technique. Just then, a clear, vibrant voice rang out from behind as a beautifully carved wooden shield erupted from the ground before the Lizard King. Chapter 89. The Tailed Beast Sage Frog. Sage Art. Rasengan Shuriken. The unexpected wooden shield intercepted Gloom's poisonous needles, which embedded themselves deep into the shield, emitting a hissing sound as the potent venom corroded the wood into numerous pockmarked cavities. Fortunately, the power of the poison sting was not overwhelmingly strong. Otherwise, the current mid-level strength of the forest lizard would have been insufficient to withstand the elite-level Gloom's assault. This incident further underscored the resilience of the wood technique. Oh, what do we have here? A little brat. At that moment, both Ice Phoenix and the perverse man noticed Chen Haoran, the latter flashing a perverse grin as he leered at him. Ice Phoenix furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual abundance of unforeseen events today. Did I fail to check the calendar? Today was not an auspicious day for missions. Kill him. Glancing at Chen Haoran, Ice Phoenix commanded the perverse man coldly. Ah yes, my queen, he replied, his voice dripping with malice. The grotesque man grinned maliciously as he led the Abakai towards Chen Haoran. Chen Haoran observed the approaching figures, his eyes momentarily flickering with the attributes of the Abakai. Name, Abakai. Gender, male. Personality, careless. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Base stats, 448. Level, mid-elite. Pokemon potential, gym level. Skills, crunch, proficient. Glare, proficient. Poison sting, proficient. Thunder Fong, proficient. Ice Fong, beginner. Bind, beginner. Fire Fong, beginner. Snake Glare, liquid dissolve. Description, Abakai, a serpentine Pokemon. The evolved form of the Abosnake, possesses fangs that are highly venomous. An Abakai at mid-elite level. Chen Haoran's gaze sharpened. It seemed he would have to showcase his true strength. Arise Snorlax. Gyarados. Assist Lizard King. With a decisive toss, Chen Haoran released two Pokeballs, summoning the towering Snorlax and the colossal Gyarados, which stretched over 8 meters long, before the onlookers. Both Ice Phoenix and the grotesque man were taken aback by the sight of Gyarados. Disbelief flickered in their eyes. Is that really a Gyarados? Whose Gyarados has 4 claws and such a massive size? After the initial shock, the grotesque man's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. Alalala. This Gyarados is simply magnificent. It is destined to be mine, he exclaimed, extending his long tongue to lick his lips with fervor. Abakai, eliminate him with crunch, he commanded, sending his Abakai hurtling towards Chen Haoran. With a frightful roar, Abakai opened its gaping maw, exposing its razor-sharp teeth as it lunged at Chen Haoran. With Snorlax and Gyarados already aiding Lizard King, Chen Haoran found himself accompanied only by Greninja and Forest Lizard. His expression hardened as he focused on the grotesque man, coldly proclaiming, Greninja, activate Beast Cloak. Sage Mode commence. Sage Art, Spiraling Sphere. As Chen Haoran's command echoed, a golden cloak coalesced around Greninja, its eyes transforming into a cross shape, adorned with mysterious white patterns. A terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping in all directions as the Beast Sage Mode was unleashed. Greninja swiftly condensed a white-blue spiraling energy sphere in its hands, launching the Sage Art, Spiraling Sphere. In an instant, Greninja thrust the spiraling sphere into Abakai's mouth as it charged forward. A deafening explosion ensued, shattering Abakai's teeth into fragments, its body spinning like a top. Hurtling 10 meters away, its tail twitching slightly before it succumbed to unconsciousness. Within its serpentine gaze lingered disbelief, and as Abakai lost consciousness, a singular thought echoed in its mind. This guy is cheating. The instantaneous defeat of Abakai caused the grotesque man's previously joyous grin to freeze in place, his eyes bulging like saucers. What the hell? Chapter 90. The collapsing duo. This sudden turn of events left the grotesque man in a state of disbelief, his eyes wide as eggs. Meanwhile, Snorlax and Gyarados were skillfully countering Ice Phoenix's elite Pokémon with their advanced prowess. Snorlax had entered its 4-stage Springman form, while Gyarados conjured countless fiery clouds to strike from the air. Moreover, having mastered Haki, Gyarados was holding its ground against elite Pokémon, putting immense pressure on Ice Phoenix. Calculating the time, it was evident that military reinforcements were soon to arrive. Ice Phoenix's face darkened, inwardly cursing. Whose Snorlax and Gyarados are like this? They are clearly advanced Pokémon, yet they are overpowering my elite Pokémon. It's utterly outrageous. With her morale crumbling, Ice Phoenix glanced back at the grotesque man, only to witness the utter annihilation of his Abakai by a mysterious Pokémon, sending chills down her spine and flooding her heart with fear. What kind of cursed Pokémon is that? You have successfully enraged me. Arise, Grimer and Servine. The grotesque man's expression darkened as he unleashed 2 more Pokeballs, revealing a foul-smelling Grimer and a serpentine Pokémon adorned with sharp teeth and patterned scales, Servine. Chen Haoran surveyed the scene. Both Pokémon were mid-stage, misguidedly believing that sheer numbers could secure victory. How naive. Grimer, use Mud Attack. Servine, unleash Poison Jab. The grotesque man howled, his rage palpable as he vowed to obliterate Chen Haoran. Chen Haoran's expression remained stoic. He coolly commanded, Greninja, Lightning Dash. Grimer emitted a loud cry, opening its vast maw to spew mud, but before it could launch its attack, a flash of black lightning struck. Grimer felt an agonizing jolt coursing through its body, retching as bile spewed forth instead of mud, propelled by Greninja's ferocious charge. Meanwhile, Servine, just readying its poison jab, suddenly found itself without a target, watching in horror as its ally Grimer was sent flying. With a furious hiss, Servine opened its gaping mouth to unleash a torrent of poison towards Greninja. Greninja, Sage Art, Water Pulse. Chen Haoran's calm voice resonated as Greninja, donned in its golden cloak, conjured a water blue energy orb, radiating white light, and launched it against the incoming poison attack. A thunderous boom erupted as Servine's poison was dispersed, scattering toxic droplets across the ground, which hissed and corroded the earth into pockmarked pits. Greninja's energy orb, having neutralized the poison, continued its trajectory towards Servine, resulting in a blast that echoed through the forest, causing Servine to emit a pained scream, its 3-meter-long body sent spiraling away, collapsing onto the ground in agony. Grimer. Servine. The grotesque man gasped in disbelief, his pupils constricting as he struggled to comprehend the rapid sequence of events. It had all transpired in mere seconds. With Greninja dispatching both Pokémon swiftly. Sage Art. Water Shuriken. Chen Haoran seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, commanding Greninja to unleash its assault. Greninja responded with a low croak, swiftly forming 5 Azure Water Shurikens in its hands, which shot towards the struggling Servine. Servine, evade! The grotesque man shouted in panic. But Greninja's shurikens were too swift, striking Servine with unerring accuracy. Servine emitted a chilling cry before succumbing to its fate. At this moment, Grimer, having just regained its footing, was commanded by the grotesque man, now utterly deranged, to eliminate Chen Haoran. Grimer, use Mud Bomb on that brat. Grimer growled menacingly, opening its stinking maw once more, focusing its attack on Chen Haoran. Chapter 91. The Froggy One Soars. Even the gods cannot halt him, as the Koga Ninja Frog was a considerable distance from the stinky mud. The perverse man was utterly convinced that the Koga Ninja Frog would be unable to prevent his foul attack. He could not help but erupt in maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Die, you wretched trash." Yet, he remained oblivious to the faint black frog emblem shimmering on the stinky mud, akin to a grim reaper's mark signaling the harvest of souls. Handle it, Koga Ninja Frog. Flying Thunder God. Ice Fist. Chen Haoran's voice resonated with the chilling authority of a death deity, causing the perverse man's body to turn ice cold. His eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, the enigmatic sprite had vanished. In an instant, the Koga Ninja Frog had already materialized beside the stinky mud, its fist aglow with a frigid luminescence, crashing forcefully into the stinky mud. Thud! The stinky mud emitted a wretched cry as it was sent flying once more, encased in a layer of ice, lying motionless on the ground, clearly following its companion. The spoon snake, into the afterlife. Be cautious on the road to the underworld. How is this even possible? The perverse man's voice grew hoarse, resembling that of a quacking duck, as he let out a high-pitched scream. Even with 8 legs, you wouldn't dare close a distance of over 20 meters. In the blink of an eye, you've appeared beside the stinky mud? In that moment, the perverse man was engulfed in profound self-doubt. This had to be a dream. Yes, I am still dreaming, la 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 la. While muttering to himself, he continued to laugh maniacally. Chen Haoran shook his head, lifting his chin slightly as he sighed. My froggy one soars with the flying thunder god, and even the gods cannot impede him. At that very moment, a chorus of birdsong echoed through the air. Chen Haoran turned to see several dark silhouettes approaching overhead. Evidently, the soldiers stationed to protect the sprite sanctuary had arrived in response to the alarm. Retreat, Poison Man. Ice Phoenix observed this scene, a flicker of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a flying sprite and ascended, calling out to the perverse man. The perverse man, also known as Poison Man, suddenly came to his senses, frantically retrieving a Pokeball in a bid to escape. But would Chen Haoran permit him to do so? Koga Ninja Frog, Water Shuriken. Capture him. The Koga Ninja Frog swiftly launched a Shuriken, sending Poison Man's Pokeball hurtling away. In a flash, it appeared beside Poison Man, seizing his hands firmly. Ah, let go of me, or I swear I will kill you. You little brat, remember this. I will hunt you down. Poison Man thrashed about like a rabid dog. His bloodshot eyes filled with intense hatred as he roared at Chen Haoran. In the distance, Ice Phoenix witnessed Poison Man's capture and, without the slightest hesitation, mounted her flying sprite and took flight, casting a lingering glance at Chen Haoran, as if imprinting his image in her memory. Who would have thought that her 100% success rate would be shattered today by a mere child? I will remember you. Ice Phoenix retracted her gaze, her figure swiftly disappearing into the sky. At that moment, military personnel had arrived. Several elite soldiers mounted on colossal Beedrills landed on the scene. The leading soldier leaped down from his Beedrill, surveying the chaotic scene. His gaze fell upon Chen Haoran, then shifted to the captured man adorned with the letter L. His eyes narrowed, piecing together the situation. Commander, there's another sprite hunter fleeing in that direction. Chen Haoran approached the leading soldier, pointing toward Ice Phoenix's escape route. 3 of you pursue immediately. The commanding officer nodded, turning to the soldiers behind him. Yes. The trio saluted, leaping back onto their Beedrills to chase after Ice Phoenix. Young man, what brings you here? The leading soldier observed Chen Haoran's school uniform from the Seaside Academy and inquired. Captain, it's a long story. The soldier from the previous checkpoint interjected, explaining the situation to the captain. Ah, I see. You must be Chen Haoran, the most promising student taught by Chiyoze. The captain exclaimed, a look of delight crossing his face as he clapped Chen Haoran on the shoulder. I had thought he was boasting in front of me about your prowess. I couldn't believe it. Today, witnessing you capture a sprite hunter. I finally trust Chiyoze's words. Your future is boundless. The captain clearly had a close relationship with Chiyoze, showering Chen Haoran with admiration. To which Chen Haoran could only respond humbly, repeatedly waving his hands. Chapter 92. The Journey Home. Shiny Gyarados. Ultimately, Chen Haoran departed, leaving the aftermath to the military personnel. He had thwarted the sprite hunter's attempt to capture the Trico and apprehended Poison Man, an achievement of no small magnitude. The captain explicitly stated he would advocate for Chen Haoran to receive a reward, which would be delivered directly to his residence. Chen Haoran, of course, graciously accepted, expressing his gratitude to the captain before taking his leave. Although there were unexpected turns, it concluded rather perfectly, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chen Haoran stood on the grassland with his forest lizard, the Trico forest behind them. The forest lizard turned to glance back at the Trico forest, a hint of reluctance flickering in its singular eye. Though its life here had not been particularly pleasant, it had spent several years in this place, developing a bond. Now, they were set to leave for a broader world. Let us go, forest lizard. And remember, you can always return to visit. Chen Haoran gently patted the forest lizard's head, speaking softly. Chirp. The forest lizard withdrew its gaze, nodding in agreement as it prepared to depart from this familiar mountain. Suddenly, a jubilant cry resonated from the forest. The forest lizard turned sharply to see the forest bathed in golden rays of the setting sun, a multitude of Tricos appearing atop the trees. The elderly lizard king and the forest lizard that had bullied the singular-eyed Trico waved their arms at Chen Haoran and the forest lizard, seemingly bidding farewell. Chirp. A glimmer of moisture shone in the forest lizard's eye as it exclaimed, Farewell, everyone. Chen Haoran grasped the forest lizard's hand, waving to the Trico family in the forest, calling out loudly, Chirp. The duo's figures gradually faded into the distance beneath the setting sun, their journey just beginning. The Lizard King and the Tricos watched in silence as Chen Haoran and the forest lizard's silhouettes slowly vanished, a flicker of contentment shining in their murky eyes. Chirp. The Lizard King called to the other Tricos, leading them back into the forest. On the return bus, Chen Haoran, Shangwan Linger, and Shuebo sat together, engaged in a lively discussion about the sprites they had captured. Hee hee, do you know what sprite I caught? Shuebo declared, a smug expression on his face. The other forepaid him no heed, leaving him in an awkward silence. With a cheeky grin, he answered himself, "Haha, I didn't encounter a Charmander, but I captured a Vulpix. One can evolve into a Ninetales, and riding it would indeed be quite impressive," Su Bo declared with an air of pride. Chen Haoran's lips twitched slightly. After all, with a base stat of 505 for Ninetales and 535 for Charizard, not to mention Charizard's capability for Mega Evolution, it was clear that a Charmander was superior to a Vulpix. "Humph, I have captured a Magikarp, and mine is no ordinary Magikarp," Wang Xingxiong scoffed disdainfully. "Ah, a Magikarp?" Su Bo nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Magikarp were plentiful and inexpensive in the Pokémon Center. What a waste to squander such a precious opportunity on capturing one here. "How shallow," Wang Xingxiong retorted. "Just wait and see what my Magikarp can do." A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes as he produced a Pokeball. "Come forth, Magikarp." With a flash of light, a resplendent golden Magikarp appeared before everyone. "Wow! A shiny Magikarp?" Su Bo exclaimed in astonishment, and even Chen Haoran and Shangwan Linger displayed a hint of surprise. A shiny Magikarp was indeed remarkable. Curiosity piqued. Chen Haoran glanced at the Magikarp's stats panel. Name, Magikarp, shiny. Shiny effect, speed increased by 10. Gender, female. Nature, carefree. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Base stats, 200. Level, late stage beginner. Potential, king level. Skills, splash, mastery. Tackle, mastery. Description, Magikarp, the fish Pokémon, can survive in even the dirtiest of waters, exhibiting remarkable resilience and an affinity for splash. Goodness, yet another king-level Pokémon. And a shiny one at that. Wang Xingxiong has truly struck gold this time. Could it be that fortune favors the foolish? Chen Haoran silently mused. "Humph, I believe this Magikarp resembles my brother's Gyarados. It surely has the potential to awaken an ancient lineage." Wang Xingxiong boasted, eagerly looking at Chen Haoran for affirmation. Chen Haoran coughed a few times, forcing a smile as he replied, "This Magikarp is indeed impressive. Nurture it well." Upon hearing Chen Haoran's words, Wang Xingxiong's expression swelled with pride. "See, just wait until my Magikarp evolves into Gyarados and shows you." He sneered at Su Bo. At that moment, Magikarp executed the move Splash, smacking Wang Xingxiong across the face with a resounding slap. "Ouch, you filthy fish, dare you strike my face? Tonight, I shall feast on roasted fish," Wang Xingxiong exclaimed, anger radiating from him as he covered his face, nearly knocked off balance by the force of Magikarp's splash. Yet, Magikarp remained unfazed, wriggling on the ground. In a fit of rage, Wang Xingxiong contemplated kicking it, but Chen Haoran swiftly intervened. "Don't kick it. Wadash. What's wrong, Haoran?" Wang Xingxiong queried, puzzled by Chen Haoran's sudden outburst. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Haoran stressed, "As a trainer, how can you strike your own Pokémon?" Internally, he thought, heavens, the evolution process is no trifling matter. If Magikarp were to evolve here, the bus might not survive. Wang Xingxiong showed a hint of shame, realizing his earlier folly. "Indeed, I was wrong to consider striking my own Pokémon. I truly am a disgrace." Grateful for Chen Haoran's intervention, he felt a surge of admiration for him. Taking advantage of Wang Xingxiong's momentary lapse, Magikarp leaped again, its tail striking the other side of Wang Xingxiong's face. "Ouch, that hurts. I swear, if I don't get revenge today, I shan't bear the Wang name." The bus erupted into chaos as a spirited Pokémon battle commenced, Magikarp versus Mangekyō. Amid laughter and shouts, the bus continued on its journey. Upon returning home, Chen Haoran found it to be 8 p.m. Fortunately, his mother had left dinner for him, which she reheated. After a satisfying meal, he contemplated his Pokémon. Greninja and Snorlax were indulging in energy cubes, while Gyarados and Trico required 10 each per day. Thankfully, he had an ample supply of energy cubes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain these two gluttons. After a refreshing shower, Chen Haoran lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, reflecting on how less than a month remained before the college entrance examinations, and soon he would be a university student. In his room, Greninja and Trico were engrossed in a show about their kind, with Trico's eyes wide with fascination, having never encountered such entertainment in the wild. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Chen Haoran and Yu-1 arrived at school. Chen Haoran had become the brightest star at Linghai No. 1 Middle School, attracting envious glances wherever he went. Even teachers and administrators greeted him with warm smiles. Zhang Guoli, often inviting Chen Haoran for tea and casual conversation, would also promote his daughter. According to him, she was slightly older than Chen Haoran at 28, yet strikingly beautiful and accomplished, teaching at the prestigious Pokémon Tsinghua University. He hoped to persuade Lin Haoran to enroll there, perhaps even fostering a student-teacher romance. Lin Haoran nearly stumbled upon hearing this. 28 is merely a bit older. That's a whole decade. And a student-teacher romance. He gazed incredulously at Zhang Guoli. Goodness, I merely wish to be your student. Yet you seem intent on playing the role of my father. Zhang Guoli insisted that Lin Haoran add his daughter on WeChat, refusing to let him leave until he complied. With a scowl, Lin Haoran departed, mentally cursing Zhang Guoli countless times. Chapter 93. The rewards are granted, visitors from Magic City in the afternoon. Lin Haoran received a phone call from Major Gu Yan, who informed him that his second-class merit award had been approved, along with the rewards from his previous exploits in the military Pokémon protection zone. Furthermore, he was asked to assist with a matter at the military base the following day. Elated, Lin Haoran readily agreed to be there on time. After school, Lin Haoran returned home to eat, and then hurried to the back mountain. Unlike Greninja, Snorlax and Trico needed to hone their skills through dedicated practice. Thus, he and his 4 Pokémon commenced a rigorous 2-hour training session. Exhausted but invigorated, they were revived by energy cubes, though darkness had already descended. Lin Haoran recalled his Pokémon and, alongside Greninja, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to his room. Truly, what a convenient method. Lin Haoran felt a surge of delight in his heart when suddenly, his phone emitted a notification from WeChat. Upon opening it, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him, for it was the 28-year-old daughter of Principal Zhang who had just approved his friend request. She had sent a message that read, "So, you are the blind date my dad mentioned." Lin Haoran's lips twitched uncontrollably. What on earth had the old man told his daughter? What did she mean by blind date? He distinctly remembered being told it was merely to add each other as friends for future support when he attended Tsinghua University. How had it transformed into a blind date? Lin Haoran cursed the old man for his cunning, pondering how to respond. In the end, he decided to take a laid-back approach, replying with a simple meh before shutting off his phone and going to bed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment far away in the capital, a woman clad in pajamas stared at the 3 words on her screen, utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Surely, her father wasn't introducing a sheep to her? To make matters worse, the other party seemed to have fallen asleep, as no further messages followed. The woman spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The next morning, Lin Haoran rose early and requested a day off from Principal Zhang. He then summoned a ride to the military base. Although he could have taken a teleportation shortcut with Frog Brother, he deemed it too ostentatious and reluctantly paid 85 yuan for the trip. Lin Haoran was quite well known at the military base in Linhai City. Upon his arrival, the soldiers at the entrance greeted him with smiles and allowed him entry. He made his way straight to Major Gu Yan's office and knocked before entering. Inside, he found not just Major Gu Yan, but also 2 others, another major in uniform and a young boy who appeared to be a high school student. "Haoran's here. Come, take a seat." As Lin Haoran entered, all 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him. Major Gu Yan rose, wearing a faint smile. The other 2 were scrutinizing Lin Haoran, with the young boy's gaze filled with a critical appraisal. Major Gu Yan. Lin Haoran saluted respectfully. "Come, Haoran, sit down." Major Gu Yan beckoned him over with a wave. Lin Haoran nodded, sensing an unusual atmosphere, and took a seat next to Major Gu Yan. "So, this is the youth with the potential of a champion who has earned a second-class merit?" The major with triangular eyes assessed Lin Haoran with a detached tone. "Indeed. Lu Yang, I suggest you take your men back quickly. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself." Major Gu Yan replied with a broad smile. "Humph, I, Lu Yang, have never known how to write the word coward. Besides, my men are not necessarily inferior to yours. Or are you merely bluffing?" Lu Yang's face wore a hint of derision as he spoke lightly. Lin Haoran listened in confusion, and noticing his bewilderment, Major Gu Yan leaned closer to explain in a low voice. It turned out that both Gu Yan and Lu Yang were second-generation officials from families that had always been at odds. Consequently, they had been rivals since childhood. Gu Yan harbored no grand ambitions, choosing instead to serve as the commander in the 3rd-tier city of Linhai, while Lu Yang, full of ambition and cunning, held a commanding position in the 1st-tier metropolis of Shanghai. Upon hearing news of a talented youth emerging in Gu Yan's territory who had earned a second-class merit, Lu Yang could hardly contain himself and brought his top student to establish dominance. Lin Haoran's expression shifted to one of understanding. The matter for which Major Gu Yan had called him yesterday was likely related to this. Ding dong at that moment, the long-forgotten system voice echoed in Lin Haoran's ear. Chapter 94. Task triggered. Terrifying mutant grounds. Ding dong. Task triggered. The harshness of society. Look at that kid. His gaze towards you is filled with disdain. It's clear he lacks the tough lessons life has to offer. Go ahead, show him the perils of society. A thorough beating of that brat will suffice to complete the task. Task reward. 1 immortal mode skill card, 1 intermediate fairy candy, unlock fairy training space. The system's irate voice rang in Chen Haoran's ears, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. A chance to gain experience. But what exactly was this fairy training space? A hint of confusion flickered in his mind. Enough with the chatter. Do you dare to have your men face off against mine in a Pokémon battle? Let me show you what a genius from a first-tier city can do. Liu Yang shot a challenging glance at Chen Haoran, his expression one of provocation. The young boy beside him cast a scornful look at Chen Haoran, clearly skeptical of any talent from a third-tier city, merely a frog in a well. Major Gu Yin turned his gaze to Chen Haoran and inquired, "What do you say? Care to show off a bit?" Gu Yin held absolute confidence in Chen Haoran, knowing that this young man had bested even the gym leaders of the Symbiosis Association without breaking a sweat. Did he really fear a mere kid? A smile crept onto Chen Haoran's face as he replied, "I shall follow Major Gu Yan's lead." It was a jest. How could Chen Haoran refuse such a generous opportunity? He would gladly welcome 100 more. Immediately, he agreed, even granting Major Gu Yin a small favor in the process. Upon hearing Chen Haoran's words, Major Gu Yin joyfully patted him on the shoulder and said, "Excellent. Consider it a favor owed to you. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance." After all, this was a matter Major Gu Yin had entrusted to Chen Haoran, and while he could have declined, Chen Haoran's willingness to help hinted at a promising future. On the Pokemon battle stage, Chen Haoran stood opposite the young boy. Earlier on the way, Major Gu Yin had shared information about this boy named Ao Quan. Aside from a few exceptionally gifted students, he was considered the strongest senior student in Shanghai, having secured first place in the training camp competition. This battle might just provide Chen Haoran with a bit of excitement. The Pokemon match was to be conducted in a 3v3 format. The match would conclude once one side's Pokemon were rendered incapable of battle. Let both sides release their first Pokemon, the referee announced loudly. Waving a red flag from the high platform. "Come forth, Blastoise. Step forward, Forest Lizard." Simultaneously, Chen Haoran and Ao Quan unleashed their Pokemon. Ao Quan's Pokemon was Blastoise, while Chen Haoran called forth the Forest Lizard he had just captured. Chen Haoran's eyes displayed the attribute panel of Blastoise. Name, Blastoise. Gender, male. Nature, reserved. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Base stats, 530. Level, high-end stage. Potential, King Class. Skills, Water Gun, proficient. Withdraw, proficient. Tail Whip, proficient. Rapid Spin, beginner. Water Pulse, beginner. Protect, beginner. Ice Beam, beginner. Earthquake, beginner. Description: Blastoise, a shell Pokemon, is the evolved form of Wartortle. Its shell boasts formidable defensive capabilities, while the water cannons on its back deliver immense offensive power. A high-end stage, King-class potential Blastoise. Moreover, it had learned both Ice Beam and Earthquake, skills typically acquired through technical machines, thus significantly broadening Blastoise's offensive options. The match officially begins. With the referee's command, the battle commenced, and the Forest Lizard immediately used grassy terrain. The opponent seemed to harbor disdain for Chen Haoran, as he refrained from making the first move, either out of contempt or indifference. With a guttural roar, the Forest Lizard unleashed a vibrant green glow, transforming the arena into a lush haven filled with flowers and towering trees over a meter high. The air was thick with the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms. Was this truly a grassy arena? The two majors in the viewing area gasped in astonishment, witnessing the battlefield morph into a miniature forest sprite sanctuary. This was far removed from a mere grassy field. It was as if a potent fertilizer had been applied. Trees had sprouted. How absurd. This transformation was due to the Forest Lizardess would blood limit break. The lineage imbued this ability with an entirely different effect. Once activated, the grassy terrain would persist, allowing our Pokemon to gradually recover HP, enhancing the power of grass-type moves by 50, while the effects of Earthquake, Stomp, and Tremor would be halved. Furthermore, enemy sprites within this domain would be hindered by the roots, and the pollen might inflict paralysis, increasing in likelihood with the amount absorbed. Chapter 96. The Might of the Wood Dragon. This was akin to a rural version of the original Tree Realm's emergence, restoration, amplification, and control. Truly, you are worthy of admiration, original lizard. Opponent Ao Quan was utterly bewildered. Was this truly a grassy arena? I have read extensively. Do not deceive me. Forest Lizard, Leaf Blade. Chen Haoran seized the initiative once more, issuing a command to the Forest Lizard. With a determined glare, the Forest Lizard let out a low growl. The leaves on its back glimmered with a verdant light as a long, sharp leaf blades swiftly formed. The forest lizard leaped gracefully across the trees as though on solid ground, aiming its attack at the Squirtle. Dodge, Squirtle! Ao shouted urgently. The Squirtle, confidently attempting to evade, found its steps abruptly halted as roots erupted from the ground, impeding its movement. Kame! The Squirtle gasped in shock, just as the leaf blade descended upon its head, unleashing a cry of pain as its hefty form collapsed to the ground. The leaf blade, a grass-type move with a power of 90, paired with the terrain and stab boost, reached an astonishing total of 180 power. Moreover, it was doubly effective against Squirtle, culminating in a staggering 360 power. Had it not been for the significant level disparity between the Squirtle and the forest lizard, this blow would have sent the Squirtle home. Fortunately, the Squirtle, with its tough hide, rose again. Ice Beam, Squirtle! Ao-Kwan's expression shifted slightly as he commanded. The Squirtle, its eyes flaring with anger, opened its mouth to unleash a beam of icy blue energy directed at the forest lizard. Wooden escape technique, forest lizard. Chen Haoran's voice resonated again. The forest lizard pressed its palms together firmly against the grass. With a thunderous sound, a shield adorned with mysterious symbols rose from the ground, absorbing the brunt of the ice beam. An explosion echoed as the wooden shield clashed with the icy assault, cracking under pressure. Ice, which counters grass, coated the shield, ultimately shattering it, thereby interrupting the forest lizard's wooden escape technique. Squirtle, use Ice Beam again. Although Ao was perplexed by the forest lizard's peculiar skill, he was relieved it could be countered. Kame! The Squirtle roared, inhaling deeply, then unleashing another powerful icy beam toward the forest lizard. At such a close range, the forest lizard had no evasive maneuvers akin to the frog's flying thunder god technique. Dodging was impossible. Chen Haoran's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded, Forest Lizard. Wood Dragon Technique. In an instant, the forest lizard's gaze sharpened, radiating an intense light from its singular eye. With a mighty roar, it erupted with verdant energy, causing the earth to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. A tremendous dragon's roar resonated throughout the battle arena as a colossal wooden dragon emerged from the ground, devouring the icy beam and surging toward the terrified Squirtle. Kame! The Squirtle cried in alarm, being engulfed by the wooden dragon and crashing to the ground. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Pokémon battle arena, with billowing smoke and debris scattering as if trampled by a behemoth. Major Lu Yang gripped the railing tightly, stunned by the spectacle. What skill had the forest lizard just executed? Chapter 97, Greninja vs. Charizard. Although Gu Yin had mentally prepared for this, he was still taken aback by the forest lizard's terrifying ability. His lips twitched slightly as he mused. None of this kid's Pokémon are normal. As the smoke gradually cleared from the battlefield, the silhouettes of the two Pokémon emerged. The forest lizard stood proudly on the grass, while the Squirtle lay defeated, its eyes swirling as it lost the will to fight. The Squirtle is unable to battle. Please replace it with another Pokémon, the referee pronounced, swallowing hard as he waved the flag. Return, Squirtle. Ao-Kwan's expression darkened as he recalled the Squirtle, retrieving another Pokeball and tossing it forth. Arise, Charizard. A flash of light revealed a strikingly red Pokémon with muscular wings and a tail ablaze with flames. Charizard, a fan favorite. Name, Charizard. Gender, male. Nature, cheerful. Type, fire flying. Ability, blaze. Base stats, 534. Level, high peak. Potential, champion level. Moves, Ember skilled, Heat Wave skilled, Dragon Claw skilled, Smokescreen skilled, Dragon Breath skilled, Flamethrower skilled, Fire Fong, beginner, Air Slash, beginner, Thunder Punch. Description: Charizard, a fire-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of Charmander. The more Charizard battles, the hotter its flames become. Yet another starter Pokémon. Chen Haoran inwardly scoffed, pondering whether the last Pokémon would be a Venusaur. However, this situation was indeed precarious. Charizard's fire-type moves posed a direct threat to the forest lizard, not to mention its superior level. Chen Haoran realized that his forest lizard was still lacking in versatility. Had it mastered the Sage Mode, he was confident it could stand against Charizard. Return, forest lizard. Chen Haoran called back the forest lizard and then retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forth. Arise, Greninja. A flash of light revealed a sleek black Greninja, its lifeless eyes quietly observing the Charizard across the battlefield. It was a shiny Greninja. What sheer luck. Ao-Kwan's eyes flickered with envy. He too admired such a striking Greninja. The match commenced. The referee waved the flag, announcing the second round of the battle had officially begun. Charizard, use Flamethrower. In a decisive move, Aochuan seized the initiative, calling out to the Charizard soaring through the air. Roar! Charizard let out a formidable roar, arching its long neck back slightly as a searing flame erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at the Greninja perched on a branch. Water Shuriken, Greninja proclaimed, refusing to evade the assault. Chen Haoran opted for a direct confrontation. Kakaka, changed the call back. Greninja emitted a low growl, its blue energy surging as it swiftly conjured a water-blue energy sphere, flinging it towards the blazing flames above. The clash of blue and red ignited a spectacular fusion of water and fire. With a thunderous explosion, a dense cloud of steam erupted into the air, drenching the battlefield in a fine rain that fell upon the verdant grass below. Charizard Thunder Punch. Aochuan observed with disdain as his Charizard's fiery assault was neutralized. With a cold snort, he shouted again to Charizard. Roar. In response, Charizard growled lowly, its right hand crackling with electricity as a blinding spark coalesced there. With powerful strokes of its wings, Charizard dove down, unleashing the radiant Thunder Punch upon Greninja. Meanwhile, Greninja remained momentarily stunned on the ground, seemingly paralyzed by fear. A glimmer of delight crossed Aochuan's face. He perceived Chen Haoran's apparent blunder. Charizard's Thunder Punch was poised to strike Greninja directly. Just as Aochuan's smile blossomed, a voice rang out. Greninja's form transformed into a branch, and Aochuan's expression froze in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? Where's the frog? Greninja, Night Slash. Chen Haoran's voice emerged, revealing Greninja's silhouette materializing from behind a tree, yellow energy swirling in its grasp. Greninja hurled a rock with great force at Charizard. Charizard dodge. Aochuan's eyes widened as he urgently called to Charizard, yet Greninja was already behind it, launching a sneak attack. With Charizard's bulky frame, how could it evade Greninja's expertly honed rock-throwing skills? The current Greninja's Night Slash was at a masterful level. Boom. The small rock, imbued with terrifying power, struck Charizard squarely. Ow! Charizard's eyes widened in shock as it emitted a mournful cry, its body sent hurtling to the ground, crashing heavily and splintering countless stones. Struggling briefly before collapsing in exhaustion, unable to continue. Charizard's quadruple weakness to rock-type moves proved fatal, especially against Greninja's masterful Night Slash, which was akin to a nuclear bomb for Charizard. A single strike, and it was down. In the second round, Aochuan's second Pokémon fell incapacitated. Charizard has lost its ability to battle. Please select your next Pokémon. The referee waved a flag and announced loudly to Aochuan. Aochuan's expression darkened completely, feeling a burning shame upon his face. He had previously dismissed the so-called talents of this third-tier city, looking down upon Chen Haoran. Yet now reality had dealt a harsh blow to his inflated pride. Chapter 98. Elite-level Tyrantrum in the spectator stands. Gu Yin observed Liu Yang's face, which had turned a shade as dark as coal, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. If not for his desire to maintain composure, he would have burst into song, as years of being overshadowed by Liu Yang had finally found release. Gu Yin smirked, speaking in a mocking tone. Ah, so this is the genius of Modu? A genius from a first-tier city? Doesn't seem all that impressive, does it? Liu Yang, hurry back to Modu before you embarrass yourself any further. Liu Yang's expression darkened further upon hearing Gu Yan's words, feeling as though he had swallowed a dead fly, disgusting beyond measure. Coldly, he retorted, It's still too early to say that. Aochuan has one more Pokémon left. His last one is his trump card. Liu Yang stubbornly refused to concede defeat. Then let me lead you into utter despair. Gu Yan's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone casual. Come back, Charizard. Aochuan took a deep breath, recalling Charizard with a lingering gaze at Chen Haoran, squinting as he declared, I must admit, you possess some degree of strength, but this is where it ends. Allow me to showcase my true power. Arise, Tyrantrum. As Aochuan's words fell, a towering figure, 25 meters in height and reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, appeared on the field. Its skin resembled rugged rock, adorned with sharp teeth, and its powerful tail exuded raw strength. This was the formidable Pokémon with dragon and rock attributes, Tyrantrum. Roar. Upon its emergence, Tyrantrum unleashed an astounding roar, radiating an ominous aura that enveloped the surroundings. This Tyrantrum was undeniably powerful. A gleam flickered in Chen Haoran's eyes as Tyrantrum's attributes materialized before him. Name, Tyrantrum. Gender, male. Nature, jolly. Type, rock. Dragon, ability, strong jaw. Base stats, 534. Level, early elite. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, head smash, master. Rock slide, master. Dual chop, master. Bite, master. Dragon tail, master. Ancient Power, Master, Dragon Claw, Beginner, Earthquake, Beginner, Sandstorm, Protect, Crunch, Thunder Fong. Description: Tyrantrum, the Tyrant Pokémon, is the evolved form of Baby Tyrant, boasting a powerful jaw capable of crushing steel. In the stands, Guyan sensed the menacing aura emanating from Tyrantrum, his brow furrowing as he glanced at Liu Yang. Is this your ace in the hole? No wonder you're regarded as a genius from Modu. Apart from those exceptional talents, possessing an elite Pokémon is indeed impressive. Liu Yang smirked coldly, replying, the match has only just begun. I didn't expect you to have some genuine skill, allowing Aochuan to reveal his true strength. Guyan, however, grinned widely as he said, don't celebrate too soon. Soon you'll know the feeling of being slapped in the face. Guyan longed to laugh out loud. This fool, displaying an elite Pokémon, was bound to embarrass himself. That young man had previously defeated gym-level powerhouses. Chen Haoran took note of Tyrantrum's attributes, an elite Pokémon. Moreover, with the terrifying ability Strong Jaw, biting moves would gain a 50 power boost. Truly formidable. Chen Haoran had not anticipated encountering an elite-level high school student. After all, last year's top scorer in the college entrance examination had merely reached high-level pinnacle strength. Of course, true geniuses are often recruited directly, dismissing the top scorers as inconsequential. Chen Haoran had initially believed he could easily secure this year's top scorer title, but sensing something was amiss, he found himself facing an elite-level trainer in high school. The match begins. The referee's impassioned voice interrupted Chen Haoran's thoughts, announcing the start of the battle. Tyrantrum, Rock Slide. Aochuan made the first move, commanding Tyrantrum. Roar. Tyrantrum bellowed, yellow energy surging from its body, causing the ground to tremble as massive rocks hurtled toward Greninja. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of violent explosions reverberated, akin to an earthquake. Greninja, use Double Team. Greninja sprinted forward, preparing to unleash a boosted attack. Chen Haoran's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly stated, Kakaka, with a series of thunderous sounds. The Greninja crossed its arms, and billowing clouds of white smoke materialized. One by one, identical figures emerged, summing up to over 20. With swift movements, all the Greninja darted away to evade the rock slide attack. However, some of the shadow clones were still struck by the falling boulders, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Ultimately, only a little over 10 Greninja managed to evade the onslaught and reach the vicinity of the monstrous Gyarados, raising their glowing right fists imbued with pulsating energy to strike. Gyarados retaliated with Dragon Claw. Inside, Aochuan believed that there was only one true Greninja, and the rest were mere illusions. But the sheer number made it a matter of luck. He shouted towards Gyarados, Roar. Gyarados let out a low growl, its claws illuminating with a dazzling radiance. Sharp, white claws materializing as it viciously swiped at a few nearby Greninja. With a series of popping sounds, the Greninja struck were turned to smoke and vanished. Aochuan furrowed his brow, pondering if he had miscalculated. The remaining Greninja's power-enhanced punches landed on Gyarados, causing it to emit a pained roar as its massive form collapsed to the ground. What? How could a mere power-enhanced punch with a base strength of 40 deliver such immense damage? Aochuan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 99, Clash of Icy Fists and Dual-Headed Hammers. Gyarados crashed heavily onto the frigid ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending shards flying in all directions. How could the power of that punch be so formidable? Liu Yang in the audience was equally astonished. Logically, a power-enhanced punch was categorized as a skilled move with a strength of 40. Even accounting for Gyarados' double weakness to fighting-type moves, it should only have sustained 80 damage. Gyarados possessed a high base stat for physical defense and was at a higher level than Greninja. Liu Yang was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend that Greninja's power-enhanced punch had reached perfection, combined with its fluid adaptability, resulting in an effective strength of 80. When doubled for the type advantage, it amounted to an astounding 160 power. How could that not hurt? However, Gyarados, with its tough hide, managed to rise once again, its dragon-like eyes glowing a fierce crimson, clearly enraged. As a tyrant Pokémon, it could not let such an affront go unpunished. Roar! Gyarados opened its gaping maw, unleashing a tremendous roar towards Greninja. Very well, Gyarados, unleash your most powerful move, Dual-Headed Hammer. Aochuan's eyes glinted with a sudden cold fire as he commanded Gyarados to execute its ultimate technique. With a base power of 150, enhanced by its same type bonus, this attack reached a terrifying 225. Gyarados' eyes turned a deep red as it let out a ferocious roar, two white blades of light sparking to life atop its head. radiating an aura of dread. The ground beneath it erupted violently, shattering under the weight of its immense power as it charged towards Greninja like a raging bull. Greninja, disperse the clones. Let us finish this battle with our final move, Icy Fist. Chen Haoran's gaze sharpened as he called out to Greninja. Although Greninja could have easily dodged, there was no need. A true warrior faced challenges head-on. Kakaka! Greninja cried out, and the remaining shadow clones dissipated into puffs of white smoke. The effects of the power-enhanced punch returned fully to the original Greninja, which suddenly opened its eyes wide, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a torrential flood. Sweeping across the surroundings, the flora on the ground rustled violently, and Greninja extended its right fist, channeling a surge of icy blue energy that coalesced into a freezing punch, aimed directly at the charging Gyarados' head. In that fleeting moment, Greninja's icy fist collided with Gyarados' dual-headed hammer. A thunderous boom erupted, followed by a cataclysmic explosion of energy that rippled through the air, engulfing the entire battlefield. Debris scattered, trees bent under the force, and flowers were swept away, illustrating the sheer destructive power of this clash of techniques. Amidst the explosion, a heart-wrenching howl pierced the air as a colossal figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the chaotic ground and creating a sizable crater, dust and debris billowing around, rendering it entirely incapable of continuing the fight. It was all too evident that this massive form was none other than Aochuan's prized Gyarados. Greninja stood tall amidst the crater caused by the explosion, resembling a battle deity. With only a few sparks from the blast clinging to its form, which was quickly extinguished by the surging water energy surrounding it. How is this possible? Aochuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in a shocked roar. That was a 150 power move from Gyarados. How could it possibly be defeated by your high-tier Greninja? Aochuan's face flushed crimson, unable to fathom that his elite Gyarados had been bested in a direct confrontation with a mere high-tier Greninja. This cannot be. Chapter 100. Mission accomplished. Lizard of the Fairy Forest. Not only was Aochuan in disbelief, but Liu Yang in the audience also stood up abruptly, staring in shock at the flung Gyarados. This is impossible, Liu Yang exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sight before him. He had never encountered such an outrageous event in his life, a high-tier Greninja competing against an elite Gyarados and emerging victorious. It was known that the dual-headed hammer was the most powerful of all ordinary moves, boasting a base power of 150, enhanced by its same type bonus. How could a small black frog with such slender arms use a non-type icy fist to obliterate Gyarados' dual-headed hammer? No one would believe it if he told them. What on earth is happening here? Liu Yang, filled with disbelief, turned to glare at Guyan, who merely smirked, secretly cursing in his heart. I can't even comprehend it. So how could I explain? However, Guyan had learned from Chiozei that Chen Haoran's awakened superpower granted his Pokémon special abilities, which might just be the true reason Greninja triumphed over Gyarados. Clearing his throat, Guyan coughed a few times and then, with a mocking tone, said to Liu Yang, Greninja is simply strong. There's no shame in losing. Guyan looked at Liu Yang with amusement, reveling in his stunned expression. You deserve to be slapped in the face, he thought to himself. Liu Yang forced himself to regain his composure, giving Guyan a cold snort as he replied, This time, you win. With that, he made his way down to the Pokémon battlefield. Noticing Aochuan's ecstatic expression, Chen Haoran scratched the back of his head and, with a hint of resignation, said to Aochuan, This is a military zone. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to use performance-enhancing drugs in front of two majors? The utterance of such thoughtless words left Chen Haoran silently scoffing in his heart. As he perceived the disdainful glimmer in Chen Haoran's eyes, Ao Quan's ire intensified, and he was poised to retaliate. However, his tirade was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. Enough, Ao Quan. Silence and return with me. Major Liu Yang descended with a grim countenance, effectively curtailing Ao Quan's remarks. Ao Quan, filled with agitation, yearned to retort. Yet Major Liu Yang's sharp command cut through the air. I said, be quiet. His piercing gaze bore down on Ao Quan, who, sensing the brewing storm, subdued his indignation and murmured, Understood, Major Liu Yang. Subsequently, he retrieved the strange Erlong that lay upon the ground. Major Liu Yang cast a lingering glance at Chen Haoran before leading Ao Quan away, fearing that his temper might erupt if he lingered any longer. How infuriating. This ancient saying. How vexatious, this wretched lad. Chen Haoran let out a resigned sigh, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Must one be so pretentious when they cannot bear defeat? Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task, the harshness of society. Congratulations on receiving your rewards. Task Reward. Immortal Mode Skill Card X1. Intermediate Fairy Candy X1. And unlocking the Fairy Training Space. Ding Dong, your forest lizard has triumphed in battle, gaining substantial experience, and has leveled up to the late intermediate stage. At that moment, the system's voice whispered in Chen Haoran's ear, and a smile spread across his face, filling his heart with joy. Not only had he completed the task, but the forest lizard had also leveled up in the recent skirmish. Truly a double delight. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoran invoked the immortal mode for his forest lizard. As the original immortal lizard, how could it be without such a mode? With the advent of immortal mode, the combat prowess of the forest lizard experienced a qualitative leap. Chen Haoran then produced the recently acquired fairy candy, which, being of intermediate grade, was exclusively for the forest lizard. Now, the forest lizard had ascended to the peak of the intermediate stage, just one step away from evolving into a splendid lizard king. Chen Haoran's excitement was palpable as he turned his gaze to the final reward, the Fairy Training Space. Chapter 101. The Fairy Training Space, on the notion of transformation. The name itself suggested a space devoted to the training of fairies. Curiosity piqued, Chen Haoran inquired within his mind, what purpose does this fairy training space serve, dear system? Ding Dong, the fairy training space can be linked to every one of the host's Pokeballs, allowing the Pokemon within to enter this specialized training environment. Not only can this space simulate any desired environment, enabling the Pokemon to dwell in their preferred habitats, but it also enhances skill proficiency by 300 during training. Most crucially, this space allows the Pokemon to swiftly recover from injuries, fatigue, and exhaustion. The system's voice, tinged with a hint of pride, extolled the capabilities of the fairy training space, leaving Chen Haoran utterly astonished by its formidable efficacy. Is this what it means to have an unfair advantage? It seems I have always been wielding such a boon. No. If it never turned off, it can't be deemed as such. This means that while the Pokemon reside in their Pokeballs, they will enter the fairy training space, which can be tailored to their preferred environments. For instance, Frogget enjoys watching the Greninja Frog series in Chen Haoran's room while the computer is running. The fairy training space can facilitate that arrangement. Furthermore, training skills here results in a threefold increase in proficiency. Truly remarkable. What an impressive advantage. Now, training directly within the Pokeballs will elevate them to new heights. Aside from Frogget, the remaining Pokemon skill proficiencies can be rapidly enhanced, coupled with an astonishing recovery effect that even renders visits to the Pokemon Center unnecessary. What a blessing. Chen Haoran, filled with delight, promptly activated the space, allowing his Pokemon to relish their newfound lifestyle. Of course, enjoyment must be balanced with diligent skill training. Snorlax, the embodiment of dedication, immediately commenced training upon entering, demonstrating an admirable work ethic. At that moment, Guyen approached with a beaming smile, clapping Chen Haoran on the shoulder. Well done, classmate Haoran. Did you see the look on Liu Yang's face? It was as dark as a storm cloud, such a satisfying sight. Chen Haoran merely smiled faintly, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he inquired, Major Guyen, why has A.O. Quan, already an elite-level trainer, not been specially recruited? Guyen, sensing Chen Haoran's confusion, smiled gently and replied, this year is rather exceptional. He regarded Chen Haoran with an expression that invited further inquiry, clearly relishing the suspense. Chen Haoran's mouth twitched slightly. What is so special? Do enlighten me. He pressed on, Major Guyen, please don't keep me in suspense. What is this peculiar situation? Ha. I did not expect you to be so impatient. Very well, I shall not tease you any longer. Guyen chuckled before adopting a serious demeanor. Addressing Chen Haoran earnestly, this year, our nation has discovered a wondrous secret realm. The realm's classification has yet to be officially determined, but individuals have already been sent to investigate. The highest level Pokemon found thus far do not exceed the elite level. It likely qualifies as a mid-tier secret realm. What is most remarkable about this realm is that it contains a location capable of significantly enhancing a Pokemon's comprehension. Do you grasp the implications of this? Guyen's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Chen Haoran. Chen Haoran's pupils dilated, and he articulated slowly, transformation of skills? Guyen's gaze flashed with admiration as he excitedly affirmed, precisely. It is widely acknowledged that once a Pokemon's skill proficiency reaches the transformation level, a qualitative change occurs. This signifies a departure from ordinary skills and entry into the realm of divine techniques. However, the threshold for achieving transformation is extraordinarily high, having obstructed countless trainers throughout history. Guyen's eyes momentarily reflected an uncontainable longing as he continued. In this extraordinary secret realm lies a place that can temporarily elevate a Pokemon's comprehension. which is crucial for grasping transformation-level skills. Although the probability of comprehension is low, it remains an invaluable opportunity. Chen Haoran's expression shifted to one of intrigue. With a month remaining until the college entrance examination, Frogget could certainly elevate its skills to perfection, and with the other Pokémon in the fairy training space. He believed that even if they did not achieve perfection, they would be close. If they could comprehend early, it would greatly assist in their future advancement to transformation-level skills. However, Guyan's lengthy explanation seemed somewhat disconnected from his initial question. Chen Haoran voiced his concern. Major Guyan, your explanation seems a bit tangential to my original inquiry. Guyan paused in surprise before chuckling. Do not fret, I was just about to clarify. This newly discovered secret realm is currently unstable and can only accommodate trainers below gym leader level, with a maximum of 15 individuals allowed entry. Therefore, the state has decided that this year's top 10 candidates in the entrance examination will earn a chance to enter this realm. Additionally, 5 slots will be reserved for the top 5 on the potential dragon ranking. This time, Guyan did not keep them in suspense, but directly unveiled the underlying secrets of this year's college entrance examination, leading Chen Haoran to a moment of realization. Gazing at Guyan, he remarked, so many prodigies have declined special recruitment this year simply to secure a spot in the top 10 of the examination, thereby earning a place in this hidden realm, correct? Guyan nodded and, with a hint of envy, replied, indeed. This year's examination can be deemed the most fiercely contested in history. Yet, it also presents the greatest opportunities. Therefore, you must strive hard, classmate Haoran. Guyan observed Chen Haoran with a smile, seemingly hoping to catch a glimpse of a grimace on his face. However, Chen Haoran merely displayed a fleeting expression of bewilderment before furrowing his brow and asking, and Major Guyan, what is this Qianlong list you mentioned? Not having detected any displeasure on Chen Haoran's face, Guyan shrugged in exasperation and said, you don't even know about the Qianlong list? How peculiar. She shot him a curious glance before continuing. The so-called Qianlong list originates from a national treasure of our Huagua, the Qianlong Tower. The Qianlong Tower? Upon hearing this name, memories surged within Chen Haoran's mind. I remember now, he exclaimed. The Qianlong Tower, this ancient edifice, whose exact origins are shrouded in mystery, has stood the test of time in our Huagua. Its current purpose is to assess the potential of aspiring young trainers. Trainers under the age of 18 can enter this tower to undergo trials. The higher the levels they conquer, the greater their potential is demonstrated. Thus, this tower has long been revered as the Qianlong Tower. The names of the top 100 trainers are displayed upon it. Hence the list is referred to as the Qianlong list. It is an honor for anyone to ascend the Qianlong list, for it signifies immense glory. This achievement can elevate your reputation nationwide, and the state bestows precious rewards upon those who make the list. Truly, it is a dual reward of fame and fortune. As Chen Haoran's mind flooded with recollections of the Qianlong Tower, a notification chimed in his ears. Task triggered. Reached the pinnacle of the Qianlong list. He gasped at the splendid opportunity before him. How could he let this chance slip away? The time for grandeur has arrived. In the name of the ultimate show-off, let me claim the top spot on the Qianlong list and fulfill this task. The task reward, 1 skill card for 8 doors of Duanjia, including the skill version, and 1 skill card for the Lightning 5-linked whip, modified version. Suddenly, the system's jubilant voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears, causing his eyes to sparkle like bright bulbs. This is my moment to shine, he murmured to himself, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, not for the sake of teachers Kai and Ma's extraordinary skills, but for his own ambition. Chapter 103. Personal Second-Class Merit. Lieutenant Chen Haoran. Subsequently, Guyan led Chen Haoran to the office and handed him an exquisite box, saying, here is your personal second-class merit badge. Given the current circumstances, we shall forego the awards ceremony. A trace of regret crossed Guyan's face, as such honorable deeds would typically warrant grand celebration. However, the recent terror attack at the public meeting had plunged the Huagua government into a state of chaos, primarily due to the unresolved mystery of how the enemy had managed to disable the early warning system. This had placed the entire nation on high alert, especially with the impending nationwide examination. The higher-ups in Huagua had issued a stern directive to uncover the truth and ensure the examination's safety. Otherwise, another attack during such a significant event would be an enormous scandal. Additionally, there's a reward of 5 million, along with the previous reward of 500,000 from the Pokemon Hunter, totaling 5,500,000. It should now be in your bank account, Guyan added, accompanying Chen Haoran. Thank you, Major Guyan. It's no trouble at all, Chen Haoran replied, uninterested in the awards ceremony, even finding it cumbersome. He preferred this method. With excitement, he opened his bank account, and, upon seeing the long string of numbers, a broad grin spread across his face as he reveled in his newfound wealth. Look at you, a little rascal dazzled by money. This badge is what holds true value. Take it, Gu Yin remarked, exasperated, as she playfully slapped Chen Haoran, who was grinning foolishly at his phone. What use does this badge have? Chen Haoran queried, scratching his head in confusion. Gu Yin nearly erupted in frustration. For this was an accomplishment many soldiers dreamed of achieving, and now this boy was dismissing it. Was he not afraid of being drowned in the saliva of others? Gu Yin, exasperated, addressed Chen Haoran. Firstly, as a student, this personal second-class merit allows you to gain an additional 20 points on your college entrance examination. Furthermore, you have now attained the honorary rank of lieutenant and are entitled to the monthly salary and benefits of a lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he snatched the box from her and opened it to reveal a gleaming star badge, inscribed with the words, Chen Haoran, personal second-class merit. It exuded an air of prestige. Chen Haoran grinned widely, nodding in satisfaction. Not only would he receive extra points on the examination, but he was also now an 18-year-old lieutenant. How incredibly cool. Thank you, Major Gu Yin. He beamed, showcasing his pearly whites. Go on, no need for thanks. In fact, I should be thanking you. Had you not acted promptly that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gu Yin waved her hand dismissively, then, with a serious expression, patted Chen Haoran on the shoulder. Don't be infatuated with me. I'm merely a legend, Chen Haoran quipped as he returned home from the military base. It was already afternoon. He did not go to school, opting instead to head straight home. With the advent of the Pokémon training space, he no longer needed to venture to the back mountains. He could simply train his Pokémon within the confines of the training space. How convenient. Upon arriving home, he found the house empty. His parents were still at work, his sister had yet to return from school, and only the family dog remained. Indeed, it was Katie Dog, which, upon seeing Chen Haoran, joyfully wagged its tail and rushed towards him, licking his pants. Because Chen Haoran often won its affection with energy cubes, he had become its second protector in its eyes. He petted Katie Dog's fluffy head and took out a few energy cubes to share. Katie Dog's eyes lit up at the sight of the treats, eagerly devouring them. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Haoran indulged himself in petting the dog. Its fur was incredibly soft. Feeling a bit bored afterward, he summoned Frog Bro and Forest Lizard and began playing a Pokémon battle game on a website called 4299. Chen Haoran faced off against two opponents, but Frog Bro and Forest Lizard were no match for him. However, these two were sore losers and insisted on prolonging the game until it was time for dinner, nearly leaving Chen Haoran exhausted. I can't play games with these two internet-addicted Pokémon anymore. It's utterly terrifying. Chapter 104. Time flies. Wang Xikong arrives time, like an arrow, slips away effortlessly through our fingers, and before one knows it, over 10 days have passed. The blackboard in the classroom, once emblazoned with bold characters, now read. Only 10 days remain until the college entrance examination. In the classroom of Chen Haoran at Lianhai No. 1 Middle School, every student bore an expression of intense anxiety, even taking their textbooks to the restroom, eager to cram every bit of information into their minds. Naturally, there were exceptions, such as our Chen Haoran and Zhang Yuer, who were engrossed in perusing a photo collection of Minato. Haoran, look at this. Minato looks stunning in stockings. Furthermore, behold this enchanting maid outfit of Minato. I am utterly smitten. Just look at my regal Minato. Exquisitely alluring. Who could possibly resist such charm? I must confess, I am quite overwhelmed. I feel a blush creeping upon me. The two individuals were engaged in a covert, yet fervent discussion, starkly contrasting with their classmates who were diligently immersed in their studies. Chen Haoran found the knowledge of this realm's Pokémon to be exceedingly simplistic. He could effortlessly achieve a perfect score with his eyes closed, rendering further study entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuer, in a state of indolence, lamented that reading was more torturous than death itself. Chen Haoran cast a bemused glance at Zhang Yuer, thinking to himself that once he ascended to the pinnacle of this world, he would appoint him as the director of a restroom. With a salary of $1 million a month, why not? Just as Chen Haoran was lost in his musings, a familiar voice interrupted him, prompting him to instinctively close his textbook and hastily tuck it away in his desk. He raised his head nonchalantly to greet the newcomers. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Are you unaware that the college entrance examinations are approaching? Disturbing my review will be your downfall if I fail to gain admission. Chen Haoran expressed his displeasure, utterly exasperated that his delightful reverie had been shattered. The visitors were none other than the brothers Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong. who exchanged glances. Internally critiquing, review? As if we didn't just witness you perusing Shinato's photo collection. Wang Xingxiong chuckled and said to Lin Haoran, "Indeed, you're absolutely right. I happen to possess a plethora of Shinato's study materials at home, which I have already mastered. I shall bring them to you this afternoon for a little study session." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoran's face lit up with a radiant smile, responding enthusiastically, "You're a gem, Daxiong. Please do bring them for me to peruse. I feel rather uneasy if I don't study at least once a day. By the way, what do you need from me? Surely you haven't come merely to deliver study materials?" Wang Xikong, a bit bashfully, explained the situation. "There's a matter on which we hope you could lend us a hand, or rather, assist the Wang family. In Linhai City, the Wang family is ranked among the top 10 enterprises, yet it operates as a family business, with power held by various clan members. Currently, Wang Xizong's father, Wang Guodao, is the family leader and chairman of the enterprise. However, according to family regulations, the leader must be replaced every 3 years, allowing each branch of the family to challenge the incumbent. The victor takes the position, while the loser loses the right to challenge, permitting the current leader to continue their reign. The challenge stipulates that both the challenger and the challenged must send forth their younger generation to engage in a doubles Pokémon battle, with trainers not exceeding the age of 18. Notably, external assistance is permissible, as finding a promising young ally can be a testament to one's strength. Moreover, not every family has a new generation reaching 18 each year. This time, another branch of the Wang family has somehow procured a renowned external talent from the potential dragon rankings, causing Wang Xizong's branch to feel the pressure. Wang Guodao searched high and low for external help, but could only manage to secure one individual, who, while not on the potential dragon list, was still formidable, possessing elite-level skills. Yet, Wang Guodao remained uneasy, knowing that their opponent boasted a prodigious talent from the potential dragon rankings. It was then that Wang Xikong recalled Lin Haoran, whose strength was seemingly boundless. During the military base incident, he had single-handedly defeated a gym-level expert. Wang Xikong, having signed a confidentiality agreement, had not disclosed this to his father, who was unaware of Lin Haoran's existence. Wang Xikong ardently recommended Lin Haoran, leading Wang Guodao to waver. With the challenge set for the next day and no other options available, he reluctantly agreed to Wang Xizong's request to invite Lin Haoran for a duo Pokémon battle. Upon hearing Wang Xikong's plea, Lin Haoran felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, muttering, "The wealthy truly know how to indulge. Rest assured, my dear classmate. Regardless of the outcome, we shall compensate you with 100,000, Wang Xikong hastily assured. Just then, a system alert rang in Lin Haoran's ears. Task triggered. Show off at Wang Xizong's home. Your comrade is in distress. How can the king of show-offs refrain from intervening? Agree to Wang Xikong's request, visit his home, and successfully impress the potential dragon rank genius to complete the task. Task rewards. Shuriken Rain Skill Card X1. High-level Pokemon Candy X1. The system's enthusiastic voice startled Lin Haoran, causing him to spring up, startling Wang Xikong. With a resolute expression, Lin Haoran declared, "This is utterly outrageous. Such blatant bullying cannot be tolerated. Fear not, I shall lend my strength. I will ensure your father secures the leadership position. As for the payment, it matters not. We are classmates, after all. Just transfer the funds directly to my bank account." He patted Wang Xikong on the shoulder, speaking with utmost seriousness. Wang Xikong found himself momentarily speechless, then excitedly exclaimed, "That's amazing. With you on our side, this competition is as good as won. I cannot thank you enough." Wang Xingxiong, smiling, added, "Thank you, Haoran. I'll bring all the Shinado study materials from my collection to you shortly." Lin Haoran's eyes gleamed with determination as he earnestly replied, "Good brother, in spirit. Don't forget to help me review." Zhang Yuer tugged at Lin Haoran's pants, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The four shared a knowing glance, exchanging a smile that spoke of camaraderie among men, basking in the radiant glow of righteousness, as if they were celestial beings gracing the earth. Later that evening, after school, Lin Haoran ventured to a nearby hillside, releasing his 4 Pokémon, Greninja, Snorlax, Gyarados, and Sceptile. After weeks of training in the Pokémon space, their skills had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Greninja, Shiny. Shiny effect. Increases both attack and special attack by 10. Gender, male. Nature, relaxed. Type, water dark. Ability, Protean. Base stats, 530. Level, advanced peak. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, boost punch, perfect. Bubble, perfect. Hydro pump, perfect. Double team, perfect. Quick attack, divine. Water Pulse, perfect. Ice Punch, expert. Smokescreen, expert. Water Shuriken, expert. Shadow Sneak, proficient. Knock Off, proficient. Critical Hit, proficient. Swords Dance, proficient. Wind Release Hydro Pump Shuriken, proficient. Substitute, proficient. Special Skill 1. Tailed Beast Cloak. Upon activation, significantly boosts all attributes, speed, attack, special attack, defense, special defense, HP, and allows control of the tailed beast cloak for offensive maneuvers. 2. Sage Mode. Upon activation, it significantly enhances all of one's attributes, speed, dual offense and defense, HP, and transforms ordinary skills into mystical techniques, augmenting their power by 100. Additionally, the skill attributes convert to celestial properties. Note: celestial attributes are unique and inflict 125 times damage on 18 different properties. Dual property Pokémon inflict 15 times damage. 3. Flying Thunder God Technique. It allows one to inscribe unique spatial coordinates onto any object. These coordinates possess a permanent existence, enabling the Greninja to traverse space via these coordinates. Introduction: Greninja, the ninja Pokémon, is the original Sage Frog of the Pokémon realm, renowned for its black shimmer. Sage Frog Brother. Chapter 106. The enhancement of Pokémon Frog Brothers level has ascended from high late stage to high peak stage, just a step away from entering the elite tier. The skills below are somewhat outrageous, with several reaching perfection, along with numerous mastery and proficiency levels. If all goes well before the college entrance examination, there is hope to elevate all skills to perfection. This terrifying effect is a result of the combination of multiple shadow clones and the Pokémon training space. Unfortunately, there is only one divine transformation skill. The path to divine transformation is exceedingly challenging, making this secret realm for enhancing Pokémon enlightenment immensely significant for Chen Haoran. Perhaps it will grant Frog Brother another divine transformation skill. Meanwhile, the attributes of Snorlax, the King of Rolls, and Gyarados, as well as the Forest Lizard, have undergone considerable changes. Name: Snorlax, Shiny. Shiny effect: HP increased by 10. Gender: male. Nature: diligent. Type: normal. Ability: thick fat. Base stats: 540. Level: high late stage. Pokémon potential: champion level. Skills: Body Slam, Mastery. Rollout, Mastery. Amplified Punch, perfect. Heavy Slam, perfect. Mega Punch, perfect. Instant Amnesia, proficiency. Gradual Break, proficiency. Rest, proficiency. Belly Drum, proficiency. Rollout, proficiency. Heavy Impact, proficiency. Special Physique. Human Fruit Mythical Zoan Nika form possesses special skills. Omitted. 15 skill entries omitted. Refer to previous interface for details. Special skills. Armament Haki, omitted. Special skills. Observation Haki, omitted. Introduction, omitted. Name: Gyarados. Gender: male. Nature: lonely. Type: water, flying. Dragon ability: overconfidence. Base stats: 540. Level: high mid-stage. Pokémon potential: champion level. Skills: bite, mastery. Leer, proficiency. Bite down, proficiency. Ice Fong, mastery. Crunch, mastery. Waterfall, proficiency. Hydro Pump, proficiency. Dragon Dance, proficiency. Aqua Tail, proficiency. Special skills: 1. Flame Cloud 2. Heat Wave 3. Bad Wind 4. Thunderstorm 5. Dragon Scale 6. Thunder Dragon Claw 7. Dragon Flame Torch, skills descriptions omitted. Refer to previous introduction page for details. Introduction: a special Gyarados transformed by the Azure Dragon Fruit. Now a true member of the Dragon Tribe, possessing incredible strength. Name: Forest Lizard. Gender: male. Nature: serious. Type: grass. Ability: wood physique. The Forest Lizard can recover its stamina and injuries through sunlight. Base stats: 405. Level: mid-peak. Pokémon potential: champion level. Skills: slap, proficiency. Leer, proficiency. Absorb, proficiency. Quick attack, mastery. Super absorb, proficiency. Dragon breath, proficiency. Grassland, proficiency. Multi-hit, proficiency. Leaf blade, proficiency. Agility, proficiency. Special bloodline. Would bloodline limit, skill 1. Would release, shadow clone skill 2. Would release, would dragon technique skill 3. Would release, would wall technique skill 4. Would release, secret technique. Tree realm birth, not yet unlocked, skill 5. Would release, flower tree realm arrival, not yet unlocked, skill 6. Would release, wooden man technique, not yet unlocked, skill 7. Sage technique. Would release, true thousand-handed Buddha transformation, not yet unlocked. Special skill: Sage Mode. Introduction: Forest Lizard. The lizard Pokémon is the evolved form of Trico, having undergone a high degree of bloodline transformation, now wielding formidable power. All three Pokémon have demonstrated significant strength and skill proficiency enhancements, indicating that there was no laziness in the Pokémon training space. Snorlax's Amplified Punch has reached perfection, while Heavy Slam and Mega Punch were rewarded by the system, elevating them to perfection. Gyarados and Forest Lizard have yet to attain perfect skills, but with the Pokémon training space in place, they may also reach perfection before entering the Enlightenment Secret Realm, and with some luck, they might grasp a divine transformation skill. Chapter 107. Heading to Wang Xizong's home. Li Jun. Upon returning home, Chen Haoran found that his mother had prepared dinner. The family gathered around the table, and Chen Haoran informed his mother that he had transferred 1 million into her bank account, followed by sending his sister 100,000 pocket money via WeChat. This revelation left his parents and younger sister in astonishment. Without prompting, Chen Haoran explained the source of the funds and presented the resplendent personal second-class merit badge, rendering the entire family speechless. His father gazed at the badge with gleaming eyes, as this was an immense honor. His mother, in her excitement, embraced Chen Haoran's head and showered him with affectionate kisses, praising him profusely. His sister stood agape, astonished at the merit badge being carefully polished by the owner. Her brother had actually achieved national second-class merit. Did this mean she was now a merit family member? Would it also grant her extra points for the college entrance examination? First place in the training camp competition, followed by being personally recruited by 2 great champions. And now, obtaining national second-class merit. Was this the same slacker brother Chen Haoran? His sister was utterly bewildered. The family joyfully finished dinner, and Chen Haoran ascended the stairs. As he did, he distinctly heard his mother chatting with relatives on the phone, accompanied by unmistakable laughter. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Haoran awoke at 9 a.m., as it was Saturday. After breakfast, he stepped outside, where a business vehicle awaited him at the door. Wang Xingxiong emerged from the car and greeted Chen Haoran with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Haoran brother. Have you had breakfast? I'm taking you out for breakfast." Chen Haoran waved his hand and replied to Wang Xingxiong. "I just ate. Let us go. We have business to attend to. I'll help your cousin deal with these scoundrels." With that, Chen Haoran hopped into the car. "All right, Haoran brother is impressive." Wang Xingxiong beamed with a radiant smile as he followed suit. As the business vehicle cruised along the road, they soon arrived at a grand and luxurious estate. The gates towered several meters high, and as the car entered the estate, it was filled with blooming trees, a sight both beautiful and awe-inspiring. Chen Haoran felt a surge of envy. He knew Wang Xizong's family was wealthy, but never expected them to be this affluent. The estate was as vast as a park. Damn those capitalists. Chen Haoran silently cursed. Chen Haoran followed Wang Xingxiong into a villa, where they entered the grand hall. Inside was Wang Xizong, accompanied by 2 others, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Xizong, appearing to be in his 40s, whom Chen Haoran deduced to be the current head of the Wang family, Wang Guodao. The other was a youth, his face adorned with a confident smile, exuding an air of mastery over the situation. Wang Guodao, with a smile gracing his features, addressed the self-assured youth, saying, "Young Master Li Jun, I am profoundly grateful that you accepted my invitation. Your support is truly a beacon in our time of need. I entrust this upcoming challenge to you, Li Jun." The confident youth nodded nonchalantly, replying, "You flatter me, Chief Wang. Fear not. The opponent is merely ranked 90th on the Hidden Dragon list. I recently attempted the list myself, and though I did not make it, I have significantly enhanced my spirit's power in the past 2 months. I am confident that I will penetrate the top 80. A hint of uncontainable pride flickered across Li Jun's face, as if he were already among the elite of the Hidden Dragon list, dismissing his upcoming challenger with disdain. "Wonderful, simply marvelous. Young Master Li Jun, I rely on you for this endeavor." Wang Guodao beamed with joy. "However, do remember the condition you promised me." Li Jun waved his hand, speaking with an enigmatic expression. Upon hearing this, a flash of discomfort crossed Wang Guodao's face, yet he assured Li Jun, "Rest assured. Young Master Li, should you emerge victorious, the spirit item will be yours, presented with both hands." Li Jun's face broke into a radiant smile as he responded. "Then prepare it swiftly. I shall claim it soon. Ha ha ha." His words brimmed with confidence, as if victory were already within his grasp. Meanwhile, Wang Xizong, whose complexion had soured, brightened upon seeing Chen Haoran's arrival and hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Haoran, you've finally come." His words drew the attention of both Wang Guodao and Li Jun. Wang Xizong had long harbored disdain for Li Jun, who feigned amiability while concealing his arrogance and greed. He audaciously demanded a spirit item during their negotiations, fully aware that such items were exceedingly rare, capable of greatly enhancing a spirit's prowess. The only means of acquiring these items was through perilous secret realms, where ancient relics lay hidden. In this modern age, such spirit items could not be manufactured, making them treasures coveted worldwide, rare enough that even wealth could not guarantee possession. While the Wang family did possess one, it was originally destined for Wang Xikong's future use, now unjustly claimed by Li Jun's brazen demands. How could Wang Xikong bear such indignity? Yet, with his father's promise already made, he felt powerless. As he approached Lin Haoran, Wang Xikong said with excitement, "Haoran, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Wang Guodao. Father, this is Lin Haoran, who possesses strength rivaling that of the Hidden Dragon list, if not surpassing it. Greetings, Uncle Wang." Lin Haoran, as the junior, offered a respectful nod to Wang Guodao. Before Wang Guodao could respond, a burst of laughter erupted from Li Jun. "Ha ha ha. My apologies. I couldn't help but find what Chief Wang's son said quite amusing. Truly, I beg your forgiveness." His mockery was evident as he continued to chuckle. Much to Wang Xikong's chagrin, who shot an ominous glare at Li Jun, Wang Guodao's expression also shifted slightly, before he chuckled, "Indeed, my son can be a bit too exuberant. Children often lack understanding. Ha ha ha." He shot a warning glance at Wang Xikong, signaling him to keep quiet. Turning to Lin Haoran, he suddenly felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately place it. "Hello, Lin Haoran. I entrust this challenge to you as well." Lin Haoran returned his gaze to Wang Guodao, smiling confidently. "Uncle Wang, rest assured, I shall handle it." His tone was infused with certainty, as if the task were as simple as drinking water. "Ha ha ha. Such grandiose claims." Li Jun interjected, unable to restrain his amusement. "Do you even understand what the Hidden Dragon list is? To claim you rival those on it, or even surpass them? Ha ha ha. This is the most entertaining jest I've heard all year." He scoffed at the absurdity of Lin Haoran's assertion, feeling that the world was rife with fools, each barking loudly. "Who are you mocking?" Wang Xingxiong, unable to contain his temper, turned red with anger at Li Jun's derision. "Xingxiong, silence." Wang Guodao's expression darkened as he snapped at Wang Xingxiong, who was glaring at Li Jun and eager to retort. "I said be quiet. Are you deaf?" Wang Guodao roared, his voice echoing with the authority of a lion, his red eyes fixed on Wang Xingxiong. He was willing to sacrifice all but his position as the head of the Wang family, a power he had grown addicted to, relishing in controlling the fates of others. Anyone who dared to challenge his authority would be met as an enemy. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Upon witnessing Wang Guodao's demeanor, Wang Xingxiong immediately sobered, lowering his head in submission. Wang Guodao's expression shifted back to a smile as he turned to Li Jun. "Young Master Li Jun, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in upbringing that has subjected you to such ridicule." He then disregarded Lin Haoran, approaching Li Jun to engage in cordial conversation. Seeing Lin Haoran merely as an afterthought, placing all his hopes upon Li Jun. "Haoran, I'm sorry. I've put you in a difficult position," Wang Xikong said, his expression clouded with concern. "It's nothing, truly." Lin Haoran waved dismissively, embodying a nonchalant attitude. He understood the importance of completing this task for his rewards. He would pursue it relentlessly. His tenacity was unwavering. Completing this task would allow his forest lizard to evolve into a lizard king. As for other concerns, he would simply collect his rewards and depart without a backward glance. Moreover, he envisioned the skill card of Shuriken Rain, perhaps rivaling the terrifying prowess of Frog Brother's Flying Thunder God, a moment poised to reveal its true might. Lin Haoran's mind conjured images of Frog Brother creating a myriad of Flying Thunder God seals amidst a flurry of shurikens, darting effortlessly through space. Subsequently, it appeared as though Wang Guodao had completely disregarded Lin Haoran, engaging instead in fervent flattery towards Li Jun. Meanwhile, Lin Haoran, along with Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong, engaged in their own conversation, creating an atmosphere fraught with awkwardness. Fortunately, at that moment, a butler entered, addressing Wang Guodao with the announcement that the family members had all arrived and the challenge match could commence. Upon hearing the butler's words, Wang Guodao immediately rose, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us proceed." He then turned to Li Jun with a smile, saying, "Young Master Li, shall we?" Li Jun responded with a faint smile, assuring, "Rest assured. Clan leader Wang, I shall secure the position for you." Wang Guodao, beaming with delight, expressed his gratitude, and the two jovially passed by Lin Haoran, who Wang Guodao did not even glance at, as if he were merely air. Li Jun, however, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Haoran, his face betraying an unmistakable smirk of derision, as if mocking Chen Haoran's audacity. Chen Haoran maintained his stoic demeanor, merely offering a cursory glance at Li Jun without uttering a word. "Haoran, let us take our leave as well," Wang Xikong urged Chen Haoran. Nodding in agreement, Chen Haoran, along with the two, exited. Inside a lavish elven battle arena, the audience was seated, numbering at least 200, comprised of all direct and collateral members of the Wang family, gathered to witness this historic moment, the birth of a new clan leader or the continuation of the current one. The outcome hinged upon this challenge match. At this juncture, Wang Guodao, accompanied by Li Jun and Chen Haoran, entered the venue, instantly capturing the attention of all. Chen Haoran and Li Jun were escorted to the waiting room, while Wang Guodao, with a composed stride, made his way to the main seat in the audience. Wang Xikong and Wang Xingxiong settled into the seats designated for the younger generation. "Big brother, I hear you've enlisted quite a formidable expert this time. Haha, I wonder where he ranks on the potential dragon list." At this moment, a middle-aged man seated to the right of Wang Guodao, resembling Wang Jianlin, smiled broadly as he addressed Wang Guodao. This man was Wang Jianhua, the second in command of the Wang family and Wang Guodao's own brother, whose influence was second only to Wang Guodao's. The Wang family was divided into three factions: Wang Guodao's faction, Wang Jianhua's faction, and a neutral faction. It was Wang Jianhua who initiated the challenge for power. Unfazed by Wang Jianhua's words, Wang Guodao replied with a calm demeanor, "Do not assume, second brother, that securing an external ally from the potential dragon list guarantees victory. Who ultimately prevails remains to be seen." Wang Jianhua let out a hearty laugh, his voice growing louder as he retorted, "Big brother, I forgot to mention that my ally, Nie Feng, just ventured into the potential dragon tower yesterday, and by mere fortune, he achieved a modest result. Currently, he ranks." Wang Jianhua paused, casting a knowing glance at Wang Guodao, before stating emphatically, 52nd. With a crack, Wang Guodao's grip on the armrest of his seat shattered it into dust, which swirled vigorously in the air. Chapter 110. The doubles match begins, the terrifying Blaziken. Wang Guodao's heart surged with tumultuous waves, his mind buzzing. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixed intently on Wang Jianhua as he rasped, "A truly commendable strategy, second brother. I never imagined you had concealed your strength so deeply." At this moment, Wang Guodao was engulfed in despair and rage. The 52nd rank on the potential dragon list. Although Li Jun possessed the capability to enter the list, he would undoubtedly be ranked no higher than the 80th position. Now, facing an adversary ranked 52nd. How could Wang Guodao not feel despondent? "Ha ha ha, merely a stroke of luck." Wang Jianhua observed Wang Guodao's expression, his smile radiating even brighter as he taunted, "Big brother, you've lingered in this position for far too long. It is time for me to take the reins." The raw ambition flickered in Wang Jianhua's eyes. "Does a higher rank equate to strength? You may revel now, but the match has yet to conclude, and you are not the clan leader yet." Wang Guodao inhaled deeply. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Wang Jianhua. Wang Jianhua wore a mocking smile, coolly asserting, "Then let me plunge you into utter despair, my dear elder brother." At that moment, the match was poised to commence. The representatives of both sides had taken the stage, Chen Haoran and Li Jun on one side, and Nie Feng and Lu Jia on the other. Nie Feng, with his fair complexion, was a young man who easily garnered favor, currently holding the 52nd rank on the potential dragon list. Lu Jia, a girl with a doll-like visage and a short haircut, exuded youthful charm. Though not on the potential dragon list, she was a meticulously chosen talent by Wang Jianhua, her prowess not to be underestimated. Li Jun bore a faint smile, his gaze filled with determination as he regarded Nie Feng, who politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Competitors, please prepare yourselves. This battle will employ a doubles team format. Each participant may use one Pokémon at a time, with a total of 2 Pokémon per participant. The match concludes when one side's for Pokémon can no longer battle. I hereby declare the match officially begun." The referee, standing at the edge of the arena, waved a flag, announcing the commencement of the battle. With that, all 4 competitors released their Pokeballs. "Come forth, Forest Lizard," Chen Haoran called out, while Li Jun summoned, "Go, Swampert." On the opposing side, Nie Feng's Pokémon was Blaziken, and Lu Jia's was a Lickilicky. In Chen Haoran's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as the attribute panels of the Pokémon appeared before him. Name, Swampert. Gender, male. Nature, serious. Type, groundwater. Ability, torrent. Base stats, 535. Level, mid-elite. Potential, champion level. Moves, tackle, proficient. Water gun, expert. Mudshot, expert. Hammer arm, proficient. Mud bomb, proficient, rock slide, proficient, muddy water, proficient, earthquake, proficient, protect, ice beam, sludge wave. Description: Swampert, the mud fish Pokemon, is the evolved form of Marshtomp, possessing immense strength capable of dragging over a ton of weight. Name: Blaziken. Gender: male. Nature: playful. Type: firefighting. Ability: speed boost. Base stats: 530. Level: mid-elite. Potential: champion level. Moves: Blaze Kick, expert. Fire Punch, expert. Double Kick, proficient. Flare Blitz, proficient. Overheat, proficient. Quick Attack, proficient. Bulk Up, proficient. Brave Bird, proficient. Protect, Charge, Swords Dance, Flamethrower. Description: Blaziken, the Blaze Pokemon, is the evolved form of Torchic, which unleashes fiery attacks with its wrists during battles, courageously facing its opponents. This was the attribute panel of Legion and Niefeng's Pokemon, both possessing strength at the mid-elite level, while Lugia's Slowpoke was somewhat weaker, only at the early elite stage. However, upon viewing Niefeng's Blaziken's attributes, Chen Haoran's pupils narrowed slightly. Speed boost, along with luxurious skills such as Swords Dance and Protect. Several of its moves had reached expert proficiency. This Blaziken was undoubtedly a battle-hardened warrior among its kind. If enhanced, it would be a nightmare for any adversary. Chen Haoran gazed at the seemingly innocent Niefeng opposite him, a faint smile crossing his lips. This lad was playing the fool to catch the wise. Chapter 111. Forest Lizard unleashes Sage Mode. Blaziken strikes down the foe. Upon seeing Niefeng's Pokemon was Blaziken, Li Jun's heart surged with joy. Knowing his Swampert had excellent resistances, only facing a fourfold weakness to Grass-type moves, and moreover, Swampert had an advantage over Niefeng's Blaziken. Victory was assured. Li Jun mused to himself, a sly grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Li Jun turned to Chen Haoran and casually remarked, "The Slowpoke opposite you is yours to handle. Your Forest Lizard has a perfect advantage over it. I'll take care of Niefeng's Blaziken. Let us see the true strength of the Hidden Dragon ranking." Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Chen Haoran felt utterly speechless. "Humph, showing off in front of me. You'll be the one crying soon enough." A smirk crept upon Chen Haoran's lips as he awaited the unfolding drama. Swampert unleashed Muddy Water towards Blaziken. Li Jun initiated the offensive, commanding Swampert. Swampert let out a low roar, opening its mouth as a murky torrent surged forth towards Blaziken. Blaziken unleashed Flamethrower. Niefeng remained unfazed, directing Blaziken with a calm demeanor. With a flash of intensity in its eyes, Blaziken expelled a searing flame from its mouth, colliding with Swampert's Muddy Water in a tremendous explosion, filling the air with a thick mist. The two moves countered each other in a spectacular display. Meanwhile, Lu Jia commanded his Slowpoke to attack Chen Haoran's Forest Lizard, instructing it to use Flamethrower. Slowpoke emitted a dazed cry as it unleashed a torrent of intense flames toward the Forest Lizard. It was evident that this ordinary Slowpoke had learned Flamethrower through a skill tutor, as it could not naturally comprehend such a move. Chen Haoran's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Forest Lizard, activate Sage Mode." Would release, Great Forest Technique. Upon hearing Chen Haoran's command, the Forest Lizard was enveloped by a surge of natural energy, its eyes transforming into cross-shaped pupils, surrounded by mysterious black patterns. Its aura became terrifyingly potent. The reason Chen Haoran summoned the Forest Lizard was straightforward. He wished to witness its Sage Mode and test the power of its skills while also gaining experience. With a fierce growl, the Forest Lizard pressed its hands together and slammed them onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth split open, and a colossal mystical totemic shield erupted, deflecting Slowpoke's Flamethrower. With the blessing of Sage power, the Grass-type technique had transformed into a Sage-type skill, rendering it entirely impervious to flames. What skill is this? Lu Jia felt somewhat dazed, recalling that the Forest Lizard possessed such capabilities. Forest Lizard, Grass Terrain. Without allowing Lu Jia a moment to recover, Chen Haoran promptly commanded the Forest Lizard. In Sage Mode, the Forest Lizard pressed its hands together. A surge of verdant energy emanating from its body, causing the ground to burgeon with vibrant flora. Some trees had already reached a height of 2 meters, covering the entire area in a lush, thriving jungle, with a fragrant aroma permeating the air. Even the arenas of Niefeng and Li Jun were enveloped, showcasing the staggering power of the Forest Lizard's enhanced grass terrain, which had utterly transformed the environment. This sudden change left both Niefeng and Li Jun, who were directing their Pokemon in battle, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Is this the work of that kid's Forest Lizard? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Li Jun's eyes as he thought to himself, "This lad truly possesses some skill." Humph. With a cold snort, He continued directing Swampert to attack Niafong, but each assault was deftly neutralized by Blaziken. Unbeknownst to him, Niafong had remained on the defensive, biding his time for Blaziken's speed boost ability, which had now doubled its speed. However, Niafong did not expose Blaziken's enhanced speed, instead secretly amplifying it further. Li Jun, in his naivete, believed his Swampert was suppressing Blaziken, preventing it from countering. Swampert, unleash muddy water again. Li Jun exclaimed excitedly to his Swampert, betting on endurance. A Pokémon with the assassin-like traits of Blaziken could not possibly compare to a tanky creature like Swampert. Li Jun was already convinced of his impending victory, believing Blaziken's defeat was merely a matter of time. Blaziken, use Protect. Then Swords Dance. Niafong remained composed, instructing Blaziken. With a flourish, Blaziken spread its arms, and a transparent protective shield materialized, absorbing Swampert's next muddy water attack. Following this, Blaziken performed a dance reminiscent of a graceful bird, its aura growing increasingly menacing. Humph. Li Jun scoffed, Swampert, Mud Bomb. Swampert emitted a low growl, unleashing basketball-sized mud bombs toward Blaziken. At this moment, a change flickered in Niafeng's eyes, a spark igniting within. He calmly commanded, it's time, Blaziken. Let's counterattack. Evade the mud bombs and rush in for a flying knee kick. With Niafeng's words, Blaziken's eyes gleamed with an astonishing cold light. With a fierce cry, Blaziken evaded the mud bombs with ghostly swiftness, its speed now elevated to 3 levels, achieving a remarkable 25-fold increase. The giant swamp creature had yet to comprehend the situation when a fierce gust of wind swept from its right side, followed by the sight of a robust thigh, exuding terrifying power, aimed squarely at its body. With a thunderous crash, the swamp creature emitted a pained scream as it was sent flying by the fiery chicken's knee strike, crashing violently through trees and landing several meters away. Dazed and utterly incapacitated, in a mere single blow, the fiery chicken had obliterated a creature of the same level as the giant swamp beast. Such was the might of the enhanced fiery chicken. The 130 power of its signature move, the flying knee kick, was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the power was amplified following its use of Swords Dance. Truly fearsome. Chapter 112. Compare speed with my frog bro? The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded, with the audience erupting in exclamations. How can this fiery chicken move so swiftly? Not even a plane could match its speed. Is it a legendary chicken? Incredible. This fiery chicken is remarkable. I realize now that this fiery chicken must possess the hidden ability, Speed Boost. No wonder its speed is so extraordinary. It must be a dream special fiery chicken. I've heard that only 1 in 10,000 fiery chickens has the speed boost ability. At the subjective battle stand, Wang Guidao's expression darkened ominously, his frustration palpable. Li Jun is truly an idiot. The fiery chicken's speed is entirely due to my personal training. What a fool. Wang Guidao's earlier enthusiasm had morphed into profound resentment, mentally cursing Li Jun's ancestry. Meanwhile, Wang Jianhua couldn't contain his laughter, teasing Wang Guidao. Big brother, you're not considering stepping down, are you? It seems like you've only recruited actors. Haha. Wang Guidao's face turned even darker. He felt an urge to twist Li Jun's chicken right off. On the battlefield, Li Jun stared in disbelief at the incapacitated giant swamp creature, nervously swallowing his saliva as he shouted at Niafong. Your fiery chicken has the speed boost ability? Niafong smiled and nodded at Li Jun, responding, I owe you my thanks. Upon hearing this, Li Jun felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on his breath. Seizing the moment, Niafong commanded his fiery chicken, use Fire Punch on the forest lizard. Niafong exhibited both courage and strategy, seemingly orchestrating every aspect of the battle. After defeating the giant swamp creature, he swiftly turned his attention to Chen Haoran's forest lizard. With a fierce roar, the fiery chicken dashed forward, its speed so incredible that the spectators could scarcely follow its movement. A red streak surged across the battlefield as the fiery chicken, with its blazing fist, approached the forest lizard. Chen Haoran's pupils dilated as he quickly instructed, Forest lizard, use the wood escape technique. The forest lizard clasped its hands together, and a massive wooden shield erupted from the ground. The fiery chicken's fire punch collided with the shield, producing a resounding crash. With a sound of splintering wood, the previously indestructible shield was shattered by the fiery chicken's punch, sending wooden fragments flying through the air. Within the gaping hole of the destroyed shield, a flicker of shock flashed in the forest lizard's eyes as the fiery chicken's cold gaze bore down upon it. At that moment, a fresh gust surged from the fiery chicken, activating its speed boost once again, propelling its speed to an astonishing 3-fold. Terrifying indeed. Frostless's Ice Beam. Lu Jia's command rang out once more, as an icy blue beam shot through the gaping hole in the wooden shield, aimed at the forest lizard. Their coordination was seamless. One shattered the shield while the other delivered the finishing blow. The forest lizard had no time to react, getting struck by the ice beam. Emitting a pained cry as it was sent flying, suffering immense damage from the ice-type move. Had it not been for the modifications from its wood blood limit, the forest lizard would have lost its fighting capability from that attack. The fiery chicken prepared to deliver the final blow. In a flash of lightning, before the forest lizard could recover, Niefeng's calm voice resounded. Fiery chicken, finish off the forest lizard. Just as the fiery chicken aimed to execute its attack, Chen Haoran swiftly produced a pokeball, exclaiming, "Return, forest lizard." The moment the forest lizard was recalled, the fiery chicken's strike was rendered void. The fiery chicken cast a disdainful glance at Chen Haoran, spitting in contempt, seemingly unimpressed by such cowardice. "Little chick, don't be so smug. You'll soon realize your folly. I'll turn you into a fiery chicken." Chen Haoran felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment at being looked down upon by a mere fiery chicken. At that moment, Li Jun observed Chen Haoran's forest lizard being overwhelmed in a combined assault, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He felt a sense of balance restored. Having intentionally delayed releasing his own Pokémon, hoping that Chen Haoran would also lose one, thus salvaging his pride. Now that Chen Haoran had recalled his forest lizard, Li Jun could no longer afford to hold back, producing a Pokeball and declaring, "Come forth, Archeops." With a flash of light, a serpentine-headed bird Pokémon appeared in the arena, revealing itself as Archeops. Name, Archeops. Gender, female. Nature, timid. Type, rock flying. Ability, defeatist. Base stats, 567. Level, mid-elite. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, wing attack, proficient. Rock slide, expert. Quick attack, proficient. Double team, proficient. Ancient power, proficient. Agility, proficient. Quick guard, proficient. Acrobatics, proficient. Crunch, dragon breath, steel wing. Description, Archeops, an ancient bird Pokémon, is the evolved form of the ancestral bird. Despite its fierce appearance, it is quite fragile. Li Jun's Archeops attributes flashed before Chen Haoran's eyes as he tossed out his own Pokeball. "It's you, Frogadier. Let us settle this with a speed contest." A beautiful smile curved on Chen Haoran's lips as he prepared for the next round. Chapter 113. The college entrance exam is approaching. Do you still wish to slacken off? A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as a black, humanoid frog with lifeless eyes materialized. Greninja gazed at the fiery chicken and the frostless in the distance, a cold glint flickering in its eyes. "So these two rascals are bullying my little brother? The forest lizard is my buddy, my gaming companion." Greninja had long considered the forest lizard as its little brother, and now that its dear friend was being attacked, Greninja was seething with fury. Meanwhile, Niefeng seemed more focused on Li Jun, knowing that Archeops exuded a much stronger aura than Greninja, being an elite-level Pokémon, while Greninja was merely a high-level. Observing Li Jun summon Archeops, Niefeng commanded his fiery chicken, "Fiery chicken, use flame kick on Archeops." With a fierce cry, the blazing chicken dashed forth, a crimson streak of light tracing its path as it appeared beside the ancestral bird. Its right leg ignited with searing flames, striking towards the ancestral bird, which swiftly employed a defensive maneuver. Li Jun's expression darkened. The speed of this blazing chicken was alarmingly swift, rendering it a nightmare for all Pokémon. He immediately shouted at the ancestral bird. The ancestral bird reacted with remarkable agility, merging its wings and conjuring an energy shield. The impact of the blazing chicken's fiery kick collided with the energy shield, producing a cracking sound as it shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. The ancestral bird unleashed a dazzling performance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jun called out to the ancestral bird. The wings of the ancestral bird glowed with a white light as it swung towards the close-approaching blazing chicken. "Defend." Niefeng's voice resonated, and the blazing chicken promptly manifested a transparent light shield. A resounding clash echoed as the ancestral bird's performance was thwarted by the blazing chicken's shield, deftly averting the crisis once more. Niefeng's battle strategy unfolded with meticulous precision, a testament to his brilliance as a prodigy of the hidden dragon rankings. Once again, a gentle breeze enveloped the blazing chicken, its speed escalating to a terrifying 35 times, nearing its peak of 4 times the usual velocity. Blazing fist. Niefeng's voice rang out once more, and upon hearing it, Li Jun felt as if he had heard the wails of spirits from the underworld. His eyes wide with dread as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Quick, ancestral bird, use shadow clone." Li Jun yelled in a panic. The blazing chicken's right fist blazed with intense fire as it lunged towards the ancestral bird, yet the ancestral bird was not slow to react, transforming into several shadow clones. The blazing fist struck only the clones, allowing the ancestral bird to narrowly escape disaster. Blazing kick, sweep. Nafing's expression remained unchanged as he issued another command to the blazing chicken. The blazing chicken, moving with astonishing speed, executed a scorching kick that swept across all the ancestral bird-s forms, dispersing the clones before landing a final blow on the original ancestral bird. A pained shriek echoed as the ancestral bird was sent flying by the blazing chicken's kick, flames still engulfing its form. Ancestral bird. Li Jun cried out in a panic, drenched in cold sweat, but the ancestral bird lay still on the icy ground, resembling a lifeless creature. Devoid of the will to fight, the audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. In the main spectator area, Wang Jianhua beamed with uncontainable joy, his face flushed with excitement, convinced that his ascension to power within the Wang family was now assured. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, I must apologize. This time, the position of family head is mine to claim. Wang Guidao's face darkened considerably as he realized that Li Jun's Pokémon had all succumbed, leaving him with only Chen Haoran, a mere placeholder, while the opposing side boasted a fortified blazing chicken and 4 other Pokémon, with Chen Haoran reduced to just his last Pokémon, the Frogadier. The prospects appeared grim indeed. Wang Guidao's heart sank like a stone. Li Jun, even if I fall, I shall ensure your demise, you fool. He seethed internally, filled with contempt. Do you still covet my Pokémon's held item? I shall force-feed you the excrement of a rodent. His fury towards Li Jun surged like an unyielding river. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao launched an attack against Chen Haoran's Frogadier. Duskull, use Ice Beam. Duskull lazily emitted a cry, gathering a cerulean beam of ice energy in its mouth. Frogadier. Quick as lightning. Chen Haoran commanded, and Frogadier transformed into a streak of black lightning, colliding fiercely with the Duskull before it could release its ice beam. Duskull. The Duskull's attack was interrupted, its rotund form sent sprawling across the ground. Such speed. Lu Jia gasped in shock, her eyes widening. Duskull, rise. Use rest. She ordered again. Duskull sat on the ground, adopting a languid pose as white light enveloped it, slowly mending its wounds. Is this a time for slacking, with exams approaching? Frogadier unleashed a night slash to awaken Duskull. Chen Haoran raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain himself from admonishing Frogadier. Chapter 114. 1000-Year Kill, the Despairing Duskull. Frogadier. The slender figure of Frogadier erupted with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of lightning as it positioned itself behind Duskull. 1000-Year Kill. With an uncanny angle, Frogadier thrust its hands, enveloped in dark gray energy, towards Duskull. Duskull. A cry of mixed discomfort and pain reverberated throughout the Pokémon battle arena as Duskull collapsed onto the cold ground. Clutching its rear, its innocent eyes now filled with ire directed at the sky, loathing the frog for its unscrupulous tactics. It resented the frog, and even more so the world, feeling the weight of cruelty upon its youthful shoulders. Finally, it slowly closed its eyes, succumbing to defeat. This scene unfolded just as Li Jun's ancestral bird fell to the blazing chicken. The audience erupted in cheers once again. Wang Xingxiong was nearly beside himself with joy, exclaiming to Wang Xikong beside him, "Brother, look, Haoran's Frogadier is still so strong, absolutely magnificent." A smile crept onto Wang Xizong's face. He relished Li Jun's downfall and was overjoyed to witness Chen Haoran's triumph, nodding in agreement. Inviting Haoran was indeed the wisest decision. Look at that fool Li Jun, boasting so arrogantly only to be utterly outclassed. Wang Xingxiong smirked, deriving satisfaction from Li Jun's humiliation. Just a clown, Wang Xikong remarked disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Li Jun below. At this moment, Li Jun's countenance was grim, sweat beading on his forehead as he realized both of his Pokémon had lost their ability to battle. He had failed. Just then, a pained cry echoed nearby. Li Jun turned to see Frogadier, triumphing over Duskull, further darkening his expression. This kid, I cannot afford for you to win either. His mind was consumed with rage and hatred, desperately wishing for Chen Haoran to falter as well, hoping to salvage a shred of dignity. Nafing, too, noted Frogadier's prowess, observing its victory over Duskull without displaying any emotion, for he understood that the blazing chicken had become invincible. Its speed had reached its zenith, enhanced by 6 levels, achieving 4 times its usual speed. And Frogadier was merely a high-tier Pokémon. How could he possibly lose? In Niefeng's heart, Chen Haoran was merely floundering in his final throes. Return, Daika Beast. Lu Jia, filled with indignation, recalled the disgruntled creature, and retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forth. Arise. Coconut's Tree. A brilliant flash illuminated the arena as a Pokémon resembling a coconut tree, adorned with 3 round heads, materialized on the battlefield. The 3 heads of Coconut's Tree gazed at the Frogadier, emitting a peculiar sound. Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with intrigue as the attributes of Coconut's Tree manifested before him. Name: Coconut's Tree. Gender: female. Nature: careless. Type: grass. Psychic. Ability: chlorophyll. Base stats: 530. Level: early elite. Pokemon potential: near champion level. Known moves: Stomp, proficient. Psychic, expert. Hypnosis, expert. Seed Bomb, proficient. Psyshock, proficient. Egg Bomb, proficient. Wood Hammer, proficient. Seed Bomb, proficient. Light Screen, reflect. Description: Coconut's Tree, the coconut Pokemon, the evolved form of egg Pokemon, renowned as the walking tropical rainforest, with 3 heads possessing 3 consciousnesses. Although this Coconut's Tree's potential was slightly lacking, merely at the near champion level, it still boasted the strength of an early elite. Furthermore, it had learned the rather insidious moves Light Screen and Reflect via a move tutor, ideal for support training. Coconut's Tree. Use Seed Bomb. Despite having lost 1 Pokemon, Lugia's fighting spirit remained undiminished as she promptly commanded Coconut's Tree. The 3 heads of Coconut's Tree emitted a rather simplistic cry, with the central mouth launching a green Seed Bomb toward the Frogadier, which skillfully dodged the attack. Following this, Frogadier unleashed Ice Punch. Chen Haoran remained unfazed, calmly instructing Frogadier. Cool card. Frogadier croaked, its agile form evading the Seed Bomb with ease, causing the ground to erupt in a shower of dirt where the Seed Bomb had detonated. Frogadier's right fist rapidly coalesced with an icy blue energy, a chilling frost gathering around its fist. With a flash of dark light, Frogadier's figure appeared close to Coconut's Tree. Having activated Quick Attack, Frogadier's speed had doubled, and its frigid fist was poised to strike Coconut's Tree. Reflect, Coconut's Tree. Lugia's pupils constricted as she urgently shouted at Coconut's Tree. Coconuts. The creature called out anxiously, its body surging with purple energy, forming a purple reflect barrier in front of it. Frogadier's Ice Punch collided against the reflect barrier, instantly causing Frogadier to feel its power diminished by half. Such was the absurd effect of Reflect, which halved the damage from physical moves. Nevertheless, Frogadier's Ice Punch still struck Coconut's Tree, resulting in a pained cry as Coconut's Tree staggered back a few steps, its face etched with agony. Clearly, even with Reflect in place, the Ice-type move, which it was doubly weak against, inflicted considerable damage. Chapter 115. Sage Frog vs. Rapid Fire Chicken. What an exasperating move. Chen Haoran scoffed at the protective barrier surrounding Coconut's Tree. Coconut's Tree. Use Wood Hammer. Observing Coconut's Tree regaining its composure, Lugia promptly issued another command. Coconuts. Coconut's Tree drooled as it let out a low growl, an intense green energy surging forth from its body. The Wood Hammer was a formidable grass-type move with a power of 120, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if something was about to burst forth from beneath. Frogadier, utilizing Quick Attack, darted behind Coconut's Tree. Now, use Spiral Bomb to finish it. Chen Haoran's expression remained unchanged as he instructed Frogadier once more. Cool card. With a croak, Frogadier vanished from sight, and in a flash of thunder, a streak of black lightning appeared behind Coconut's Tree. The Daika Beast in Lugia's Pokeball shuddered at the sight of Frogadier maneuvering behind Coconut's Tree, its plump form trembling with fear. Frogadier's webbed hand coalesced into a swirling green energy ball, spinning rapidly as it aimed for Coconut's Tree's rear. The Spiral Bomb pierced through the reflect barrier and struck Coconut's Tree directly, sending it crashing to the ground. Coconuts. It wailed in pain, ultimately losing its ability to battle. Even with halved damage, the double weakness to the Spiral Bomb, combined with Frogadier's incredible agility, rendered the attack devastating. Coconut's Tree. Lugia's face reflected anxiety as she called out to her Pokemon, but Coconut's Tree could no longer hear her words, its eyes swirling in confusion. All of Lugia's Pokemon have lost their ability to battle. Please recall your Pokemon. The referee waved a flag, addressing Lugia. Her expression soured slightly as she cast a lingering glance at Chen Haoran before retrieving Coconut's Tree into its Pokeball. Turning to Niafeng, she expressed, I'm truly sorry. Niafeng's face betrayed no emotion as he offered a faint smile, replying, It's all right. You did well. Leave the rest to me. Lugia nodded appreciatively, her admiration evident as she cautioned, Do be careful. I sense that Chen Haoran is not to be underestimated. As she concluded, a flicker of anxiety crossed her face, prompting her to remind Niafeng. He merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Not to be underestimated, with my physical attack doubled and speed quadrupled. Even a dragon would bow before me, let alone a mere Froakie. In the audience, Wang Guidao observed as Chen Haoran's Frogadier once again triumphed over Lu Jia's Pokémon. A glimmer of hope igniting in his once desperate eyes as his hands gripped the edge of his seat tightly. I didn't expect you to have a few tricks up your sleeve, Wang Jianhua remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his face, though it was merely a fleeting sentiment. He was confident that the current Fire Chicken was invincible. Unless faced with a gym-level Pokémon, he doubted anyone could match Fire Chicken's speed. What a pity, what a pity. If it weren't for Fire Chicken's enhancements, you might have had a glimmer of hope. Now, ha ha ha. Wang Jianhua taunted Wang Guidao, deepening his resentment toward Li Jun. Now, only Niefeng's Fire Chicken and Chen Haoran's Frogadier remained on the battlefield. The two Pokémon locked eyes, the Fire Chicken's gaze exuding a subtle arrogance. As it realized its own formidable prowess, it felt a sense of trepidation at the prospect of facing any foe, for they were nothing more than a mere footnote in its path. In contrast, Frogadier's cold, deadpan eyes shimmered with icy resolve, determined to retaliate against the insolent chicken for its bullying of its comrades. The clash of the two Pokémon erupted into a spectacle of electric sparks. As Fire Chicken launched into a flying knee strike, a subtle smile graced Niefeng's face as he addressed Fire Chicken, strike. Fire Chicken's disdainful gaze flickered with a cold gleam as its body transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing toward Frogadier. Sage Mode activate. Frogadier prepared for the impending clash, ready to unleash its Sage Spiral Bomb. Chen Haoran's expression remained serene as he addressed the Greninja, Kakaka. The ground beneath Greninja stirred with no wind, swirling into a tempest of dust. Its pupils abruptly morphed into a cross shape, and mysterious black patterns emerged at the corners of its eyes. The Sage Mode of Greninja had commenced. Kakaka. Greninja emitted a low growl, as Azure energy surged in its hands, coalescing into a sphere the size of a basketball, rotating fiercely within its grasp. Sage Art, Spiral Shuriken. The Blaziken had already approached Greninja, launching a ferocious flying knee strike imbued with a reddish-brown luminescence. The air seemed to shatter upon impact. Greninja's Sage Art, Spiral Shuriken collided with the oncoming knee. With a resounding explosion, the arena reverberated with the force of the clash. The violent energy waves rippled through the air like undulating tides, sweeping in all directions. A tempest roared, debris scattered, and dust erupted in chaos. The entire venue resembled a battlefield ravaged by a missile strike. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the figures of Greninja and Blaziken stood facing each other amidst the remnants of the clash, each bearing the charred marks of the explosion, yet neither significantly harmed. This prompted Niefeng to narrow his eyes slightly, astonished that Greninja's offensive capability could rival that of his own Blaziken, which had enhanced its physical attack by a staggering 50%. This realization sent a shiver of surprise through Niefeng's heart. Indeed, as Lu Jia had suggested, this Greninja might be quite formidable. Yet, despite his astonishment, he remained resolute in his belief that Blaziken could not possibly lose at this juncture. His confidence was unshakable. In the audience, gasps of astonishment echoed as spectators observed the fierce confrontation between the two Pokémon, engaging in animated discussions. Is this truly a clash of elite-level Pokémon? But that shimmering Greninja seems merely to possess peak advanced strength. It's incredible. Niefeng is undeniably a genius ranked 52nd on the Hidden Dragon list. But who is that young man? He seems oddly familiar. You're right. I also feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He must not be an ordinary trainer, especially since he can contend with Niefeng's Blaziken. Wang Xingxiong gazed up at Chen Haoran in admiration, fervently cheering him on. This is the epitome of what a trainer should be. So impressive. What Hidden Dragon list? My brother Haoran's Greninja will surely prevail. On the battlefield, Greninja's enigmatic cross-shaped pupils calmly regarded Blaziken, who, in turn, fixated intently on Greninja. The power of this black frog was indeed surprising, capable of standing its ground against Blaziken. Blaziken's previous arrogance slightly diminished as it grew more serious. Blaziken charged towards Greninja, preparing to unleash another flying knee strike. Niefeng issued a command to Blaziken, the intent crystal clear, to exploit Blaziken's speed for a surprise attack on Greninja. This was undoubtedly the safest approach, especially considering Blaziken's speed had been boosted by 6 levels. A 4-fold increase. With a roar, Blaziken surged forward, its powerful legs propelling it around Greninja at breakneck speed, resembling a streak of crimson light. To the naked eye, Blaziken's form was nearly imperceptible. Chen Haoran, Observing Blaziken showcase its speed before Greninja allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "Greninja, show this chicken what speed truly means. In the face of space, how fragile it becomes." Greninja utilized the shadow clone technique. Sage Art, Water Shuriken. As Chen Haoran's command echoed, Greninja emitted a low sound, its hands pressed together. Suddenly, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the arena, and a multitude of Greninja clones appeared, totaling 30, each positioned at various points around the battlefield. Kakaka. With a unified cry, each Greninja unleashed a barrage of water shurikens, each adorned with an adorable black frog emblem, the spatial marker of the flying thunder god. Countless water shurikens filled the space surrounding Blaziken. Utilizing its exceptional speed, Blaziken evaded several projectiles. Suddenly, it felt itself soaring through the air. The sensation was exhilarating. At that moment, Blaziken believed itself to be the wind, convinced that no elite-level Pokémon could catch it. As it dodged another water shuriken, a flicker of pride crossed its eyes. It was the ultimate battle chicken. Invincibility was indeed a lonely endeavor. Yet, out of nowhere, a shadowy figure appeared beside it, almost ghost-like, causing Blaziken to nearly lose its footing. Its eyes widened in shock. It squawked in panic, "You are too beautiful." Greninja's voice resonated behind it. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken. Indeed, the figure was Greninja. By creating numerous spatial coordinates with the water shurikens, Greninja seamlessly traversed the space using the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. Chen Haoran aptly named this maneuver the Flying Shuriken Thunder God Array. In an instant, Greninja materialized beside Blaziken, its cross-shaped pupils glimmering with a chilling intensity. A torrent of energy surged within its hands, culminating in a spiraling energy sphere, flanked by 3 wind blade-like appendages, exuding an aura of terrifying sharpness. The air itself seemed to fragment into molecules. As Blaziken sensed the overwhelming power of this technique, fear washed over it. It felt its feathers being sliced away one by the razor-sharp wind blades. Instinctively, it sought to evade the impending strike, to cry for help. However, time was far too brief. From Greninja's silent emergence to the gathering of the spiral shuriken, nearly 0.5 seconds elapsed. Blaziken's once proud speed now left it with no time to escape, watching helplessly as Greninja's wind release spiral shuriken collided with it. With a thunderous explosion, the entire Pokémon battle arena reverberated under the impact, a colossal wave of energy sweeping across the venue like a Category 12 hurricane, ravaging all in its path. The winds howled, the ground cracked, and thick clouds of dust filled the air, creating an apocalyptic scene. The audience was caught in the onslaught of the wind, unable to open their eyes, shielding their faces with their hands, yet desperately peering through their fingers to catch a glimpse of the unfolding battle. The sudden eruption of such a terrifying explosion left many bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What on earth just happened? How did such a cataclysmic explosion occur? Ugh, this dust is getting in my mouth. I want to know what happened. My goodness, the speed of Blaziken and Greninja was simply too fast. I couldn't even see their movements. Is this truly a clash of elite-level Pokémon? How can it be so terrifying? I feel like my own elite Pokémon wouldn't withstand a single attack. These two are utterly monstrous. Amidst the swirling dust, the spectators, despite the fierce winds, could not suppress their curiosity, engaging in lively discussions. At that moment, as the fierce winds dispersed the thick smoke on the battlefield, the spectators widened their eyes, fixated on the scene below, anxiously pondering the state of the battle. Chapter 117. The Frog Brother defeats the enemy. The match concludes. As a gentle breeze swept through, the dust from the Pokémon arena gradually settled, revealing a solitary figure standing prominently before the crowd, dark-skinned, with a pair of lifeless eyes. It was none other than Chen Haoran's Greninja. Beside it lay another figure, a crimson silhouette now resembling a lifeless chicken, sprawled in a deep pit on the ground, its eyes swirling in dizziness, utterly devoid of fighting capability. The once invincible fighting chicken had been vanquished. A peculiar silence enveloped the entire Pokémon battle hall, as still as death, where even a pin drop could be heard. Hiss, a collective intake of breath echoed. As the onlookers gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene below, the fiery chicken, having reached the pinnacle of speed and boasting doubled physical attack, had indeed been defeated? And by an opponent who was a Pokémon of peak elite strength. Was this some sort of jest? Expressions of utter shock and confusion etched across the faces of those in the audience, as they could not help but swallow hard. The sound resonating sharply in the still hall. Excited murmurs erupted among them. My eyesight must be failing me. Can someone explain what has just transpired? It seems I have witnessed the fallen chicken lying in a pool of blood. Brother, you are not mistaken. The chicken brother has been defeated. Goodness. How is it that in the blink of an eye, the chicken brother lies on the ground like a dead dog? I too am perplexed. Perhaps this frog brother is simply faster? The outcome arrived so unexpectedly that I find it hard to accept. You find it hard to accept? I believe second brother finds it even more difficult to digest. In the stands, Wang Jianhua stood up, his eyes wide like copper bells, his face awash with disbelief. His mouth agape as if ready to swallow a lump of dung. Gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, he exclaimed with fervor, "How is this possible? This is utterly absurd." Wang Jianhua had never anticipated such an abrupt twist of fate. Just moments ago, he had been elated like a fool, only to be plunged into despair akin to a roller coaster ride. The tumult within him was far from quelled. In stark contrast, Wang Guodao was trembling with excitement, his laughter echoing as he proclaimed, "Wonderful, absolutely marvelous. Ha! Truly, he is the one I have chosen." Then, with a mocking glance at Wang Jianhua, he continued, "Second brother, I warned you not to rejoice too soon. How does it feel now to be slapped in the face? Ha 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 ha. Today is your turn, I assent it?" Indeed, the tides of fortune had turned, with Wang Jianhua's countenance darkening to the hue of excrement, his grip on the armrest tightening as he glared at Chen Haoran below, as if wishing to carve him into 1,000 pieces. On the battlefield, Lu Jia, Li Jun, and Nie Feng wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Lu Jia covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Li Jun, in disbelief, could not fathom that this wretched boy had managed to defeat the fiery chicken he had nurtured with his own hands. Could it be that this lad truly surpassed even the prodigies of the hidden dragon ranking, as Wang Xikong had asserted? This thought left Li Jun's mind buzzing. Was this not the very definition of playing the fool to catch the tiger? Nie Feng's pupils had narrowed to near pinpricks, unable to grasp how his invincible fiery chicken had succumbed so suddenly. He had barely registered the transition from a lively chicken brother to one resembling a dead dog, an outcome he found nearly unbearable. Swallowing hard, Nie Feng gazed at Chen Haoran in disbelief and asked, "How did you achieve this?" Chen Haoran cast a sidelong glance at Nie Feng, replying nonchalantly, "Guess." Nie Feng was momentarily stunned, his face darkening, as his lips twitched in frustration. "Guess what, you brat?" He raged inwardly. Taking a deep breath, Nie Feng collected his unconscious fiery chicken and released another pokeball, declaring, "Come forth, Gyarados." With a flash of light, a colossal Pokémon materialized on the battlefield, an intimidating Gyarados. Name, Gyarados. Gender, male. Nature, cheerful. Type, water flying. Ability, intimidate. Base stats, 540. Level, mid-elite. Pokémon potential, champion level. Skills, tackle, expert. Leer, proficient. Bite, expert. Ice Fong, proficient. Crunch, proficient. Waterfall, proficient. Hydro Pump, proficient. Dragon Dance, beginner. Watertail, beginner. Flamethrower, Thunderbolt. Description, Gyarados, a fearsome Pokémon, the evolved form of Magikarp. Known for its brutal temperament, capable of unleashing devastating beams that obliterate everything in their path. In comparison to his own Gyarados, Chen Haoran mused that this one lacked a certain something. After all, without comparison, one could not feel the sting of disappointment, and in stark contrast, this Gyarados was indeed quite lackluster. The final battle was now imminent. Gyarados, Thunderbolt. Nie Feng commanded, his brow furrowing in seriousness. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a ferocious roar, emanating yellow energy as a thick bolt of yellow lightning surged toward Greninja, who evaded the strike with a flash. Then, employing a mystical technique, Chen Haoran's voice resonated calmly from behind. Use mystical power. In an instant, Greninja transformed into a shadowy bolt of lightning, evading Gyarados' thunderbolt attack. Greninja appeared behind Gyarados, wielding a stone enveloped in yellow-white energy, launching it toward the airborne Gyarados with breathtaking speed, akin to a bullet fired from a gun. Whoosh! Gyarados heard a sharp crack of air, followed by an intense pain coursing through its body. Roar! Gyarados let out a pained cry, plummeting from its low flight to the ground, lamenting in agony. The mystical power technique, a mystical type skill, amplified its power by 100, and for a flying Pokémon, being grounded meant suffering a staggering 225 times the damage inflicted upon Gyarados. Ultimately, Gyarados could not endure the excruciating pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. The once mighty Gyarados had been unable to withstand a single blow from Greninja. This left the spectators once again in shock. The entire Pokemon battle hall was plunged into silence. What manner of frog was this? Even a bullfrog would hesitate to be so outrageous. Chapter 118. The Terrifying Shuriken Rain Skill. After a moment of stunned silence, the hall erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Greninja is invincible. The black frog is a forever deity. This Greninja is extraordinary. I must capture one for myself. Goodness, goodness. Brother, what is happening? Why do you keep cursing? Alas, lacking education, I can only curse to mask my astonishment. What a pitiable soul. Goodness. I now know who Greninja's trainer is. My heavens. Who is it? It's the high school student who recently made waves. Personally recruited by the two great champions to attend Haichao No. 1. Chen Haoran. Goodness. As one onlooker suddenly recalled Chen Haoran's visage, a gasp of realization echoed through the crowd, catapulting Chen Haoran's reputation to new heights. The two great champions personally came to recruit. What an honor this was. Chen Haoran's exceptional talent was such that it warranted personal invitations from the two eminent kings. As the realization dawned upon the crowd, their astonishment grew, and their gazes towards Chen Haoran radiated fervent admiration. Except for the members of Wang Jianhua's faction, who wore somber expressions, the others erupted with excitement. Wang Xingxiong, in particular, was so animated that he began to dance in a manner reminiscent of basketball, accompanied by the lively tune of a popular song, reveling in his exuberance. Wang Guodao, nearly unable to contain his joy, was suddenly struck by the stories circulating about Chen Haoran and experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Chen Haoran seemed familiar. He was indeed the one. A wave of regret washed over Wang Guodao, wishing he could slap himself for failing to recognize Chen Haoran earlier. Having been blinded by his focus on the foolish Li Jun, thus neglecting Chen Haoran, the more he pondered, the more his remorse surged like an unrelenting tide within him. Although his faction had emerged victorious, Wang Guodao found no joy in it, realizing that with Chen Haoran's prodigious capabilities, becoming a king-level trainer was surely within his grasp. How could he have overlooked a future king-level trainer? All of this was Li Jun's fault. Damn that Li Jun. Wang Guodao unleashed his fury upon Li Jun, harboring a deep-seated animosity that felt as vast as the Milky Way. Poor Li Jun had no inkling of the depth of Wang Guodao's hatred for him. Meanwhile, with the blue team's 4 Pokémon rendered incapable of battle, the match concluded. Victory belonged to the red team. The referee on the platform waved his flag, announcing the results. Niefeng cast a deep glance at Chen Haoran before recalling his Gyarados and approaching Chen Haoran. With respect, he said, "You are formidable. Your prowess would rank within the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon list. Today, I concede defeat with complete acceptance. Your Greninja is truly impressive. I hope we can engage in another Pokemon battle in the future." A smile reappeared on Niefeng's face as he extended his right hand towards Chen Haoran, who responded with a slight smile and said, "Thank you for your kind words. You are always welcome to challenge me." They shook hands, sharing a moment of mutual respect. Following this, Niefeng and Lu Jia departed, while Li Jun had long vanished, likely too ashamed to remain. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task. Show off at Wang Xizong's house. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Shuriken Rain Skill Card X1, Rare Candy, Advanced, X1. At this moment, the system's voice finally echoed in Chen Haoran's ears, and a smile graced his face as he opened his backpack to examine the Shuriken Rain Skill Card. The attributes were as follows. Name, Shuriken Rain. Type, Water. Power, 0.05 per Shuriken. Category, Special. Description, utilizes water energy to condense numerous tiny shurikens. With the quantity determined by proficiency. Beginner, 100 shurikens. Intermediate, 500 shurikens. Advanced, 1000 shurikens. Mastery, 2000 shurikens. Divine level, 10,000 shurikens. Chen Haoran gasped at the skill's attributes, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. The combination of Shuriken Rain and the Flying Thunder God technique would render enemies utterly defenseless. His thoughts drifted wickedly, and he imagined that despite the skill's modest damage at the outset, reaching divine level with 10,000 shurikens could transform the opponent into a veritable beehive. Each shuriken dealing 0.05 power meant 10,000 shurikens would yield a staggering 500 power. Terrifying indeed. Moreover, with the Sage mode in effect, the power could double. A skill boasting 1000 power was worth considering. Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled as he envisioned the day when his Greninja would master the art of the 1,000 swords. Of course, it was understood that not all 10,000 shurikens would strike the enemy. That was merely an ideal scenario. The remaining rare candy would be reserved for his forest lizard. allowing it to evolve into a Lizard King upon reaching advanced status. Lin Haoran's heart brimmed with anticipation. Haoran, brother. At that moment, Wang Xingxiong, Wang Xikong, and the insincerely smiling Wang Guodao approached. Young Master Lin, we are immensely grateful. I truly failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. Wang Guodao's face was adorned with a feigned smile as he extended both hands, grasping Lin Haoran's with fervor. Lin Haoran quickly withdrew his hand and, casting a cursory glance at Wang Guodao, remarked, I cannot accept such a title. Wang Guodao's smile faltered, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. He produced an exquisite box from behind and presented it to Lin Haoran, saying, Young Master Lin, you are too modest. As a token of gratitude, I am willing to part with our family's sole Pokémon item. I humbly ask that you do not hold my previous indiscretions against me. Lin Haoran seized the box with a radiant smile. Chapter 119. Forest Lizard Evolves. The birth of the tree realm. Wang Guodao's eyelids twitched violently, his heart bleeding. This was a treasured heirloom of the Wang family. To see it given away so easily to Lin Haoran was painful, yet he thought that perhaps this would help mend the rift between them, possibly leading to future rewards. Lin Haoran eagerly opened the box, revealing a seed that emanated a green glow. Immediately, he activated the system's scanning feature, and the seed's attributes appeared before him. Name, Seed of Life, Type, Grass. Effect, when carried by a Grass-type Pokémon, it can significantly accelerate the recovery of stamina and injuries. Upon witnessing the Seed of Life's formidable effects, Lin Haoran could not suppress a surge of excitement. It was incredible. This was his first encounter with a Pokémon item in reality, and he instantly took a liking to it. If he had the forest lizard carry it, could it be considered an alternative form of the sage body? Lin Haoran felt thoroughly satisfied and said to Wang Guodao, Ah, old Wang. My friends Wang Xikong and Xingxiong and I share a bond. I have forgotten any past grievances. Wang Guodao's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, Yes, yes. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin speaks wisely. Come, come. I have prepared a feast to celebrate your victory. Lin Haoran chose not to attend the banquet, disliking such insincere gatherings. Wang Guodao promptly transferred 5 million as a reward for Lin Haoran, increasing the previously agreed amount of 1 million to 5 million, along with the rare Pokémon item. Thus, Lin Haoran returned home laden with rewards, walking with a lightness in his step. Upon arriving home, he made his way to the back mountain, for there was a significant task awaiting him. Indeed, the forest lizard was ready to evolve. Lin Haoran arrived at the back mountain and released the forest lizard. It appeared on the ground, looking around in confusion, having just been training its skills in the Pokémon training space, unaware of why Lin Haoran had summoned it. Lin Haoran approached the forest lizard, gently stroking its smooth head, and said with a smile, Forest lizard, this candy is for you. Consume it, and you shall grow stronger. Lin Haoran retrieved the recently awarded elven candy from his system backpack and offered it to the forest lizard. The creature's eyes gleamed with delight as it accepted the candy and devoured it in one swift motion. The forest lizard squinted, a look of bliss washing over its face, clearly savoring the delectable treat. It blinked its single eye, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its body. A soft call escaped its lips, eyes widening in astonishment as a brilliant light erupted from its form. This was the light of evolution. Lin Haoran watched eagerly as the radiant glow enveloped the forest lizard, its stature gradually increasing, its tail elongating. A resonant roar echoed through the air, the blinding light dissipating to reveal a majestic, upright lizard standing 2 meters tall. Its entire body of vibrant green, adorned with fruits on its back and a long leafy tail. Before Lin Haoran stood the evolved form of the forest lizard, the Lizard King. The Lizard King emitted a powerful cry, its single eye sparkling with unmistakable excitement. Once a timid tree gecko, it had transformed into the mightiest of lizard kings in what felt like no time at all after meeting its master. The glow in the Lizard King's eye twinkled as Lin Haoran congratulated the creature, realizing it was no longer merely a forest lizard, but now a Lizard King. Lin Haoran beamed with pride as he observed his Lizard King, which towered over others of its kind. Typically, Lizard Kings reach heights of up to 1.7 meters. Yet his Lizard King stood at an impressive 2 meters, perhaps a result of its unique wood transformation. The Lizard King affectionately called out to Lin Haoran, wrapping its strong arms around him. Ouch! Lizard King, you're squeezing too tightly. Lin Haoran exclaimed, struggling playfully. Let go, or others might misunderstand. After a moment, the Lizard King released him, licking Lin Haoran's cheek with its tongue. You little rascal, taking advantage of me. Lin Haoran chuckled, playfully punching the Lizard King as he wiped the drool from his face. The Lizard King let out an amused sound, seemingly questioning Chen Haoran's antics. Chen Haoran, unable to comprehend the language of the lizard, opened the Lizard King's current attribute panel. Name: Lizard King. Gender: male. Nature: serious. Type: grass. Ability: Child of the Wood. The Lizard King can restore its health and injuries using the plants of the earth, with a 50 increase in the power of grass-type moves. Base stats: 530. Level: mid-high. Potential: champion level. Skills: Slap, skilled. Glare, skilled. Absorb, skilled. Quick attack, expert. Super absorb, expert. Dragon breath, skilled. Grassland, skilled. Multi-slash, skilled. Leaf blade, expert. Agility, skilled. Leaf storm, beginner. Critical hit, beginner. Special bloodline. Wood bloodline limit, skill 1. Wood clone skill 2. Wood dragon technique skill 3. Wood rank technique skill 4. Wood secret technique, forest birth. Special, grass. Transformation using plant energy to rapidly grow multiple trees from the ground, creating a forest in an instant, where all offense and defense are controlled by the caster. Skill 5. Wood flower forest arrival, special, grass, poison. Transformation. This skill can only be used after forest birth. Flowers bloom on the trees, producing toxic pollen that causes paralysis if inhaled. Skill 6. Wood man technique, not yet unlocked. Skill 7. Sage technique, true thousand hand transformation, not yet unlocked. Special skill, Sage mode. Item: Seed of Life. Description: The Lizard King, a forest spirit, evolved from the forest lizard, possesses formidable power due to a highly compatible bloodline transformation. In Chapter 120, as the entrance exam approached, Chen Haoran's eyes sparkled with surprise upon viewing the Lizard King's attributes. After its evolution, its power had surged to the mid-high level, and its wood constitution transformed into the Child of the Wood ability. No longer reliant on sunlight, it could now restore its health using the Earth's plants, and it boasted a terrifying 50 boost to grass-type skills. Remarkable. This ability, combined with the Seed of Life, suggested that the Lizard King could indefinitely replenish its stamina and heal its wounds. It was nothing short of a team asset. A creature initially designed as an assassin transformed into a versatile powerhouse, capable of enduring and dealing damage. Chen Haoran felt a profound sense of accomplishment swell within him. With a flourish of his hand, Chen Haoran summoned all of his Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon, Frogadier, Gyarados, and Snorlax. Upon their arrival, they greeted the Lizard King with joy. As the youngest member of their group, the Lizard King had been well cared for, and now that it could hold its own, they were thrilled. The Lizard King returned their greetings with a smile, embodying the warmth of family. Chen Haoran cherished the pure friendship shared among humans and Pokémon, a refreshing contrast in a world that often felt chaotic. A radiant smile spread across his face as he addressed his companions. Frogadier, Gyarados, please catch some fish from the creek. Snorlax and Lizard King, gather some firewood. Tonight, we feast on grilled fish. At the mention of grilled fish, the eyes of his Pokémon lit up with excitement, and they quickly set to work. Chen Haoran retrieved various seasonings from his system backpack, preparing to showcase his culinary skills. Shortly after, Frogadier and Gyarados returned, each carrying several large fish, while Snorlax and the Lizard King brought back firewood. Chen Haoran expertly prepared the fish and set them to grill over the fire, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, enticing all nearby. After a mere few minutes, the fish were perfectly grilled, each gleaming golden and exuding a mouth-watering scent that lingered in the air, making it impossible not to salivate. This fish is a heavenly delicacy, Chen Haoran mused, as he and his Pokémon transformed into ravenous wolves, diving into their feast. Given their sizes, Snorlax and Gyarados could hardly be satiated. So Chen Haoran added energy cubes to their grilled fish, combining the delicious flavor with a filling boost, 2 benefits in one. I am truly a little genius, Chen Haoran thought to himself, reveling in his cleverness. After their hearty meal, his Pokémon lay contentedly on the grass, while Chen Haoran reclined atop Snorlax's soft belly. As dusk fell, the sky became a canvas of sparkling stars, illuminating the darkness above. A gentle breeze brushed against Chen Haoran's cheek, and he reflected on his journey to this world, contemplating whether it had indeed been a fortuitous turn of events. He wondered about his parents and brother back on Earth, pondering what they were up to now. If given the chance, I would love to return and see them, he murmured, gazing up at the starry sky. Together, let us strive for greatness, my friends. Let us ascend to the pinnacle of this world together. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chen Haoran's eyes as he addressed the fairies nestled beside him. With 4 companions, Kuka, Ho, Kabi, and Hasa, he set forth to establish the foundation of his dreams beneath the vast sky and upon the solid earth. Yet, the path to the summit is destined to be fraught with obstacles. Let us strive onward. Time flowed swiftly, and Chen Haoran immersed himself in the study materials for Shinado, diligently preparing day by day. At last, the words on the classroom blackboard transformed to read. Only 0 days remain until the Gaokao. Indeed, today marked the exhilarating yet nerve-wracking day of the National College Entrance Examination. High school seniors across the nation would participate in this unified assessment, which is divided into 2 segments, the literary exam and the martial exam. The literary exam entails a written test encompassing a myriad of knowledge regarding Pokémon, while the martial exam follows a more intricate scoring system. Across the country, over 100 martial exam venues exist within a vast circular expanse of grassland and forest, populated by a diverse array of Pokémon. From the periphery to the heart of this territory, the strength of the Pokémon intensifies, beginning with novice Pokémon at the edges, advancing to intermediate, advanced, elite, and even gym-level Pokémon deeper within. Each candidate earns corresponding points for defeating each Pokémon, with higher-level Pokémon yielding greater rewards. This is the fundamental mechanism of the martial exam. To achieve high scores, one must accumulate sufficient points, which necessitates proactively vanquishing Pokémon. At this moment, Chen Haoran sat in his examination seat, the spacious hall filled with candidates, some brimming with confidence, others exhibiting signs of anxiety. Today, the literary exam commenced, and soon the teacher distributed the test papers. After filling in his student number and name, Chen Haoran began to answer the questions. Multiple choice question 1. What is the hidden ability of Caterpie? A. Guts. B. Shed Skin. C. Runaway. D. Vital Spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haoran marked answer C. Chapter 121. The Astonished Female Journalist, Departing with Grace. Multi-select question 1. What are the egg groups of Shinado? A. Field Group. B. Human-like Group. C. Undiscovered Group. D. Plant Group. E. Fairy Group. 2. Which 2 Pokémon are Dragon type? A. Charizard. B. Gyarados. C. Alolan Executor. D. Desert Dragonfly. E. Aerodactyl. Short answer question. Please briefly describe the method of controlling Pokémon. Chen Haoran gazed at these inquiries, and as a Pokémon enthusiast of the 21st century, how could such questions possibly stump him? He promptly answered on the paper. The egg groups of Shinado are the human-like group and the undiscovered group. Alolan Executor and Desert Dragonfly are Dragon-type Pokémon. Insert humorous emoji. The method of controlling Pokémon entails maximizing their potential through skilled operation. This control primarily includes, first, familiarizing oneself with the Pokémon's moves, abilities, and weaknesses. Second, executing attacks and defenses based on the combat scenario, such as leveraging one's advantages or utilizing effective partner combinations. Third, keenly observing the opponent's movements, sometimes necessitating preemptive strikes to deliver uncounterable blows. Chen Haoran answered with fluidity, as effortless as partaking in a meal. Such is the prowess of a devoted fan and a true enthusiast. He mused that not pursuing a career as an expert would be a waste of talent. Perhaps he should consider authoring an encyclopedia. In a mere 20 minutes, he had completed the exam. After a thorough review, satisfied there were no errors, Chen Haoran stood to submit his paper. The invigilator was taken aback. Only 20 minutes had passed, and this lad had already finished? Surely, this was not a typical display of apathy. The invigilator, convinced Chen Haoran must be an unstudious slacker, glanced at his paper and was instantly astonished. The neat handwriting and incisive answers filled the paper densely. When the invigilator looked up, Chen Haoran's figure had vanished, leaving behind only the legend of a quick boy. Meanwhile, a throng gathered at the school entrance, with some wielding microphones and cameras, eagerly awaiting the emergence of candidates. Indeed, they were a cadre of journalists poised to interview the students post-exam. Hello everyone, this is Lehigh Television Live. I am currently at Lehigh No. 1 High School, where the atmosphere is palpably tense. The pressure of the Gaokao weighed heavily, and we hope our candidates can withstand the strain and achieve commendable results. A sweet-faced young female journalist, microphone in hand, beamed at the camera, but before she could finish, a jovial whistle echoed from the school entrance, causing her expression to falter. What does this whistling signify when I just remarked on the tense atmosphere? She silently lamented. Turning, she beheld a dapper student clad in the school uniform, hands clasped behind his head, whistling as he strolled out. Regaining her composure, she flashed a firm smile at the camera and declared, surprisingly, only 20 minutes post-exam. A student has emerged. Let us interview him. The journalist, accompanied by her crew, obstructed the whistling student's path. Hello, student. This is Lehigh Television Live. Have you completed your exam? The whistling lad was none other than our protagonist, Chen Haoran. He blinked in surprise and replied, So, I'm on TV now? Hello, everyone. Lin Haoran grinned at the camera. Yes, Andy reporter, I just finished the exam. The young journalist's smile momentarily froze, nearly causing her to drop the microphone. Auntie? I'm only 26, she thought, and looking this sweet and charming. You dare call me Annie? If it weren't live, you'd soon learn how loud a slap can be. The corners of her mouth twitched as she forced a smile, addressing Lin Haoran, student. It's only been a little over 20 minutes, and you've completed the exam? Lin Haoran nodded nonchalantly, indeed. And how many points do you think you'll score in the literary exam? The journalist inquired, internally criticizing. I suspect you simply turned in a blank sheet. Lin Haoran pondered for a moment, and then declared, I'm sure I'll score at least 100 points. How vexing. My true abilities far exceed 100 points, yet alas. The maximum is but 100. What a pity. The scene once again descended into silence as the female journalist widened her eyes, having never encountered such audacious individuals before. Could it be that today as students have become so outrageous? She intended to voice her thoughts, but Lin Haoran had already departed, leaving behind only a lingering reputation as a pretentious figure circulating online. At Linhai No. 1 High School, a candidate exited the examination room after merely 20 minutes, flaunting his nonchalance before reporters and departing with flair. Shockingly, a man left the examination in just 20 minutes to show off? Astonishing. The emergence of a pretentious individual at Linhai No. 1 High School during the college entrance examination sparked a flurry of exaggerated headlines online. Meanwhile, our protagonist had already returned home. Chapter 122, The Conspiracy of the Coexistence Society. Arrival at the Hanhai Examination Center. Upon returning home, Lin Haoran found his father, mother, and younger sister all present. Their astonishment at his early return was palpable, with his mother immediately approaching him to inquire, Son, why are you home so early? Have you finished your exam? Lin Haoran placed his stationery bag on the table, plopped down onto the sofa, and replied, Of course, I've finished. His father glanced at the wall clock, eyes widening in disbelief. Less than half an hour, and you claim you're done? Are you doodling instead of answering questions? Someone, fetch me a stick. I am ready to discipline this boy. His father's face flushed with anger, threatening to resort to punishment at any moment. Oh, Dad. I really finished. The questions were far too easy. I knew them all, so of course, I was quick. Lin Haoran hastily explained, noticing his father's genuine inclination to fetch a stick. Son, is that true? You wouldn't deceive your parents, would you? His mother asked, her expression laced with skepticism. I swear, if I didn't honestly finish the exam, I'll fall into a cesspool when I step outside. Lin Haoran raised his hand in a solemn oath. And seeing his earnest demeanor, his parents finally relented. He let out a long sigh of relief, while his younger sister, sitting on the sofa munching on chips, watched with amusement as her brother faced reprimand. However, upon realizing he escaped punishment, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes as she idly played with her toy dog. This prompted a slight twitch at the corners of Lin Haoran's mouth. Oh dear sister. Night soon fell, and Lin Haoran retired early. For the day of the much-anticipated martial arts examination had finally arrived. It was his first experience with this particular type of examination in this world. He gathered his 4 Pokémon, finished breakfast, and, under the encouragement and well wishes of his family, set out. Lin Haoran, accompanied by Zhang Yuer, arrived at the school, where several buses were parked in neat rows, as the martial arts examination required transportation to another venue. The entire coastal region would be organized into a single examination site, the Hanhai Martial Arts Examination Center. Upon reaching the candidates' waiting area, Lin Haoran encountered his fellow students, including Shangwan Linger, Xue Bo, and Wang Sikong. Good morning, classmate Haoran. Haoran, you're here. They greeted him enthusiastically. Morning, morning, morning. Lin Haoran responded cheerily. Haoran, you're impressive. You finished the written exam so early yesterday. Did you know you've gone viral online as the pretentious guy, huh? Xue Bo remarked with a grin. Oh, it's truly burdensome. Excellence shines wherever one goes. Lin Haoran replied, feigning distress. His friends exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, it seems pretentiousness was Lin Haoran's forte. Shangwan Linger shot him an exaggerated eye roll. After a brief chat, it was time to depart. The group boarded the bus. Lin Haoran and Zhang Yuer sitting together as the bus began its journey toward the Hanhai Martial Arts Examination Center. The journey was somewhat lengthy, taking over an hour before they finally arrived at a colossal fortress. Towering steel walls stood sentinel, akin to a guardian of iron. Adorned with large characters, Hanhai District Martial Arts Examination Center. Soldiers patrolled the walls, each accompanied by a formidable creature, ensuring rigorous security for the examination. The bus slowly entered the steel fortress, arriving at a vast plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands, an awe-inspiring sight, merely one of several entrances. Surrounding the area were 8 additional entrances, with approximately 1 million candidates converging at the Hanhai Examination Center, an astonishing number. As such, the Examination Center's expanse resembled a small city, equipped with surveillance cameras monitoring every movement, while elite trainers patrolled the skies, maintaining an exceptionally stringent oversight. Chapter 123. The martial arts examination commences. Major Chu Xiong, as Lin Haoran and his companions disembarked, they received their scoring wristbands from the staff. These wristbands not only featured a distress signal and recording capabilities, but also tracked the points earned from defeating Pokémon, an incredibly handy device. Every candidate was required to wear one, making it an essential component of the martial arts examination. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, an announcement boomed through the plaza as speakers. Greetings, candidates. Welcome to the Hanhai District Martial Arts Examination Center. You have successfully received your scoring wristbands. Now, let me elucidate the regulations of the martial examination. Firstly, within the examination grounds, it is strictly prohibited to launch unprovoked attacks on fellow candidates. Secondly, should you find yourself in peril, please promptly utilize the alarm system embedded in your wristwatch. Our personnel will swiftly provide aerial assistance. Thirdly, the duration of the examination is set at 6 hours. After this period, any attacks on other Pokémon will render the accrued points invalid. Fourthly, candidates are forbidden from forming alliances. Any such behavior detected will result in disqualification from the examination. I trust that everyone is already familiar with these rules, and I shall refrain from elaborating on the minor regulations, as you have presumably perused the Martial Examination Handbook. Here, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all candidates this year, wishing you all the best in achieving your desired results and stepping into the university of your dreams. I hereby declare that the 98th Martial Examination of the Hanhai District has officially commenced. As the solemn voice from the broadcast resonated, a colossal steel gate slowly swung open, revealing a lush expanse of verdant forest and grassland. All candidates, please take heed and enter the examination grounds in an orderly fashion. The broadcast once again reverberated with a resounding voice, prompting all candidates in the square to file into the examination area in neat rows. The examination has begun, and unbeknownst to the multitude, this martial examination would be an unforgettable experience for all involved. A colossal hand of darkness has stealthily reached into the Hanhai District examination grounds. Lin Haoran, of course, also stepped into the examination arena. Observing the thick and dense foliage before him, he released his Lizard King and Greninja. With a joyful cry, Lizard King exclaimed upon seeing the Emerald Forest. Being a grass-type Pokémon, he undoubtedly relished the woodland environment. Greninja, however, gazed cautiously at the forest, emitting a low sound, with its lifeless eyes scanning the surroundings with acute vigilance. Lin Haoran's 4 Pokémon have undergone a significant transformation in strength. Over the course of more than 10 days, they have trained diligently in the Pokémon training space, consuming energy cubes. Greninja, the elder brother, has ascended to the early stages of the elite rank, becoming Lin Haoran's first elite-level Pokémon. Name: Greninja, Shiny. Shiny effect: attack and special attack increased by 10. Gender: male. Nature: careful. Type: water dark. Ability: torrent. Base stats: 530. Level: early elite. Potential: champion level. Skills: amplification punch, perfect. Bubble, perfect. Hydro pump, perfect. Double team, perfect. Quick attack, divine level. Water pulse, perfect. Ice punch, perfect. Smoke screen, expert level. Water shuriken, perfect. Shadow sneak, expert level. Map block, expert level. Critical hit, expert level. Nasty plot, expert level. Wind release, spiraling shuriken, expert level. Substitute, expert level. Telekinesis, proficient level. U-turn, proficient level. Omitted. Such terrifying skill proficiency, if known to others, would surely leave them astounded. A total of 8 perfect level skills, with the remainder being at least proficient or above, and possessing both telekinesis and U-turn. Now, Greninja's strength has surged dramatically, establishing him as Lin Haoran's foremost companion. Meanwhile, Lizard King has also reached the late advanced stage, with significant changes in skill proficiency. Lizard King possesses the skills: Pound, proficient level. Leer, proficient level. Absorb, proficient level. Quick attack, expert level. Super absorb, expert level. Dragon breath, expert level. Grass whistle, proficient level. Leaf blade, perfect level. Leaf storm, proficient level. Dark hit, proficient level. Several skills have attained expert status, and due to Leaf blade becoming Lizard King's first perfect level skill, should he enter the realm of comprehension. It is conceivable that Leaf Blade could be elevated to divine level. Let us proceed, Lizard King. Leap onto the trees and scout ahead for us. Chen Haoran declared with grand ambition, gesturing towards Lizard King, and then he advanced with Greninja. With a nod, Lizard King emitted a call and leapt onto a towering tree. And thus, the trio commenced their hunting journey. Within the fortified assembly hall of the Hanhai District Examination Grounds, a spacious venue housed a massive 360-degree display screen, showcasing surveillance footage of the examination area. Over 200 staff members diligently monitored these screens, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of irregularity. In the center of the hall sat a long table, now filled with individuals, led by a solemn man in his 50s, clad in military uniform, adorned with pine green epaulets embellished with golden foliage and 2 golden stars. He is none other than the commander of this Hanhai District Martial Examination, General Chu Xiong, a trainer teetering on the brink of the king level, possessing formidable strength. He is poised to break through to the king level within 2 years. At this moment, General Chu Xiong surveyed the assembly and inquired, "The examination grounds have been thoroughly inspected, correct? Have any anomalies been detected?" A middle-aged officer in military garb stood and reporting to the general, "The inspection has been completed. No irregularities were found." General Chu Xiong furrowed his brow. Gazing at the display screen above, "I cannot shake the feeling of an ominous premonition. You are all aware of the horrific attack during the last training camp competition, are you not? We still have no knowledge of how they infiltrated. This martial examination is on a much grander scale. If the Symbiosis Society reemerges, the consequences." A nearby major general interjected confidently, "General, we have assembled 4 legions for protection, and our personnel patrol every 2 kilometers in the air. Should they dare to show themselves, we will apprehend them on the spot." His tone radiated assurance, seemingly dismissive of the Symbiosis Society, akin to vermin lurking in the shadows. General Chu Xiong nodded in agreement. This martial examination is indeed the most stringent to date. Everyone must remain vigilant. Ensuring the safety of the candidates is our paramount duty. Understood. Chapter 124. The tragic fate of the Kintaro family. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran has encountered his first Pokémon, and to his surprise, it is yet another Infernape. What a twist of fate. Previously, he encountered an older brother Infernape in a small secret realm. Initially, Chen Haoran contemplated showing mercy, believing it to be a sign of destiny. However, he was unprepared for this fiery creature to charge at him, as though he were a vengeful foe, roaring fiercely. In a moment of instinct, Greninja executed a face-stomp attack. Chen Haoran cast a fleeting glance at Infernape, stating nonchalantly, "Cool." Greninja, with its lifeless eyes mirroring Chen Haoran's demeanor, seemed to embody a familial resemblance. With a swift kick, Greninja struck Infernape's face, sending it crashing to the ground, lifeless. 10 points. A mechanical voice emanated from Chen Haoran's score watch, indicating that his personal score had now risen to 10 points. The point distribution is as follows. Basic Pokemon Yield 1, 0 20 points. Intermediate Pokemon Yield 2, 0 40 points. Advanced Pokemon Yield 4, 0 60 points. Elite Pokemon Yield 100, 200 points. Gym Level Pokemon Yield 1, 0 points. This delineates the specific points awarded for defeating Pokemon. Upon witnessing such a meager score, Chen Haoran couldn't help but express his disappointment with a slight grimace. Accompanied by his Lizard King and Gyarados, he ventured deeper into the inner circle. As Chen Haoran pressed onward, he eventually arrived at a location closer to the center, where he encountered several elite-level Pokemon. Among them was a creature resembling a bull, adorned with 3 tails, none other than the Tauros. Name, Tauros. Gender, male. Personality, stubborn. Type, normal. Ability, Intimidate. Base stats, 490. Level, Elite early stage. Potential, Elite level. Skills, Tackle, Mastery level. Self-encouragement, Proficient level. Tail Whip, Proficient level. Horn Attack, Proficient level. Pursuit, Proficient level. Rage, Proficient level. Mind Hammer, Beginner level. Description: Tauros, the raging bull Pokemon, brims with vitality and vigor. Its temper is as fiery as its spirit. It relentlessly charges at anything that displeases it. 4 elite early-stage Tauros stood before him. If any other candidates had seen them, they would have undoubtedly fled in terror. However, Chen Haoran, ever the optimistic one, brightened at the sight and declared to Lizard King and Gyarados, "You 2 can handle 2 each, right?" Gyarados disdainfully curled its lip but nodded in agreement, while Lizard King also indicated readiness. "Okay, Gyarados, use your double team technique, then unleash your Force Palm." Lizard King summoned a grassy terrain, preparing for a leaf blade attack. Chen Haoran issued commands to both Pokémon. With a cry, Gyarados clapped its hands together, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing 10 shadowy duplicates that silently flanked the two Tauros. With its right fist aglow with a radiant white light, Gyarados dashed towards the Tauros with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Lizard King, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, pressed its hands to the ground, causing a lush miniature forest to sprout, wafting a delightful floral fragrance. As Lizard King leaped nimbly from tree to tree, 2 glimmering blades of light materialized on its back, targeting the two Tauros. Startled by the sudden assault, the Tauros' eyes gleamed a fierce crimson as they charged towards Gyarados and Lizard King, utilizing tackle. Yet, Gyarados and its shadowy clones were extraordinarily swift, swiftly positioning themselves beside the Tauros, readying their force palm for impact. The sound of collisions echoed as Gyarados' attack landed, sending one Tauros staggering away with a pained bellow, rendered incapable of battle. The perfected force palm, combined with a type advantage, unleashed a staggering 160 power, effortlessly dispatching the Tauros. The second Tauros, struck by a shadow clone, also succumbed to defeat, howling in fury. "Finish it, Gyarados." Swift as lightning, Chen Haoran's voice resonated, and before the beleaguered Tauros could recover, a flash of black electricity struck, sending it crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost the will to fight. Ding! 200 points added to the tally. The 2 elite early-stage Tauros had bestowed upon Chen Haoran a bountiful 200 points. Meanwhile, Lizard King, with its dual leaf blades, ruthlessly struck down one Tauros, severing its head with a decisive blow. The creature let out a lamenting cry, its voice warped in agony as the ground shattered beneath the force of Lizard King's attack, leaving it unconscious and unable to continue. With the grass terrain boosting the power of grass-type moves by 50, and the Woodchild ability providing an additional 50 boost, the Leaf Blade's power surged to an impressive 150, ensuring the Tauros was incapacitated without hesitation. The final Tauros, witnessing the defeat of its companions, felt a surge of terror wash over it. Gritting its teeth, it turned tail and fled, lamenting the lack of additional legs as it sprinted away with unwavering determination. A truly fierce beast. Chapter 125. A sudden surge on the leaderboard. The emergence of gym-level Pokémon, but with Chen Haoran, the ever-optimistic one, allow the prize to escape him? Lizard King, use the roots of the terrain to halt its escape. Chen Haoran commanded, and Lizard King glowed with vibrant green energy. The roots of the ground surged forth, creating a sturdy barrier before the fleeing Tauros. Thud! The Tauros stumbled, crashing to the ground with a painful cry. Lizard King, finish it. Use Mega Drain. Chen Haoran's voice rang out once more. Lizard King let out a low growl as a beam of green energy struck the fallen Tauros. The creature could not evade Chen Haoran's relentless assault, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Ding! Another 200 points were credited. Ecstatic, Chen Haoran unleashed a flurry of attacks on the elite Pokémon, releasing Snorlax and Gyarados to maximize efficiency. The 4 Pokémon converged upon the nearby forest, systematically defeating every creature in their path. As time passed, 3 hours of the examination had elapsed, and Chen Haoran had vanquished all Pokémon within a several-kilometer radius, leaving desolation in their wake. Not a single Pokémon remained standing in the vicinity, and Chen Haoran's score had skyrocketed to a staggering 25,000 points. Under a great tree, Chen Haoran replenished his Pokémon's energy, distributing energy cubes among Gyarados and the others. After consuming the cubes, the 4 Pokémon quickly regained their strength. Indeed, energy cubes were a remarkable resource. Once the Pokémon had sufficiently rested, Chen Haoran pressed onward into the inner circle. It was time to challenge some gym-level Pokémon. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he advanced through the dimly lit thicket, marching resolutely alongside his 4 Pokémon. In the monitoring room of the Hanhai examination site, Major General Chu Xiong and other officers observed the leaderboard on the screen, engaged in conversation. Currently in first place is Chu Tianqi, the son of Major General Chu. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Indeed, it seems that this year's top spot in the Hanhai examination is destined for Chu Tianqi, another officer remarked, congratulating Major General Chu. He's certainly a genius, ranked among the top 20 on the potential dragon list. Yet, Major General Chu maintained a serious demeanor. Though a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he remarked, he's still too inexperienced. He needs further honing. Once he enters the military academy, I shall train him rigorously. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke through the conversation. Look, one officer exclaimed, pointing at the leaderboard, where a name was surging rapidly up the ranks, entering the top 100, then 90, 80, 70, 50, and finally the top 10. It ultimately exceeded Chu Tianqi with a score of 25,000, claiming the top spot. A stunned silence fell over the monitoring room as officers, who had just praised Chu Tianqi, now wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Who is this? Chen Haoran. I have yet to hear of this individual. Might he be a descendant of a celestial sovereign, exhibiting such formidable prowess? My goodness. In a mere 3 hours, he has amassed an astounding 25,000 points. Is this even human? Could he have been continuously battling elite-tier creatures? Do his Pokémon not suffer from fatigue? How is he able to endure for so long? The officers around the conference table were visibly astounded, voicing their incredulity, as this was indeed unfathomable, akin to cheating. Technicians. Is there an error in the data displayed on the screen? Report. Everything is functioning normally. Well, though hard to believe, we must ultimately accept this absurd reality. General Chuxiong wore an expression that betrayed his astonishment. Chen Haoran? The name rang a bell, but he could not quite place it. Perhaps this would serve to humble Tianqi's arrogance, he mused silently. His son possessed many admirable qualities, yet he was burdened by excessive pride. If only he could cultivate a more composed demeanor, perhaps in the future, Chuxiong Tianqi could transcend his father and become a sovereign-level trainer. The general's gaze lingered on the name at the top of the leaderboard, lost in contemplation. Could it be that our Hanhai district is to witness the rise of a hidden dragon this year? Meanwhile, Chen Haoran had ventured deep into the inner circle, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in the air, a sense of foreboding that made him furrow his brow and stir with unease. Before he could ponder further, a terrifying roar jolted him back to reality. A colossal Pokémon emerged before him, its form reminiscent of a tortoise, its hard shell adorned with a towering tree. It was the Pokémon. Torterra? Name: Torterra. Gender: male. Personality: bold. Type: ground grass. Ability: overgrow. Base stats: 525. Level: Gym Leader early stage. Pokémon potential: Gym Leader level. Skills: Tackle, expert. Earthquake, expert. Leaf Blade, expert. Wood Hammer, proficient. Absorb, proficient. Giga Drain, proficient. Leech Seed, proficient. Sunny Day, proficient. Crunch, proficient. Leaf Storm, beginner. Description: Torterra, a continental Pokémon, is the evolved form of Turtwig. Though its speed is lacking, its stamina and endurance are remarkable. Chapter 126. The Tree Realm descends in might. Gym Leader level Pokémon. This marks Chen Haoran's second encounter with an opponent of Gym Leader caliber. The last time, during the horrifying attack at the coastal military base. He had poured every ounce of his strength into defeating a member of the Symbiosis Association, narrowly escaping with his life, an experience that left an indelible mark upon him. Yet this time, he felt empowered enough to confront a Gym Leader level Pokémon. He was ready for battle. A flicker of uncontainable fervor ignited in Chen Haoran's eyes. Ultimately, he had longed for a thrilling Pokémon battle, rather than to trample upon mere novices. Cheating was an agonizing experience, stripping away much of the enjoyment. Chen Haoran sighed inwardly as the system chimed, detecting his inclination to deactivate it, warning that it would shut down automatically in 5 seconds and never restart. At that moment, the system's cold, emotionless voice resonated in Chen Haoran's ears. Father, I was wrong. I love to cheat. I feel miserable if I don't cheat for a single day. Please don't shut me down. Chen Haoran roared internally, and the system responded reassuringly. Rest assured, host. Unless you perish, the system will not deactivate. Just now, it was merely the system speaking nonsense. Chen Haoran's lips twitched slightly. This infernal system truly vexed him. Roar. Torterra, noticing that the human before it was disregarding its presence, let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of potent green energy. From its back, the towering tree launched several razor-sharp leaf blades toward Chen Haoran. How dare you? Chen Haoran's pupils constricted as he swiftly commanded, Lizard King, enter Sage Mode. Employ the wood-style, double shield technique. With a flicker of white light emanating from him, the Lizard King's vertical pupils transformed into cross-shaped ones, and mysterious black patterns appeared at the corners of its eyes as Sage Mode was activated. The Lizard King pressed its hands firmly against the ground, a brilliant green-white light bursting forth, causing the earth to tremble violently. 2 wooden shields, inscribed with enigmatic totems, materialized before Chen Haoran. Torterra's leaf blade struck the shields with tremendous force, shattering them into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Chen Haoran gasped in shock at the fate of the Lizard King's defensive technique, feeling a rush of fear. Fortunately, he had opted for caution by summoning 2 shields. Otherwise, he would not have withstood Torterra's assault. This realization sobered him. Perhaps he had underestimated the strength of Gym Leader level Pokémon. Snorlax, level 4, springboard mode. Gyarados summoned fiery clouds and soared into the sky. Greninja, affirming, just protect me. Chen Haoran quickly issued commands to his Pokémon. This time, he intended to orchestrate a triumphant trio, Snorlax, Gyarados, and the Lizard King, to gain ample experience and strive to reach the elite level. Currently, both Snorlax and Gyarados had achieved the pinnacle of their levels, needing only one more step to ascend to elite status. The Lizard King remained in the late stage of its advanced level. Snorlax let out a thunderous roar, enveloped in a wave of searing steam. Amidst the mist, a figure emerged, its limbs encased in a shell as hard as steel, deep shadows around its eyes, and adorned with mysterious patterns. The robust form of Snorlax in springboard mode appeared, bouncing and leaping on the ground, producing a series of crisp sounds as it entered the fray. Roar! Gyarados unleashed an enraged roar, fiery clouds swirling around it as it glided through the air, glaring down at Torterra. The Lizard King, with its cross-shaped pupils, fixated intently on Torterra, its aura rising ominously as the battle was about to erupt. Sage mode. With style, Tree Realm descends. Chen Haoran's voice rang out coolly. The Lizard King's pupils narrowed sharply, emanating a terrifying green-white light. The ground shook violently as countless trees erupted from the earth, towering to heights of 6 or 7 meters. Roots snaked through the ground like wooden dragons, transforming the area into a dense forest spanning hundreds of meters. The wood-style, Tree Realm descends had been activated. This was a skill unleashed upon the Lizard King's evolution to advanced Pokémon, now utilized for the first time in battle. Chen Haoran gazed in awe at the lush forest, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Truly, a technique worthy of the first Hokage. Such terrain-altering abilities, once the Lizard King's power burgeons, would rival those of certain legendary beings, like the non-flying deity's trait, the end of the world. It would be no less formidable than the Origin Sea ability of the hefty fish. Sage mode. With style, Floral Tree Realm descends. Chen Haoran's voice echoed once more, as a radiant white light emanated from the Lizard King, illuminating the surroundings. The towering trees nearby burst forth with blossoms of delicate pink, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The Earth Turtle, witnessing this sudden transformation, let out an agitated roar, a wave of earthy energy surging from its body as it forcefully stomped the ground. Employing the renowned ground-type technique, Earthquake, a thunderous roar resonated, and then silence fell. The Earth Turtle's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, a grand question forming in its mind. Where is my Earthquake? Has it been devoured? A subtle smile graced Chen Haoran's lips. Indeed, his predictions were accurate. The roots birthed from the tree realm had firmly ensnared the ground, rendering the Earthquake utterly ineffective. Lizard King, bind it with the roots, Chen Haoran commanded, and the Lizard King shimmered with emerald light, controlling the underground trees that coiled around the Earth Turtle like formidable wooden serpents. Chapter 127. The Earth Turtle's Defeat. 3 Pokémon level-up roots entwined the Earth Turtle's limbs, immobilizing it completely. The Earth Turtle struggled with brute force, but the more it fought, the tighter the roots constricted. With a furious roar, the Earth Turtle attempted to break free from its bindings. Snorlax, unleash the Rubber Monkey King Gun. Gyarados, employ the armed Ice Fang. Seizing the moment of the Earth Turtle's struggle, Chen Haoran directed Snorlax and Gyarados. Go. Snorlax bellowed in response, furrowing its brow as it rapidly compressed its right fist against its arm. With a resounding boom, Snorlax's massive fist shot forth with terrifying force, aimed directly at the Earth Turtle's shell. Simultaneously, Gyarados unleashed an icy blue light from its mouth, as 2 elongated, frost-laden fangs materialized, imbued with an overwhelming aura. It soared downwards, preparing to deliver a crushing bite to the Earth Turtle's head. Boom! The colossal form of the Earth Turtle, ensnared by the roots controlled by the Lizard King, could not evade the onslaught. Snorlax's Rubber Monkey King Gun struck the Earth Turtle's shell with a resounding crash, toppling it to the ground. But the onslaught was far from over. Gyarados' attacks swiftly followed. Crack! The armed Ice Fang sank into the Earth Turtle's head, eliciting a pained wail. The Earth Turtle, being 4 times weak to ice, suffered grievously under Gyarados' proficient Ice Fang, augmented by a power of 78. Which doubled to 156 due to the armed effect. With the 4-fold effectiveness against the Earth Turtle, the Ice Fang's power soared to an astounding 624, a sheer terror to behold. Let us not forget, the armed effect temporarily elevated the attack power by 2 levels. Even though the Earth Turtle was a gym-grade Pokémon with a robust physique, it was dealt a severe blow. On the ground, it writhed in agony, its eyes flashing crimson as a wave of verdant energy surged forth, summoning a howling tempest. Countless leaves swirled amidst the ferocious winds, hurtling towards Gyarados. This was none other than the Grass-type ultimate move, Leaf Storm, with a power rating of 130. The Lizard King commanded the roots to shield Gyarados from the Earth Turtle's counterattack. Chen Haoran's expression grew grave as he addressed the Lizard King. Now? The Lizard King let out a low growl, green and white energy surging wildly as countless roots intertwined in the air, forming a dense network. Boom. The terrifying leaf storm collided with the thick root network, a cacophony of explosions erupting throughout the forest. The roots splintered and shattered, ultimately disintegrating into countless wooden fragments that rained down, yet they still managed to withstand the brunt of the Earth Turtle's assault. Lizard King, deliver the final blow. Chen Haoran declared, Fairy Leaf Blade. A brilliant light ignited in Chen Haoran's eyes as he commanded the Lizard King. With a fierce growl, the Lizard King summoned elongated white blades at its back, deftly leaping among the trees, and struck down upon the Earth Turtle's head with tremendous force. Boom. The sound of impact echoed, and the already gravely wounded Earth Turtle had no strength left to evade. Its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Beep beep. 1,000 points. Chimed Chen Haoran's score watch, indicating his points had surged to 26,000. Ding dong, congratulations. Your Pokemon Gyarados has gained significant experience and leveled up, reaching the pre-elite stage. Congratulations. Your Pokemon Snorlax has gained significant experience and leveled up, reaching the pre-elite stage. Congratulations. Your Pokemon Lizard King has gained significant experience and leveled up, reaching the pinnacle of high tier. Ding dong, your Pokemon Snorlax has unlocked the 5th tier Nika form. Its potential has transformed. Please check it yourself. At that moment, the system's delightful voice gently resonated in Chen Haoran's ears, illuminating his eyes with excitement. I've struck gold.